Hello and welcome to the 190th anniversary of Durham Regatta, brought to you by PalTV and sponsored by Osborne's. I'm Nancy.
And I'm Elisa, and we're here to bring action from the river. Hi and welcome back. We've got a full day of fun activities here at the river, and we're bringing it to you all live with our live broadcast on one and only PalTV.
Yes, and I hope some of you might have been with us yesterday for our broadcast of the first day at the regatta. Lots more exciting things happening today. It's a lot busier today. We've got a lot more on. It's the 1800 meter race today, so it's a long one.
It's a long one, yes, and it's the long course today. We've got loads of universities competing, loads of boat clubs and college teams as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Obviously, if you were here with us yesterday, you'll know that sometimes the racing can get a little bit delayed, and we're thinking that there's probably going to be a fair amount of that today. So in any moments where there's a little bit of delay, you will see us or other presenters later on during the day just to take you through some of the behind the scenes and interviews with rowers. Yesterday we had plenty of sort of behind the scenes knowledge, and we hope that you'll be here with us following along as well. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. It is a slightly less sunny day this morning, but hopefully the weather is going to be brightening up as the racing gets going.
Okay.
I'm Megan, commentating with you this morning.
I'm Etta, who will be joining Megan again. Yeah, it's looking slightly overcast this morning. We're very cold. We were cold yesterday because, thankfully, we're under a little marquee protecting us from the sun, but the sun's not out yet, although I think it is going to be cloudy today, but warm.
And we are bringing you all the action today on the river. It's very exciting. It's the long course this morning, so it's like 1700 to 1800 meters. There'll be boats tearing it down the river going through Elvet Bridge, which is always an interesting thing. Sometimes there are crashes. Hopefully we'll see some interesting crashes later today.
No.
Well, I mean, we hope everyone is obviously safe, but
yeah,
it does provides a bit of drama, to say the least.
An unpredictable route, to say the least. The Elvet Bridge does frequently pose problems for our rowers.
And we are away with our first race, and it should be Lambton RC versus Durham School in the Women's Junior 13 Cox Quad. And we have on racecourse side, we have Durham School, I believe, and they've got a sizable lead already into this first race this morning. Almost a full length ahead of their competitors on the Pilar Wood side.
Mm-hmm.
And it's looking tidy already. And I thank you again to James for providing the absolutely amazing overhead shots using the drone footage. I don't know if you joined us last year. The drone footage has made a huge improvement on our broadcast, and we hope that you guys are enjoying it loads.
I was saying yesterday just how it solidifies really like that distance that you can't really see on ground level. You can see it, but it provides a completely different perspective and informs you completely differently from that drone shot. Do you agree?
No, it makes such a huge difference. I think as we've just cut to a different camera angle now, the drone footage definitely provides greater clarity on how your boats are doing as they come down the river. It's a return of the rainbow boat from yesterday, which we happy Pride everyone. it is a fantastic boat. I absolutely love that. I wish there was more colour. A lot of boats are normally white, and it's kind of nice to see a really, really decorative boat. There were some interesting outfits yesterday, interesting fashion choices. So hopefully we'll see a lot more today.
It's part of the fun. Spices it up.
They're looking strong as they come past the commentary box this morning. Apologies, it seems this is Tyne Arc versus Yarm School as opposed to the first race that was meant to be on at 8 this morning, which was Lambton RC and Durham School. And they are looking strong. They're looking very relaxed as well, actually. Despite the fact that they are trailing behind their competitors on the racecourse side.
Would the teams have trained this morning, do you think?
I mean, we did see some boats on the river this morning, actually, before the racing starts. Sometimes I've heard a lot of college boats like to get out a little extra training session in the morning before the race. But then they'd have to wake up so early, and sometimes it's much better just like resting before the race. But it's not unheard of. I know a lot of rowing clubs will have been getting those extra practices in right before a big race. And Durham Regatta has been referred to as the Henley of the North, which is absolutely lovely that we're getting this prestige upon this amazing regatta. And what a lovely, lovely venue we have here as well. I know hopefully the sunshine comes out a bit later, we get more people on the bankside, get more people supporting.
More dogs.
More dogs, yes, more dogs. We can always do with more dogs. But yeah, it's a quiet morning here, but we hope that people will be joining us either later in person or on this live stream. And do remember that we'll have the results coming across the screen when we get them, just so that you know and are up to date in all the latest. But how are you feeling this morning, Atta?
I'm okay, thank you. I'm a bit cold. I'm slightly worried that the first race, and I'm not sure where that is.
I mean, the one thing about regattas is they're quite unpredictable.
Yes, rowing in general, right?
Rowing in general is unpredictable. Yesterday there would be race 150 and then the next one would be race 135.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I noticed yesterday.
Big shout out though to everyone who's organised the regatta. They have done a fantastic job. It is, as with most live sports, it is completely unpredictable, the timings of other people showing up at the right moment. So thank you for all the stewards, all the marshals, everyone on the safety boats. You guys have done an absolutely smashing job already. And the second race is up and running this morning. It's race 3 in the open Cox Quad Sculls, with racecourse side with Sunderland University and Yarm School on the Pelo Wood side, and it is neck and neck at the moment, which always makes it a really exciting show. I think it's more exciting when it's really, really close, and no one wants a clear winner. At least not from the outgo this morning. And they are really, really looking nice as they power down past the first landing stage, Collingwood.
Nice and tidy.
And it looks as though our competitors on the racecourse side, they're getting ahead. You know, they've got a 3/4, maybe to a full length lead on their opponents. And it's really, really important to make sure that when you've got your lead, you really stick with it, because it's a long race, but you don't want to go out too hard. Mm-hmm. They're effectively sprinting for maybe sometimes like over 5 minutes, so it's full out, and there's only so many times that you can really, really push yourself at full pelt before you really get knackered. So they've got all their energy in this first one. Hopefully they'll be able to perform even better in their next one. And our racecourse side competitors have got about a length and a half lead on their opponents. Looking strong there, with Yarm School trailing behind. It's amazing though that we see so many schools coming to the regatta and competing.
Yeah.
It's nerve-wracking obviously when you're younger, and for some people it might be their first regatta, regardless of age of course, but it's amazing to see that we have so much young talent emerging. You never know, these could be the future Olympians.
Whether there's 200 people watching or not, it's still nerve-wracking, you know, because when you're in the moment, often I've found in sport, when you're in the moment, you kind of forget about anyone who's watching or in the room. You kind of go like in the zone and you just kind of do your thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean the adrenaline's pumping. You want to make sure that you're relaxed, as relaxed as you can be when you're obviously on edge, because as soon as you get stiff and tighten up your muscles, that's when mistakes get made. And it's important that obviously mistakes are sometimes made, but it's really, really important that you remain calm when that situation arises, because if you're focused so much on mistakes that you make, you'll then make more mistakes. It's very much the same of mentality as all other sports, where you just need to knuckle down and just move past it as quickly as you can.
Yes.
We've got a couple more people walking along the banks now. It's getting a bit busier. Where are you guys listening from? Let us know in the comments. We want to know. Is there anyone that you're looking forward to watching today? Any shout outs you want to give? Let us know in the comments. We can provide that for you.
I was wondering whether you could tell us a bit more about Henley, Megan, for anyone who does not know about Henley.
Yeah, so we've got Henley Women's, I believe, is next weekend, and then Henley Royal Regatta is the end of June and the first weekend of July. Henley is, it's actually a lot more prestigious winning a Henley medal than it is an Olympic medal to a lot of people.
Really? Where's that?
I think it's just like Henley has just been, it's so spectacular to go to, and I think it's just really, really difficult. But you have whereas like this race, there's a lot of people who travel nationally. With Henley, there's international people do actually travel. Like a lot, the Netherlands do tend to travel. I'm pretty sure that we get some Americans travel to Henley. And for it not being like World Championships or British Championships or like the Olympics, that I feel like that's fairly unheard of, really, in a lot of races. And the atmosphere is just so amazing. It's an absolutely beautiful town. They have like entertainment similar to what we have with us today. They have like entertainment all lined up along the bankside, and everyone's wearing their colourful blazers.
Oh, you were mentioning those yesterday.
I absolutely love a rowing blazer. I'm not gonna lie. I think they're a bit. I feel like they're probably. Do you know what? They remind me of a bit of a barber quartet sometimes, but I quite like it. I wish there was so many more people last year who were actually wearing them, and I really, really wish that more people were this year.
Shout out to Quinn Mosley, who we interviewed yesterday. But I've never seen a rowing blazer. I might have not realised that I'm looking at one. Are they purple by any chance?
The DU ones are purple, but they can be. Sometimes they're like proper stripy and like bright coloured. Do you know what? I'll point one out to you if you see one, because they are absolutely fantastic. They are. Yeah, literally everyone in Henley seems to own one, or you get people who don't have them but buy kind of like a similar blazer, and it's a fun vibe. But we are cutting away, and we'll be back with you soon.
I'm Heather, and I'm here with PalTV to explain the regatta course for the 190th Durham Regatta. Behind me is the start of the racecourse. It's a stake boat start, which means that both boats are starting from a complete standstill and released at the same time. On a short course like the 700-metre one on Saturday, the start is incredibly important. At this point, we're about halfway down the short course, so 350 metres in. Crews are starting to likely feel pretty tired by now, which is where there's a real boost when supporters are cheering along. For the rowers participating in the race, the footbridge signifies the end. After this, there's about 40 metres left to go. For those participating in the longer course, they've got to go all the way through the traditional Elvet bridges, all the way round the corner under Framwell Gate Bridge, right before Prebends Bridge.
Hello, and we are back. We hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. We just want to apologise for some technical difficulties at the moment. Our team is working fantastically hard at trying to rectify them so that we can provide you with the best footage for you. We have a race going on at the moment. We're just trying to get confirmation of which one this is. It's a bit out of order already this morning. But we'll be providing you with all the best information soon. Oh, I can smell bacon butties. Yeah, if you're coming down, the food here is amazing. So it's just another reason why you should get yourself down to the regatta this weekend, so you can try all the really good food. But also, please do keep PalTV on whilst, even if you're still here.
I saw a waffle van yesterday. I didn't get a chance to go over, but yeah, I would love me a good waffle or crepe.
I do like a crepe. And we are back with another race as they are thundering down the racecourse this morning. The crew on the racecourse side has about a half a length to maybe a 3/4 length lead upon their opponents.
Opponents seem to be slowing right down in comparison.
They're looking good this morning. It is an 8. I believe it is Queen Elizabeth High School versus Yarm School, and Queen Elizabeth have a rather sizable lead already this morning. Always a lovely
Really
good start. Yarm School have been quite a dominating force this weekend actually. They've been doing really, really well. But it's nice to see Queen Elizabeth High School giving them a bit of the run for their money as they go about 2 lengths ahead of their competitors. It's looking nice and tidy from the amazing overhead drone there. And you can really see Queen Elizabeth finalising their lead against their opponents there.
Careering on, making it look easy.
They look nice and relaxed with Yarm School. Their line isn't as perhaps straight as needed to when rowing, and that's why it's so important that the cox sets you up for the race. You know, the more that you're having to adjust the steering, the more time that you waste, and you really need to make sure therefore that you have that straight line just for. Oh, and there's a huge crab. It looks like number 3 in the Yarm boat is no longer able to row, which is probably explains the angle. They have got a massive crab and they are currently unable to row with their blade absolutely stuck in the water there. That probably explains why Queen Elizabeth, have got their sizable lead over their opponents. And it just goes to show the unpredictability of the day. Anything can go wrong.
First thing.
First thing this morning, I know. But they've done absolutely fantastic. All the competitors should be really proud of themselves. Here's a little clip that you can see with that huge crowd there in seat number 3 there. But I think it's really important that they still carried on and obviously made it across the line.
Yeah, always.
Got to show good sportsmanship. And that rowing is a really, really good sport for sportsmanship in particular.
Teamwork.
I remember at the end of, when I've been racing and at the end of every race, it's really, really important that you're always like, 3 cheers for the other team. Even if you lose,
course.
The whole point is that you cheer your opponent, your opposing team, regardless of whether you win or lose. It's really, really important to keep that that mentality going. We've got some shout outs to Sophie Hooper and Alex Lowe's. Thank you guys for listening along. Thank you for your support. We hope you're having a great time. And we hope you stick with us today.
I always respected, the whole phrase, it's the taking part that counts, but it wasn't until I got older that I really resonated with me, as well as kind of the phrase of, I kind of always go by, the gratitude comes with the doing, not in the results. So when you think about that in terms of rowing, it would be not just winning or losing. It would be, all those 5 a.m. starts, all those times like you had to have a meeting with your cox, all those times you thought you couldn't do it, all those times you got those nasty hand injuries. All essentially is not the best part, but that's the gratitude, not the result.
Yeah,
everything that goes into it for both teams.
For both, I think there's. For me, my absolute favourite time when I was rowing was in my second year, and I was in the first 8, and we were going off to women's 8s head of the river. Sadly, it got cancelled that year, strangely not because of COVID, but because of the really poor weather, although the men's race that was due to take place a month later got cancelled because of COVID. It was a bad year all round for everyone, it's really the bond that comes with getting up so early in the morning. Even for us today, our commentary, we've all been up really early. Some of our team has been up since probably 5 a.m. They've been absolutely fantastic. Shout out to everyone who is really working so hard on little sleep. You guys are doing absolutely amazing. We love you all. Please sleep in tomorrow morning if you can to rectify your lack of sleep. But yeah, it's the early morning starts. It's the hard training sessions. It really, really does provide such a platform for you to bond with your team. And I think, even though I didn't get to do women's 8s head of the river because it got cancelled, it was so amazing to have that time with my team.
I bet it forms relationships like no other as well.
It really does, and I'm sure that's how all the boats currently who have just set off feel. It is crew number 37 versus 38. It's Leeds University versus Stevenson John Snow Trevelyan. That's a huge composite boat, but it's great that they can form a composite together, because then it means that they get to race where they might not have been able to have that opportunity. So we've got Leeds on the Pilar Wood side, and do you know what? It's fairly neck and neck, and it's amazing to see that college boats are able to have that platform where they can race against university crews. Currently they're both flying down that course, and they have the composite crew on the racecourse side has about a quarter of a length ahead of their opponents, the Leeds University Boat Club, this morning. They're looking fantastic, really, really good.
Yeah, it's also interesting that Will was saying yesterday that you can ultimately choose who you row for.
Yeah, so composite crews are sometimes a bit controversial. I know Senate crew in particular is an example of this, where sometimes people feel like it's all the best rowers coming together, and then it keeps the college level of rowing at a level which could have been elevated. But I mean, it's also important that you're with a crew that you really bond with and you get on well with, and you find your people. So there's pros and cons for many reasons, but as this composite crew is putting up a huge demonstration fight against Leeds, and leading as they head over to Bath's Bridge.
I haven't seen Jon Snow yet, I don't believe, on the water.
No, I don't think I've heard much of them this weekend. So it's really good that they've managed to get a boat out, even if it is with a couple other boat clubs. I think they've all got their respective all-in-ones on, which is really nice to see. Some have very funky designs in their all-in-ones. We'll have to be spotting out for the best one throughout this morning. And it looks like looks a really good race for them today as they pass the little bunting that is across the short course finish line.
I just love how Durham gets transformed. I remember last year I went to a walk to the cathedral and I, as usual, got lost, and I came back down through the trees and there was all this racing going on. I was like, oh gosh, it really does transform Durham, which is usually quite a quiet place. The river's usually quite silent, but the regatta really brings it alive, and it's really wonderful to see that side to Durham.
I mean, yesterday was absolutely fantastic. There were so many people lining the banks. It was a really good day, and it does like it. It's one of the Durham in the summer in particular is amazing.
I love Durham in the summer. It just it just completely transforms personally my view of Durham. It's like another world in summer. It's lovely.
It's so lovely. And we've got another race coming down the race course this morning. We're just trying to get confirmation of what boats are coming down for you. But our crew on the Pilo Woodside has a rather
slight angle.
and it is number 72, so it's Yarm School versus Hatfield College. So we've got it's an interesting dynamic.
Is that number 1?
That is race number 4 on your program, and race course side have a rather significant lead over their opponents on the Pilo Wood side. So that is Yarm School ahead of Hatfield College, as they head over to Bath's Bridge.
We have a PalTV member racing again today in Hatfield. I'm not sure if he's in this boat, but we've had a few members who have dipped in and out of helping out with the broadcast because they've had a rowing match, and
yeah, it's been good this morning. I raced last year and then did PalTV commentary.
Commitment, it's incredible.
Do you know what? It was incredibly busy, but it was a really good time. And I would recommend everyone get involved in some formal way. If you're in Durham, come down to the racecourse. Come and watch. It'd be amazing to see so many more supporters on the banks this morning. All the crews have worked so hard. All the team of Durham Regatta have worked really hard. All of PalTV have worked really hard. So it'd be absolutely fantastic to see more people down here. But we appreciate it is a bit colder than it was yesterday. But hopefully the weather will be getting slightly warmer as the day goes on.
I think it's going to reach 21 degrees. I looked at the weather forecast this morning.
It was meant to be thunderstorms yesterday as well, but they changed I think the forecast changed last minute, and obviously thunderstorms would not be ideal. I remember when I was out on a session and it started thundering, and we were terrified that lightning was going to strike, and you're not allowed to row obviously when lightning, because you're on the water, which is obviously very dangerous. And we were the furthest possible distance away from our boathouse, so we had to absolutely storm it back. Pardon the pun, but we had to storm it back down the river to make sure that we got back in. And do you know what? I don't think there was lightning in the end, but it was still thundering, so we didn't want to take that risk. So
I feel like sort of, to an extent, that's the kind of mindset you need to have in an actual race, right? Kind of like imagine there's a thunderstorm.
yeah. So storm down that
You've
river.
got a race for your life.
We've got some boats just coming back down to the start now. Hopefully they won't be waiting too long before they get ushered back down there. That's the thing. You have like maybe 5 to 7 minutes of action, but you're on the water for a lot longer. Sometimes I've waited maybe like an hour before the start. You've got to make sure that you've got water with you. You've got to make sure you've got loads and loads of food for like last minute. Do you know what's always really popular in the boat? Jelly babies.
Really?
Yeah, that sugar spike.
I like jelly babes. I like the purple ones.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know what I
Pink.
really like? Fruit pastels.
Really?
I really like fruit pastels.
Oh, I don't see much of those anymore. Again, I like the purple ones. What, do you like them for like sport?
I like them for sport. Like them
Versatile.
Like them for everything, really. I've got a massive sweet tooth.
Oh no, me too.
No. And the most satisfying thing, I mean, obviously you can stuff your face with treats anyway, but the amazing thing is when you even though you're only working for like 5 to 7 minutes, like you are starving after.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like the adrenaline leaves you, like the nerves leave you after your race, and like you get back to your snack pit on the riverbank, and I've had people like eat their lunch before a race when it's been like 11 a.m. in the morning, or like like 10 a.m. in the morning, like because you're just so hungry a lot of the time. It's just so much energy about on the day. I love another good snack. Is it Serene?
I saw
The
somebody.
malt loaf.
Yeah, when we were like setting up on Friday, we walked past somebody just eating a block of Serene out of the packet.
I've
Was that
full on
you?
done that. No, I remember the banana one is really good. It's like banana bread but squishy, and I remember eating a whole entire banana loaf before a race, just
fair
like
enough.
throughout the day. Roa's got to eat.
True.
I remember just eating so much all the time. It's really important, especially yesterday when it was so hot, and it's so important to keep eating, keep drinking, wear SPF, look after yourselves, because I mean the water reflects the sun. So
Yes. Yeah.
I went on holiday for like 2 weeks in Italy, and then I came back for one rowing session, and I was burnt after the rowing session more so than when I went to Italy.
Yeah, 'cause it will not even cross your mind, because you're thinking, oh, I'm going to be in the sun for 5 minutes less than that of my race, and then it's over. But
It's so important to wear SPF, guys.
every day,
Every day.
you should wear it. Well, wear it in the winter.
You should get
every day.
makeup with SPF in.
Oh, my moisturiser has SPF
Yeah,
in it.
exactly. So clever what they can do nowadays, putting it in different things. Like, but
And protects your scalp as well.
yeah.
I don't know what's that like with rowing, whether you can wear... I've seen people wear bandanas, not on their head. I've seen them wear them on their forehead. I imagine you can, and find a way to get it to stay put. You can, people have rowed in bucket hats and everything.
Yeah.
So-
and like visors are quite popular.
Yeah, you don't want a burnt scalp.
Exactly. Looks like Leeds there, and then Hatfield's here. I feel like Hatfield told you. Maybe they rowed a bit. They might be rowing back to their boat club, to be fair, because their boat clubs are just a bit further along.
That might be Ollie in that boat from PalTV, because I remember him saying he's in a wooden one.
Oh, well, shout out to Ollie. We've got race 7 now coming up. We've got Collingwood on racecourse side and Grey College on Pilar Wood side.
Sorry, I just got clarification that was Ollie Irons, our deputy creative producer at PalTV. What a slay! Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying that we've got Collingwood College versus Grey College coming up. And it looks like our competitors on the Pilar Wood side have a early lead over their opponents. Collingwood have been big winners so far this weekend, or at least getting to the finals. They are rather a very good standard of a college crew. They're probably, they might be the best college crew out there. They do very, very well.
Are we on to number 7?
We're on to number 7. So if any of you guys have a program with you, we're on race 7.
Were they up in the leagues as well when you were when you were studying here?
Yeah, they were definitely they were a dominating force amongst the college crews. But it seems to be that Grey who has the lead over Collingwood.
Love to.
Always very exciting.
Let's stay neutral. But well done, Grey.
And Grey seem to have a rather large lead over their opponents, Collingwood.
Mind you, when I was applying, obviously I was told that Collingwood was sporty. I think it was Grey as well, which is kind of renowned for being a sporty college. So perhaps we're seeing the battle of the titles.
Battle of the two red colleges in
colleges.
particular. As they head over to Bath Bridge, it is still Grey with a lead over their opponents Collingwood by about a length or so. It's hard to see with this angle, but it's looking like Grey as they come into the final 100 metres of the short course are cementing their lead. We have Crew 56 versus Crew 57, St John's College versus Stevenson, coming up. Oh, there's another little clip of Hatfield heading it back. I believe they're heading back into their boathouse.
Shout out Ollie.
Is he commentating later or getting involved later?
I imagine he's getting involved. I can't recall right now how.
Yeah, they'll be heading back into their boathouse. It is convenient for the
You might as
colleges that they can just head back. And we'll be joining you later on with lots more action happening here at the river. It's going to be a really exciting day. And we'll be heading over to our presenting team now.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. In case you missed us this morning, I'm Elisa and I'm joined here.
I'm Nancy. So we're in the heats at the moment. The racecourse is slowly sort of trickling in with people. It's definitely going to get a lot busier later on. What's the weather like? It's a little bit
It's
misty.
a bit cold, it's misty, it's cloudy, it's a little bit cold this morning, it's 14 degrees, but we're not losing hope because it's supposed to be 22.
Yeah.
And hopefully the sun will come back because yesterday was such a great weather and it seemed like that definitely did bring the spectators in.
Don't let it fool you. Bring your sun cream later on because I hear at 4 is when it starts to get properly sunny, and that's going to be when the sun is got some real heat in it. So if you are coming down, then make sure to lotion up. If you're not, if you're watching at home, have fun. We'll be with you in a little bit after a short ad break. But in the meantime, keep telling us where you're watching from. If you're outside enjoying a nice little coffee or tea in the morning, or if you're planning on coming here later and you're just wanting to get a little bit of the atmosphere before you arrive, let us know in the comments and we'll be sure to shout you out.
Yeah, send us the messages and wishes to the rowers and we'll be back soon. And
no rush, go on move. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and now you got a deal right now. Whole gang, whole man, old school, young yeah.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Hello and welcome back. We just want to say a massive thank you to our sponsor Osborne's for today. We're just about to go and show you the long course that's coming up today. It's the 1800 meters. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so it is the long course today. We had the short course yesterday. It's a longer race. It goes past a few bridges in Durham. It is a lot more technical, and yeah, we hope the rowers stay safe and complete the course well, because yeah,
Elbit Bridge can be a little bit of a crash city over there, so we're hopefully not going to see too many today, but if we do, again, we hope that all rowers are safe, but we're going to try and capture some of that content for you as well, so you can all be aware of what's going on.
Yeah, we will update you as well if there are any crashes, anything going on. So yeah, if you're watching at home and you're here to support the rowers or the teams, we will bring you as much updates, as many updates as possible.
And this is really exciting because last year, our coverage of the regatta, we had far fewer cameras to capture what was going on in these long races, whereas this time we've got 2 new locations for you to see the race from. So that's going to be really exciting for anybody who tuned in last year and, you know, you could only see some of the race. This year, you'll be able to see so much more of it. We'll be able to see the bends, we'll be able to see any mishaps that go on. So that should be really exciting as well.
And we've got the drones as well, so you get a bird's eye view of all the races happening. Yeah, so it's a very, very exciting day, exciting weekend, and yeah, stay tuned for more.
Let us know what you think, and we'll be with you soon.
And we are back. Thank you so much to our presenters for that little tidbit there. We're hopefully going to be underway in the next couple of minutes with the first of our long course races, which would be race number 8. They're just finalising a couple of things on the
Long course.
on the long course there. Yes, thank you for that.
That's okay.
We're just trying to get confirmation on the race that's currently going along the river. It's currently race 7, and it is the Cox Quad Sculls, and it's Collingwood versus Grey. So it's this is Stevenson College versus St John's College. We have started already on our long course races, and we've got Stevenson in the red on the Pilarwood side. Oh, and it looks like we've got a crash with St John's. I mean that gives Stevenson a bit more space to breathe as they head down the long course, which is a very, very 1800 meters might not seem like a long time, but it really is when you're in the boat. St John's are going back to the starting line. They crashed into the wall really early on in their race, which is such a shame. Isn't that our fellow Heather? No, Heather will be in the women's, not the open.
But Heather's college.
It is, yes, it is Heather's college. And that'll be absolutely devastating for so early on in the race, before they've really had a chance to really get going. They've managed to crash, but at least Stevenson, I suppose, can relax a bit, knowing the fact that they will get through to the next race due to the fact that St John's have crashed so early on.
It's so upsetting as well, because like we were saying earlier, so much goes into this, and then to have issues at the start, and it's just so unfortunate.
It really is unfortunate. We hope that even though they've had a disappointing start, that they've worked really, really hard so far to get to this point.
There's a dog with a stick running by with his owner. So cute.
He looks very lovely. So we have our Pilo Woodside Trevs currently behind their opponents by about half a length, but it's winding up to probably about a length there. And it is Collingwood versus Trevs. There's been a lot of college boats this morning already.
Yeah.
lovely to see. But it's lovely to see all the Collingwood and all the colleges out there this morning.
It's always a big college sport, isn't it?
It's a huge
Rowing.
college sport. I think the amazing thing about the college system is how accessible it can be. Just because, rowing can sometimes be a really hard sport to get into at a university level. It's got kind of a reputation for being sometimes a bit exclusive, and I think the amazing thing about that college system obviously means that it gives the opportunity to so many more people who didn't get to learn how to row at school. Means they can now do it at university. And a lot of the time the college's crews don't have professional coaching. It's all done by the volunteers of the students, who work really, really hard all the time to make sure that everyone gets the chance to learn, which is absolutely amazing. Collingwood have got about a length lead over their opponents, Trevelyan College, as they come to the end of the short course, but they will be carrying on because it's now long course rowing.
I do believe rowing's one of those sports as well that lots of people just have not had access or not to try before. So you've got that kind of nice feeling that lots of people, when you do come to college at Durham, that you won't be the only one who's new to it.
Yeah, I think rowing is a really, really expensive sport. I mean, the boats alone are thousands and thousands of pounds. If you get a damaged boat in one of these races, you're going to have to hope that college is going to put some money behind it. Rowing it is really, really expensive. I mean, even like the uni suits can be like 50 to 70 quid.
Wow.
And a lot of the time you have to wear them for competing. I know a lot of times in college there was a lot of sharing uni suits.
Yes. That's nice as well though, isn't it? That community.
Yeah, there's that community, because at the end of the day, I think in particular, like, I remember I was novice captain in my second year, and the most amazing thing about rowing is the racing, and you don't want anyone to feel left out because of that. Because they can't afford the uni suit, but then there's also huge fees around like trailering if they're going nationally, because they have to get the boat down to another location, or for the race fees as well. It is a really, really expensive sport, and I think what's amazing about college rowing is I think it gives more people access to that sport in the way that they can. Sometimes subsidise costs.
That's the great thing about college sport, is it subs tend to be affordable.
Yes,
And
much more so than universities. And we've got race number 10 coming down your screens now. It is St Cuthbert's versus Grey College, with Grey College in their red little uni suits on the Pilar Wood side, I believe.
Oh, it's the women's four cox?
It's the women's Cox Quad.
I wonder if I
Wait,
know
no,
anyone.
it's a women's four. Women's four. Cox 4.
Cox 4, yeah.
St Cuthbert's versus Grays. And St Cuthbert's have about 3/4 lead slash a length upon their opponents now. They're widening that lead as they come across the Collingwood landing stage there.
Thank you, Cuffs, for letting us use your boathouse.
Yes, thank you
Second
so
year.
much for the second year in a row. And they are strengthening their lead over their opponents
Yeah,
there.
they're doing really well.
They're doing absolutely fantastic on this rather cold morning. We hope that if you're sitting on the banks, you're enjoying yourselves, even though it is rather chilly. Have you ever thought about trying rowing?
This is ridiculous, but the swim test put me off because I was a bit insecure. Yeah, I consider coxing, and I still would consider coxing, but is it too late to get involved in third year? I know you'd tell me no.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Try it. Do it. It's so much fun. There's so much camaraderie. It's such an amazing sport. I would highly recommend giving it a go in third year. They're always looking for coxes as well. They're
True.
always desperate for coxes. So I recommend that you do give it a go. And St Cuthbert's are really, really coming into their stride as they're coming to the Baths Bridge. They're really having a probably 3, 4, maybe even 5 lengths from their opponent there. Really, really thundering down that course as they just go under Baths Bridge there. And they're looking comfortable as well. They don't look too tired. It's really important that you stay relaxed, even though you might not be feeling relaxed. But they are looking good as they head on over to Elvet Bridge for that rather tight bridge as they go through. And I believe it's race number 11 that's coming now up past your past the start now, which is Trevelyan College versus South College, another women's college Cox 4. And we have Trevelyan on the racecourse side and South College on the Pullerwood side. South College is a really, really new college. It's fantastic that they've already managed to set up a boat club, get some people involved, get some boats. Just shows how amazing like the rowing community is here at
They're
Durham.
doing well.
They're doing well. It's rather neck and neck. At first it looked like South had maybe half a length on their opponent, but looks like it could be a really interesting race, which is absolutely fantastic. And it looks like South still have got the lead on their opponents there, about half a length ahead, if not coming to 3/4 length ahead. And it's really good that we've got some Cox crews, because as we said, you know, Elvet is a really, really tricky bridge to navigate. We've got, as you can see there, we've got the previous race with St Cuthbert's versus Grey on your screen there, and it looks like St Cuthbert's still got their lead over Grey, but it looks as though Grey have caught up. Perhaps it was the trickiness of the bridge that has meant that they can catch up to their opponents. We've got lots of cheers on the bankside coming through here. Who are you supporting? Let us know. We want to know which college you're rooting for. We want to know who you're rooting for today in general, whether it's college or not. And it's starting to, races are picking up now. They're getting more and more consecutive. It's looking really, really good. It's going to be a really exciting day. I think Cuffs are, again, strengthening their lead over their opponents there on that long course. But it looks as though South in this race still have a slight lead over their opponents, although it's looking neck and neck as they go through Baths Bridge.
Got a few more spectators now as well.
Yeah, more and more people are coming down to the bankside to witness the absolutely amazing day of racing that we have ahead of us. Please come and join us. Please stay on PalTV whilst you come down and join us. Please subscribe. Please follow our Instagram. Please get involved, because we put on amazing content throughout the year. And it'd be absolutely amazing if you stayed with us.
We work really hard. Every person in this community works really hard.
And it's fantastic that you guys are joining us today.
Yeah, to witness our hard work. And also your friends and families, or if you're not watching for a specific reason or a specific person, like, you get to witness the rowers' hard work.
And it's amazing that you're supporting these crews out here today. And it's Collingwood versus Jon Snow, I believe, in race number 13. And they have a slight lead over their opponents, Jon Snow. Looking comfortable as they pass our commentary box. I know you've got an overhead shot on your screen. they look very, very comfortable actually.
They do look relaxed.
They look so relaxed. They don't even look like they're pushing that hard.
No.
And they have cemented their lead over their opponents, Jon Snow, by round about 3 or 4 lengths. They're having a lovely time. And it's now race 12 that has set off St Hild and St Bede versus St John's College in the women's coxed 4.
I was saying earlier, I pass Hillbead quite regularly, and they're often working really hard. They take their rowing boats outside of their boathouse, and they all row, and they'll have music blasting, and the vibes, the hard work, the vibes just seem immaculate. You know, like these guys, as do all the colleges, really care and really put in the work.
And it looks as though St Hild and St Bede have the lead in the earlier stages of the races currently. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I hate rowing machines with a passion.
Mm-hmm.
They are sometimes I remember doing like a full-on hour, and I feel like sometimes it's easier when I think it's broken up. I've done a couple sessions where it's like 3 by 20 minutes, and obviously it's a long time to be rowing, but at least it's broken up with breaks. I feel like an hour. There's a lot of Netflix consumed when rowing sometimes. Music or Netflix, just to make sure that steady state rowing is still going on and the practice being put in, but you don't feel like you're having a boring time on it.
I suppose it's in some aspects completely different being on a row machine to the race course, because you don't have the oars. I don't know if you try and like mimic. No, I don't think you do. It's just mainly in the legs, isn't it?
It's all in the legs. I think they're now working on like a concept like rowing machine that looks like, and it has like this whole oar motion, which would be really cool if they could do that. But yeah, rowing machines, you can set the drag factor so that it looks as though so it feels as though you're on the water, but it's never the same as being actually, because I mean water, like the weather, is unpredictable.
Yes.
And like with river levels and wind, it's never going to be the same, but at least it can help with building up your endurance, and getting that fitness in the boat.
What's currently happening? Is that south?
That is St Hild and Bede with a length and a quarter over their opponents.
They all look very similar to South. I always imagine South to be a
South.
red-coloured college, but it's blue. I probably disrespected some element of history there.
What, South College?
There might be a reason it's blue.
They're only
I know,
recent.
but there might be a reason rooted in history as to why they're blue, if they are blue.
It was an April Fool's a couple years ago where they announced that the new college would be Vine College after Jeremy Vine, notable alumni of Durham University. I think South College works better than Vine College, to be honest.
I mean, aren't lots of the colleges named after famous people or in and around Durham?
Yeah, no, they definitely.
But Durham, I can see.
We have some doubles coming down the race course at the moment. It looks like it's the Open Junior 18s, and it's Durham Arc versus Durham School. And it's dark on the racecourse side with Durham School on their Pilar Wood side, and it will probably be Durham School's, if they're junior 18s, it will probably be their last year of junior racing, so they'll be graduating to seniors soon. Whole other ball game. But that's really exciting that they're having their last couple of races as juniors, and they can really, really give it their all before they enter the big wide world of rowing. But you know, Durham School versus Durham Arc, obviously very, very local teams. They'll probably have been rowing against each other for years and years now. Maybe a couple rivalries, you never know.
I remember that, like, my local schools, you'd remember the faces, you'd remember the all the like sports competitions.
Yeah, literally, even just like in rugby and netball leagues,
Yep.
you'd be playing each other every other year,
Yeah.
and you'd know each other really, really well. There's Durham School on the screen, looking really nice and tidy. They're looking calm as well.
Composed,
Yeah,
they're working well together.
looking relaxed. It's really, really close between the two teams. It will be it'll be an exciting result, hopefully. Durham
intense.
School just have maybe a quarter a length of their opponents, taking the lead there. We've got more and more people coming on the banks, which is absolutely fantastic.
A duo is a difficult race too, as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Scully.
double is really, really, really difficult. But it's nice because you have that one-on-one camaraderie with your doubles partner. I rode in a double last year. I like double. A pair is really difficult though, because you've got one blade each and you're sweep rowing. You have to really make sure that your balance is really good, because if your hand heights are just a tiny bit different, you're in the water.
Crabs.
And no one wants to be in the water. It is nice to see that there's more people coming on the banks.
Yeah.
Come on down.
If anything, it's filling up quicker today than it was yesterday, because yesterday was very quiet, and then all of a sudden the sun was out, the people was out, and I had to go inside.
And we've had our first hour of racing this morning already. It's been a great morning already. We've had some absolutely fantastic races. We hope you're enjoying everything at the moment. It looks like it's the women's junior 18 double, and it's Sheffield City versus Sunderland. That's a nice colour unisuit there.
Blue.
Yeah. So that's Sunderland City in the blue there. Number 214, looking calm, looking collected.
Very in sync. You can tell a lot of training's been done today.
They have been working for this moment. They are ready. And it's Sheffield City that has a lead over their opponent as they come into Bass Bridge. They've got to conserve their energy though. They've got a long way to go still. I mean, if you think about it, yesterday the short course was 700 metres, and they're now doing another whole 1,000 metres. So if you think about how hard and how quick they were yesterday, they've really got to conserve their energy for the latter half of the race, because even as they get to Bass Bridge, they're not even halfway through.
Does rowing come under cardio? I imagine it does. As a sport.
Yeah, it's maybe
like
resistance. I
Yeah.
don't, it's not really. It's not like weightlifting.
You're running, but you're not. You know? It's like inverse running.
And I believe the last long course race was those doubles that just went through there. Are you feeling a bit warmer?
Yeah, not so cold now. Are you?
I'm freezing still.
Oh. Yeah.
But there's plenty to get involved with if you come down to the race course. There's food stalls. There was some fairground rides yesterday.
And free face painting.
Free face painting. What would you get on your face paint if you were going to get some?
I would have just got PalTV.
Oh, do you know what? That is such a shout. Someone needs to get PalTV painted onto their face. We'll send someone out for that, because I think that's like its own in-brand marketing as they walk across the
Whoever was doing it is really talented.
And we've got a really good race coming up next. They're just lining up, getting ready to go. We're just trying to get confirmation on what race is next. It's all a bit out of order already this morning. If it's sticking to the schedule after having the 2 doubles, then it should be the women's 4, race number 16, Tynock versus Yarm School, but we're just getting some confirmation. We've also got a Durham University Boat Club race coming up soon on their home river. That will be exciting.
They've got a nice pub.
They do indeed. It's race number 17, so it is Yarm School. It's Yarm School versus Durham University Boat Club. Wow, that's a huge one. Obviously, we want Durham University on the home river. Yarm School. Yarm has been a dominating force this weekend. It is fairly close, but it looks like Yarm School have a slight edge on their opponents. Yarm School on the racecourse side, with Durham University on the Pilar Wood side. So Durham University are going against school children, well, school teenagers.
And that's the thing with the regatta. It's randomised, isn't it? So
it's based on like a point system. So it could be that they have similar points, but at different ages. So you get points for each race that you complete, and they try and match up the racing based on your point skills. But it could theoretically be that 2 boats have never raced before, but one of them has rowed for 10 years and the other one's only rowed for 1 because they're novices. It really does, which makes it always a bit interesting. But it looks still neck and neck as they pass the Hillbead landing stage. Maybe Durham University's got a slight edge on Yarm School, but it is going to be a really close race, and they're all going to be fighting until the very end, gritting their teeth, making sure that they really, really put their all into it from an early stage. But there's some cyclists rowing alongside. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
I don't believe so.
No, because it's actually, I think it's a rule ban that you can't have your coaches rowing alongside, cycling alongside. But it looks like Durham University have got a slight edge over their opponents now as they head through into Bath's Bridge. And just a reminder that all the race results are coming through on the screen at the bottom. So for the Open College for Collingwood versus Trevs, Collingwood won by 1.5 lengths. The Women's College for Trevelyan College Boat Club versus South College, Trevelyan won it easily. Ooh, that's a brutal word.
I was typing out scores yesterday and it feels rude.
It feels really rude. So if you win a race easily, it's you win a race by more than 6 lengths.
Interesting.
Yeah. But we'll keep an eye on the result from Yarm School versus Durham University Boat Club. And all the action will be up on the screen as soon as possible when the results come in.
Didn't we win Sports University of the Year last year?
I actually don't know.
Or this, yeah, 2022, I think. Although we don't have our own swimming pool, which was a bit of a shocker to me before I came, because I was Googling, looking at what facilities Durham has, and no swimming pool.
Don't they have a partnership with the local?
Yeah, although I don't think it's liked. It would be nice to have our own pool. Maybe they're building one.
It's a really big expense.
Yes.
We have some 8s lining up at the start line. It should be race number 18 next, Butler College Boat Club versus York St John's in the women's Coxed 8.
I'm surprised some colleges don't have their own pool. We've literally got our own dojo, fencing chalet. We do have incredible facilities. Rowing tank from an Olympic rower.
Yeah.
Sophie Hoskin.
The tank is an interesting one. I do like it.
It's scary. You wouldn't catch me in there.
And We've got the 8s. They're almost lined up in the stake boats. We got the stake boats back this morning after they made the decision to get rid of the stake boats. Rather controversial for some people. And it looks as though their blades are getting ready to set off. You know, they're coming to front stops, getting ready for that race start. So race 18 is now underway with Butler College Boat Club versus York St John's.
Oh, I haven't seen them yet. I don't think York St John.
I haven't seen York St John's.
I don't recall them from yesterday. That's interesting.
I believe Butler College are on racecourse side and York St John's are on Pilar Wood side. As they are, I do love an 8. They do tend to thunder down the course at an extremely fast rate, and it always makes for an exciting morning when you see some 8s. Also means it's harder to stop if you're going in the wrong direction or heading into the bank.
Filming a VT a couple of weeks ago, which will be some of the segments which appear in between rowing commentary on the live stream, and we saw like an 8 turn around, and it's really interesting how everyone just like dips in their paddle a little bit, like continuously.
Yeah. So they back it down and do a normal stroke, but you can do tap turning, or you can do like one side at each time. Tap turning's the when it's like the really quick.
They were tap turning.
It was, and it's so cool. It's so cool, and when they do it all in sync together, it looks absolutely fantastic. But it looks like York St John's are falling behind Butler College Boat Club, who have cemented about a length lead over their opponents as they're passing the St Hild and Bede landing stage, and there's a lot of cheers on the bankside for oh, and it looks like York St John have stopped. It looks as though a crab has been caught, and there's huge cheers from Butler on the side, as it will mean that they have a really good chance of claiming victory in this race. You can see a couple of them smiling as they watch York St John's, who have managed to get going again. Very courageous of them to keep going. That's the best thing, is to keep going. It's all obviously really not ideal, but the only thing you can do is just keep on going. But that would be amazing news for the Butler College. Oh, and there's another crab. There's been another crab for the York St John's.
Oh my gosh.
For person in 4 seat there. That'll be absolutely devastating for them this morning. It's so early in the day to have something go wrong, and it is such a. Although you lose and win as a team, it still does feel like it's your fault a lot of the time. I mean, even the best rowers can still catch a crab if the conditions are off.
Can you explain for our viewers at home what catching a crab is?
Yeah, so it's basically like your blade just getting stuck under the water. And sometimes you can get ejected from your seat for this. And like we've had people fall in because of it. Yeah, it's basically just getting their blade stuck under the water. But that's a bit of excitement for 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning when most people are probably in bed. So it's looking like it's going to be an exciting day ahead of us. And we will be back with you shortly. But for now, we're just heading to our presenters.
Hello, and you are back with us, our presenters. While there's a little bit of a lull in racing, we thought that we'd like to play a little game with you, which we are going to call Regatta Rates. So it's a game a little bit like if you've tuned into our content before, there's a little bit of a game we like to play called There Are 10 But, which basically means we're going to rate someone based on how attracted we are to them. But we've got
behavior,
yes,
what they're wearing.
Exactly, but we've got a little bit of a rowing edition here. So, Alyssa, are you ready?
I am ready, Nancy.
Okay, here we go. So, we've got There Are 10 But they've capsized their boat?
That's a difficult one. That is a difficult one. But a lot of the times, it doesn't depend just on one rower, you know, it's the conditions on the river, the rest
Let's
of the
say
team.
this is completely down to this one person. They have messed it up for their entire team. What are you thinking? What are you rating them? Are they going down from a 10 for you?
A little bit, just a little bit, maybe an 8.
Maybe an 8, okay. Well, what about they're a 7, but they're a top fan of Rowan?
A 6.
A 6, wow, okay. Only a little small drop there. Okay, they're a 9, but they accidentally start to row in the wrong direction.
Oof. I mean, surely
not
if you were
something you
taking
want.
part in the regatta, you'd know which way to row. I think it's a 4.
A 4, wow, that's a big drop. So for anyone rowing, please don't row in the wrong direction because that really, it lowers your point score, I'm afraid. And finally, they're a 4, but their rowing leotard is colour coordinated to their bucket hat. We've seen a lot of interesting rowing fashion going on. And what do you think? Is that upping them up the scale?
It does, it really does. I'd say it's an 8. It's an 8.
An 8,
An 8
wow.
So I appreciate good fashion here at the regatta.
Yeah, the matching leotards and bucket hats are clearly going high up in your radar.
And now we're back to the commenting.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for staying tuned with us, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello and welcome back to commentary. I hope you enjoyed that little segment there. In the absence of our Heather, who should be rowing later. We're just trying to get confirmation of who is rowing. The water looks quite busy at the moment.
Hello, and we are back. How are you this morning?
We're okay. I can't tell from this shot who's rowing currently. I'm just waiting for there to be a cut.
If it follows on from race number 18, we should have number 19, which is St Hilda St Bede versus Sheffield University. However, it looks like it's 8s, which it would mean that it's race number 20 here. And it's St Mary's College versus St Hilda St Bede, with St Mary's College on the racecourse side and St Hilda St Bede on the Pilar Wood side. So Mary's is my old college, so...
I realise now that they're waiting to set off from this angle. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, they're waiting to set off. They're on the start line. They're just straightening up their boats there. Do I be biased and say that I'm rooting for my old college?
I think you should.
For Mary's. Yeah, this should be good. We have some of our amazing team at PalTV are Mary's as well. So hopefully there'll be some cheers for them in the PalTV studio.
I
this
think
morning.
Mary's an up and coming team.
They've been doing well, you know. I think they won their first race in a long time. I don't know, I can't remember the last time they won the race, and they have set off this morning. Like we said, Mary's on the racecourse side with St Hilda and St Bede on the Pilar Wood side. It looks like St Hilda and St Bede have a slight lead over Mary's, but hopefully we'll get a better angle of the race coming up. I do love an 8, like I said, but it looks like it's fairly neck and neck. But now it looks like Mary's have done a little push, and they are about half a length on their opponent at St Hilda and St Bede. I've already heard quite a few cheers for St Mary's, which is absolutely amazing to see. They don't tend to have a large men's side, but they're gaining as a club. They really are. And they've got about a 3/4 length on their opponent as they pass the Collingwood boathouse. St Hilda and St Bede will be going past their own boathouse soon enough. We'll see how...
That's always interesting.
Yeah. We'll see if there's anyone cheering for St Hilda and St Bede on their boathouse in a bit, I'm sure. But at the moment it looks like Mary's have that initial lead. They're looking good, looking strong. It's gonna be a good day of racing, I feel. They've still got that about 3/4 length on their opponent as they pass the St Hilton St Bede landing stage. Lots of cheers. There are much more people coming down here. It's great atmosphere already, despite how it's slightly grey this morning. So if you're thinking of coming down, if you're near the local area, you need to come on down. They're just passing our commentary box over here, and it's still Marys who have their lead over their opponents, St Hilton St Bede.
It's tense though.
St Hilton St Bede bow looks a bit tired there. It's a lot. They're nearly there, guys. Nearly at Bath Bridge at least. And Marys have about half a length lead. St Hilton Bede gaining a bit more ground, but it looks like Marys are the stronger crew out there today.
Marys are just powering on.
They are. They really are, which is amazing to see. Because I feel like Marys hasn't had the strongest couple of years, but maybe that's turning around now. We've got some fresh new talent. Clearly, they're having some really, really good races at the moment. As they pass by.
I actually found out that the women's captain next year is my friend, Mary's.
Oh, really?
So that's really nice. And I know she's really dedicated to rowing, so we'll have good energy.
We love that. And we have a 4 coming up the coming on to your screen now. We've got absolutely fantastic drone footage from James, who has been absolutely amazing this weekend. Shout out to James.
As always.
Yeah, I mean, as always, he is absolutely amazing all the time, but in particular, the drone footage has been absolutely fantastic.
Lots of talent in PalTV. I'm always so not surprised, that's not the right word, impressed by just how the talent, but also the scope of people's talent.
Yeah, everyone's got everyone is so individual.
Yes.
And with their approach, and it's all absolutely fantastic. So we've got these 4s coming up the river. I believe it is the Open Coxed 4, and I want to say it's race number 21, Hatfield College versus Van Milder. That blue looks suspiciously like a Hatfield crew there.
No comment.
And it looks like Hatfield on the racecourse side have a lead over their opponents, Van Milder Boat Club. Looking calm, looking controlled as they pass us over here in the commentary box. They've got about a 2-3 length lead over their opponents as they head over to Bath Bridge. Always a good motivator when you know you're that far ahead. Of course, anything can go wrong.
Yeah.
What is it, Murphy's Law? What everything that can go wrong will go wrong.
I haven't heard of that. My dog's called Murphy.
Oh, what dog have you got?
A whippet.
Oh yeah, we were saying
Yeah.
that. Oh, love whippets.
Lots in Durham, right? Lots in
Yeah.
Durham.
Also, if you have a whippet, please bring it over to the commentary box.
Please.
I would love to see some whippets as we commentate today. I don't know what there is about them.
So cute. There's one in Durham who I see all the time called Buckley. Her and her owner are so cute, little tan whippet, and I'd love to see her in the commentary bit.
the assistant principal at Mary's, Emma Gray, she's got a whippet called Twig. And
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Principal at Hillbede's got one called Rook, who was here yesterday.
Yeah, because the principal of Hillbede was on the landing stage supporting yesterday.
Aw.
Oh, it's lovely when you get college principals and vice principals and college staff coming down to support all the boats.
Yeah, getting involved with their students and
Yeah.
beyond other students as well, because it's really nice to see outside just everyone getting along and being nice to each other essentially.
We have results from that really exciting race earlier on, the Open 4, Durham University Boat Club versus Yarm School, and Durham won by half a length. So absolutely incredible result for them.
How brilliant.
And then Sheffield University versus St Hilton Bede. Sheffield won 3 lengths over their opponents. At least it wasn't an easy win.
Megan, have you travelled all the way here for the regatta?
Yeah.
That's commitment. That's going to be like 4 hours you've travelled.
Yeah, it was like 5 hours in the car with like traffic and everything. Yeah, I came specifically for PalTV this weekend.
Wow.
I'm a nerd.
You're dedicated.
Clearly. Well, I mean, I've seen a couple friends whilst I've been here, but yeah,
of course.
But I did come back for PalTV.
PalTV alum.
Thank you for having me, PalTV.
Once PalTV, always PalTV.
Yeah, this is why you should get involved with PalTV. It's absolutely fantastic. The second year in a row we've won the NASTA for Best Broadcaster. You should all get involved. It's absolutely incredible. The team's incredible. So
the alumni is incredible.
Why, thank you. We've had, to be fair, there's quite a few alumni popped their heads around the corner today and yesterday. There was Luke Power yesterday, came back, Sophie Garnett.
I've heard of these people, and I know they're very successful in broadcasting.
They are absolutely fantastic. And we will be passing over and be back with you soon.
Now we're going to take a quick break from the rowing chat to bring you a little historical nugget which you'll find right here along the riverbank of the River Wear. And that is, of course, the story of the heaven-sent cow, which supposedly is the only reason that any of us are here today. Basically, in the year 687, a very saintly man called Cuthbert died. Now the thing about Cuthbert was that his body wouldn't decompose, and it was said to perform miracles, so it was essential that the monks preserved the body. To that end, they decided to bury him on the island just off the coast of Northumbria called Lindisfarne. Now this was all well and good until the Vikings struck. Now, because Lindisfarne is an island, it was right on the coast and the Vikings were attacking it relentlessly. So in 885, it was decided that Cuthbert couldn't stay. They had to get him out. The only question was, where did they put him? They moved around a little bit around the north in places like Ripon and Chester-le-Street, but still the threat of the Vikings was omnipresent. They didn't know what to do. But it wasn't until 995 that a certain cow-shaped conspiracy led them to discover the final resting place of St Cuthbert just over there. As the monks were moving further northwards, one of them had an extraordinary vision. It was St Cuthbert himself, and he said, "Bury me in a place called Dun Home." Only problem was, no one had ever heard of that place. As far as they were concerned, that wasn't a place. Until an extraordinary divine intervention. A milkmaid came past and she said she was looking for her lost cow, a dun cow in fact, and she'd last seen it in a place called Dun Home. Realising their luck, or perhaps, depending on your outlook, their miracle, the monks decided to follow this young lady, and eventually they came to a place called Dun Home, where they found not only a cow, but also a hill above a bended river, the perfect place to defend the body of St Cuthbert. And that's why there's a cow on this riverbank, but it's also why there's a huge cathedral just over there.
And we are back live and kicking for the
Just
next
about.
couple of... Yeah.
I'm joking.
It was an early start for all of us this morning. But we're excited, we're ready. We've got some more races coming up soon. Just got a lovely overhead shot there for you. The race just coming onto the start of the race is race number 26, and it's Tyne Ark versus Queen Elizabeth High School. Women's Junior 14 Cox Quad Skull. So 187 Tyne Ark on the Pilo Wood side and 188 Queen Elizabeth High School on the racecourse side. And they have just set off there, ready to go. And it looks like on the Pilo Wood side we have a slight lead already over their opponents. Tyne Ark taking a bit of a lead at first. And about a quarter of a length, maybe widening to a half a length. Tyne Ark have got a nice boat though. They've got it like purple, white, then red. Not as cool as the rainbow boat though.
I like the yellow ones. I like the rainbow one, of course, but I like the yellow ones. It's a little...
All very
bit of
exciting.
Spice in there, you know.
You do see an awful lot of white boats.
Yeah. I saw a blue one yesterday. That's a bit of variation.
Yeah, and then Hatfield at least had the wooden one, which is always interesting. That will be heavy as well. That will be a lot heavier.
Yeah, Ollie was not looking forward to that race.
It's obviously a lot heavier than the plastic boats. So Queen Elizabeth High School have got about a 3/4 of a length lead on their opponents as they come down this race course this morning. But it looks as though they're both on a bit of an angle. Queen Elizabeth have straightened up a tiny amount, but Tynock still seem to be struggling to straighten up a bit.
I feel like they've reversed now. One's straightened up, one's gone wonky.
But
It's difficult.
it is really difficult. Really, really big shout out to all the Coxes. It's a lot of pressure to make sure that everyone in your boat is safe, as well as keeping up the motivation to keep on going. And Queen Elizabeth passing by our commentary box this morning, looking strong. Nearly a whole length in front of their opponents, probably a 3/4. They're not letting them get away so easily, Tynock. Oh, it is the rainbow boat. Oh, how beautiful.
It is very nice.
You can see a couple of the rowers looking across, seeing how far away they are.
Yeah.
Eyes in the boat, guys. Eyes in the boat.
It must be
So-
horrible because you can hear.
You can hear everything.
But you want to remain focused. I bet a lot of them don't really, unless when it's close, they probably don't know whether they're in front or behind or what exactly.
It's it's difficult because it's hard because you really want to look around, you really want to know where you are. Not even in terms of where your competitor is, but where you are in the race course.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know how much longer you've got left. You're exhausted. So it's really good. It's really good if you can keep that focus up and make sure that your eyes are in the boat throughout the whole race. I believe the next race that we have coming up is race number 27, which is Durham Arc versus Chesterley Street. Numbers 222 versus 223. And that is the women's J16 double.
I believe we're returning to long form.
Long course.
Long course.
Long course.
In about 15 minutes.
Very good.
Oh, is that Hillby landing strip which is getting
with their
populated?
Yeah, they've got their sofas out.
Oh yeah, I was going to say no doubt the red sofas will be out shortly.
It reminds me of Friends. I don't like. Always reminds me of Friends.
It is like something out of a film.
Oh, it's Durham Arc versus Lambton RC. Apologies, which is race number 29. 191 versus 192, women's junior 13, coxed quad. And it's Durham Arc with a sizable lead over their opponents on Lambton as they pass by the Hillbead landing stage. Again, you can see them looking across at each other, trying to figure out where they are in this race. But Durham Arc look comfortable as they pass by the commentary box just ahead of the St. Cuffs landing stage there. So Durham Arc about a length and a half ahead of their opponents as they head under Bath's Bridge.
We've got a dog opposite us.
Oh, where? Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a Bichon Frise?
I think it's a Shih Tzu.
Oh, Johnny was saying how he didn't like Bichon Frises yesterday because they've got soulless eyes. He'll be happy that this is being repeated today. And Darker nearly coming to the end of the short course. Passing under the bunting, still with their sizable lead over Lambton RC. Race number 28 has just left the start. It's Queen Elizabeth High School versus Leeds University in the Open 4. In the Coxed 4. And Queen Elizabeth in their bright yellow boat and their green and blue unisuits, looking rather smart altogether. This is the Open World Championship. It's the Open Championship. And it looks fairly neck and neck as they come down the river there. Queen Elizabeth High School versus a university boat again. There's a lot of high schools versus boats, big university boats, and it's amazing that they get this opportunity to row against some of the biggest universities in the country.
Where are the fashion choices? I want to see some. I want to debate some fashion as if I've studied it or something, which I haven't.
And it looks like Queen Elizabeth have got about a quarter of a length, half a length lead, although it looks like it's widening as they pass by Hillbead. It's around about a length and a bit over their opponents now. Absolutely fantastic row so far for them. But yes, you're right. I feel like, again, we've not seen many people in rowing blazers. It's still early on in the day, granted it is only 9:30.
It's chilly though. Get
They
them
need
out.
the blazers, yeah, they need it for warmth.
I've obviously seen the rugby blazers and beige trousers and brown shoes, but rowing blazers is a completely new phenomenon to me.
They are genuine. They genuinely are like barbershop quartet blazers. They're really,
I don't know what that means.
you know, like old school, like almost like I guess maybe even dessert parlor like blazers. They're like stripy. They really, really are quite funky, actually.
I like the bucket hats.
I do like the bucket hats.
Someone said yesterday, I thought it was you, that they didn't like them. It might have been Johnny.
I don't think I used to like them, but now I do.
Yeah, I remember when they first became a trend, or back in trend, and I was like, what's this? And now, like, I feel like everyone has one, and they're just, they're cool, they're practical, for sport as well.
Protect your face from the sun,
Yeah.
which is really, really important.
You can get PalTV ones as well.
You can get PalTV ones. Lucy's
Lucy's rocking hers.
Lucy's rocking hers.
Head of News has got hers on.
We've got another race coming up. And it looks fairly neck and neck as they come down this course. I'm just trying to... Oh, some waving rowers there.
Footage.
Just trying to get some confirmation on who's currently rowing at the moment.
Let's have a look.
It's... They're just coming across Hillbead, and it's Yarm School. It's Yarm School, and it's perhaps versus number 185, which is Queen Elizabeth High School. So it's Queen Elizabeth High School who have lead over Yarm School by about a length and a half, maybe even 2 lengths there, looking calm and easy breezy as they head over to Bassbridge.
Cool, calm and collected.
Cool,
which
calm, and
is
collective.
Essentially, like,
Wow, they've really widened their lead there. That's 3 or 4 boat lengths there. Really making sure that they power down the river.
it's Heather.
Hello.
Looking
Heather's
Ready
ready for
to
her
go.
race.
Heather and the St John's team.
She's rowing later on
Preparing.
today. She's not commentating today. She commentated yesterday and presented yesterday. as well as racing yesterday, but today she's just racing.
Oh, okay. Yes.
No, got to give herself a break.
Exactly.
The racing does take it out of you a lot. There's quite a few people sporting Durham Regatta t-shirts as well. There's actually a stall near us.
They look quite trendy to be
They
fair.
are nice, and they've got all the competitors on the back, so you can see like your boat club's name written on the back of the t-shirt. So it's a really nice memento to pick up. They did one last year as well, and they did it in more. They had more colour variety last year than they do this year. They're lacking on colour variety.
The one thing.
The one thing.
The one thing.
But it's a really nice memento, and I definitely recommend picking one up if you're racing, just because it's really nice to have and know, like 20 years on later.
I can see. I think it's a lurcher, and it looks like a whippet cross as well.
Yeah,
We've
there's
just spotted.
two. There's two of them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're on whippet spotting now. Whilst there's a break in the rowing. Love a little bit of whippet spotting. I like the fact that you also have a whippet. And
I've always had whippets.
They're so lovely. They're so lovely.
For like decades in my family, we've had whippets, and they just keep getting naughtier and naughtier.
Race number 200 are apparently making a complaint with their race. We're unsure why, but as soon as we have all the news, we will let you know.
Any clarification on the complaint, or
No, not yet. But we will be providing all the best commentary today for all the amazing races, and we will
See
be
you
back with you
soon.
soon.
You got a deal right now. You got a deal right now. No rush, go on move. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. Hogan, Goldman, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
And welcome back. Got some great races on, but first we just must apologise for some technical issues. The team is doing incredibly well. They're absolutely amazing, but sometimes technology does fail us. But thank you so much to the amazing team. We've got currently, it looks like it's Hatfield College versus the winner of race 4. Which is Yarm School, and it looks as though Hatfield have a slight. They're falling slightly behind Yarm School at the moment in the open coxed fall. But it's only a slight. They can pull it back. You never know. They're about half length behind their opponents at this current time. So it's always still to play for. That's the thing. Like rowing is so unpredictable. You can catch crab, as we've seen a couple this morning. They'll be going through Elvet, which obviously provides its own difficulties. There's a boat that we hope is going to tuck in that's rowing back. Which is forcing Yarm School to go a bit wider into the centre. But we've got more racing coming up. And it's it's a really exciting day ahead of us. We've got race number 1. We've got 154 versus 155 currently. Just trying to find which race that is currently. But the racecourse team currently has a rather sizable lead over their opponents, and they are looking cool. It's Northumbria University on the Pilar Wood side, I believe.
What do you think about the debate between which side would be slightly more optimal to row on?
When I was racing last year, I was on the Pilar Wood side, and that is it's a sharper bend at the beginning than you think it is, and many a times I crashed into the bend as I tried to figure out race starts. I would prefer the racecourse side. I know that sometimes that does mean that you're racing against racing knowing that there are loads of boats queuing on the side, which provides its own difficulties. But I just think that sharp corner at the beginning is a real killer and can really make or break a race, really.
Interesting. And you can't choose, can you, which side?
No, you don't get to choose at all. So we've got boat number 223 on your screen at the moment. They're looking comfortable with a sizable lead of their opponents on racecourse side. And it's Chesterley Street in that 223 boat versus Dark. Dark are many lengths behind, I would say.
Yeah.
Looks like Chesterley Street have got a rather comfortable lead over them, and as they come under Bath's Bridge, you can see Dark looking behind, seeing how far they have left to catch up with them. That must be so. I mean, it's so difficult knowing that you're so far behind a boat.
Yeah, and just finding that, well, you have to carry on, really. You can't just nip out the river and...
No, and you've really got to make sure that you're keeping going, for not only for your teammate, but also just because you don't want the gap to widen up any further.
Exactly. Well, I'm not sure about rowing, but plenty of times in other sports there's been examples of people who have quite literally fallen over and gone on to win or gone on to do really well.
Exactly, it's all to play for. Mo Farah certainly has done it a couple of times. I believe the recent London Marathon winner, I can't remember her name, but she took a break, she fell over and she had to run back for drinks, and she went on to win the marathon, and it was her first time ever racing it.
Wow.
So it just goes to show that like amazing things can still happen regardless of whether you think you're really far behind. We've got Queen Elizabeth High School currently on your screen, looking comfortable as they pass by the Hillbead landing stage. Heading over to Bath's Bridge. They've got a nice clean straight line. Their opponents have just managed to straighten up as the camera's been showing them. But Queen Elizabeth High School look comfortable as they head over past the commentary box on the way to Bath's Bridge. There's quite a lot of shouting. There's more and more people getting here. It's
passionate.
Very, very passionate indeed. We have the results of 24. And lots more races coming up along the bottom of the screen. So make sure that if you've had a couple of races this morning that you're waiting on the results for, they are coming down on the screen. So do get engaged.
Who's up next? I feel like I can smell the ice cream.
You can smell the ice
sauce cream as well. You know, the raspberry sauce that you've got.
Yeah.
So nice.
I believe we've got race number 31. I believe the tannoy told us that.
Hatfield and the winner of race 4.
As you can see, they're running fairly on time.
Let's have a look. Let me inspect that.
So it's Hatfield College.
Yeah, Yeah, they're doing fine.
They're doing fine.
It's difficult.
Yesterday they were about an hour and a half behind. So they did a lot of quick catch-up races towards the end of the evening, making sure to fire off everyone fairly quickly.
They did do it pretty well though.
They
made
so
up
well.
so much time.
They did so well. There's
that
someone.
Rowan blazer?
That's a Rowan blazer. I was just about to say there's someone in a
Yeah,
Rowan blazer.
it looks
passing the
amazing on
commentary
that
board.
lady.
She looks fantastic. Not all of them look as nice as that
They're
one, I
very
must admit.
sophisticated.
Some of them are really, really, really funky. So we've got Hatfield College on the racecourse side. And it looks like their opponents are maybe just a tiny bit ahead. Just barely a quarter of a length ahead. It really is tight as they pass by this racecourse. And it's Hatfield versus Yarm School, with Yarm having a slight edge of their opponents. As they pass by the Hillbead landing stage. Yarm School still have that slight lead over their opponents. But do you know what? Hatfield are giving it absolutely everything. But Yarm have just increased their lead to almost a length over their opponents. Maybe Hatfield have just done a little push though. Oh, it really is exciting when they do like a little push.
Making up a lot.
They're making it up. They're trying
Wow.
to. It's around about half a length to
Who knows?
3/4 a length behind.
Yarm might get tired. It's a long race.
It is a long race, but they're coming over to Bass Bridge now, and it looks as though Yarm still have that half-length lead at least over their opponents, Hatfield College. I bet our fellow PalTV member earlier is sad that he wasn't in a nice plastic boat as opposed to the wooden one earlier. And it looks as though it was Hatfield trailing behind Yarm School there. But all the results will be posted alongside. But it looks as though Hatfield put in a really, really good fight there. We've got some results on the bottom of the screen here. Open for Yarm School versus Hatfield College. Hatfield won by half a length earlier. Women's J13 for Coxed Quad. Durham Arc versus Lambton RC. It was Durham Arc win by 3 lengths. And the women's J16 double, Chesley Street versus Durham Arc. Chesley Street won easily. Always a hard thing to hear. We've got an 8 coming down the racecourse. There's lots of boats lined up on the side waiting to head back. It's quite cold this morning, so well done to them. And it looks like the racecourse crew has about a length ahead over their opponents. So that's Queen Elizabeth High School, I believe, at number 35 versus race crew number 37. They're looking cool, calm and collected as they've got about a length on their opponent. And it's still all to play for as they come past the commentary box and past St. Cuffs. It's maybe a length and a half now. And they're looking good, they're looking strong as they head out under Bass Bridge. How is everyone? How's everyone getting on? Who are you supporting today? Who are you waiting to hear from? Let us know in the comments. We really want to know. We really want to shout your teams out. We want to know. We've had some really lovely shout outs recently for like crew members or coaches that are perhaps retiring this year after like years of dedicating their life to rowing. Please send in your shout outs and we can shout out them on this live stream. We really want to make sure that we're supporting all the fantastic people that get behind this sport. It's a lot of grit and determination from all sides, and we just want to make sure that everyone has like an absolutely fantastic year at the regatta this year. So yeah, please let us know if there's a fantastic coach, a fantastic parent. You know, parents are the ones driving kids to their 6 a.m. sessions a lot of the time. So please do send us a message. Let us know if there's anyone that you want to shout out.
Right, like a flash.
Yeah. Hello and welcome back to the studio. Hope you enjoyed the races so far. And we're back with the second part of Regatta Rates.
So, Lucy, you're going to ask me some questions now?
Yes. So,
Okay. Hit me.
Nancy, they're an 8, but they wear a rowing sash every day of their lives. What do you think?
Ooh. See, I'm actually partial to a bit of rowing sash. I kind of like it. So, I'm going to say it bumps them up, actually. I'm going to say it bumps them up to a 9.
Okay.
Wear your
fair,
rowing stash.
fair.
Be proud.
That is true. Be proud of the team, be proud of the team spirit.
Yeah.
Right, next question. There are 3, but they cocks.
Ooh. Yeah, that brings them up. I don't know. I feel like the yelling could get a bit much, but, you know, that's their job. They do it well. I'm going to say bumps out to a 5.
Fairs. Yeah. And last one. But they're 10, but they only date other rowers.
Well, unfortunately, as a rower, not a rower myself, I have to bump that way down. That's a 2. That's a 2 for me. Come on, open your circles.
Thanks, Nancy. And now we're going to AVT.
Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Hi, I'm Matt, and today I'm here with Kira, the women's captain for Senate. Could you just explain a bit what Senate is?
So Senate is basically a college composite of all the best rowers from the colleges, and we come together to try and make a mega 8, and we compete at some more higher competitions than the colleges do.
And today you're going to be taking me through a bit of a workout.
Yeah, so today,
How do you think I'm going to do?
I think we'll do okay. We have these gym sessions once a week, but we can cater to your ability, so I'm sure we'll come and do fine.
That's good, yeah, because my ability is probably not quite up there. And you might need to blur out my calves because I don't really focus legs, so this should be interesting. Great. Is there like a difference in terms of specific training styles?
Yeah, so we do, on the ergs, we do more stamina and endurance, but in the gym, we're just really trying to get the strength in the legs. So if you start with some just general stretching, whatever you feel like you need to do. Personal.
Just test my mobility.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Not too bad today.
Not bad for not to be a row.
Do rows have a lot of like flexibility? Is that an important aspect of it?
It's important to have good hip flexibility.
Right, yeah.
For when you're like leaning over. So yeah. It's fine. You're feeling pretty.
Fun?
You're feeling pretty.
Yeah, I'll just finish.
Limber. We can do a warm up on the bar, so
yeah,
that'll be fine. Right.
I'm a bit scared. I feel like she's going to start putting on 20s on each side, and I don't know if I can handle that. Okay.
So starting with 3 by 6 back squats.
Okay.
So we'll just do that first. I'm going to do a few on the bar, and
yeah,
we can put some weight on. I think we need to go for a little bit. You have to try to get like a lot of depth as well.
Okay.
Because like you're doing a boat.
That is a lot of depth.
It is.
Very impressive.
You know,
Well, don't look at my form.
technique.
To see if my knees holds up or starts bleeding. It's fine. It was just like, don't want it to rip off and bleed all over your nice squat rack.
That's fair. Okay, I think we'll put some 10s on.
Yeah.
Do one more up set with 10s, and then we can start.
Makes sense. So what would you say is kind of the ideal physique for a rower to have?
Tall.
Yeah.
Ideally a bit taller than me. And yeah, just kind of long. Because the more length you can get in stroke, the longer you can have your blade in the water.
And what's the kind of strength to mass ratio you want to go for? Because obviously, I guess if you had a bodybuilder, their weight would probably impact how much, because obviously the boat's heavier.
Yeah.
So is that a factor as well?
Yeah, I say it's a factor. I mean, with rowing, we don't do it with college, but you can have light weights and open weights. But I think it's better to have the extra strength and the extra weight than it is to try and be lighter and less strength.
Yeah.
Because like in a 2K, it takes a lot of like strength and endurance to get to the end. Barbell row, so we'll take all this way off.
Yeah.
Unless you want to row
Oh no.
20s.
Gonna take my jacket off. I think I'm keeping up all right, but then again, I feel like
Yeah, so just,
that might just be because she's a bit smaller than me, so body weight wise, probably I'm not doing very well at all. So, but I'll say we're keeping up well.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. We hope that you enjoyed some of our pre-recorded content.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit chilly here. I had to go and put my jacket on. I'm hoping that those blue skies will turn up a little bit later, but it looks like the rowers are getting really hot out there, working really, really hard on the race course at the moment. And we just wanted to come and comment on some of the styles of boats we've been seeing, because, you know, it's not all about the uniform, the actual gear of the rowers themselves.
The
boats have
do
a part to
matter.
play.
They do matter indeed, yes.
So have any caught your eye at the moment?
Yes, well, apart from the college boats, they are all different colours. We've seen one which is a rainbow boat, and it's actually the Tyne Rowing Club.
Yes,
And, yeah.
I saw that one go
Very
past.
unique, very unique. It really stands out in the river, you know?
Yeah, I heard that they've also got lovely motivational quotes on the side as well, and the theme of the rainbow comes from that quote, "After the storm comes a rainbow," which I
Yes.
thought is very cute and very apt for
Yeah.
rowing, I think, as well.
Very inspirational, you know.
Exactly.
And with the weather in the northeast, you just never know. Maybe all you need
Yeah.
is a little bit of sunshine and maybe a rainbow.
Exactly. I think that has to be the rower's motto, because I am sure there's probably a lot of times, if you are a rower or you have children who are rowers or things like that you're watching today, I'm sure you know what bad weather can do to a race. So I think everyone probably needs that little bit of sunshine, that rainbow after the storm. So we love that boat design. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
And we're back to the commentators.
Welcome back to the live commentary here at PalTV, brought to you today by Osborne's. We're going to get straight back into the rowing.
First of all, though, a shout out to Charlie Goodson of Queen Elizabeth High School. Yeah, well done on all your hard work. I hope you've had a great day so far and a great day yesterday.
It's got to be, for people who are travelling, it's got to be a good weekend out of their schedule that they've had to travel up and down to. I'm not sure where Queen Elizabeth High School is, whether it's local or not, but even York, it probably is a big weekend out, and Leeds and we had St Andrews yesterday.
We had St Andrews, we had City of Cambridge yesterday as well.
That's incredible.
Almost as long as my journey up here to commentate. I'm just looking up where Queen Elizabeth High School has travelled from.
And Yarm School, I probably sound so silly. They're probably local schools.
Queen Elizabeth High School's Hexham in Northumberland.
Uh-huh.
Let's have a look where Yarm School is. I was talking with Heather, and she's coined the term that if you're against Yarm High School, you're going to get yarmed because of how well
That
they
is
are.
so I'm joking. No, I think I'd take that if I was from Yarm School, I'd take that as a compliment.
So Yarm School's from Yarm, which is round about Darlington, Middlesbrough way. So
fair distance.
Northeast.
Yeah. But Cambridgeshire, that's incredible.
Yeah, City of Cambridge. That's a long way to travel up from. So we hope that they've had a really good weekend. And we hope the St Andrews team have had a really good weekend as well. If you're the St Andrews team and you're listening, let us know. We'd love to hear from you. And let us know where you're listening from. We had a couple of I know last year we were international with our listeners. It'd be great if we're international again. Let us know who you're supporting. We want to hear about it. We want to know what races you're looking forward to. Just let us know. We want to know what you're up to.
Did they say Saudi Arabia?
So yeah,
we reached that corner of the world.
Saudi Arabia was last year, yeah.
And somewhere else. I did when I was on marketing yesterday, I did host a poll about. I just broadly asked whether you were listening from the UK or not, and it wasn't 100% UK, so it could be anywhere. I mean, you could have Southern Ireland, you could have.
Yeah.
You could have what's Egypt. You just don't know.
All over the world. That's what our scope is today.
That's the point of the broadcast, though. Anyone can access it.
It's the amazing thing, because if you're unable to travel up today for various reasons, it's amazing that you can listen to this broadcast, see your child, see your friend, see just general interest in rowing. You can see the future stars of the sport here today. Just a reminder, all the results are coming through on the screen at the bottom.
I'm sure the PEA will be working very hard doing that.
It's a
tricky job.
It's a tricky job. Lots and lots of boats there. Looks a bit chaotic. There's an 8 trying to...
Yeah.
It looks like there's loads of doubles that have just sectioned themselves in, and that 8 is struggling to know where to go. The stake boats of the doubles are really, really getting ready to go, but until they get that 8 out of the way, I don't think they can head off.
Just saw a cuffs rower walk past, so the women's must have an upcoming race. Not that I'm biased.
Hopefully the action will be up and running in the next couple of minutes, as soon as they've managed to clear out some of the boats. Have you been on any of the rides yet here?
What, at the regatta?
Yeah, look, there's that spinny one.
Have you?
No, absolutely not. I am terrified of rides.
No, I'm sure by the time we finish, I'm sure they would have gone. No. Lunch break on the spinny thing, no thanks.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Even the slide, I feel like, would be...
I can't see them from where I'm sitting. I can see the ice cream van, but I can't see any rides.
I was really jealous of everyone getting ice cream yesterday, walking past the box. And it was so hot. I was absolutely desperate for an ice cream. I do love a good ice cream. What would you go for if you were going to get an ice cream?
Good question. I do like the classic Mr. Whippy ones. Is that copyright? I don't know.
Other ice creams are available. That's
okay, so like from a van. Okay, so just in general, you put me on the spot here, because the first one that springs to my head is mint chocolate chip. Like, always been a mint chocolate chip person.
No.
Always. And you know what? I think coffee ice cream is so nice. What's going on here?
They're still just trying to get the boats through, don't worry.
Some chocolate's nice, but some of it can be a bit much. What about you? Because I know you're going to say something like pistachio.
No, do I give off pistachio
Nothing
vibes?
wrong with pistachio, but it seems to be everyone's favourite.
No, I think I'm a chocolate lover till I die. Any form of chocolate ice cream.
Tell you what, Viennetta. That's a controversial opinion. Die hard Viennetta. Sorry.
No, don't worry.
Always one in my freezer.
I mean, it's definitely a good way for rowers to cool down after their race, as these doubles might feel the need to after they have just finished their race. They've just set off this morning. Who
have we got?
We've got race number 31, I believe. Oh no, number 31. And it looks like the race course double has got a rather sizable lead on their opponent very early on in this race. Good for them. They'll be very happy with that. as they make their way down the course past all the hospitality, past the gazebo. Not the bandstand, that's it, not the gazebo. They've got a really nice straight line. Obviously it makes it a lot easier once all the boats from the side have cleared out the way, but they have got a sizable lead over their opponents on the Pillarwood side. Almost, I'd say, around about 5 or 6 lengths. Maybe this will be another easily win.
Oh no. I was surprised at how many. Well, I wasn't surprised, but it's a funny term, isn't it?
It's a really funny term. It's really, really difficult, I think, to deal with that term. And it looks like lining up, we've got more doubles coming, and the next race will be number 35, which is Camus Arc versus South College, I believe, in the Open Championship double. They have just lined up on the starting line as we speak, but it's boat number 2, so it's Leeds University versus St Hilda Bede that we currently have on the screen, with Leeds University having a sizable. They look so relaxed. They're cruising as they see their opponents far behind them. Easy to keep on going and keep the motivation up when they know that they're that far ahead, as they pass by the commentary box here.
I've never been to Leeds. I've driven through it.
It's a nice city,
I haven't
really
been
nice
there.
city.
I've got lots of friends from there. Up the north.
Up the north. Starting now, I believe, is race number 35, again in the Open Championship double, Camus Arc versus South College. Race number 35. But we still have that Leeds boat absolutely dominating their opponent.
What do you reckon, right? Apart from, say, sports science, because I know a fair few people who come in as DU athletes and also do sports science. Do you think there'd be some kind of like correlation? So correlation is not causation for anyone who did. Okay, we won't talk about A-level psychology ever again. But a loose correlation, do you think, between what somebody studies and say like what sport they do? So do you think there's a standing amount of like theologists who row? Do you think there may be some kind of like correlation, which doesn't necessarily have meaning, but there might be one if we drew up the statistics?
Do you know what? I really could not say. I think it makes it easier when it's if you're studying a subject that has less contact hours. I think that's almost easier. But I think the dedication across the subjects is really, really amazing.
Of course, I know DU athletes who study it's a massive range, and if you have less contact hours, that just means you do more in your own time. So equally, like, hard work gets put into both subjects and sport and whatever extracurriculars they do. But shout out to Josephine Butler Women Fours and their cocks.
Oh, just to say, Camus have extended their lead over their opponents, South College. It was rather neck and neck at first, but they seem to have a boat length over their opponent at the moment.
Sorry, that was William Hughes and Josephine Butler's Women Fours there. Big shout out.
And then we have race number 36 with the Women's Championship double scull with Tyne Arc versus Durham Arc on your screen at the moment. Durham Arc there, looking very comfortable against Tyne as they make their way up the river this morning. Setting off quite a lot of doubles back to back at the moment. And then we've got 53 and 50, boat number 53 and 54 lining up, which will be Durham University Boat Club versus York University in the Open Championship 4, which I'm sure will be very exciting for all those at Durham. But at the moment, it's the Tyne Arc and Durham. It's the Tyne Arc and Durham Arc double. They're still making their way across the course. But yes, big race coming up with Durham University Boat Club versus the York University. Two big universities of the north.
Only 40 minutes apart as well. 45.
On the train.
On the train, yeah. Not sure how long it is to drive.
And they will be feeling so tense as they're starting up. They'll be ready to go. They'll be raring and ready to go. Durham University, of course, practice in Newcastle a lot of the time and not on the actual weir. But I'm sure leading up to the start of this race, they would have done a couple practice sessions in Durham just to make sure they really know the course and have that edge on their opponents.
Must be strange. You've spent so long preparing on one style or one river to come to. It's still a river, but it's different kinks, different little subtleties.
Especially because the Newcastle is the tideway in particular. It's different different style of river, and it's also so much wider than and less bendy than the Durham weir.
More
and
space.
This race has just kicked off. And it looks as though the team on the racecourse side has got a length ahead of their opponents very early on. Very good race start from them. Got a decisive lead. They'll want to be settling into their race pace now. It's Durham University ahead of York. They look comfortable. 3 out of 4 of them have got a cap on. Person in 2 really didn't get the memo that caps were the way to go, but that's okay. It's not affecting their speed as they take on York University. And they've got about a length and a half up on their opponents as they thunder down the course. The phrase cutting glass is what I'm reminded of at the moment.
Interesting.
Because they look incredibly sleek, stylish, composed and clean. You can hear some "yeah, Durham's" on the bankside there. Yeah, Durham. As they head down the race course. They're just passing us.
They are impressive.
They're looking absolutely fantastic, and they've got a sizable lead now, 2 to 3 lengths ahead of their opponents as they come up to Bath's Bridge.
I had a DU rower friend, and he kept stacks and stacks of eggs in his room.
Oh God!
When you were talking about energy and rowing taking up all your energy, if that doesn't solidify it, I don't know what does.
Oh my gosh! And we've got boat 118 and 119, I believe now. 118 and 117, which is Tyne Arc versus Durham Arc in the Open Championship Coxed 4. Durham versus Tyne, the two weir versus the tidal Tyne. And it looks like Dark have got a early lead as they thunder down the course. Very much asserting their dominance over their home course by 2 lengths. They're looking good, they're looking sharp. And just a reminder, if you're waiting any results, they are just along the bottom. So for example, in the Open for Yarm School versus Hatfield, Yarm won by 1 1/4 length, and the women's J14 Coxed Quad, Queen Elizabeth versus St Leonard's, and it was a win for Queen Elizabeth for 1 1/4 length.
I'm still quite cold, are you?
No, I've got my peppermint tea has heated me up quite a bit, which is really good because the sun hasn't come out yet, which is really, really disappointing. Hopefully it does. Maybe it's getting a bit brighter as the morning goes on. Dark have really opened up their lead over their opponent's Tyne. They're looking so comfortable as they row up to Bath's Bridge. In fact, we've only just seen their opponent's passes in the commentary box, and Dark are already at Bath's Bridge. It looks like Tyne are doing a tiny little push, but I feel like if Dart can remain this speed, this control, this calmness, I think they'll have a really good race ahead of them.
Lots of rowers walking past.
Lots of rowers are walking past. I think that the main part of the racing this afternoon means that people are starting to arrive. Lots of them have coffee.
Yeah.
Lots of them have got coffee for that last little burst of energy.
You spoke about sugar spike, didn't you?
I do like a bit of sugar to keep me going.
When you're rowing? Was that when you're rowing?
Yeah, some people take a lot of jelly babies on the boat and things like that.
Because you get all sorts, don't you? Like gels and stuff that you put in your water. But
Isotonic gels. A lot of the time they're really good for like running and endurance. I don't think I've ever seen anyone have one when rowing.
I like the jelly babies though, keeping it
Jelly babies.
old school.
Percy pigs. Percy pigs are a good
Percy
one.
pigs. You know what? I found the better version of Percy pigs in Poundland.
Really?
So what a saving. They were dogs though.
With dogs. So it's Leeds University versus Lancaster University in the Women's Championships for Coxton Hall as they power down, and it is the Peelaw Wood side that has about a length and a half, maybe even 2 lengths ahead of their opponents on the racecourse side. They're really, really hammering down loads of the boats at the moment. We've got boat number 51 and 52 lining up already after just setting off Leeds versus Lancaster University.
How much of rowing would you say is about, like how tall you are and how like your wingspan? Because surely it's also about like things like power and endurance, right? But is it at the end of the day, if you can't have that big stroke length, then
That's the thing, it's all about, a lot of it is about the stroke length. It is really, really ideal if you've got long legs, because it's basically like having long levers. Like, it's really, really good having, and I feel like, it's so, I can't remember who was saying about it yesterday, but they were talking about how they like spy out all the tall freshers each year. Yeah, and it genuinely is like so important. And it's such a genetic advantage to be tall at rowing. And if you look at like the GB rowing squad, a lot of them are very, very tall. I can't remember. So was it Will again who was saying like the average height of his team was 6 foot or something?
No, he's 6'4". Because I was asking, is the average rower well into 6 foot? Is that the ideal kind of height? Is that what you see in Team DU? And he was like, I'm 6'4". And then he was like, yeah, they're all 6 foot, sometimes a little bit below, but that's the general consensus.
Does help. I'm 5'10".
Are you?
I'm 5'10", which is quite tall for a girl.
Watching from Australia. Shout out to Nat John, who's watching from Australia and just posted the most lovely message about the Regatta podcast on Twitter. How kind. Thank you so much, Nat.
Thank you.
I never realised you were 5'10".
I'm 5'10", yeah. Just about.
I'm nowhere near that, unfortunately.
But that's why
I'm not much of a rower.
That's why you should be a Cox next year.
Maybe
you'll be doing the PalTV broadcast whilst coxing.
Multitasking.
Well, not at the same time, but like on the same weekend at the very least.
You have to be a certain weight, don't you, to be a Cox?
Not necessarily.
Oh.
You don't have to. You get weighed before a race because you have to be over a certain weight.
Yes, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
You don't have to be under a certain weight.
Oh, okay.
I know for a fact that sometimes I had a really, really petite friend, and sometimes we had to like give her water bottles to like add to the weight of the boat because she wasn't heavy enough.
I have someone in Cuffs who's a Cox, so they love it. They get to go up to Newcastle racing and everything. Mm-hmm. They seem to have a real good bond as well. It's really nice to see.
You get a medal as well.
As they should, really. As they should. It's important. Like, it just shows, like, just in like any situation, like each person who contributes is just as important as. Because like Will was saying, the Cox is essentially the eyes of. The eyes of the operation, the brains,
the Cox
the eyes.
is the welfare of the boat, you know. They're really, really making sure that everyone looks good, everyone's ready to go.
They do generally now all have intercom, right? Because there was me. I mean, I have no problem like shouting as a cox, but you know, I just sometimes I do hear people just shouting, and I thought each boat generally nowadays has intercom for coxes.
They've got like a microphone, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also hear some funny different cues, because sometimes they will like you'll hear them shout like the usual stuff, but sometimes it's almost encoded.
There's pineapple chunks.
I may have heard that.
Yeah, that might be one.
But I've also heard like different sounds. I'd be like beep. Like, they'll make kind of like beeping sounds. But it was really interesting to see yesterday actually that one of the Collingwood teams, the cox and all of the rowers speak Spanish, so they'll often command in Spanish.
Right. At the moment we have Durham University Boat Club against Tyne Ark, I believe, for 39 in the Open Championship 4, with Durham University having a lead over Tyne by just about a length.
I can't believe watching from Australia. It must be very late at night. Or evening. Or morning. I don't know.
Durham University just sailing past the commentary there. Looking comfortable. Really, really comfortable. They've got some clean
This is their
strokes
stuff,
going
right?
in. Yeah.
They eat, live, breathe.
They know what they're doing. And Tyne Ark still clawing onto just the bow ball or the end of the boat, trying not to lose them too massively, but it is Durham University Boat Club that have about a length lead over their opponent's Tyne as they are passing Bass Bridge. And we have boats number 82 and 83, which is Yarm School versus Newcastle University Boat Club. Do you know what? Newcastle University Boat Club is an insane club in the north, because Durham University have like, so there's obviously the Oxbridge boat race that takes place every single year down in London on the Tideway, but there is the boat race to the north, which is Newcastle University versus Durham University. I'm afraid I don't know who won this year. I didn't keep up with it, but I know Newcastle in particular has had a real strong dominance over the past couple of years. So it would be really interesting in particular if we managed to see a Newcastle University showdown against Durham University Boat Club.
Tensions. Although I'd hope friendly tensions, right?
I mean, yeah.
Neighbours.
I feel like I think, do you know what's amazing, like when you see other sports in particular, for example, like in like tennis, you see them all shaking hands and being really, really friendly after, and I think it's really healthy to have that kind of rivalry, but also have that friendship whilst you're not racing. I feel like the rowing community in itself is a really tight-knit community. Some people might have been rowing against each other for years and years on end, and I feel like it's just not worth having that rivalry if it's like there's just not worth it. I think it's you guys, you're always working to be better than yourself and not better than the other team.
I think you can really work. You can learn a lot from your rivals. It doesn't matter whether it's in sport or what. But those people who you essentially you want to be like, of course you could gain a lot from having a good relationship with them and sharing advice, sharing tips, sharing training methods. There's no need to. You can gain a lot from just being friendly with essentially people who you want to be like or your rivals.
Live at Kingsgate Bridge, it still looks like Durham University have a slight lead over Tyne. Tyne have done a good push to make sure that they're on the same level as the Durham University Club. But it looks like Durham Uni might still have this.
Love to see it.
We would really love to see it indeed.
Big rowing scene. Team DU.
Team DU.
Big rowing scene.
Big.
And they have their development program as well, don't they?
Yeah, and we had a couple of people from PalTV do their Learn to Row.
I was producing on that with Matt Brown.
Yeah,
That was fun.
There's been some absolutely amazing, like, backstage stories and filmings, which are being played throughout yesterday as well as today. Please do check them out. They are absolutely fantastic.
Both Sydney and Izzy actually were. Georgia and Rob both said that they were incredibly good naturally at rowing, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I interviewed Rob, who led the Learn to Row team the other day, and he was saying how they actually did a really, really good job, and you never know, they could join rowing and they might have a really good shot at. They could be racing here next year if they fancied it.
Rob was like, if you were a foot taller, we'd get you straight on.
Is that what they said to you?
No, not to me, to the people who were learning to row.
Ah, okay. Right, messages. How are you guys all doing? Where are you listening from? Who are you shouting out?
What are you having for lunch?
What are you having for lunch? Oh my gosh. I believe there's a shout out for daughter Charlie Brown from Jon Snow. She is in the Durham Senate crew. And then Lucy W is watching in London with William Hughes's Nan. Absolutely fantastic.
The Cox. The Josephine Butler women. Yeah, so he's with the Josephine Butler Cox's Nan. That's lovely.
As you can see, we've got Newcastle University Boat Club there on the screen against their opponents, and it's pretty neck and neck. I believe that's Yarm School number 82 versus Newcastle University. It looks like Yarm School might have done a slight push there to get an advantage around the corner. Again, lots of twists and turns in the racecourse that make it a really, really interesting course to row on. It's definitely really good practice, and it's a lot about building skills. I know I certainly hated doing all the corners and trying to navigate Durham's windy river.
Welcome back to PalTV's coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta, sponsored by Osborne's. I'm here with legend, the Yorkshire vet, also known as Julian. He's here today to watch the regatta. What brings you out today?
We love to come to Durham Regatta. It's, I think this is about the 6th time we've been here, I think. My son Archie's rowing today. He was in the 8th this morning for Yarm School, and he's also in the quadruple schools, about to go about any time now, all being well. So yeah, we're watching and supporting him.
So you said this is your 6th year coming. Is that all to support your son while he's been rowing in school?
Yeah, so our oldest son, Jack, he's at university now. He's rows for Bath University. He rowed when he was little at school, and then Archie's following on in his footsteps. Yeah, so it's good. It's interesting, you know. It's a famous regatta, I guess, in the northeast, but it's a sort of it's the stepping stone for some of the bigger events.
Definitely
coming up, and both Archie and Jack as well will be at Henley later.
Oh wow, that's so exciting! Congratulations.
Yeah, so it's all good stuff. It's a good learning ground. I was at university at Cambridge and I rowed a bit. I rowed at sort of college level. Nothing like as good as these out here. But then my rowing claim to fame is that I held for about 6 years, maybe more, the world record for 24-hour tandem rowing on a Concept 2 rowing machine.
24 hours?
24 hours.
Like on an erg?
On an erg, yeah.
Wow.
So me and a friend, we decided to do this. I was doing a lot of rowing on the rowing machine because I liked it, fitted in with being a vet. I could do it when I was on call. And I got quite good. I wasn't very fast, but I was quite good at the sort of endurance side of it. And I said to my mate Roger, do you fancy having a crack at this world record? We'll get fit, we'll raise loads of money for charity, and it'll be a good challenge. And the distance looked fairly easy. So Roger, I thought he'd say, "Don't be so stupid. That's a ridiculous idea." But he said, "Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll do that." So we embarked on all this training, and we were doing by the end about 200k a week on the erg. So it was like 30k a day.
Yeah.
And it was ridiculous. And then about 2 weeks before we it was all kind of happened. 2 Germans advanced the distance by about 40k, and there was a husband and wife combination. The husband held the world record for the marathon on the erg. And his wife held the female world record for marathon on the erg. So they were like proper athletes.
Yeah.
And suddenly we've got this really Herculean task to do. It was too late to back out.
Yeah, you'd committed.
We'd committed to it, yeah, exactly. So so the morning came about 10 o'clock at Thirsk Gym, and we'd booked to spend the next 24 hours rowing. And we didn't really know how we were gonna fare. But yeah, we managed it, yes.
Can I ask what your PB 2K time was? I'm sure a lot of the rowers watching are going to love that.
So my PB for 2K was disappointingly slow. I think my best was 6:52.
I do not think that's slow, and I think a lot of the college rowers will be impressed with that. So
it was. I mean, Archie's way faster than that, and Jack.
Well, yeah, but they're like a big deal, aren't they? I'm saying.
Yeah.
The college rowers, they'll be impressed.
It was. Yeah, I mean, I was a bit embarrassed about that, but I didn't have a lot of power or size. But I could.
You were in it for the long game.
I was in it for the long haul. Yeah.
No rush, go on mute. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on mute, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on mute, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. Hogan, Goldman, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Welcome back to PalTV's coverage.
Oh, and we are back. Thank you so much for joining into our coverage this weekend. We hope that you're enjoying it. Let us know in the comments again what race you're looking forward to, who you're waiting on. We've got some Cox quads coming down, with Yarm School having a lead over their opponents on the Pilar Woodside. I believe it's Yarm School versus Leonards, and Leonards are currently trailing behind their opponents. But again, it's school versus school. It's amazing that we can get young athletes out here.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I mean, I certainly didn't have that dedication to my sport at their age. So
I didn't realise that was me. You kept popping up in the corner. Oh, that's a terrible picture. Oh, okay, never mind. Moving swiftly on. What were you saying? Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying it's amazing how all these young athletes have dedicated so much time and effort and are still racing, and they're putting themselves on at the amazing stage.
Thank you.
Really, really big shout out especially because they're getting so much racing experience that will be really invaluable if they go on to seniors. So we very much hope that they're having a good time regardless of whether they win or lose.
I wonder how building your confidence, say your rowing confidence, also translates to confidence in other areas of your life.
I feel like I learned so much when I was rowing in my second year in particular about just time management and accountability.
Mm-hmm.
I was because I feel like a lot of the time when freshers first arrive, I will say my experience as novice captain was interesting because I think a lot of people didn't grasp that if you don't turn up to your session, the boat doesn't go out. Mm-hmm. They're like, oh, I'm really sorry, I can't make it today. And it's like, okay, then the boat doesn't go out.
No one goes out.
No one goes out. We can't have a rower down. Mm-hmm. And I think that it really put the kind of responsibility on yourself to make sure that you were available, you were free, that you were turning up to your races, turning up to your sessions. It's just really, really important to make sure that you're showing up for not only yourself but for your team. We have Durham Arc versus Durham School in the Open J16 quad, not coxed. 135 Durham School, 100 versus 134 Durham Arc. Durham School look comfortable as they pass by. Bow looking behind, because Bow will be steering if there's no cox.
Interesting.
It'll either be a pressure steering or there'll be a specific foot plate in the boat that allows you to steer based on how you move your foot in the boat.
Interesting little tidbit. I imagine it's like reversed as well. So like
it's really like I used to, when I was in a double, I steered, and it takes a lot of getting. I was not very good at even going in a straight line when I was in a single, and that's all on me. So it's a real skill, and they try and get a lot of people to alternate being in bows, so that they can get more and more people learning how to pressure steer. But it looks like Durham School have comfortably crossed the line there ahead of Durham Arc by couple lengths. The official result, as we say, will be put up on the screen just down below. Some results in particular: Open Championship double, Durham University Boat Club versus Tynock. Durham Uni won by 1.5 lengths. Congratulations to them. And then the Open Championship 4, Durham University Boat Club versus York. We can confirm that Durham University won by 1.5 lengths. Some great results for Durham Uni. So, real promising start for them this morning.
They'll be proud.
They will be proud.
That's the thing about athletes in general. It kind of never ends, because you think the season's over, but a lot of them will be up in the summer before term for pre-season.
Yeah.
And then they've got the season. And then they've got the odd like charity match, or just never ending. It's the same with rugby
Sometimes
as well.
there's like summer training camps.
Exactly.
I know for a fact that Durham Uni, I think they go to Seville, but they do it just after Christmas, though they do like a January. I know, I'd like to go to Seville for a rowing trip. A lot of like, there's, especially in the summer, like a lot of like warm water, like warm country training is really, really valuable, because I mean, winter training is horrific for many reasons. It's dark in the morning, it's really, really cold a lot of the time, but also because of the weather tends to be a lot worse. High river levels mean that you might not be able to go out.
How does rain affect rowers? Is that just a bit of annoying, but whatever?
I absolutely hate rowing in the rain. I don't know what it is, but I just absolutely cannot stand rowing in the rain. It looks like Queen Elizabeth High School in their Cox Quad are trailing behind their opponents on the racecourse side. Yeah, I absolutely hate. I feel like I want to sack it off every single time it starts raining during the session. I'm like, well, there's no point now.
It must affect morale, mustn't it? The weather, like for better or for worse.
I know I certainly don't like it, and I think some people feel like a fairly neutral, but in this, especially if they're really but then you need to have that dedication if you really want to make sure that you're up in the big leads and you're winning races. You've got to have that determination to go out regardless. It's the same with like any sport. Like it's incredibly unpleasant. No one wants to do it, but if you really want to make sure that you're in the big leagues, then you've got to do it. It's Durham School that are still ahead of their opponents, Queen Elizabeth High School, as they come up to Bath's Bridge. Doing well. Again, it's lovely to see loads of young people getting involved.
I think we've got a segment coming up soon too.
Which
it looks very interesting. Shout out to Charlie Brown from St. John's. Sorry, John Snow. Oh, and he's also in Durham Senate crew, so shout out to you.
Again, more results coming through on the bottom of the screen. Women's Championship 4, Leeds versus Lancaster University. Lancaster were disqualified.
Is that the fastest qualification of the day?
I think so. It'd be great to know why Lancaster were disqualified. If anyone can find that out for us, that'd be absolutely fantastic. We want to know all the drama. Women's Championship for Newcastle University versus Yarm School. Newcastle won by 2 lengths. And then we've got the Women's J15 for Tees Rowing Club versus Hexham Rowing Regatta. But we will be back with you with more news in a moment.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back. While there's a little bit of a delay in the racing, we thought that we'd try some of the food from the glorious food vans that are around in the regatta right now, so that if you're coming later, you can get a little idea of what sort of things you could get. So
Yeah, and support the local businesses, of course.
Yes.
And this is Regatta Eats.
So I'm going to start off with this savoury pastry. I think it's called a spanakopita. It's Greek from Phi Pi. And I believe it was £3.50. So it looks delicious and smells amazing.
Looks amazing.
I'm going to go in. Okay.
Yeah. How do you rate it?
Oh, wow. Oh, it's delicious. Oh, it's so crispy and crumbly. Oh my gosh. I love, if you're a spinach and feta lover like me, you're gonna love this. That's really, really delicious. I bet that's gonna go pretty quickly as well. I don't know how many of these they may have made, so
Yeah.
that's gonna be quite a lot. Do you need me to hold this for you?
Sure, right. You gotta show it to our viewers.
Yeah, look at that, it's beautiful.
This is a waffle from Waffle & Co. And yeah, I'm very excited to try it. So yeah, how do I do this?
Do you want me to hold your microphone?
Yes,
I feel
please.
like this is a two-hand job. This is a two-hand job.
Can I get that?
We've got to scoop it off. You might need to tear it out. There we go. Oh, that looks amazing.
Here it goes, here it goes. Really good, really good. The texture's amazing. The flavour, the strawberries coming through really nicely.
What is it, like a jam or is it like a...
It's like syrup.
Like a syrup. Oh, that looks
Really good.
amazing. Oh, God, I'm going to get so hungry. I feel like this is definitely the day to try some new independent stalls from around the area. There are some great places. And just be sure to check them out. We might try some other places a bit later on, but these are...
Stay tuned. This might be just the first part of Regatta Eats. Yeah, thank you for watching this review of the food, and we're back to the commentators in just a few seconds.
Thank you so much to our amazing presenters. That food looked really good. I think a waffle right about now would be
Nutella.
really good. Oh, Nutella waffle.
Nutella and strawberries,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, it'd be so good. It looks like the sun is coming out. Would you
Please,
say so?
please.
I hope so. I feel like it's getting brighter. It's getting busier. There's more people on the banks. There's more people supporting. Like it's the vibes are coming back. I know there's a couple performances as well, like musical performances later. There was a Viking reenactment yesterday, which was really exciting. As you can see by this shot, there's a couple rides you can go on if you've got young siblings up for the day. If you've got families, then come on down, get involved.
I can see the slide now.
You can see the slide now.
Yeah.
Do you know as well? Oh, they've just moved the camera angle, but Collingwood have their own branded deck chairs.
What?
Like Collingwood Boat Club have their own branded deck chairs, and they've put them out on a specific part of the river. And I could not believe it when I saw it the other day.
Collingwood.
Collingwood.
It's the alumni funding.
It's if the camera angle goes up a bit more, you'll be able to see. I think you can just in the corner see the top right corner. You can see some red deck chairs, and they are the Collingwood branded deck chairs. Tell you what, that is a dramatic piece of stash. That is making a statement. I feel like I know at Henley Royal they have like Henley Royal specific deck chairs, but we've got a race coming down, which is really exciting. Got some more 8s coming. It's crew 332, I believe. I'm just trying to get confirmation on what these boat clubs are. It looks like it's Mary's again. Mary's. They've got the purple blades similar to that of DU. That's quite a controversial thing. Mary's on the racecourse side, trailing behind their opponents on the Pillowwood side. Lots of shouts on the riverside, getting excited. Let us know who you're supporting. If you want to shout out anyone on the boats, any of the races. Lots of squealing actually on the riverside. There's someone running alongside the boats, although I'm not sure if that's intentional or not.
No, there are lots of runners in Durham. And I don't blame them. Lovely scenery.
I believe it's Butler versus Mary's in a dramatic college showdown.
Who do I pick? I've got a soft spot for both.
No, Mary's is best.
I've got a soft spot for Jobo.
But Butler are ahead of Mary's as they are heading into Bath's Bridge. But it looks as though the Jobo team are tiring a bit, but still seem to have their nice little lead over Mary's.
I can't see Mary's.
I can't see Mary's. Has something happened? Or are they just really far behind? No, I think they're just far behind, unfortunately.
Oh, no, I see
here
them
they're
now.
onto our skis.
It's because of the hedges of the river. I couldn't see them.
And they're just coming under Bath's Bridge, and it looks like Butler have a length or so over their opponents, length or two.
Strong stuff. I wasn't sure whether Jobo was a composite, but I don't think they are.
No, I don't think they are. They're all in their funky red uniforms. And we've got Hatfield College again coming down the race course, and it's neck and neck, with Hatfield having a slight lead over their opponents.
Big day out for Hatfield.
Do you know what? We've had lots of Hatfield boats this morning. I feel like I didn't see a single one yesterday, and they've somehow all shown up in the same morning. So I guess well done to Hatfield in that respect.
Fab stuff.
They look, again, lots of shouts. It looks like it's Sheffield University, I believe, from the sounds of the cheers. Sheffield versus Hatfield, with Sheffield on the racecourse side versus Hatfield on the Pillowwood side. And they're just passing the St Hilda and St Bede landing stage now.
Nice blue boat.
Nice blue boats. Quite characteristic of Hatfield. There's lots of screaming on the bankside for both teams. People running along the side trying to catch up and see what the results are of this boat. It looks like Hatfield have a slight edge over their opponent Sheffield, but it is really neck and neck, and it is all to play for in these races. You never know what's going to happen. It looks close. It looks tense.
Yeah. Hard to tell right now.
I really don't know. We've got a shot now, and it looks like Hatfield are coming through Bath's Bridge just ahead of Sheffield. Maybe a half-length lead over their opponents, but it is a close. They've put pressure on Hatfield. They're not letting this up easily.
Can Hatfield keep it up? Tiring.
It looks as though they're cheering. Whew, that was intense. And we've got another race coming down the race course at the moment. Two more falls, coxed falls there. And the Pillowwood side do seem to have a current lead. And it looks like it's Durham University at the halfway point that have the lead over their opponents on the racecourse side. A lot of Hatfield boats, a lot of Durham University Boat Club boats. Been a busy morning for them both.
Who's up there? Do you know what the league table's like for university rowing?
What?
Just in general, like a Durham up there.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Imagine
Oxford Brooks have got the best
really?
rowing programme in the whole country, I believe.
Interesting.
But Durham University are putting in a really good showing as they pass by the commentary box this morning. They look cool, they look calm, they look collected. They know what they're doing. This is their home river.
Those purple spoons.
Purple spoons. Again, they look so similar to the Mary's ones. I know sometimes there's been jokes about Mary's boats looking like DU boats, but
It's different shades of purple.
different
Come on,
shades
guys.
of boats.
Mary's is dark purple. Also, no. Why is
Also,
it that?
you can't mistake the rowing difference.
I'll stop it now. I like Mary. Like I said, Marys are up and coming. You heard it from me, and I know nothing. I know a little bit about rowing.
And that looks like a comfortable lead over their opponents, Durham University Boat Club. So we've got, again, results are coming through all the time at the bottom of the screen. Please do keep track of them and have a look. We've got Open Junior 15 double Durham Arc versus Chesterley Street. Durham Arc easily won. We've had a couple more easilies this morning. There was a lot yesterday. Again, never an easy thing to see.
Stop it.
But all the teams have worked so hard. They've all trained. They've put in the hours over the winter. They've had the joys of the regatta season, of the sunshine. All of them have done an absolutely spectacular race today. Nothing for them to be ashamed of in any way. They've done absolutely fantastic. And then we've got the women's champion for Newcastle University Boat Club versus Yarm School. Newcastle won by 2 lengths. The women's J15 Coxed Quad Tees Rowing Club versus Hexham Rowing Club. Tees won by 1 length. Loads more results coming through. The Open J17 double Durham Arc versus Chesterley Street. Durham Arc easily, never easily. Absolutely fantastic day of racing.
Which race are we up to right now?
There's a single boat stuck on the water that has not crashed and he's stopped by choice, I believe. Hopefully we'll have more on that later. I think there's currently a bit of a break in the racing as they're trying to send a lot of boats down at the moment. Boat number 214, I believe, is the single boat. Our team have been informed that they've raced before and they do not need to race again. But yeah, they just seem to be sending down the boats, getting them out of the way, preparing for the next couple of races. Again, a massive shout out to all the organisers of Durham Regatta. You have done an absolutely fantastic job. It is a fantastic weekend of sport, of entertainment. It's family friendly fun. Thank you so much for all your hard work, all the stewards, all the event organisers, all the security. You are amazing. We love you all.
All volunteers as well, by the way. Giving up their weekends.
Yeah, giving up their weekend. I feel like, you've really got to love the sport so much that you give up your weekend to, especially if you've got a 9 to 5 job.
I was thinking that as well. They likely do 9 to 5 or over that, and have now given up their weekend, and it's long hours. It's a lot to pay attention to, and luckily we do have nice weather. Today's a bit overcast, but it could be tipping it down.
Yeah, imagine giving up your weekend for it to be pouring with rain. Definitely not the most pleasant. We have a shout out to Lydia Batalona at St Mary's.
Big up St Mary's.
Big up St Mary's. We've got boat number 75 and 76 waiting, getting ready for their race. It must be nerve-wracking waiting on the start line. Especially when they're trying to clear all the boats out of the way, all the adrenaline at that start line just never goes away. You're just left there. But hopefully they won't have too much longer to wait. Durham University Boat Club, we've just heard, beat Josephine Butler Boat Club by 4 lengths in their race.
Almost easy. No, not quite easy. Not quite.
I'm sure Jobo put up a really good fight against Durham Uni Boat Club. It's not easy going against the university team.
College versus university.
I know. But it's not easy going against Durham University Boat Club.
How's St Mary's for sports? Do they have, because some colleges offer more sports, especially as they're led by students. Does Mary's have many?
Yeah, there's a decent amount. I don't feel like it's known as the sportiest college, but I'm pretty sure, like, for example, with Frisbee and even with lacrosse, I think. Frisbee, lacrosse, rounders in particular are incredibly good and competitive.
Rounders.
Yeah, rounders in the summer. Isn't that the best thing to do?
From Cuffs and listen to this, come to Cuffs Rounders, please.
Personal plug there. We will be right back with you soon, but we've got a VT coming up, so we really hope you enjoy all that PalTV has to offer.
Hi, I'm Sydney. And I'm Sophie. We're in the queue for the face painting at Durham Regatta's 190th anniversary. They've got loads of exciting entertainment opportunities. What are you seeing, Sydney?
I mean, there's a Viking exhibit, there's classic cars, but I am definitely most excited for the face painting. What are you thinking of getting?
I think it's gotta be the fairy garden. It's gotta be. Is there really another option?
I mean, I think I quite like the flowers, but I've seen some crazy little girls with some frozen ones. I've seen a Hulk. It's definitely very impressive down here. What would you like? Just like a festival eye design or something?
Yeah, something that'll bring out my eyes, please.
Right.
So, having been at the regatta for so long, what keeps you coming back?
Oh, the atmosphere, the people are so friendly. You get different teams coming every year, so we're always doing something different.
Yeah, you've got an excellent selection here of all of your colours.
We've got loads of colours.
Yeah.
We have to for the regatta because there's so many different team colours, isn't there? So we have to be prepared. My children are coming down at 12 till 2, so they're going to be with the Vikings. They're going to do a dress-up thing with the Vikings, so they're so super excited about that. And they'll probably never come anywhere near me because they're sick of being face painted.
Really?
So,
do you use them to practice on?
yes, we do.
Yes.
And they run away a lot now.
What's your favourite thing to paint?
Oh, mermaids.
Mermaids.
Absolutely adore mermaids. And flowers, really.
Very fitting for the regatta. Do you think there are mermaids in the way?
Definitely. I wish there was.
Disrupting the races.
I'll show you.
Oh my god, it's beautiful! Thank you so much.
Tracy, what's your favourite thing about face painting? What keeps you doing it? You know, I do get sick sometimes. It's hard work sometimes, but what keeps me coming back is the children's faces in the mirror. You know, you'll do a face paint and the faces light up, and it's socialising element as well. You get to meet lots of different people, and it's just fantastic, really.
And how many, on a day like a Durham Regatta, how many face paints will you end up doing?
I'll paint about 300-400 people.
Wow. That is quite impressive. You told us about face painting. What's your favourite thing about the regatta?
The favourite thing about the regatta? Oh God, everything. I love everything about the regatta. It's the atmosphere, the whole atmosphere. You get people, it's not just rowing people that come. You get people coming to see classic cars. They come in just for kids' entertainment, just for a great day out. And it's great seeing people on the riverbank just chilling out, just watching the boats, really. It's really great.
No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you got a deal right now. Whole gang, whole man, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Hello, so we are just having a bit of a break now while they're switching from the short course to the long course. So we thought we'd do a little bit of an interview now with mother and daughter, rower and supporter. So would you like to introduce yourselves?
I'm Nicola. And I'm Elizabeth.
Okay, so Elizabeth, how long have you been rowing then?
I started in September, so only about 9 months.
Wow, okay. And Nicola, what is the earliest so far that you've had to get up to take Elizabeth to rowing?
Well, it was about 5:30 this morning to get here.
Wow, okay, so I bet you're both feeling the exhaustion now.
What does it feel like racing on the River Wear with other competitors?
It's exciting at first, and then it gets really tiring when you're near the end of the race, but it's fun once you've got the race over with. Yeah.
And who have you raced against today?
I think it was Durham. I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention.
You're straight eyes on the finish line is what we need. Yeah. Well, we were also wondering as well, from a kind of, mums and dads, you guys are the big supporters here. So what's it like on the sidelines? What's the atmosphere like from all the other people who've come to support their children or friends that are rowing today?
It's been brilliant so far, actually. There's been a lot of different supporters for different teams all around, lots of shouting and yelling for the team. So, yeah, really nice on side.
Amazing.
Thank you so much for joining us today in the studio. And, yeah, good luck with the rest of the day.
And for all the mums and dads at home watching as well, let us know who you're here to see today as well. And we hope you have an amazing day.
Welcome back. We're back on the river now, and we're just trying to locate who actually we're seeing. I believe it's Tyne and St Cuffs. I believe a boat has stopped. Not sure what's happened there. They seem to be regaining. Okay, we seem to be back on track. Not too sure what's going on right now. Okay, so just heading down to Bath's Bridge. The first little stretch of the race. Doing really well actually. They seem to be working really cohesively. Nice tidy, very big advantage. Such good teamwork. That's one thing I love about rowing, is just how every little element comes together. Just like I've mentioned before, like in like any sort of like organisation, like the phrase "you're only as good as your team" often comes up, and it's the exact same in rowing. Like as Megan was saying earlier, if one person doesn't turn up, then you can't go out. It's not like they can grab a substitute at 5 a.m. So that's why it is so important, especially say if you're coxed. If your cox isn't there, where's your trainer? Where's your coach? And you also have other things which you may not even think about, which is like the person who keeps an eye out on the bike. You might see people up and down the weir on a bike some days when you're heading to the shops or something.
Yeah, spotters are always on the side of the river. A lot of the boats can't actually go out without a spotter, so it's really, really essential that someone dedicates their time and gives up their morning to wake up and cycle alongside you.
And also shout out to Philip Kelly, who gave our broadcast a 10 out of 10. So thank you to him.
There should be a PalTV podcast.
That's Purple Radio.
PalTV and Purple Radio podcast. Join forces.
I believe this is Cuffs and Tyne.
I think they're just rowing back along the river at this current moment.
Well, I made myself look really silly then. I was like, why are they turning around?
I think they're just rowing back up the river. But It should be, because I believe they're just setting up the long courses, so hopefully we should be ready soon.
I did not know.
And hopefully we'll be seeing some really, really cool navigating and coxing
Hope I
through
get to see some
Albert.
before I'm off doing a different role. I hope I get to see some.
You're running next, right?
Yeah, 2 sets of running, 1 set of commentating.
Very nice. This is my last shift for the weekend, and then I'm off.
You got any other plans?
I'm gonna nap.
Okay.
I'm gonna nap before
Ooh, the red
heading home.
sofas.
It's the red sofas out.
There's a other sofa. I'm not sure what colour that I'd call that. Tan and is it black?
It's
Patterned.
It's an interesting pattern choice, granted. It's really funny because a lot of the time, like literally every single race that's on the weir, those sofas come out and he'll be landing stages. I believe as well that the man who is sat at the top with his own camping chair, is that not the heeled beat principal? I recognise him. Simon Forrest.
I'm sure his dog Rook is out and about as well. His dog, chills
Is a
him.
whippet.
Is a whippet, yeah.
Back on whippet chat.
Exceptionally calm and collected. Unlike my whippet, who would be up the roof or something right now, with a stolen hot dog or something. But yeah, his whippet has free reign pretty much around Hillbead, and everybody loves him. He's kind of famous, and I don't know about you, but that's one thing I really struggle at uni is not having any type of like pet.
Yeah,
it's not nice.
Do you know what? The big wide world is even worse because
Great.
no one lets you have a pet in a rented accommodation, and I don't know about you, but I certainly can't afford to buy this young.
No, I swear there's changes in legislation,
but they haven't come through yet, and a lot of the this is such a random tangent, but a lot of the apartment buildings have legislation already set in place that specify that the animals are not suitable in the building. So regardless of the legislation change, if you have an apartment with that rule, you won't be able to have it. But that is a completely random tangent.
It's all right.
So we're just waiting for the safety boat. Final boat, it has headed back to the landing stage. So we're just waiting for the safety boat before the start of the long course section.
I thought I was commentating the race.
Just a reminder, loads of results are coming through on the bottom of the screen. We've got the Open for Durham University Boat Club versus Butler College. Durham Uni won by 4 lengths. Women's 14, J14, Coxed Quad, Durham School versus Queen Elizabeth. Durham won easily. Oh, never easily. Just to really, really cement that.
On home turf as well.
On home turf, they've won easily.
Or is that extra bit of pressure?
Yeah, I feel like there is. I mean, they always say that with always with any sport, like with F1, with like football, like home turf is the place where you want to win. Like with London 2012 Olympics, all those many years ago, there was such a huge success, and I think it was the roar of being in your home territory that really did it for you. Like really, really like motivated you, spurred you on. Again though, I will say there hasn't been many rowing places. There's not. It is quieter on the banks today. Hopefully when the sun is starting to come out, and hopefully once the sun is out in full force, there'll be a bit more action on the bankside.
I thought there would be, because it's quite chilly. I thought, we'd see blazers, rowing socks, rowing scarves, maybe.
Can you
gloves?
That'd be cool. I know you can get like absolutely beautiful like rowing like bracelets and necklaces.
Oh really?
Yeah, they're like it's literally like a silver like what's like a wraparound bracelet, and on one end is an oar, and it's really, really beautiful. I don't know if they have them here, but just in general you can pick up there's loads of weird rowing paraphernalia and merchandise you can buy. I have
That's
seen
interesting.
people. Do you know what? On Depop/Vinted, someone is selling a Hatfield Boat Club jumper. It keeps coming up on my feed all the time. However, we have just started the long course races. We have 2 doubles coming up. They are going super fast past this. Along this course, 48 and 50 are on the start line as well. Currently, we're just trying to get confirmation on the.
Can slightly
boats.
see them coming into view. The
It looks
numbers.
rather neck and neck between the 2 boats, but they are really, really pushing themselves down this course. It's boat number 200 on the Pilar Wood side. Looking smart and snazzy in their matching all white tops. Peak of a boat club versus 198. And it looks like it's Tees versus Durham University, I want to say. And it's Tees who have just done a massive push and pulled ahead of their opponents as they come over to Bass Bridge.
More cuffs athletes walking past.
Yeah. Lots of people in their uni suits. Yeah, lots of people in their uni suits. Wow. Let us know if you're listening along, what team you're from, if you're listening and you're part of a team, or who you're supporting, or what race you're looking forward to. Tees are still ahead of Durham Schools, not Durham University, Durham Schools. And then there's boat number 48 and 50 on the start line, which is Leeds University. And I'm just waiting on confirmation on their opponents. And it's the Women's Championship 4 without a Cox. And it's Leeds versus Yarm School, I believe, with Yarm taking a lead over Leeds.
Are Leeds gonna get yarmed though?
They might be getting yarmed on this.
I hope that doesn't translate to some crazy word. It's not a real word, is it?
No.
Or is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or would it be a noun? I should know this, I should really know this.
And then we have boat number 55 and 57 on the start line. So that will be St Hilda and St Bede versus the winner of race 8 all the way earlier this morning. And we'll let you know when that sets off. But for now, it still looks like Yarm are incredibly relaxed as they're coming up the race course. They're looking good as they pass the St Hilda and St Bede.
What do you guys row in like the winter? Because obviously, like, you can't have anything loose because the oars will get stuck. So do you just go like leggings and like a tight jumper?
Yeah, some people still wear their uni suit underneath.
Yes.
Everything. It's like, but a lot of it is like base layers, leggings. Recently, obviously, there was that really cold spell in the winter just before Christmas, where it was like minus.
Terrible winter.
It was so cold, and it was minus degrees, and I was literally wearing like 2 pairs of leggings, 4 pairs of socks, like maybe like 5 or 6 jumpers. And of course, like, the whole point is that you push yourself really hard in the session, that you de-layer anyway. But you do feel a bit like the Michelin Man at first with all your layers on. Just because you really don't want to, you really need to make sure that you're not cold.
So you still row quite regularly? Are you part of a team like where you currently live and work?
Yeah, I'm part of City of Oxford Rowing Club now.
I bet that's hard to get into.
Nah, they'll take anyone. No,
Will they take me? I'm joking.
They're a really good crew. I really, really like them. I've had a long break from rowing for the past couple of months, but I'm ready to get back into it for the next season.
Is it something that you can just? Well, I imagine when it's the season's underway, you need to stick at it. But is it something that do you find that like muscle memory wise, it's easy to get back into, or do you need a bit of work?
I feel like you row all throughout the year. There's just different. There tends to be a summer break in the sense of like people are away a lot, so less people come for training. But it looks like we've got St Hild and St Bede in number 56 versus number 52, which looks like a grey college boat. I want to say grey or Stevenson. And it looks like St Hild and Bede are comfortably flying ahead of their opponents.
Principal
It's
will
Stevenson. It's Stevenson
Oh,
there
right.
again. So just thank you to whoever shouted go on Stevenson on the side of the banks.
Don't know. Sorry, I was going to say I don't know many people from Stevenson.
It's true. They've only recently gotten a boat club.
Oh, right.
I feel like together, but they've been doing really, really well. I remember there was a girl from Stevenson who used to row for Mary's because there wasn't a boat club at Stevenson. So it's nice to know that they've managed to pick up a boat club and they're racing and they've got that real rowing community. And St Hild and St Bede just comfortably passing what was the finish line for the short course. They are now doing the long course, so they're carrying on. Very, very confident lead over their opponents, Stevenson. So hopefully they will be having a nice time as they sail through to the finish of the long course. And then just another clip of Yarm as they go through.
Yarming away.
Yarming away. Is that going to be an adjective, a noun, and then like everything by the end of it? We've got more falls coming down the racecourse with the Pilau Wood boat half a length above their opponents there. Again, you see them pacing it a lot more, and obviously because they've got 1,000 more meters to go than what they normally would have. Lots of screams on the bank. Who are you supporting, guys? Let us know. Comment, subscribe.
Who are you supporting?
Oh, well, we have to be.
You're supporting Osborne's for sponsoring PalTV.
We've got 84 and 86 on the start line now. No, I think it's getting to that point where people are needing food, and you can tell there's a lot of really good smells coming.
Yeah, strange phrase.
Well,
yeah.
I can smell like salty bacon.
It's that
bacon
kind of
sandwiches.
smell, isn't it?
It's really good.
It's coming up to, well, close to lunch area time.
St Hild and St Bede still looking strong against their opponents, Stevenson, as they pass Kingsgate Bridge in just a moment.
There's a spider on the wires over there. It was on my laptop a second ago. Don't know how it's got over there.
I can't even see where you're
It's
pointing.
right there.
Is it big?
No, it's tiny.
Okay.
Anywho, how are we doing? See a shot just now of the bridge, which causes so many problems, but doesn't seem to have.
I haven't heard of a crash yet happening at Elva.
Explicit problems. Maybe just a few, like, slowing downs or.
Yeah, people will tend to slow down it's a really difficult to get the angle right. I know I've certainly crashed into Elbert Bridge even in a double. But it'll be interesting to see if there's any 8s and 4s going through or quads going through as well, just because they're going at such a pace that it's much harder to slow down or stop if anything bad is about to happen.
What happens when a boat is damaged? Does it get sent off? Sometimes does it have to be thrown away?
It depends. A lot of the time it's just a small amount of damage, and you can send for it to get. Sometimes we have really handy people in the boat club who can actually fix it themselves, or other times you've got to really, really send it off. I know DU have fixed a couple of Mary's boats when they've been in that situation.
Oh, that's lovely.
Costs a fortune. Just not with DU specifically, just with everyone.
Surely you can't race if your boat is a certain amount of damaged, but I guess sometimes people don't have a choice.
You can't race if it's damaged. So they'll have people at dark, which is where all the boats are boating from today. And they'll have like start marshals as well as people who check the boats to make sure that they're in good condition and safe condition for not only for the competitors but for those who are maybe waiting on the bankside. We just have some coxed fours coming along. It looks like Leeds University.
St. Cuffs. Shout out St. Cuffs and Hannah, who's coxing.
St. Cuffs, apologies. St. Cuffs are ahead of their opponents on the Pilarwood side by a length and a quarter, length and a half. They're doing well. They're doing really well as they're coming over to Baths Bridge.
It's quite inspiring, really. Seeing, well, I can only really speak for Cuss, but seeing how people progress through the boat club, you know. I only know from LinkedIn, just looking at people's LinkedIn, but they'll start off as a novice and then they'll climb to, say, like treasurer or women's captain. And I just think, wow, it just, you know, years of dedication to the club. It's just brilliant.
Yeah, I think there's a real good culture, which once you've started in the boat club and you take on these roles, you really want to stay in them and you really want to help provide that really great experience that you had with your boat for other people.
And just like being in St. Cuff's Boathouse, it's lovely to see. Well, there's all plaques on the walls of like previous captains, and some of them stretch back obviously to like the 1800s, and seeing the history, it's just.
There's a long, I mean, obviously with it being the 190th Durham Regatta,
Exactly.
There's such a huge history of rowing at the at Durham in particular, being the second oldest regatta in the country, if not ever. I'm not sure. We've got more fours coming down the river with the Pilarwood side about a length and a half, length and a quarter ahead of their opponents. Just a reminder that all the results are underneath being displayed, just at the bottom of the screen. So make sure if you're waiting on results, make sure to keep on checking our updates.
Which number are we on?
We've got boat number 46 and 47 on the start line. Again, 2 more boats coming through Elva. It's good that we've seen that loads of people have managed to successfully steer through Elva so far this morning. It is definitely a scary prospect.
Impressed.
I'm very impressed. They're doing so well. So this is Collingwood coming up on the screen. They're halfway through their long course semi-final. Women's College Fours. And we have Collingwood versus Hillbead, with Collingwood sizable few lengths ahead of their opponents, looking comfortable. They'll be tired now, especially if they're doing the semi-final of their long course race. So if they get to the final, they'll have done up to 6,000 metres.
Wow.
Just under 6,000 metres. It's a lot of food needs to be consumed, a lot of energy needs to keep up. Sugary drinks, sugary food, sugar.
Those watching at home, home viewers, are you rowers yourselves? Have you had any rowing experience? Do you want to start rowing? Has the regatta inspired you? You know, if your friend or your family member who's rowing today, if you do have a family or friend rowing who you're watching, do they row because you rowed?
Yeah, I know Learn to Row courses are held pretty much every single year, if not multiple times a year at Durham Amateur Rowing Club in Durham. I'm sure other clubs do offer them as well. And then there's obviously the Learn to Row course every single year put on by DU and the colleges. It's fantastic that there's just more and more accessibility for rowing, because not everyone has the opportunity to row at school. not everyone has Yarm or Durham schools or Queen Elizabeth High School to go to. So it's really great that more and more people are able to access rowing at a later age. A lot of the people that do the Learn to Row course actually are a lot older, especially at Darg.
Seriously?
It's really nice to see, actually. It really is. It just proves as well that like age just isn't a barrier with sports, and that the whole point is that the enjoyment and the physical and mental benefits of sport never go away, and that's why it's really essential to make sure that you're exercising.
Spider. The spider's hanging from the cable.
Oh God, I still can't see the spider.
It's nice to know that there's like a literal Learn to Row, because I tried out rugby thinking no one else would really have done rugby before, college rugby.
Mhm.
Everyone knew exactly what they were doing, and I had no clue. And I was like, oh gosh, everyone else is like up to speed.
Yeah, honestly, getting involved in sport at any age can be intimidating, but you just got to do it, man. You just gotta do it.
You got to get through that awkward phase. It's like anything. Like I was brand new to PalTV, and it's very much just like a teething. I mean, I'm learning stuff all the time. If you couldn't tell, it's my first time commentating. It's uncomfortable, but once you get through that stage, you flourish. You just have to get through the uncomfortable bit.
So Collingwood still have that lead over St Hilda and St Bede in that semi-final, looking comfortable as they pass by I believe that was the boathouse of. Oh, what's the boathouse that burnt down? I can't remember.
Oh, Van Milder.
Van Milder, that's it. I could not remember the name of Van Milder College. Apologies there.
Any other shout out, guys, that you want us to? Anyone who you want shouting out, mentioning on the broadcast, just let us know.
We have 69 and 72 lining up on that start line. Stake boat start, ready to go. There. Must be tense. They've managed to clear out a lot of the boats, though, that were down that end, and they've just set off. Good race start from both of them.
Neck and neck.
They're looking that looks incredibly close, and I would not be surprised if they almost clashed there. But it looks as though the Pilar Woodside crew has managed to pull slightly away from their opponents, but that was a really close one there for you. There's been a couple blade clashes over the weekend, and it's really
Yeah, there has.
sometimes it's had to actually halt the race.
Stopped, apparently.
They're still going.
Clash of Paddles.
Clash of Paddles.
Unless
It's Queen
this
Elizabeth
was
High
before.
School that seem to still be carrying on racing, and they seem to have a small lead over their opponents. About 3/4. Although there's just been a massive push from Yarm, and they closed the gap, and they are about 1/4 of a length behind Queen Elizabeth High School.
Apparently, it's still officially stopped. The race is officially
They're being yelled at, but the rowers are currently ignoring them.
Are they stopping now?
It looks like they might be easing off, but they are technically officially. That's the thing. The blade clashing is such a big.
Yeah, happened a few times yesterday.
They're still going, regardless of whether the race.
They're really picking it up.
They're going to probably find out they're going to have to do this all again.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really going for it.
And it's really neck and neck at this time. With Queen Elizabeth still having that ever so slightly, that is such a small margin. They're going to be battling it out to the end. Which, I mean, considering the race is technically officially stopped, although whether maybe they'll change that decision in light of the fact that they've carried on.
190 and 198 have begun.
There really is nothing in it between these two crews. and Queen Elizabeth. It's really, really tight. I could not call it. We'll have to wait for the official results soon that will come down at the bottom of the screen. Just some more results coming through. Durham School versus Tees Rowing Club. Durham School won by a quarter of a length. Currently we have a Queen Elizabeth versus Queen Elizabeth battle going on in the Coxed Quad. And it looks like the crew on the Pilar Wood side has an advantage over their teammates and friends as they thunder back all the way down the racecourse today. Again, just a reminder to check out the bottom of the screen with lots of results coming in. Who you waiting on? Whose results are you looking forward to? What do you want to know? Queen Elizabeth again on the Pilar Wood side have a sizable lead upon their opponents and friends now. The marshals at Kingsgate is yelling to the current teams. I'm presuming that was the Yarn boat and the Queen Elizabeth boat that clashed blades right at the beginning of their races. The Kingsgate marshal is yelling at the teams for not sticking to their side of the river. Just goes to show the drama continues, regardless of whether they've carried on the racing or not. But again, it is still the Pilar Wood side of the Queen Elizabeth boat that is ahead of their opponents and friends. I hope they're friends still, even though they're racing against each other now as they go under Bass Bridge.
It's like yesterday we had a lot of Collingwood on. Collingwood versus Collingwood.
Oh my gosh.
The Battle of Collingwood.
We've got boat number 219 and 220 on the start line getting ready to race. We have doubles coming down the river now, and it looks like the Pilar Wood side has a slight advantage over that, although it's very, very close, very much neck and neck. I believe that's Chesterley Street on the Pilar Wood side in race number 223, passing by the Hild Bead landing stage currently. It is rather close between the two boats. I believe it's Queen Elizabeth High School versus Chesterley Street, and maybe looks like Queen Elizabeth have got a slight edge as they go under Bath's Bridge. But it's still all to play for, of course. Nothing is set in stone. They're both very evenly matched crews as they go through to Kingsgate Bridge.
So many bridges in Durham.
I know. And it was a final as well, so hopefully we'll have news of that too on the results. But it was really neck and neck all the way to the finish with that Queen Elizabeth and Chesterley Street final. We have some more doubles coming down. Again, it looks like Queen Elizabeth are racing again this time. Obviously a different boat. Race number 220.
They have a lot. Are they exclusively yellow boats, Queen Elizabeth?
Do you know what? I actually don't know. I feel like there have been a lot of yellow boats. It goes interestingly with their unisuit.
I don't think it's too bad. Colour coordination.
We have 180 and 181 on the starting line. (180) Sunderland City on the racecourse side. It's a semi-final that has just gone under the bridge out of the side of the screen, and it was Queen Elizabeth versus Hexham. Queen Elizabeth have managed to cross the finish line just ahead of Hexham. Apparently Hexham had a rather squiggly line when it came to their racing. It just goes to show how important the straight line is, because it just saves so much time, saves energy.
Looks really busy now, the banks do.
Definitely getting busier. So we've got Queen Elizabeth High School over their opponents. I believe that it was Sunderland Rowing Club in the racecourse side, and Queen Elizabeth are very much thundering down that racecourse, about a length or two ahead of their opponents on the racecourse side. Sunderland have taken a slightly wider approach on the river, and that has made them lose some time, and Queen Elizabeth are still therefore ahead of their opponents.
Is there any type of point deduction if, obviously the buoy is there to separate the rowers, but yesterday we saw some, clashing, but aside from clashing, some very closely situated racers. Is there any type of point deduction there?
It tends to be a disqualification if you're meant to stay on your side. Obviously, sometimes there can be boats that go into the middle of the river. If blades clash, then it does tend to be that a call is made. The thing is, if they're miles ahead and they go into the middle, it's not really impeding on the other on the other team's line. So it does tend to be let go in that circumstance. It just depends on where the competition is at. But again, it's getting busier now on the banks, it's getting busier on the river, lots more racers coming down. We've got more falls coming down the river today. Sorry, quads, not falls. And it's an evenly matched race of Collingwood College versus Durham Schools. They are currently neck and neck. Durham School on the racecourse side, Collingwood College on the Pilar Wood side. Both doing incredibly well in this women's race. Eyes in the boat for all of those teams there. They're looking strong, but it looks like Durham School have just done an absolutely massive push and trying to cement some kind of lead over their opponents.
Absolutely brilliant race here. Both teams are pushing on tirelessly. And thankfully the weather's picked up a tinsy bit.
That's a huge dog that's just past the commentary box there.
Yeah, that dog has passed quite a few times.
Clearly,
he's getting his laps in.
He's clearly really enjoying the racing today, and we are really hoping that you are too. And it looks like Durham Schools still has that lead over Collingwood College as they pass the short course finish line, but they've still got more to go, still got the longer course to go. And it looks like it's really busy coming back along that river now. Lots of boats probably travelling back to the start line. They're probably hungry, probably tired, probably ready to head back in. Especially it's lunchtime. It's coming up to lunchtime. So everyone must be getting hungry, and there's plenty of food on the riverside to
Munch on.
satiate that. Is that the word? Satiate?
Yeah, satiate.
Satiate that hunger, which is why another reason why you should come on down and have a look at some of the amazing cruise racing. Come and say hello to us. We always want to see. We always want to meet people. We always want to talk to people. We always want to know what's going out. Yeah, we always want to give shout outs.
I can hear a dog panting outside of the marquee.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, dog, come round.
Oh.
If you've got a really lovely dog, come over.
I would love to.
I would love to see a dog.
Yeah.
And we've just had another race set off. And we have the race course crew about half a length up on their Pilar Woodside crew already early on in this race. And they've got Durham Amateur Rowing Club taking a lead in the first part of this race by probably by 3/4 of a length now. They're looking good, they're looking strong as they pass by the Collingwood landing stage. And they are looking strong, they're looking fast, they're looking good as they race against Yarm School with a 3/4 of a length, although they look as though they're widening it to a full length lead against their opponents. They're rating incredibly highly and really moving quick along this course at the moment.
Where do the boats go after they finish the long course?
They just have to. They row back along.
Alongside the
they
edge.
come back. They come back to everything. Every boat has to boat at Durham Amateur Rowing Club as well as, unless obviously where we saw with the Hatfield where they literally just went back to their boat. Because I suppose there's no point going all the way back to Dark to then have to take it all the way back later.
The wooden boat must have been so heavy.
Yeah, wooden boats are so heavy. Sometimes we refer to them as bathtubs.
Your bathtubs?
Yeah, if they're wide and they're really heavy and they're a brown boat. Again, Dark seem to have lead over their opponents, Yarm School. This is race number 70, I believe, in the program. Or maybe... Oh, I believe race number 70 on the program is starting. Apologies. And Dark have really, really lengthened their lead over their opponent's Yarm to 2 lengths as they go under Bath's Bridge. But they've still got a long way to go. It's the long course this morning. And going into this afternoon. A reminder again, all the results posting across the bottom of the screen. We've got Durham School versus Queen Elizabeth, with Durham winning easily as well as Collingwood winning easily in their respective races. It is neck and neck for this final of the junior under 15s, and it's Yarm School fairly edging their way over their opponents as they've passed by Collingwood. But the racecourse crew are not letting this go easy. They're really putting up a fight. They're only about half a length behind Yarm, and they're an incredibly well-matched crews against each other.
Is it a typical secondary school sport?
Yeah, you can't do it. I don't think you can do it. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to row until you're like 13.
Oh, so year 7, no, year 8, no.
But I think it's definitely secondary school. You're not allowed to join beforehand.
Yeah, because I was talking to William yesterday saying, like, is it a matter of... Obviously you're not going to be able to do it when you're super young, but is it a case of as soon as you can swim, you can learn to row?
No, I think it's such an intense sport, and I think it's it's an emotionally draining sport
Yes.
as well, and I think doing it when you're a bit older and more clued up on your limits, I think is a wise decision. And we have the both crews heading under Bath's Bridge currently. Again, it looks like the Pilarwood team have half a length over their opponents as they continue on down the course. The commentator for the regatta has just said that she's got her own race to get to now, and she's stepping out of the commentary box. So it seems like we're not the only ones who have very skilled commentators who are also rowing this weekend. It's clearly multitasking. As you can see, the beautiful Durham grounds with all the boats heading back along the river to get back to dark. Some more results. Open College for Collingwood versus Stevenson. Collingwood won easily. Women's 14. Cox Quad Durham School versus Queen Elizabeth High School. Durham won easily. There's much more people on the bankside now. It's nice to see people coming out to support their teams, support the regatta, support the local businesses as well, which is really, really, really important, especially after COVID. It's really important that you support events like these. And PalTV are absolutely delighted to be the live broadcasters of this amazing and historical event as the 190th Durham Regatta, sponsored by Osborne's.
It's nice to see people bringing their dogs as well. For a little
dog watching is lovely.
It's the countryside. It's a nice little day out for the dog as well. You know, lots of sights, smells, other dog friends. Community on so many different levels today.
Get down here and support your local community. How's everyone doing watching? Let us know who you want us to shout out. Let us know who's racing later on that you want to support. I want to hear about it.
Have we still got reach to Australia?
I really hope we do. Do you know as well, I know we've been talking about rowing blazers a lot, but there hasn't actually been as many bucket hats today as well either. What do you think looks cooler, the bucket hats or the visors?
I'm not a big fan of visors. Apart from their like literal function, I can appreciate them, but aside from that, I don't think they're a fashion piece. I don't understand them, honestly, because I just don't like them.
I mean, it's cool wearing a visor because for women in particular, or for men who have long hair, for anyone who's got long hair, you can at least tie it back with a visor.
True, actually.
And that's the fault of a
Good
cap.
point.
That is the fault of a cap. Just remember as well, there's loads more entertainment going on today. There's all the rides, there's free face painting, there's loads of really cool stuff. Hence again why you should come down to the regatta and why you should be listening on, because we've got loads of cool clips playing later on today and playing over this weekend in general of all the great stuff that you have available at the regatta this weekend. What have you enjoyed most about the regatta so far?
Good question. I like to think about all of the dedication. I mean, there are various races that go on throughout the year, but I like to think of all the dedication people have put in to lead up to these races. I just think it's really impressive, really nice to demonstrate their discipline, if anything, to the sport, to each other.
The
to their club.
emotion,
Yeah,
the dedication, the emotion, all really incredible stuff. It definitely has. They're just reminding people to make sure you keep hydrated, you keep safe, because it is getting warmer, which is good news for us in the commentary team because we were really cold earlier this morning. I wore my skirt, which I definitely feel like was a bad decision. I wore jeans yesterday and I got too hot. I'm now way too cold in a skirt.
You need a unisuit.
I think I'd be even colder in a unisuit. But just a reminder to look after yourself whilst attending these events, especially with the sun yesterday being so incredibly hot. Hopefully we'll have some more racing coming to you soon, but we'll keep you updated with everything after this video.
Hello, and we are joined here with the lovely Will, one of our commentators from yesterday, and is about to comment in just a minute. So how are you finding today compared to yesterday?
Well, today there's plenty of exciting fun that I'm really looking forward to, and I'm quite liking the conditions as well. Not as sunny as yesterday, we're not going to get sunburned, but still great racing conditions out there for everyone.
Absolutely, does a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't describe it as chilly today, but I'm guessing the sun not beating down is going to be an advantage to some of the people racing.
I think so. We've noticed a lot of athletes racing in just their one piece so far today, and they were yesterday as well, but I think it's just a little bit cooler so they get a bit more performance out of the lower temperatures.
You're saying that just as the sun is peeking through some clouds.
Well, hopefully it stays a little bit more cloudy, than yesterday, so our competitors do not get sunburned. That is very important.
So obviously yesterday we saw more of the short course races, and today we've got the long course coming up. What are your predictions for some of the things that we might see today with that longer course?
Well, the longer course always throws some dicey racing. We're talking about this on commentary yesterday. Elvet Bridge side by side today is the only time you can do it all year here at Durham Regatta on the Sunday, racing through it in this direction with another crew going through the other half of the bridge. And we think this is one of the most challenging courses in the country. You don't really have the opportunity to race through a bridge so thin, so historic that often. And we're struggling to think of a comparison across the country.
Must be an honor, must be a real honor to be able to do that unique course.
A lot of pressure though, I feel.
A lot of pressure too, but yeah.
I don't think, I've been on Brown's boats near Elvet Bridge before, and I struggle to
really
maneuver that with all the time in the world.
It's not the speed as well, it's not the same speed, the speed's a lot greater.
Yeah, so I'm guessing the coxes will have to work extra hard to guide their rowers through that little gap.
Yeah, even more challenging, especially when you're in a coxless boat. We'll have some fours and doubles racing without coxes, and they have to steer that while racing, looking over their shoulders. I've done it a few times here at the regatta and at the head races earlier on in the year. It never gets easy. Every single time when you come up to Elvet, you think, oh goodness me.
Oh wow, I can imagine. So I'm guessing as well that because the race is that much longer, that the sort of gaps between them are a little bit more pronounced, would you say, when races end, or can it still be that sort of neck and neck biting until the finish?
It could be the case that the margins are a bit larger, but also I think Elvet just throws a lot of unpredictability into the racing. If you get Elvet wrong and you're ahead, it gives your opponent a really good chance to come back at you. And the bend actually in the river also favours the crew here on the racecourse side of the river, so going through Elvet they'll feel like they can gain half a length of water on the other boat without even having to do anything, because it just goes in their favour.
So I heard the commentators earlier discussing which side of the river they most like to race on, and I was wondering if we could have your opinion on the long race. Where are you feeling like you have the best advantage?
Okay, well, on the short course, I'd definitely take Peel or Wood, but on the long course, I couldn't tell you.
Oh wow,
There's-
okay.
there's-
Is that unpredictable?
There's 2 bends on the river, one favouring each side, so I really couldn't tell you.
So a little bit more equal though with the
It
long
does
course.
make it better, yeah, yeah, it's more equal. More fair, I'd say.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the people fare in the next few hours, I'm guessing. And as we say, I'm sure that more twists and turns will come our way. I'm sure that you'll be guiding us through with your commentary.
It'll be a really interesting afternoon. Yeah, we've had some great races so far, but yeah, more to come.
Absolutely. And shortly, I believe, we'll be going to an advert. So please, thank you again to our sponsors at Osborne's, and here you go.
No rush, go on, move back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on, move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on, move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you got a deal right now. Whole gang, whole man, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Have you ever looked out on the river, saw that and thought, I could do that?
Well, we're going to give it a go. I'm Sydney.
And I'm Izzy.
And this is PalTV Learns to Row.
Regatta edition.
I'm in a boat. I'm in a boat. I'm joined today by UCBC's incoming women's captain, Georgie. Georgie, how are you feeling about teaching us to row today?
Very excited, bit nervous because we're probably going to fall in.
I don't like that outlook, Georgie.
And I'm here with UCBC's president, Rob. Rob, how likely are we to capsize?
On a scale of 1 to 10, say around about the 10 mark, probably. Yeah.
Yay!
Hold on to your blades.
Oh,
Did you get this thing?
actually doing it. Oh my god, he's actually pushing us out. Oh. My thingy faces the wrong way.
Yeah. Don't crash, Georgie. Right, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, what I think Georgie's planning on doing, she's going to sit there and just balance the boat for Sydney, and then she's just going to go through the motions.
Okay, the things you showed us earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Great, so have you trained a lot of novice rowers before?
A few. So each year we run a novice training program.
Okay.
So we get all the freshers that want to sign up in Freshers Week. We often get kind of 60 sign-ups, which is quite a lot for a relatively small club.
Yeah.
They then have to do all their swim tests, so getting up at 6 a.m. on a generally Thursday morning, right after CCTV, which is always fun.
Lovely.
In about week 1 or 2 of term, they then have to do some swimming, do some treading water, all that kind of stuff, prove they won't drown, and then we shut them out in boats.
Wonderful. And do you have any novice horror stories?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Are you allowed to say any novice stories?
There are definitely some I probably shouldn't say.
Fair enough.
A lot of capsizes.
Okay.
A lot of people that just think, oh, I should let go of my blade. Boat flips in.
I see. Yes, I've been told that you have to keep hold of your blade at all costs because that stops you from capsizing.
If you hold your blades, you won't capsize. Very simple.
Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to remember that. Wonderful. So tell me, why did you get into rowing? Did you sign up as a novice then?
So I rowed from school. So I first started when I was about 14, 15. One of my friends used to row. He said, Rob, why don't you come along and just give it a go?
Yeah.
Went once, never looked back.
Wonderful. And what is it about rowing that you like so much?
I think there are two sides to it. First of all, kind of the early mornings, getting out on the water, lovely and still, especially on summer mornings, gorgeous sunrises, that side of things. And also the kind of sort of comradeship kind of side of it. Great team atmosphere, great socials. What more do you want?
Wonderful. Tell us about Georgie.
Right, Georgie is a fresher.
Wow.
I actually first met Georgie when she came to an open day, the year before she joined.
Wow.
But she rowed back at school, back at home club. She's got very involved in the women's side very quickly. Sort of going into second year as a women's captain is quite impressive.
Yeah.
And she's got some exciting plans next year. Hopefully we'll be on the up.
Brilliant. Okay, and how is Castle Boat Club doing in the general scheme of things?
We have our highs and our lows.
Okay.
I think we went into this year very promising. Some great people from school, great schoolboy rowers, great sort of relatively experienced people coming in, great novice programme. Aidan Haig, who ran our novice programme this year, fantastic.
Yeah.
Sadly, a few crashes, some internal college politics haven't really supported that this year. Yeah, I think going into next year, really positive.
Great, so we can just see them coming back over now. If Sydney does try to row, could you... Oh, yeah.
Right, so she's going through the sort of arms, body, legs.
Yep.
Then meant to be putting her blade in the water and pulling. Not quite managing that, but nearly.
Okay.
So she's done the arms are away.
Yep.
She's then gonna bend over.
Yep.
In a second. Maybe.
Come on, Sydney.
Here we
Yes!
go. Legs, putting the blade in the water and pulling.
Woo!
That's
She
it.
did it! Yeah!
That's all there is to it. Coming forward, blade in the water and pulling.
Beautiful.
She's coming out square, then feathering.
Okay, good. So, how long would it take, you say, for Sydney to be regatta ready?
Regatta ready? I mean, when I learned to row, I raced my first race within about a month of learning to row.
Wow, okay. So, you're talking about your novice development program.
Yes.
So how many novices would you say are anybody who was trained as a novice competing in the Durham Regatta?
So Durham Regatta have they call it Maiden Fours.
Okay.
Which is an event entirely for novice college rowers who've only learned to row this year.
Okay, brilliant.
Which is always we often win it every kind of 2 or 3 years we tend to win that one.
Lovely,
but
okay.
It's at the end of the day, rowing is about trying to get lots of people involved in the sport. It's a really fun sport, and events like that are just focused at trying to build that engagement.
Wonderful, great, thank you.
How many minutes of this sort of just
chatting? I don't know.
Chatting are we going to throw in?
Till they
About
come
30
in.
Seconds?
I don't know, yeah.
I have no idea at all.
Until they're perfect.
Until Sydney's learned to row like an Olympian.
Until they crash into that boat, actually, it looks like.
Yeah, Brown's boats are a pain in the arse.
Yeah, how do people often crash in?
All the time.
Okay.
They're also going the wrong direction.
Oh no. Oh yes, they are.
Yeah. Novices.
Dear oh dear. Right, so Sydney is rowing in. She's done a couple laps.
Looking quite good. Looking very good.
Oh, good. Okay. Can we comment on any technique?
Yeah, so she's coming forward. She's feathering in slightly, but she's getting the blade out nice and square.
Yep.
Then feathering it. Got decent sequencing, so the arms, body, legs is happening. She's not bending her legs before she's got her arms out.
Good.
It's looking really good. You know what? It's quite solid.
Wow, you seem surprised. Well done, Sydney. Wonderful. Very fun. Very scary, but very fun. Great.
Yeah, fine.
We didn't capsize. Well done. No pressure, is he? No, I'm so scared. Any tips for me to not
trust Georgie?
Sorry, my road dog.
Trust Rob.
Should I trust Rob?
I wouldn't either.
Great. Okay.
The Hillbeat women's squad hate me.
What did you do?
Yeah, I stole their trophies and a footplate out of their boat.
That does sound like it might have been your fault.
No.
Have you ever written a row-on?
Excuse me?
Have you ever written a row-on?
Can you explain to me what a rowem is?
Do you have a favourite boat club besides your own?
Not really. I don't really like many of the other boat clubs.
Yeah, technically I'm just, well, a dev, but now technically seen as still dev.
Oh. That sounds
Oh.
like there's kind of like some tension around that. What's your go-to meal deal?
Go-to meal deal. All right. Quavers.
Are those chips or fries or crisps?
Yeah, crisps.
You a bit nervous, Jack.
That wasn't me. That was you. It's the table.
Oh, it's the table, was it? I thought maybe I made you a bit nervous.
No.
Oh.
I actually really don't like the uni suits.
Why not?
Because they're red. And they're just like, I don't know, they're like a weird fit.
I really like it.
Oh, thank you.
Can I have it?
I do have to say, you're just quite nice. I appreciate the incorporation of the unisuit. We were really on the same wavelength.
Well, I was hoping it could be like a grand reveal halfway through. But,
You just got too excited.
I saw we were twinning and then I got carried away, so yeah. But I don't take it off usually anyway.
Oh, do you like sleep in it and everything?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a nice venue, isn't it?
It is very nice, yeah.
It's very sweet.
I love the lights. These are a nice touch.
I think they're quite nice. My landlord would not let me put them in my house because she said they were a fire hazard. Even though they're
really?
battery operated. She had a stroke though, so I was thinking about putting them back up because it's not like she's coming back anytime soon.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy for you.
Thanks.
So you row for Collingwood?
Yeah.
Are you Collingwood?
I am Collingwood. Yeah.
Are you?
I promise.
Are you like a
Like a
knob?
tier list.
Are you like a dev? Are you a
S tier.
senior?
I'm senior. Vice president.
You're vice president?
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's
But
very
that
nice
comes
to meet
secondary
you.
to the meme account.
Okay.
We need to.
Rank your titles
Yeah.
of importance.
I'm also social sec as well.
Wow.
But that's more senior than vice president.
Yeah, it would be. Does Aiden throw some like really good socials then?
Yeah.
You think he'll bring me along to one sometime?
You could come.
Oh.
I don't know if you'd enjoy it, but you can come.
Okay. That wasn't really like an invitation.
We
Or,
can
like,
retry it if you want.
Are you gonna bring me to one of these socials then?
Yeah, you go with the social.
Oh, you still did the you can come. That's.
I like
you
to
know
play
what? No,
hard
I
to
get
get.
it. I get
I like
it.
to play hard to
I
get.
I don't think.
You
Hi, and welcome back to the studio. Nancy, I want to say thank you for being with us this morning. It's been an absolute pleasure presenting for you.
Thank you. Yeah, me and Alyssa are signing off now, and we're passing to our presenters.
I'm Sophie.
And I'm Richard. There's a lot of exciting stuff coming up, so stay tuned.
Welcome back. It is me and Richard. We're so excited to be presenting for you for the next 4 hours. We've got an exciting amount of rowing coming up. Things like the Coxed College Fours, I think, are coming up.
Some big blockbuster races. I can't wait to see them.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting. We've also got Durham University in the 8 for the
Yes.
first time in a while.
Yes,
Can't wait to see that.
absolutely.
I'm sure all of you are very excited to see the rowing. I'm sure that's why you're watching. And, I mean, for me and Richard.
Yes, and even better than that, I think the weather's picking up a bit.
It definitely is.
Slightly grim start, but you know.
Yeah, it was a bit chilly this morning. I wouldn't necessarily say it's sunny, but it's getting balmy is the appropriate word
and I think
for
the
it.
crowds are picking up, and there's a lot of excitement in the air, and there's a lot
is.
in store, indeed, as there should be.
The atmosphere is really getting to where it was yesterday. The excitement's building, and yeah, we're just really looking forward to spending some time with you guys.
Particularly looking forward to the Elite Open Cox Fours,
Yes.
where Durham University has been doing really well so far, but now they're going to go head-to-head, 2 teams from Durham. I can't wait to see what happens.
I can't wait either. So exciting.
See you in a bit.
See you there.
Hello and welcome back to PalTV's live coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta. You're back with your commentators. I'm Sydney Davis and alongside me is Will Terrell. Will, how are you doing? Excited to be back?
I'm very excited about the next 4 hours of racing. I cannot wait to see some of these events, especially we've got so many finals just back to back. All of these medal races are going to be really, really hard fought.
Yes, it's going to be a jam-packed afternoon of rowing action. A mix between the short course and the long course, as you've been seeing this afternoon, and we'll keep you up to date on all of that. As you can see, we're still awaiting for the next set of races to start. But Will, while we wait, let's talk to you a little bit about your rowing career. Talk to us about it, because you're the only one of us with any rowing experience.
Well, I don't want to be too much like that. Rowers only talk about rowing, so they say. No, so I'm in my 4th year now at Durham. I used to row at school, and for the past 4 years, minus my year abroad last year, I've been rowing at Hillbead Boat Club. So they've had some nice results so far this regatta. No medals just yet, but we do have a crew in the medal race coming up soon. So I'm really looking forward to that, especially considering I raced in that final 2 years ago. Didn't walk away with a medal. So there's lots of records to set straight with all of these crews that we're seeing coming up very, very soon.
Most definitely. And anyone who just watched our little handover period just there will have seen the Learn to Row segment.
Yes.
And I'm slightly ashamed to admit that I am the PalTV presenter who was taught to row in that segment. So I think all of our listeners will be able to guarantee that you certainly will have better experience than me. But we gave it our best shot and I didn't capsize, which is what I am most proud of.
A positive. So we got race on the course. We believe this is race number 75, the final of the Open J14 Octuple Sculls between Durham School and Yarm School. And you can see there that the Yarm School crew on the Pelor Wood side. Of course, these students that are racing right now, this will be their first year of rowing since they joined in year 9 of school. So 2 more years until their GCSEs, and still got such an incredibly high standard of rowing for these young pupils.
Most definitely, and I can attest to just quite how scary it is out there on the river. So they're doing an incredible job at such a young age.
So there you can see the Yarm School crew. We'll wait till our camera pans round, then we'll get a look at what the margin is between them and Durham School. Of course, the local derby, and there is the Durham School crew ahead at the moment as we come past the Hillbead landing stage towards the finish line. Lots of cheers coming on the bank. Of course, all their parents will be here watching and supporting. Hello to those of you joining us on our YouTube live stream, watching at home as well.
Make sure you get in touch with us. Let us know if you're here on the bank or watching online. Comment. We've got Twitter and Instagram, and we would love to hear from you. Of course, we're going to be providing you with all the behind-the-scenes access. You'll be able to see all of our footage and some exclusive interviews and VTs that we prepared in advance of the regatta for you. So definitely stay tuned. We'll be here all day.
There you can see from our drone shot, it is the Durham School crew going underneath the bunting in the lead. They're taking the win in the J14 Octuple Sculls over Yarm School. And on the course is also now race number 73, the Open J17 doubles final. Durham School and Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Battle of the clubs on the weir, and an incredibly tight, dicey racing here between these club rivals. They'll have trained on the weir all year against each other, been racing each other since events back in October. They'll know each other inside out, and it's the Durham school crew with the advantage by just under a length over the amateur club.
Yes, as they pass just in front of our commentary position here, we can see that there's still plenty to go in this race, plenty to go for both teams. But yes, leading by just a length at the moment. Just as they pass under the bridge, heading towards the finish line, which is a lovely string of bunting just a few metres behind that bridge.
I have a feeling this might be a long course race. We'll find out in a second. Could prove challenging for these crews as they go through Elvet Bridge, of course, without a cox on board. They're going to have to steer the course themselves while racing.
Elvet Bridge, famously a very difficult course for those who aren't as familiar with rowing. It's one of the narrowest turns in all regattas, so the fact that we haven't had many crashes into it this morning, or any crashes in fact. Yeah, we'll touch our plastic table.
Okay, I was just about to say, it's a plastic table we've got here.
We will touch our plastic table, but we're definitely hopeful that all of our rowers on the river today will stay safe and manage to make that difficult turning nice and smoothly.
So waiting for us on the start line now, the 8th race between Butler College Boat Club and Queen Elizabeth High School. Very, very fast, dicey racing between 8s, as always, and they're quite close together, but it seems to be that crew on the Peel or Woodside with the early advantage. Queen Elizabeth High School, I believe, with those customary yellow and green kits.
Yeah, they are quite close together, aren't they? We've been able to hear the lovely voluntary marshals throughout this weekend trying to issue commands to the crews from the bank, trying to make sure that everybody stays safe and doesn't clash their blades. So let's hope these two crews can do exactly the same.
Queen Elizabeth High extending their advantage now. They've managed to break that 1 length gap over Butler College Boat Clubs. Always brilliant to see colleges racing in these finals. So tricky for the colleges to compete against not only other colleges but then also clubs from the northeast, as we can see here with this Queen Elizabeth High School crew. Of course, students still at school racing, university students, and it seems to be the young crew that have got the lead.
It looks like some beautiful 8 racing as well. There's some beautiful symmetry and they all seem to be exactly in time.
I know, very well drilled crew. Their coach would be very, very pleased with this performance.
How important is it when you're in an 8 or any boat really that you really are in time with your team members and that you're in sync with them both mentally and physically as well?
Oh, it makes a huge difference. If there's one person in that boat out of 8 people, on paper you make a 12.5% difference, but one person rowing out of time can have such a profound effect on the running of the boat. You want things to be as smooth as possible and everyone doing the exact same thing.
Comfortably extending their lead now. You can see quite a sizable gap between the two crews and it only seems to be growing as they approach the bridge.
Okay, on the start line we're hearing race number 76 is going to be getting underway soon between Durham University Boat Club and Hatfield College.
This will be a good one.
Match up between the students in the non-championship Cox 4s. Of course, Durham University Boat Club already won a Cox 4 event yesterday, making light work of Buick in the re-row of the dead heat in the final. So we'll wait until the camera changes so we can get a good look at whether this is the same Durham University crew. Of course, Hatfield College got their work cut out against their fellow students, but of course the university program is a formidable outfit. Let's have a look then. This is the Hatfield crew in the blue and stripes, and it's Durham University Boat Club just with the advantage.
Quite a tight race though, not much in it as they continue to make their way down the course.
So if you can tell from the kit on the Durham University Boat Club crew, you'll notice it's not the traditional bright palatinate colour, so this darker shade of kit showing that it's their development squad. These are novices that have spent 1 year of intense training learning how to row, and they're up against this experienced Hatfield crew. Some of them will have rowed at school, but it's the crew with 1 year's experience in Durham University Boat Club with the lead approaching the bunting here on this short course. But I believe we're going to carry on and it's a long course race.
We're about to find out. But speaking of the distinctive Durham kit there, of course each college as well has its own oar colours and patterns, and Hatfield they have a distinctive dark blue with a rather nice little, I think it's a lion painted
I believe
on the
it's a
end,
lion, yes.
which is, you know, something nice and different for their crew to have on the water.
Hatfield, one of the few college crews to have an animal on their blade. I believe the only other is Trevelyan,
I
who've
think
got
you
a
might be
unicorn
right.
on their spoon.
Is that what they're called, a spoon?
So that's the spoon, that end of the oar there with the nice design, yeah.
Who knew that? Rowers knew that.
Rowers, yes. So much terminology to keep track of.
I know, I'm trying to
Takes a
keep
while.
up. It's been an informative 2 days.
So it's almost like learning a new language.
Most
Something I know
definitely.
all too well as a French and Spanish student.
I'm very excited to call my first catching a crab.
Well, we
hope.
wouldn't be excited for the athletes, but yes, can happen.
That's our camera angle just from behind the bridge there, as we will be able to see the final of the short course at some point.
Lovely shots here we can get from the drone
You
for
can
the
see-
first time.
Of course, you can see just how busy the race course is. There's so many activities here for you to try. You can see the classic car show there.
Okay, back up to the start line.
I'm Heather and I'm here with PalTV to explain the regatta course for the 190th Durham Regatta. Behind me is the start of the race course. It's a stake boat start, which means that both boats are starting from a complete standstill and released at the same time. On a short course like the 700-metre one on Saturday, the start is incredibly important. At this point, we're about halfway down the short course, so 350 metres in. Crews are starting to likely feel pretty tired by now, which is where there's a real boost when supporters are cheering along. For the rowers participating in the race, the footbridge signifies the end. After this, there's about 40 metres left to go. For those participating in the longer course, they've got to go all the way through the traditional Elvet bridges, all the way round the corner, under Framwell Gate Bridge, right before Prebends Bridge.
Hello everyone and welcome back to our coverage of the Durham Regatta. We've onboarded a new commentator for the race today. I'd like to introduce you all to Monty the dog, who's come along today to watch the regatta and is making best friends with Sophie. Sophie, how's it going?
I think we need to call him Monty the Menace. I'm having a bit. He's gnawing at my hand.
That's great.
Can we ask him a couple questions?
Of course we can. Monty, have you ever considered rowing yourself? Monty, do you have any controversial political opinions?
Oh, I didn't think you'd say that
That
on
is
live
foul.
TV.
I can't. No, we'd like to apologise to all our viewers for Monty's outrageous behaviour. Sophie, how are you doing?
I'm doing. Oh, there's so much slobber.
Yeah, well, there you go. This is the kind of quality coverage that one gets on a professional station like PalTV. Monty seems like he's having a great time today.
Yeah, Monty, who are you out here supporting today? Oh, wow.
A Yarm School. Well, Yarm School have done very well today.
Destroying, yeah.
Yeah, they've done very well. We've been commenting on that a lot.
Congratulations, Monty.
Yeah, and
I guess.
well, that's it from Monty, our new correspondent, and we'll see you after this short interlude. Goodbye.
Dogtastic interview there. But looking on the course, we've got race number 78, the final of the Open Non Championship B Cox Fours between Yarm School and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Tyne Amateur Rowing Club there at the back of your picture with the advantage, making their way down towards the end of the racecourse here.
It's quite a turn, that, wasn't it, from Monty back to the rowing? It feels almost slightly anticlimactic.
Certainly not. We love dogs here at any rowing event.
There's plenty of them, that I can say, along the racecourse.
Yes, lots of good boys. Coming underneath Bath Bridge then, it's that Yarm School crew got their work cut out, but still managing to maintain contact, but it's the Tyne amateur crew that's taken the win there in race number 78.
Yeah, definitely stayed in contention throughout that race. They weren't giving up, just unfortunately losing out there, putting in an immense amount of effort in the process though.
So a few crews that already raced lining up there on the side of the bank, making sure they're nice and tucked in. The marshals will be wanting to make sure they are, so they're not obstructing the crews on the water. Looking up at the start line then, it's race number 75, Open J15, Octuple Sculls. We just had the J14 race come past a few races ago. Now it's time for these Year 10 school pupils to battle it out between St Leonard's and Hexham Rowing Club. St Leonard's there in the red and Hexham Rowing Club in the yellow and green on the left-hand bottom side of your picture. And it's Hexham with a quarter of a length advantage off the start coming towards the bandstand.
They built that advantage nice and quickly, but they must be sure not to take it too positively and make sure they stay focused and stay in the race.
Oh, definitely. Anything can happen in these octuple races. 16 oars per boat. There's a lot of scope for uncertainty, but these crews will be well drilled by their coaches to make sure none of that's happening, and impeccable timing there from both the Hexham and the Leonard's crew. I think the Leonard's crew just rating slightly higher than the Hexham crew, trying to make up that advantage. Of course, this will be one of the final races of their year, so they'll want to go out in style before the next season.
Yeah, most definitely. They are certainly attempting to close that gap, and we'll be looking for a camera angle where we can see if that is the case. But for now, it appears that Hexham are continuing to extend their lead.
Such a lovely, unique spoon design there with the cross in the Hexham crew. Lots of parents and supporters running down the bank, following these crews, coming past our commentary position. It's still Hexham with the advantage over Durham School in these very stylish bucket hats. Not Durham School, Leonard's. Apologies, with their lovely bucket hats. Seems they've got a little GoPro hanging off the side of the boat there at the 2 seats. Getting some lovely camera angles there for their home videos.
Feels quite counterproductive though. Wouldn't you want the boat to be the most streamlined as possible, or would you say it doesn't matter too much?
Streamlining and wind resistance isn't really a thing. They'll be quite lightweight, so it shouldn't affect the balance either.
Okay, perfect.
And just there waiting, got Butler's 8 and the victorious Durham development squad that raced earlier.
How long could you spend waiting to go back up a bank following a race at a regatta of this size?
Waiting after your race shouldn't take too long, but before a race you could be there sat in the marshalling zone for 2 hours.
Wow.
Especially in the time trials when it's one crew after the other with hundreds of entries, you really could be getting quite chilly. So it's always important to boat with more kit that you'll race in.
Quite chilly or quite warm, as we saw some of the rowers getting slightly sunburnt yesterday in the glorious weather. That shouldn't be a problem today.
I'm a little bit rosy, I think, today. But now it's time for another race. It's the Women's J14B Cox Quads Durham School Boat Club on the racecourse side, on the right-hand side of your picture, against Queen Elizabeth High on the Peel Wood side. I'd say it's the Durham School crew with the advantage over that yellow boat of Queen Elizabeth High at the moment.
One thing that's interested me over these past 2 days, is why you would have a cox lying down at the front of the boat or sat up at the back of it. Does it make a difference to a rower's performance?
It doesn't necessarily. I think it's more just the design of the boat. So you can see here in the Durham School crew, the cox is facing the stroke seats. In the Queen Elizabeth High School, they're lying down. I haven't found it to be too much difference. You'll see some of the fancier boats will have the coxes lying down in the back. I'm sure there's some sort of physics behind it. I've never really explored the mathematical side of rowing. I go off feel. Sounds a bit rubbish, but there's a lot of things you can sense through the boat just from being in it.
They're approaching the bridge now, creating quite a sizable gap between the two crews.
Mm-hmm. So looking back towards the start of the course, this is a doubles race, number 81. I believe that's T's Rowing Club in the red, and another Queen Elizabeth High School crew on the racecourse side in that yellow and green. Both these crews have already raced in race number 62 and 63, and we're on number 81, so they will have probably spent the last few hours on the water. They wouldn't have had time to land and rest their feet. They'll have been sat in the boat in the marshalling area since their semi-final, staring each other down, and it's really, really close between these two crews as we make our way down along the racecourse. Coming past our commentary position, cannot separate these two crews.
No, they are very tight indeed. It will certainly be all the way down to the finish, and potentially even a bit of a debate for the umpires.
Goodness me, such tight racing between these J16 crews. Of course, they've been juggling their GCSE exams with training. Don't believe GCSEs are even over yet, so they'll be back in the exam hall this coming week.
Very impressive commitment from these rowers.
And it's the crew on the right-hand side in that white boat with the advantage over Queen Elizabeth as we come towards the bunting.
Just as our camera pans away there, you can see all the sights of Durham. Just coming into shot is Durham Castle and Durham Cathedral, one of the iconic landmarks of Durham. Actually a UNESCO World Heritage Site dating back to the 11th century. It's a bit of history for you there.
Lovely. I had a tour of the cathedral the other week, actually, trying to tick things off the Durham bucket list before I leave finally in a couple years.
Well, I can tick one off, is that I live in the castle.
Do you?
I do. I'm a member of Castle College.
Lucky you.
I know, it's a great place. It's very special eating in the Great Hall and getting to spend your time there. We're very lucky indeed.
I had one formal there earlier this year, and it kind of makes all other formals feel redundant since in a building built in the 70s. Well, obviously not the castle, that's what I'm saying.
Not quite the castle.
Exactly.
But yeah, Durham's a very special place, and we hope anyone who's visiting is having a lovely time exploring our city. We've got visitors from St Andrews and as far as Cambridge as well, so lots of new visitors to the city, and we hope you're having a brilliant time exploring.
Yes, looking forward to that race from the City of Cambridge crew in the single Ed Garden. I had a little chat with him yesterday. Good friend of us here at PalTV. Knows a few people in and around, of course, him rowing at Durham in the past a couple of years ago. So clearly he's back. He cannot resist the appeal of this unique race.
Yes, of course, it is the 190th anniversary of the regatta, but it's also isn't it the second oldest in the country?
I believe so. I saw that on the notes. I'm trying to think what could possibly be older than this.
Maybe we'll fact check a little bit later and get back to you, but it must be incredible for the rowers to row on a river that holds such history.
Exactly. So we'll just wait for some of these crews to get the other side of the start line. We don't want them getting in the way of the upcoming race between Durham School and their opponents here in the non-championship Coxed Quads.
Just in the top of our footage there, just a minute ago, you could see the paddock area with all the upturned boats, which is where all the rowers will be waiting, all the visiting squads, and I can imagine there's a bit of tension around in that area.
Well, I've just checked the notes further, and it's actually Durham School all final here.
Oh, wow.
So these crews know each other inside out. They all have trained with each other all year in lots of different combinations. And it'll be interesting to see what the coaches have gone for here, whether it's an A crew versus a B crew or two absolutely matched lineups.
Well, they are attached to the stake boats, and we'll look forward to seeing them set off soon, and they are off.
And off the start, it looks like the crew on the racecourse side just pointing a little bit towards the bank. They'll need to adjust that. And we'll pick up on this result soon.
It looks like right from the
Welcome back to PalTV's coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta. We're experiencing a couple technical difficulties, so we're just gonna, talk you through it, let you know. I hate to take you away from the rowing, but Richard and I are here on the ground, and we just want to let you know kind of what's going on. So, Richard, what's up?
Yeah, well, Sophie, you and I were here yesterday, and today's a little bit different to yesterday. There's a lot more longer races, which means that they're going through some much narrower bridges, and that's pretty interesting to watch. It's pretty exciting.
It definitely is. Albert Bridge that they're rowing through is the narrowest bridge in all of Europe for racing.
Is it really?
For the rowers, it certainly is. So it presents an extremely difficult challenge for a lot of the teams competing today. A lot of these guys are just in school still, doing their GCSEs. It's really impressive what we're seeing from all of the rowers. I know Yarm School has done significantly well today, so huge shout out to them. I mean, to all the rowers, everyone is putting in such a big shift, so much training and hard work, and it's very clear from what we're seeing here on the ground today.
I think that's what's really amazing. There's a huge diversity of people, actually, who are interested in the rowing, who are rowing themselves, as you say. There are some schools competing, there are some university teams competing, and today's particularly exciting, actually, because we have some of the big beasts of the regatta entering the fray. Durham University, Newcastle University, York University are all entering into their elite competitions. It's been really exciting to watch, and it will continue to be so. So we've got some very exciting races coming up very shortly, I believe.
Yeah, I do think they're coming up. We've got the whole of the Northeast here. It's really exciting, especially with this nice weather. Like we were just saying, it's getting balmier as we speak.
Yes.
Sun's coming out. It's becoming a lovely day. It's much similar.
This is, in fact, an excellent presenting shift, I reckon.
It really is.
The sun has just come out.
We've got the best bit.
Oh, 100%.
Hit the jackpot.
And we're on the ground. We've been meeting some dogs, meeting some other people.
In case you missed it, we just spoke to Monty the Menace, who was a wonderful guest.
Yes.
Maybe not on his best behavior, but who can really hold him against that when you've got a handful of treats that he very clearly wanted. He did give me a little scratch, but I'm sure
We won't
he
hold
didn't
it
mean
against him.
No,
We won't
no.
hold it against him.
You can't do that.
But what have you enjoyed most so far about today?
So far about today, I've really, I had a little nap on the couch earlier. It's quite nice. I did. It was a little public nap. I felt like I was kind of asserting my dominance with that.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Always important.
What was your favorite part, Richard?
My favourite part, well, I've only just emerged into the sunshine, really. So I'm enjoying the fresh air. I'm enjoying the energy. It's the final day. Some of the final races coming up. People are clearly very excited. There are lots of people here. And
Certainly
I'm
is.
enjoying the atmosphere, really.
It's a gorgeous day. We're going to send you off. It's been lovely chatting. I think our difficulties are just about done, so we'll speak to you later.
Welcome back to the commentary booth, and looking up on the course, we're going to be switching to some long course racing in a moment. This is race number 83 on the course between Hexham Rowing Club and Durham Amateur Rowing Club in the women's J14A Coxed Quads. We just had the B Coxed Quads go past a few races ago, and now it's time for the A Crews. And a little bit of staying issue there on the racecourse side. Again, they'll need to make sure they get straight, so it's that crew on the Peel or Wood side. Oh, goodness me, that's not what we like to see. Really, really unfortunate there for the racecourse crew side. Believe that's Hexham Rowing Club there, so they'll need to back it out of the way of that crew marshalling back after their race. So Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the far Peel or Wood side, you can see there taking the rate down slightly. This race seems to be done and dusted in rather unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, definitely difficult for any crew to have their race ended in circumstances like that, especially if you're one that's travelled a bit of a distance, but any crew really wants to perform their best and show all of the lovely spectators on the racecourse what they can do, so definitely unfortunate for that crew there.
Good to see though, we've got the Hexham crew getting back underway, and they'll want to put on a good show back up to race pace. They know in their heads that they're probably going to be unlikely to catch up with this Durham Amateur Rowing Club crew who is smiling up at their spectators. Not something you get to do every day in a rowing race.
Just rowing for enjoyment now, which is quite nice to see. And talk to me about the cocks as well. How important is a cocks to a crew's performance on the river?
They're absolutely vital, especially in these quads. The cox is responsible for the entire well-being and management of the crew as soon as they get on the water. The coaches aren't allowed to follow along with these races with their bikes like they normally would during training, so it's all down to the cox to be commanding and take ownership over the entire race plan and direct the crew and also steer them at the same time. It's very difficult juggling all of these responsibilities. I kind of feel like it's like driving. Not that I coxed before I drove a car, but yeah, a bit too tall for that.
Of course, we've mentioned that we'll be moving to the long course a little bit later where they'll have to deal with the tricky Elvet Bridge. What role will the coxes have to play then?
The coxers will be terrified. Elvet Bridge never gets easy, and in the coxless boats we've got some small boats starting with some quads and some doubles on this upcoming long course segment of races, and it could be make or break at Elvet. You can't win your race going through Elvet perfectly, but if you mess it up, it can ruin your race.
Yeah, of course, and we'll have cameras stationed both sides of Elvet Bridge for you to bring you all of the action, but we're still hoping that all of our crews will make it through safely.
It's a really unforgiving sport, this.
Almost definitely. There's no room for error, really, is there?
No, definitely not. So, looking up at the start line, we've got some double sculls. Leeds Rowing Club and Camus Amateur Rowing Club. Camus already raced in race number 35. Leeds have been waiting for them in this final with fresh legs. So Leeds will be looking to make sure that they can get a jump on the Camus crew. Will be tired from their earlier race all the way down this long course. 1,800 metres, about 6-7 minutes of racing here. Now, can't wait. This will be my first time commentating on the long course today.
How exciting. And we can just see there's a little break in the racing as the organisers and officials allow some boats to make their way back up the course and back into the waiting area. But Will, we can see the two crews about to race attached to the stake boats there. And yesterday, obviously, there was a little bit of controversy around the stake boats as the organisers decided to scrap them midway through the day. For anyone that wasn't listening yesterday or wasn't able to tune in, talk to me about the stake boats. Why are they so important?
The stake boats are anchored to the ground to ensure absolute fairness between these two crews. You'll see there's a little junior rower that's volunteered to hang off the edge of the stake boat and hold on to the stern of each boat, so they'll be marshalled exactly level, and they'll also make sure that they can point in the right direction nice and safely without having to drift on the river. It keeps these boats nice and separate too. So right now you can see the doubles not pointing in the same direction, so we know in the first 10 strokes of the race they're not going to end up clashing. But as we've seen, especially in these boats without a cox, there's a lot to think about going off the start for these two athletes. So much difference can be made up with just one person's action in a boat with so few people. So cannot wait for this one to get started between Leeds and Camus.
Most definitely. I feel the weather is also playing slightly more into the rowers' hands today. They're less likely to get warm waiting on the river, but also there's distinctly less wind than yesterday. So I think we've witnessed fewer clashing of oars today, so perhaps that plays a role.
Yeah, I think so. If anything as well, there's a little bit of tailwind, which the rowers will prefer. Makes the race a bit shorter when you go with the wind as well. But also it's a little bit cooler. So we've seen athletes racing in just their all-in-ones throughout the weekend. Yesterday was a bit warmer and sunnier. So I think these cooler temperatures will aid the athletes in just making sure they don't overheat while waiting for their races. Of course, sat in the starting area for maybe up to about half an hour there, just making sure they're staying focused through their race plans.
Of course, and you can see some results there, some previous results at the bottom of your screen. Perhaps if you're one of the crews who has won today, get in touch in the comments and we'll give you a shout out on your brilliant performances. We would love to hear from you. We're also on Twitter at PalTV UK and Instagram. And yes, send in all your messages, send in your shout outs. Let us know where you're listening from. And yeah, we'd love to hear from you and we'll definitely give you a shout out on our commentary. Do you know anyone who's listening today, Will? Or all of your friends here on the racecourse?
The majority of the people I know are already competing today. I've just seen a few people walk past on the bank that raced earlier in the College 4 semi-finals, and we'll be bringing you the finals of the men's and the women's, or the Open and the women's College 4s in about 5 or 6 races time. It's the ultimate grudge matches, and I cannot wait. This is the ultimate bragging rights of college rowing coming up very, very shortly.
Yeah, everyone will be taking these results back to their colleges and their college bars and definitely looking for the bragging rights to hold over the others. There are some distinctive rivalries within Durham colleges. As a member of University College, I know we're quite fierce rivals with Hatfield.
Yes, of course.
What about Hildby? Do they have any opponents?
We've got a varsity coming up with Cuths on Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe. Quite a friendly rivalry, I think. There's no sort of geographical significance to Hildby Cuths varsity, but it's really, really entertaining to take part in those sorts of things. I think, was it 3 years ago during lockdown, we ran a virtual Cuths varsity, and I was in charge of putting the rowing section of the varsity together with someone else representing Cuths, and we decided to do a 750-metre running race on Strava, which was the length of the Durham Regatta short course. So everyone would go out and Strava 750 metres in their hometowns, and then we would take the average of everyone's times. I have to say, we did sort of just ask the people who were quick at running to take part, and the average would be a bit lower. You got to play it tactically.
It's actually quite smart, Will. I can't blame you for that. And how long have you been rowing? Was this something you picked up at university, or is it a long-standing Tyrrell tradition?
So rowing began in my family with my father, who learnt to row at St John's College here in the early 90s. So a lot of sentiment towards the Durham College rowing community in my family, but also I didn't exactly notice rowing or pick it up. It was never something my parents really pushed me to do. It was a decision I took by myself just after the London Olympics.
Brilliant, so you're inspired.
We applied for tickets for the London Olympics in our family. We each got to choose an event. I picked diving because the only person I knew when I was 10 was like Tom Daly.
Yep.
And of course the tickets we get are the one that Dad wants. So we get tickets to rowing, and we see 2 golds and 1 silver for GB in a day, and I think it was pretty much a straightforward decision from there, thinking, I might give this a try.
I love that from you, Will. I actually went to go and see the gymnastics at London Olympics, but I can't quite say, as inspired as I was, that it has...
No gymnastics?
Not at all. Can't even touch my toes.
Neither can I, and I'm meant to do lots of mobility and stretching for this rowing.
Yeah, and you can see those lovely drone shots operated over the racecourse. There is so much happening here over this weekend. You can get your face painted. There's a classic car show. You can learn how to be a Viking. And there's also even a fun fair ride.
I want to go on that inflatable slide.
That would be pretty fun. I reckon we send you down with a camera.
Yeah. We had one at our college day. I didn't leave for ages.
We could do a Where's Will segment. See where you're at on the...
I am 6'4". It might be a bit obvious.
Yeah. Talking of height, how important is height in rowing? Because obviously you allege that it's a tall person's height, but is it really? Because I have seen quite a few people here today and yesterday who just seem to be able to get involved no matter what their height is.
It can be an advantage, certainly, but I don't think it's the be-all and end-all in this sport. A lot of people that you'll see competing in the national squads are quite tall, but at Durham Regatta, I think anyone is able to compete no matter what the height. And we've even seen some people racing throughout the weekend who have ended up rowing, and then in a different category they'll be coxing for their club too. So we'll get back onto the discussion shortly, but we are underway in this final of the Open Championship double sculls between Leeds Rowing Club and Camas Rowing Club. I've got a little bit of a vested interest in the outcome of this race myself, as I was victorious in the Open doubles events at the Autumn and February Small Boats Head here on the Weir. So it's definitely a title I'm very fond of, and I'll be interested to see which crew comes out on top, because of course neither of these clubs competing train locally.
Of course, some crews very new to the River Weir, others familiar to its sort of weird ways and sort of shallow areas. But of course, the as we've mentioned, the Elvet Bridge can stump anyone, no matter how used to this river you are.
And it's an incredibly strong start there on the racecourse side for the Leeds Rowing Club crew. Just adjusting their steering slightly, heading a bit more towards the bank. They'll need to make sure they're staying on form with that rudder or power steering as we approach Elvet. Of course, now we're on some long course races, so even though Camas are behind by about 3 lengths of clear water, anything can happen once we get towards Elvet Bridge.
Of course, we wouldn't want either of these crews to repeat Hexham's mistake and make their way into the bank or any boats awaiting on the side.
But no, this Leeds Rowing Club crew of Newton looking very, very tidy, making their way down towards Cuthbert House and our commentary position. They may even have aspirations to race a bit further throughout the season. Of course, we've got Marlow Regatta coming up in the south and maybe even on towards Henley Royal.
Have you been able to race at either of those events yourself, Will?
I did a few years ago. I made a one-day appearance at Henley in 2021 in the Club 8 event. But those events have such a high standard, it's so tricky. I've tried 3 or 4 times to qualify, but only been successful once. The standard of competition is ridiculous.
I'd take once. I think once.
I'd take once. There was something for the rowing bucket list. An opportunity came up and I had to go for it. One thing I did also have on the rowing bucket list was to win College Fours at Durham Regatta. Hasn't happened. I haven't got any other chances now.
You can always come back. We'll put you in an...
I could do a PhD.
You could do a PhD. We could put you in an alumni boat.
Looking back up at the start now, it's the Women's Championship doubles. Durham Amateur Rowing Club versus Leeds University this time. So Leeds Rowing Club and Leeds University are in the final of these doubles events. Really, really high standard of sculling between these two clubs as we enter the Open Championship finals segment here, and then later on as we progress throughout the afternoon we're going to be getting into some bigger boats too.
Many friends who've rowed have mentioned to me that the bigger the boat, the more stable it is. Would you say that's true?
I'd agree, yeah. So these double sculls, a bit trickier to balance, lighter, you have a much more profound effect on the lateral movement of the boat when it's just 2 of you sat there, whereas once you're in an 8, if you imagine there's 7 other people that have the responsibility of balancing the boat, you can get away with a few minor adjustments without it tipping the boat as much.
Of course. And what was your favourite type of boat to row?
Oh, my favourite's the Coxus 4. It's just really, really light feel to it. And there's 3 other people in the boat, so you know that you're not going to affect the balance too much if you make an adjustment as you would in a double or a pair. The 8s, there's quite a lot going on. It's very loud. I quite like the serene nature to a Coxus 4. If you get one of those boats right, it can do a lot of good to your brain. It feels wonderful. And one thing that I really enjoy about that boat as well is that there's a lot going on with the technique, but we'll bring you the results of these races very, very shortly.
Welcome back to PalTV's coverage of Durham Regatta. I'm here today with Munnell. If you've not seen it already, there is a little dating show that we've been showing clips of on our broadcast called Catching Crabs, where I went on a couple dates with the rowers. Munnell had the pleasure of joining me on one of these dates. So Munnell, you're racing today.
I am.
You are. How are you feeling? I'm feeling
Pretty confident, actually. I think good vibes. My team's in a good mood. I think it should go pretty well today.
That's good. And you're not going through the long course. You're not having to face Elvit, so...
I think if I faced Elvit, that would be bad for everybody involved.
Definitely. Are you not a pro at Elvit in the race? Does pressure get to you?
Pressure doesn't get to me, but I think Elvit's something even the best can't do. And I've tried it once, failed pretty miserably.
I don't know. When I was a Cox, I raced through Elvit, and I was fine. But maybe you're just not as talented as I am?
I think that's the only possible conclusion.
The only one. So, Munnell, why didn't you ask me out on a second date?
Well, I thought, you know what, I was a little bit nervous. You did intimidate me a bit, and I want to be with a woman who makes me feel at ease.
You won't find that in a coxswain girl.
No, a coxswain girl, too much like myself. And
yeah, there's too much competition there, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you've just said you're better than me, so I can't really handle that, can I?
No, of course. Well, that's been me and Munnell. Unfortunately, I guess we won't be seeing much more of him, but sending back to the commentators now.
The Hill B women's squad hate me.
What did you do?
Yeah, I stole their trophies and a footplate out of their boat.
That does sound like it might have been your fault.
No.
Have you ever written a row-on?
Excuse me?
Have you ever written a row-on?
Can you explain to me what a rowem is?
Do you have a favourite boat club besides your own? Not really. I don't really like many of the other boat clubs.
Yeah, technically I'm just, well, a dev, but now technically seen as still dev.
Oh, That sounds
Oh.
like there's kind of like some tension around that.
What's your go-to meal deal?
Go-to meal deal. All right. Quavers.
Are those chips or fries or crisps?
Yeah, crisps.
You get nervous, Jack.
That wasn't me. That was you. It's the table.
Oh, it's the table, was it? I thought maybe I made you a bit nervous.
No.
Oh.
I actually really don't like the uni suits.
Why not?
Because they're red. And they're just like, I don't know, they're like a weird fit.
I really like it.
Oh, thank you.
Can I have it?
I do have to say, you're just quite nice. I appreciate the incorporation of the unisuit. We were really on the same wavelength.
Well, I was hoping it could be like a grand reveal halfway through. But,
You just got too excited.
I saw we were twinning and I got carried away, so yeah. But I don't take it off usually anyway.
Oh, do you like sleep in it and everything?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a nice venue, isn't it?
It is very nice, yeah.
It's very sweet.
I love the lights. These are a nice
you.
touch.
I think they're quite nice. My landlord would not let me put them in my house because she said they were a fire hazard. Even though they're
really?
battery operated. She had a stroke though, so I was thinking about putting them back up because it's not like she's coming back anytime soon.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy for you.
Thanks.
So you row for Collingwood?
Yeah.
Are you Collingwood?
I am Collingwood, yeah.
Are you?
I promise.
Are you like a
Like a
knob?
tier list.
Are you like a dev? Are you a
S tier.
senior?
I'm senior. Vice president.
You're vice president?
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's
But
very
that
nice
comes
to meet
secondary
you.
to the meme account.
Okay.
We need to,
Rank your titles
Yeah.
of importance.
I'm also social sec as well.
Wow.
But that's more senior than vice president.
Yeah, it would be. Does Aiden throw some like really good socials then?
Yeah.
You think he'll bring me along to one sometime?
You could come.
Oh.
I don't know if you'd enjoy it, but you can come.
Okay. That wasn't really like an invitation.
We
Or,
can,
like,
we can retry it if you want.
Are you gonna bring me to one of these socials then?
Yeah, you can come to the social.
Oh, you still did the you can come. That's
I like
you
to
know
play
what? No,
hard
I
to
get
get.
it. I
I
get
like
it.
to play hard to get.
I don't think.
Hello and welcome back to our commentary of the 190th Durham Regatta. I think we all enjoyed Sophie's little exploits into the dating world and we wish her the best of luck. But yes, let's get back to the rowing, Will. Who do we have up on the water?
On your screens now you can see the final of the Women's Championship Cox's Quads. This is Leeds University and the composite crew of Newcastle University Boat Club and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. And I believe that's the open category, apologies. But coming up in the programme, this next sequence of 4 or 5 races are going to have such a huge difference over everyone's perception of their squads going into next season. We've got Open Championship Cox Fours and the Women's Cox Fours, and then the 2 College Fours finals as well. So a lot of bragging rights here on the line that will shape the outcome of the season for these crews.
Of course, our drone there just panning over the city as we make our way back to the site of the racecourse, and we'll be ready for the next race to begin shortly. Which race that's coming up are you most looking forward to, Will?
I cannot wait for the Open College Fours final, Hildbead versus Collingwood. A huge matchup that we'll get into once those crews are on the water. But looking now at the racecourse, it's on the Peel or Wood side with the advantage here in this Coxed Fours event between Durham University Boat Club on both stations, I believe.
An impressive showing then.
Well, this is the Women's Championship Cox Fours. This is Newcastle University Boat Club there. You can see with their blue star on the spoon. And Leeds University there on the racecourse side with the chevrons and green kit. So it seems to be Newcastle University Boat Club with the advantage coming past Hildbead's landing stage. Of course, packed landing stage as we await their appearance in the College Fours final.
Yep, there will be plenty of support for Hildbead down here on the racecourse, especially in those armchairs, which I most certainly would like to go in at the end of this.
They're very soft, but I dread to think
Oh, that's very true. They do appear to be quite old and quite ragged.
They don't get it clean, I can tell you,
Oof.
as a Hildbeed rower. So Newcastle there with just over a length's advantage now on that Leeds University crew.
They've just made their way past our commentary position and towards the bridge.
So now we can see there in the distance on the course the river bends in the favour of that Leeds University crew, and they'll get some free ground on the Newcastle crew as a result of that. But things are going to get dicey as they approach Elvet Bridge, and the heart rate will start pumping a little bit faster in those coxes as they get the nerves of Elvet. Never gets easy.
If you were rowing in the regatta today, Will, do you have a preference of which side you would be on, the racecourse or the Pilau Wood side?
Not on the long course. I think for the short course, I'm always a fan of the Pilau Wood side. I found that that's just sort of been the side that's worked for me best in the races that I've done here side by side. But back up to the start line. This is the grudge match right here. Going off the start line, it's the Open College Fours final. Hildbeed Boat Club on the racecourse side, Collingwood College on the Pilau Wood side, and they are neck and neck off the start line. 2 years ago at the regatta, Collingwood beat Hildbeed in the final. Last year at Senate Cup, Collingwood beat Hildbeed in the final. At the regatta, Collingwood beat Hildbeed. Senate Cup earlier this year, Collingwood beat Hildbeed. And at Hexham, Collingwood beat Hildbeed. So it's all to play for Hildbeed here to change the narrative. This is the last shot they've got all season for the bragging rights for into next season. And we can see now it's the Collingwood crew slowly eking out an advantage over this Hildbeed crew.
I was going to say I was sensing a theme there, Will, but wouldn't it be brilliant if Hildbeed was able to overturn all of those past results and eke out a win here?
Definitely. I know it sounds like Collingwood have been dominant, but there have been some very close races, a few dead heats in the past, but it's always gone in Collingwood's favour. And huge cheer now coming from the Hildbeed landing stage. Collingwood haven't managed to progress on their advantage just yet.
No, the crews are certainly. Collingwood is just taking a slightly, but the crews are still very close, and there is still plenty of time in this race.
So this Collingwood crew, coxed by Dan Ridges, Alex Waring, Itali Yaniv, Felix Crabtree, stroked by Will Horsthorne, and in the Hildbeed crew you've got Georgia Allison at cox, Miggy Carr, Harry Botterill, Tom Mawson, and Cosmo Van Steenis in the stroke seat. Collingwood there racing in their Zephyrs, and Hildbeed in the blue unisuits. Collingwood now slowly growing their advantage towards a length, coming underneath Bath Bridge. Still a long way to go down this course.
Of course, Elvet will be the real test, and we're hoping to bring you footage of that, yet it is all still certain as whether our cameras will or will not work, but we're hoping to get drone footage.
You can see there Collingwood with the advantage, going towards Elvet Bridge, but the bend's going to go into Hildbeed's favour. And there seems to be a little move there coming from Hildbeed, trying to capitalise on that natural advantage that they have. But if we make our way back towards the start line, it's the final in the Women's College Fours. Yet another appearance by Collingwood, who have got St Cuthbert Society as their opponents here in this final.
We'll look forward to bringing you the results of all of these finals as and when we get them. So definitely stay tuned to find out the results, and keep an eye on the bottom of our screen where you can currently see lots of results coming in.
So just bringing you from the earlier courses, races that were on this long course. In the Championship Doubles Open event, it was Leeds Rowing Club victorious over Camus, and Durham Amateur Rowing Club in the Women's Championship Doubles victorious over Leeds University. But on the start line now, it's going to be really nerve-wracking for these students. They've trained all season thinking, can I win College Fours?
And of course, this will be the last college race for many of the participants who may be graduating this summer.
Oh, exactly. So, as Cuths and Collingwood make their way off the start line, frantic race, both crews will want to get out in front and get in the mind of these two crews. But actually, it's an earlier race. Slight change in the programme. This is Durham University Boat Club matchup in Open Championship Coxford's final of the crews of Graf and Reed. So no doubt a little selection tool here the coach has opted for, putting these two crews against each other in the same race.
Of course, these two crews will know each other incredibly well, so it's going to be a real tense affair as they head towards the finish line.
Oh, exactly. And you can just see here the standard of rowing compared to the College Fours that we just saw. This is a club that trains more than 10 times a week, grueling at early hours on the rowing machine, cold winters on the Tyne in layers and beanies, and it all comes down to a summer of racing here at Durham Regatta, and then later progressing on to Marlow, Henley Women's, and of course Henley Royal. Durham University Boat Club, winners of the Victor Durham at Bucks Regatta. Such depth overall throughout their squad in both the men's, women's and the development side. Their development squad have already had really successful races in the Cox's Fours this weekend. And coming past our commentary position seems to be bow number 53 on the Peel or Wood side with a slight lead. But of course the bend's going to favour the crew on the racecourse side. It's too close to call here. Can see there in the bow seat of the crew closest to your picture, that's James Watson Gandy, housemate of two people who just competed in that Hildbead crew. They're big fans of racing in the Cox Fours, it seems.
You're a wealth of knowledge, Will. You're a wealth of behind the scenes.
You don't spend 4 years rowing in Durham without picking a few things up.
No, of course. It's a very tight-knit community, isn't it? The rowing community of Durham.
It's a very small world. Everyone knows each other. Can get a bit strange sometimes, but
it's not a very large stretch of river to train on either, is it? So you must bump into the same crews a fair few times a week.
Oh, definitely. And it's kind of strange as well, because we'll train here for so many years and you'll recognise faces, but you won't actually know people's names. And the same was at school. You'd row for 5 years against all of these people from other schools, and you'll turn up at uni and turns out they've got into Durham as well, but you won't know their names, but you'll just recognise them from battling it out up and down the country at various events from when you were younger.
What's the furthest you would have travelled for a competition when you were a little bit younger?
Ooh, good question. I was quite lucky to be located in the south, so all of the Thames Valley races are quite easy to get to. I did one race up in Nottingham when I was 13. That was a quite long journey. Or Lincolnshire. The GB National Squad Trials take place in Boston, Lincolnshire, which is a long journey for a lot of crews. I've never had the chance to race in Scotland, but those races at Strathclyde Park look absolutely brilliant, and it would be really, really fun to race there.
I'm sure you'll get there, Will. We'll get you to Scotland.
That would be quite nice. Anyone in a club in Scotland that's watching, find me a job. I need one.
A little bit of plugging on PalTV.
Okay, looking up at the start line then, this is the Women's College Fours final. You can see on the Peel or Wood side, Collingwood taking a really, really quick advantage over St Cuthbert's Society. So this Collingwood crew, Cox by Joe Barton, we've got Catherine Musgrave, Ariana Cox, Imi Curtis, stroked by Helen O'Connor, and you can see there in the two-seat of that Collingwood crew, Ariana Cox. She's doing a master's in mathematics here and spent the past 3 years rowing for a college at Cambridge University.
Oh.
And now switching and joining Durham.
City of Cambridge having some representation up here at the regatta this weekend as well, so I'm sure she recognised a few faces.
Yes. And of course, St Cuthbert Society, famed for their social media account Pressure Bow Side. A few unofficial squad Instagrams throughout the Durham College rowing scene, all rather entertaining. But really, really brilliant performance here from the Collingwood crew. So they already raced yesterday in the Elite 8, beating Hildbead earlier on in the day, and then losing out to Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. But it's the College Fours event that exclusive for college rowers. There's always been a bit of controversy as to who can race in this event, because you have to have rowed for your college for a certain number of time. You can't just phone up your mates and get them to come and row for you on the day.
Absolutely devastating.
So brilliant, brilliant performance from Collingwood here over Cuss. They've settled into a brilliant rhythm that's going to carry them all the way down this 1,800 metre long course.
They're most definitely extending their lead by the stroke, unfortunately leaving their opponents sort of in the dust.
So it can bring you a few more results. In the Women's Championship, Cox Fours, Newcastle University were victorious over Leeds University. And in the Open College Fours, it is Collingwood that maintain their bragging rights for a further year over that Hillsbede crew. So gutting for them, racing year on year, losing to Collingwood in the final.
But props to Collingwood, clearly giving some real grit and determination in their performances over the season.
Exactly, Collingwood have had yet another brilliant season. We're seeing that here in the Women's College Fours final. Also want to give a quick shout out to Stevenson College. This has been their best year to date since the college's inception. Both their crews featured in either semi-final of the Open College Fours against Hillsbede and Collingwood earlier this morning. So congratulations to them on having such strong depth throughout this year.
Oh, that's most definitely a brilliant performance. Perhaps it was the unicorn on their spoon that did it for them.
Oh no, the unicorn's Trebs.
Oh, devastating. I thought I had that right there.
Stevenson do have some nice kits.
Okay.
I remember when their kit first arrived and they wore it at Senate Cup in October, and I thought, oh, I want one. I really want a piece of that kit.
You have to do a bit of kit collecting.
Yes. Got a fair few pieces of kit from clubs I haven't represented in the past. It's always a nice tradition amongst rowers to swap kits at certain events or exchange them over social media.
Well, our commentary position is next to the T-shirt stand, and we can definitely see lots of people representing their Durham Regatta T-shirts as they walk along the racecourse. It's really lovely to see.
And every year the regatta organisers run a competition to design the T-shirt for the regatta a few months in advance. So if fashion is something that you're looking at for your future career, then maybe consider designing next year's Durham Regatta T-shirt. But back up at the start line, we have got some singles racing. I believe this is the Open Championship B singles girls between Sheffield City and Tees Rowing Club.
Talk to me about the difference between sculling and just rowing with a single oar. How does that change your perception of how you make your way down the river?
It's very, very different to learn. So you notice in the earlier races when we had the Octos and the J14 categories, they're not actually allowed to race with a single oar yet because it's such a heavy emotion that single oar is a lot longer than these sculling blades. It's a bit too much weight and pressure on the shoulders of those young athletes. So you have to wait until you learn to sweep. Everyone learns to scull in the junior categories first, and there's a lot of different hand movements between the two styles. And we can see here on the Peel or Wood side with the advantage, I believe that's the Tees Rowing Club crew of Preston over Morris of Sheffield City.
They're making their way down the racecourse past all the stands and all the people. The crowd is definitely growing this afternoon. The sun is coming out a little bit more, and it is actually quite lovely weather. Despite a little bit of cloud cover early this morning, it's definitely brightening up, and crowds certainly seem to be enjoying these performances out on the river.
So there we can see Morris of Sheffield City trying to close the gap over Preston of Tees Rowing Club. We're back racing on the short course now with these single sculls, and the next segment of racing, actually I believe we're sticking with the long course for the rest of the afternoon. I think that section of racing was the final appearance of the long course today.
Perfect, so they make their way under the bridge, which means it must be a marker for them that they are nearly there, and all of that weight can suddenly, they just have to do a few final strokes before they'll reach the finish line. Leading by about a length now as they just approach. It's quite a lovely little flag of bunting, little bunting string across the river.
A little bit of steering issue there towards the end, but they managed to cross the line ahead. Looking at the start line, steering issue there for crew on the race course. Oh goodness, that's unfortunate for that quad heading straight into the bank. Race number 94, women's non-championship Cox's quads. Believe that's going to be Sheffield University there, having a bit of steering issue over the local crew from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. So familiar with this course. The last club we'd expect to have a steering issue is them, and we can see that here at a very, very straight line, making their way down the course. taking the rate down a little bit, saving their energy. There are bigger things to come later on today. Barring any disasters in their own boat, we'll see them next in race number 123 in the next round of this Women's Non-Championship quad event. Really, really unfortunate for Sheffield making the journey all the way here for their race to be over in such a short space of time.
Seems to be that they're continuing to make their way down the river, though, which is always nice to see. You want to finish the race whether or not it's gone as you've planned.
Oh, definitely.
I think the organisers would like you to finish the race too, so they don't have to have a little delay as you make your way back up early.
Just waiting on a few results from those long course races in the Women's College Fours and the Open Championship Cox Fours. Haven't got those results just yet, but we'll bring them to you as soon as we have them.
Just easing into their stride now, as you can see on our camera angles. There's no point in wasting any unnecessary energy.
So coming up in our program, we've got a whole host of rounds in the singles to race and some Cox Fours, and then slowly making our way back to the bigger boats with the eights, awaiting the appearance of the Durham University men's and women's top crews this afternoon.
Of course, and alongside all of the rowing action, we'll be bringing you exclusive behind-the-scenes interviews, segments with individuals on the racecourse, and our commentary. So definitely stay tuned. Let us know in the comments what you're thinking and how it's going. We'd like to give a shout out to Izzy Harris, who's let us know she's watching from home. We're very happy to have you with us.
So looking up at the course, we've just got some crews. I believe that's one crew attached to the stake, but on the Peel or Wood side, awaiting the next crew. Little gap in racing here at the 190th Durham Regatta. I think I'll allow everyone to catch their breath after some very exciting races. Okay, so here are the results. So Collingwood, clean sweep in the College Fours on the open and the women's categories there. And Durham University Boat Club Reed, crew number 53, victorious over Durham University Boat Club of Graf in the final of the Open Championship Coxed Fours. So stick around here with our coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta here on PalTV. And what we're going to do now while we wait for the next few races is we're going to pass back to the sofa where we have our presenters.
No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and now you got a deal right now. Whole gang, whole man, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Good afternoon and welcome back to PalTV's coverage of the Durham Regatta, brought to you, of course, by Osborne's. I'm Richard, this is Sophie. Now, Sophie, I just found out something very interesting.
Oh, what's that?
You yourself are a rower.
Somewhat. I did Cox for Collingwood in my first year. I had the honor, the pleasure of coxing Collingwood College's top four.
How did you get involved?
Oh, I got involved so through some mutual friends, you know. Got in the club, worked my way in the boat, you know, novice cox in the top four. Yeah, straight to the top. You know what I'm like. Yeah, but had an absolute pleasure. Won a pot at Wansbeck Regatta, won a medal at Hexham. Yeah, it was a really good time. I think the American cox is hard to compare to. I think quite a few of the coxes we have on the river today are American. I think it's a very popular profession amongst the Americans. I'm not sure. I just hear them yelling, and I pick up the accent.
Interesting. So
yeah.
Do you miss it?
No. No, I stopped for a reason. I do think that coxing is an extremely niche thing, and it's fun if your boat is good. That's what I'll say.
Is it very difficult, in fact?
I would say, you know what, yeah, it is. It's really challenging. I was just really good at it because I'm really talented, and like a huge shout out to all of the super talented coxes we've got out today. But particularly difficult is navigating the Weir. It's a windy river. Some other rivers that I've raced on, you know, it was a pleasure because it was easy, relatively. The biggest challenge, as we've discussed, is Elvet Bridge that we've had to face in the long course today. But, you know, I was a pro. You only have to call blades in if you're not a pro. But
How do you navigate a bridge like the Elvet Bridge?
well, when you're coxing, you've got this little, well, I guess every boat's different. I only did 4s because I was too good for the 8s. But I had this little rod that I would move back and forth, and you have to call to either side for pressure to help steer the boat. And if you don't get it just right through Elvet, the bridge is so narrow that you have to actually call for one of the sides to pull in their blades so that they don't scrape against the wall.
Oh, interesting. And what happens if it goes wrong?
If it goes wrong, well, then you've got some equipment damage, you've got some expenses. Yeah, it's really...
Did you ever capsize?
I did never. Would I? Would I?
With that, we're back to our coverage.
I'm Heather, and I'm here with PalTV to explain the regatta course for the 190th Durham Regatta. Behind me is the start of the race course. It's a stake boat start, which means that both boats are starting from a complete standstill and released at the same time. On a short course like the 700-metre one on Saturday, the start is incredibly important. At this point, we're about halfway down the short course, so 350 metres in. Crews are starting to likely feel pretty tired by now, which is where there's a real boost when supporters are cheering along. For the rowers participating in the race, the footbridge signifies the end. After this, there's about 40 metres left to go. For those participating in the longer course, they've got to go all the way through the traditional Elvet bridges, all the way round the corner, under Framwell Gate Bridge, right before Prebends Bridge.
Good afternoon, and now we're back with Will, who's even taller than us than he normally is. Will, of course, is our fantastic commentator. He's doing great work all day. And Will, what have been the highlights of the day so far?
Well, just looking at that patch of racing we had on the long course, Collingwood have cleared out in the College Fours categories yet again, so huge congratulations to them. And we're back now with some short course racing throughout the afternoon. That's the final appearance we've had of the long course. I'm really looking forward to seeing some appearances in the singles as we whittle our way down through the categories towards the finals again this afternoon, and Durham University Boat Club making even more appearances. Cannot wait to see the home favourites in these events.
Fantastic.
Have we had much sculling out today?
Pardon?
Sculling. I feel like I've seen too many blades, more than I'm used to.
There's been a lot of sculling. There's been the junior categories and the quads and the oxbow sculls, some brilliant demonstration of school rowing from those clubs, and they'll be really pleased with their performances, and I think the coach will be pleased with just the standard that we've had at such these young ages from these pupils. Some of them even taking their GCSEs at the moment. They've had to juggle their training. I know we like to say that we juggle our university degrees, but I think the GCSEs may be a bit trickier.
No, that takes the biscuit. So we were all here yesterday as well. How has today differed from yesterday?
Well, you've thrown in the long course. as well this afternoon, and I think we're back with the stake boats, so the racing is going to be a lot more consistent and fair, I think, because you've got those stake boat holders making sure all the crews start at the exact same distance.
And those are the boats at the beginning that should keep them in the same place so that they start fairly, is that right?
Yeah, so the boats will be lined up exactly level, and the umpire won't start them until they make sure that they're not going to be pointing towards each other. The last thing we want is these crews getting tangled within the first 10 strokes.
No, quite.
Do we have any exciting races that we're looking forward to this evening, afternoon?
So coming up very, very shortly, we've got some of the earlier races and heats in the open single sculls and the women's single sculls. So we'll be looking forward to those finals once we get them. It's too close to call who's going to make it through these rounds, so I'm not going to make a prediction, but I'm looking forward to seeing Ed Gardner making his appearance back on the weir. He rode at Durham University a couple of years ago, and he's come especially to appear at the regatta. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he appears. And also Durham University Boat Club are hoping to make it through the rounds in the 8th. They have their first and second boat appearing in the final. I was talking with one of their athletes earlier before my commentary shift as he made his way towards the boat, and he thinks that they've got some Newcastle crews in the earlier stages that they're going to try and beat. So we're hoping for an all-Durham final here for the local heroes.
But most importantly of all, Will, are you enjoying yourself?
Oh, definitely. It's been a brilliant regatta. I missed it last year because of my year abroad, and I cannot wait to see some more racing once we get out back on the water with this little pause in racing. But we've got some single sculls lined up very, very shortly for some more dicey racing.
Where did you go on your year abroad?
So I actually studied in Belgium and then worked in Catalonia.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, Will. Always an absolute pleasure to talk to you. We're back with some more coverage shortly.
Hello and welcome back to PalTV's live race coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta, brought to you by Osborne's. Thank you to our presenters, and I'm welcoming back Will. After his brief little interlude over on the sofa, he's
Just
back.
taking a seat.
He's back to our commentary position, and we're ready. There's still a little brief break in the racing as we let some crews make their way back up the river. Some of them will have come all the way from Pre-Ben's Bridge, won't they, after those long races? That's quite a trek back.
Especially for the losing crew. You've bet your entire season on races here on the Sunday of Durham Regatta, and it's so demoralising crossing the line second, hearing your opponent celebrate while you've still got the race to finish, and then you've got to make that long journey home to the boat tents. And then for these local crews as well, so Cuths and Hildbeed that lost in the college fours, they'll then have to put their feet up, wait for the regatta to finish, and then take their boats back to their boathouses later today. A very, very long day for these college athletes.
Most definitely. And one thing I didn't realise when I did PalTV Learns to Row is all the work that has to happen to the boat even after you get off the water, that you have to clean it and de-rig it.
So the home crews luckily won't have to de-rig, but the majority of the crews that have made the journey from other places will have to take all of the riggers off the side of the boat. So the rigger is what holds the oar in place and allows it to pivot round the side of the boat. Those all have to be taken apart so the boats can fit on the trailers. Tie the trailers down, make sure the boats are nice and snug. Have had a few instances over the years throughout the country of people sending in pictures of just a rowing boat by the side of the motorway that's fallen off of the trailer. So yeah, lots of expensive equipment here and long journey ahead for some of these crews, and still lots to be done once the race finishes.
Yeah, of course. Talk to me about the price of boats, because that's another thing I was shocked by, is just quite how expensive every single element of them is.
Goodness, yeah, really, really expensive bits of kit, especially something I've come to learn in the college system, where the subs from the members is what entirely funds the club, barring any grants from the college. So the Cox box, the little system that enables the Cox to be heard throughout the boat, throughout the speaker system, the little amplifier there that you need, microphone and Cox box together could cost anywhere between £400 and £600.
Wow.
Oars similarly priced between £400 and £600, depending on what size you go for and the speciality of the oar in question. Boat singles can range between £2,500 to about £8,000, and then the fanciest boats that we'll see competing later today, I can't even begin to put a number on, but they cost more than a hatchback.
Oh, is it a car?
Yes, a car.
Oh, that makes more sense. I didn't know what you were talking about for a second then, Will. But That's significant. There is some serious money up here on the weir today, isn't there?
Yes, and it's even a good opportunity to go spying and having a look at some really, really nice boats. Little Easter egg for you. We'll see it racing later today, but the boat used by the Durham University Boat Club men's first eight, this lovely Palatinate coloured Filippi branded carbon fibre boat. So a bit of terminology there. Carbon fibre, so nice lightweight, expensive material, really durable. That was the exact boat used in the Tokyo Olympics by the gold medal winning New Zealand crew.
Whoa!
So New Zealand won the Olympics in the boat, and Durham University Boat Club then buys the boat through charitable donation from their alumni.
That is quite a significant piece of kit and history that the university owns.
I cannot imagine how it feels to sit in a boat knowing that someone sat in that boat and won an Olympic final in the exact seat you're using.
Gosh,
Must be a nice feeling for those Durham athletes.
Gosh, most definitely. I'll have to get you in that one at some point.
I wish.
We'll try.
I closed that door a very, very long time ago.
Let's put it into the ether, into the PalTV ether. If anyone from Durham University Boat Club is listening, even if we're on dry land, can Will sit in your boat?
Please.
He'd even add a please.
I've got a bit of food, but yes, please.
He's having a quick little snack. But yes, still a brief break on the river as we just get the rescue boats back into position. These rescue boats are so incredibly important to the success of the regatta, as are all the volunteers and officials. And so we must say a huge thank you to absolutely everybody involved, including David Squirrel from Durham Amateur Racing Club, who has been so instrumental in helping us put together this broadcast. And without him, it just wouldn't have been possible.
Absolute legend of the northeastern rowing scene, David Squirrel. He actually studied at Durham for many, many years, rowed for the university programme, rowed at Collingwood. Very recognisable ginger mane of hair at all of the events here on the weir and the Tyne. Very, very lovely man. So shout out to Squirrel.
Yeah, of course. And if anybody else would like a shout out, or if you know someone who'd like a shout out, maybe someone's watching from abroad. We had someone watching from Dubai yesterday, which was quite a nice little statistic, and apparently Australia this morning. So if you're watching from somewhere interesting, be sure to let us know.
Everywhere's interesting.
Very true. But if you're somewhere exotic, make me jealous. I'd like to be jealous when I'm sat here in lovely but cloudy Durham, ready for a summer break.
I kind of prefer it with the weather like this compared to yesterday. Don't have to panic about getting sunburnt.
I mean, we're safe. We're under a gazebo.
Yes, that is true.
But yeah, let us know where you're watching. You can get in touch with us on Twitter at PalTV UK, or the same on Instagram, or simply comment on this live stream. We would love to hear from you. Highlights from our coverage will also be put on Twitter and Instagram. So perhaps take a look and see if your race has made our final cut. And we'd definitely love to know what you think about our coverage. Hopefully the races will be resuming shortly. You can just see there one of the safety boats docking back on the Cuths landing stage, which is just in front of our commentary position. We're lucky enough to be inside Cuths boathouse. Thank you to Cuths for letting us set up camp here for a few days and bring all of our kit. It's very kind of them. But as you can see, we are wedged between food trucks, which just smell great.
I know, it's a lovely smell, and we've got the shift during lunch, so having a little bit of food while commentating never hurt anyone.
Yeah, we've all of our team have been here early in the morning to bring this broadcast to you, and they're all doing an incredible job. So a huge thank you to everyone who is working on this broadcast. We are so grateful for all of your hard work. The races should be about to begin shortly.
You can hear the tannoy system for the coverage up and down the bank, just so restarting, giving us a little indication. We've got some pictures coming in from our camera crew showing us that we've got a lot of fours lining up there towards the start line.
And so many exciting races to come up this afternoon. I couldn't hear you on the sofa, Will. What were you talking about what's coming up this afternoon?
So at the moment we've got a lot of races in the single sculls and the fours events, and none of these are our finals for a while, so we're sort of about race 93, no more finals until race 104 today. So there's our first race back on the course. I can believe this is Queen Elizabeth High School. So that's going to be race number 98, the women's non-championship A Cox Fours between them and Edinburgh University, I believe. Or is that the purple of Durham? Have a quick look as the camera comes down. Queen Elizabeth High School there, very, very typical in their yellow shells and green kit, with the advantage coming down the racecourse. Brilliant, brilliant flat mirror-like conditions here. The athletes will be pleased that they've had that chance for the river to settle, and now they can go down a clear track with uninterrupted water.
Does that make a difference to performance along the river?
Okay, it gets quite bouncy out there, so you don't really want the river to be too wavy. Okay, so yes, that is Edinburgh University borrowing some equipment from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. You can see that in their light blue kit. So this is race number 98.
Is borrowing kits among clubs something that's quite common at events like this?
I think Edinburgh have made a very, very long journey down here, and chances are they wouldn't be able to race here if they weren't borrowing kit from Durham Amateur Club. So huge thanks to them for being so kind and lending their kit out so this Edinburgh crew can race today.
Most definitely, we just want to see the best performances out on the river and give everybody the opportunity to enjoy the Durham sunshine and have a go out on the weir.
So, Queen Elizabeth High there, they'll be pleased with their performance as a school crew over this university crew from Edinburgh. Seen it plenty of times at the regatta so far this weekend where school crew that's a bit younger than the university crew still managing to beat them, such as the standard of school rowing in the country at the moment.
They're making their way on.
Just seeing there along the ticker, so that Coxed 4 championship race between the two Durham University Boat Club crews, the crew actually ended up being disqualified for going the wrong side of a buoy, which is interesting. You don't see that very often. Looking back up at the start line now, we've got some crews getting attached to the stake boats. I believe this is going to be race number 97 in the non-championship A Cox Fours, Collingwood College versus Leeds University. So Collingwood victorious in the College Fours categories, and also in this other Cox Four category. So much depth in that Collingwood team. Such a large college, really strong sporting tradition up against a university crew.
Collingwood do have some incredible facilities up on the hill. I was fortunate enough to go and visit just a few months ago, and there's even their gym is phenomenal, and it's very lucky sporty college.
Not even the sporting facilities as well. They've got that lovely recording studio and the theatre.
The theatre is quite impressive.
Our flatmates there setting up today, ready for their college day tomorrow. Lots and lots of man hours going into building that staging for their college day.
We're just witnessing another race starting on the river. I believe it is a Coxed 4, and they're making their way down the race course.
So this is race number 100, the Women's Non-Championship Coxed 4's B category between St Mary's College in the purple and Yarm School. So having a look there, it's the Yarm School crew on the closest side in that Wintec shell with the lead over St Mary's College. So second race in a row that we've seen where it's a school crew leading out against university crew.
We've also just seen there the example of a Cox lying down at the front of the boat. Does that not impact the way that they're able to communicate with their rowers, or does that always seem to go quite smoothly?
That's absolutely fine, because as we were discussing with the equipment side of things and the cost that goes into it, and the Cox has a microphone and there are speakers placed throughout the boat. So even the person at the other end of the boat in the stroke seat setting the rhythm, just down by where their feet are strapped in, they've got a speaker so they're able to hear the Cox. You're not actually allowed to train on the weir with Coxes unless they have a Cox box. It's a safety requirement. So no doubt those Yarm school students will be able to hear the Cox.
Yeah, it's a brilliant example of a school crew and rowers so young doing so well here at the Durham Regatta. Hopefully setting some rowing traditions and, you know, rowing prowess for many years to come.
Oh, definitely. Yarm School, such titans of success here at all of the events across the Northeast, especially on the weir throughout the season. They'll have raced this course many, many times this year at all of the head races and Durham City Regatta. Back up to the start, though, it's a race between Hatfield College and Van Mildert Boat Club, I believe, or the Mary's crew. It seems to have experienced a little issue with their boat, hence why Yarm were able to be victorious in that race. It's just a stern pair rowing there, unfortunate for them.
Of course, we can see just a pair of rowers rowing there. Does it significantly influence how difficult it becomes to row when you just have half of the crew rowing?
So the rowing will be a bit slower and heavier, but the advantage is there from a technical standpoint is you have the other two people not rowing who are able to balance the boat nicely for you. But there we can see a shot of the Van Mildert crew currently racing Hatfield College. So just because the College 4's category is over doesn't mean these college crews can't race each other in other Cox 4 events. And coming past our commentary position, really too close to call between Hatfield and Van Mildert. Really dicey racing between these women who have faced each other throughout the year up and down the weir, trained at the same time. They'll know each other.
How does training on this river work when there are so many clubs and colleges and DUBC? Does it ever get quite crowded?
It gets very crowded, especially in the weekday mornings. Wednesday mornings and Friday mornings are quite busy, to the point where sometimes the community has to step in and not necessarily regulate people's training times. That's quite unfair, but Friday mornings are very busy on the weir. Thursdays are the quietest, of course, after a Wednesday night. So I quite liked going out on a Thursday morning in a single-man boat by myself, have the river completely uninterrupted, get to watch the sunrise, nice bit of mist coming off the water as well. Can be some quite picturesque and enlightening conditions here.
Almost sounds like something out of a storybook, Will.
I know.
You may have just seen there as well from our other camera angle, the Prince Bishop boat. Does that tend to cause many issues for crews?
We're not fans of it from a rowing perspective. And all those Browns boats that you can rent too, is just another obstacle in the way for your training sessions. Luckily, they're not allowed to feature on the course today, otherwise we'd never get any racing done. But the past few weeks with the sun out and exams finished, there's been lots of people renting those boats and not really knowing the rules of the river. Of course, people have to train going up one side and back down the other on a normal day without a race happening. But those brown boats sort of add a little uncertainty to your training, and you have to end up doing slalom, or they can get in the way of you if you're doing some practice for the racing. Looking up at the start line, it's some 8 racing between St Mary's College in the purple and a composite crew of Josephine Butler College and St Cuthbert Society on the Peel or Woodside, Butler in the red. So non-championship B8. This is a heat, and it's St Mary's College with about a quarter of a length advantage. Big fight here between the Hill colleges.
Is it quite common for some colleges to have to join together and make a crew? Or is that something a little bit more voluntary from these two sides?
No, good point. If it weren't for these college crews joining forces, I doubt they'd be able to get a race. They'll have joined together to make numbers up so they can guarantee they've got 8 rowers for the regatta. So there you can see at the 6 and 5 seats, the green kit of the cut members in that Butler crew. But it's the purple boat of St Mary's with the lead approaching Bath Bridge. Big shouts coming from all the supporters from the various colleges on the bank today.
It's quite lovely seeing some supporters run alongside the boats in order to support them and cheer for them all the way down the course. We can see some going in front of us now. You can also see some, I'm not quite sure which crew it is actually, having to walk their boat.
I believe that's the Hillsbead 4 from the College Falls final.
Oh, so
making their way, carrying the boat back round from the landing stage back to their boathouse. Long journey for those rowers.
Of course, holding it up on their shoulders. How heavy is a boat? Can that be quite difficult for a crew to attempt to do?
When you're walking it for such a long distance, it can really hurt your shoulders. Usually it's a case of walking it outside the boathouse and then plonking it down on the landing stage in the river nice and quickly. But with these sorts of events, you're carrying boats quite a long distance from maybe the boating field that we've seen to the landing stage, or once you finish racing, you could walk it back to your college as well.
Of course, it can be quite a fair distance for some colleges. In Durham colleges, we have the distinction between the Bailey colleges and the Hill colleges, but of course everyone's boathouse has to be alongside the river.
Yes. So race 104 on the course, Yarm School and Tyne United in the Open J18 Cox 4s final. This is one of the next finals that we've had, the first finals that we've had for a while. So it's the racecourse crew with a large advantage. That's the Yarm School crew.
Yarm have rather a large contingent of supporters up at the top end of the racecourse. A big tent, I could smell some of the delicious food cooking up there, yes. So definitely an incentive for these guys to perform to their best with such a large support crew.
You can just see there the Yarm cock staying a bit closer towards this camera side of the bank. So their blades went the wrong side of that yellow buoy. They would make sure they don't want to upset any umpires. This, of course, wouldn't be the only time we've seen the umpires stepping in and making a decision due to not obeying those buoys separating the two crews. But a formidable Cox 4 rowing there from the Yarm School crew. Some of them will have raced yesterday in the 8th that performed so successfully against college boats as well. Big weekend of racing for all of these students.
Yeah, the school has definitely been very impressive in all of their races, in both the men's and women's categories.
Okay. Race number 101 on the course, non-championship A, Coxless 4s between Durham School and Northumbria University.
You can see our drone shot there showing the side on the race course having about a length's lead as they make their way down the course. As they row past all of the activities that line the race course, supporters will certainly be getting behind both crews.
It's the Durham School crew there, bow number 122, with a strong lead over Northumbria University. Of course, this is their home stretch. They've trained this boat for weeks on end. I've seen them paddling this week, looking very, very tidy, and it's really proving to pay off here in their race pace against Northumbria University, who have made the trip down from Newcastle.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, some crews have committed to driving significant distances in order to race here and visit Durham. We're very grateful for their commitment.
Durham School just needs to be a bit wary of their steering, need to make sure they take that bend, but a large enough distance between them and Northumbria to know they're not going to interrupt the crew too much.
I can imagine it still worries the umpires on that finish line though.
Oh, yes.
And Will, we've spoken about certain difficulties you might face on the river in terms of other crews, how busy it is, and the Prince Bishop. But talk to me about the wildlife. We saw one crew be slightly derailed yesterday by a very protective mother duck and her ducklings.
Oh, really?
Have you ever been the result of a wildlife debacle?
Not too much, thankfully, I can say. But no, you're right. Some of these birds that are native to the waters can get quite angry at you if you intrude on their territory. But of course, not only do we have to share the water with the colleges and the other boats, we have to share it with the wildlife that stays here.
Yeah, most definitely. But as long as you haven't had too many run-ins with them.
No, not at all. It's actually quite nice to look at, especially once it comes to spring and you see all of the little ducklings floating around following their parents as you go out training, and they're all in this little peloton formation swimming slowly down the river.
No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. Whole gang, whole man, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
So Durham Regatta is about more than just the rowing.
We are here today to support the regatta as an added bonus to them, so that they get more people in, which obviously they need the money, so that's the idea. We've been doing this for the past about 10 to 15 years.
Oh wow. And do you get a lot of people visiting?
Yeah, we have a tendency on the Sunday, we have more people here, because obviously people go shopping or work, bless them, on a Saturday. So yeah.
And how far is the furthest one been driven up from? Or are these all local to the northeast?
Most of them are quite local, within like a, say, 50-mile or 60-mile radius. We have other shows where people come from one end of the country to the other. But yeah.
Oh, great. And will you be watching much of the rowing today?
We'll be seeing it this afternoon once everybody's in, because obviously we have to marshal it, because there's members of the public and children about. Once everybody's in place, we can then have something to eat and then go and watch the rowing.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
No problem. Have a nice day.
Live coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta. I'm still Sydney Davis, and alongside me is still Will Terrell, as we bring you the remaining afternoon coverage of the second day of this brilliant Durham Regatta. You can see our drone footage there showing you the lovely city of Durham.
And of course the hills in the countryside too.
I know, we're getting a bit of everything. Will, what's your favourite part about Durham?
Oh goodness me. I quite like the size of it.
Yeah,
Don't have to spend too long walking everywhere, waking up every morning and knowing as soon as you set foot out the door you're in this wonderful historic town where these buildings are older than certain civilizations.
That's definitely true for me when I step out of the castle.
The cathedral and the castle are older than the Aztec Empire.
I know, and
It's quite nice.
I have the view of the cathedral from one window and the castle from the other. It's quite lovely.
Mm-hmm. So on the course, we've got an 8 race here. Really, really dicey race. This is Durham University Boat Club and Durham Amateur Rowing Club. You can see Durham in the Palatinate on the racecourse side of the course, slightly down on the amateur club. Of course, these two crews don't face each other side by side too much throughout the season, but still a fierce rivalry between them. Durham University Boat Club hoping to have a really strong day today in these Championship 8 events. This is the B category, so this won't be Durham University's first boat, but still giving the amateur club a really good run for their money as they come past our commentary position. Such fast 8s racing now between these grown men. Really, really high rating. It's too close to call coming past our commentary position. Goodness me, what a tight race. Wonderful to see as soon as we come back to the racing. What a way to introduce the next round of races. Durham University Boat Club seems to have taken an advantage coming towards the footbridge, but still to play for approaching the bunting. Can the amateur club make up that ground?
I think the gap might be stretching too far for them to catch up to the Durham University Boat Club. But it was incredibly close. The tannoy saying we're going to have to see what the umpires have called as we watch some boats make their way back up the river. Durham University Boat Club, of course, on the back of a very successful week, having won the university's Club of the Year at the Palatinate Dinner, the Sports Award. Yes, I was lucky enough to be there myself.
Which, do you?
No. I was running the raffle.
Oh, lovely. How did you get that gig?
This is a complete sidetrack, but I'm going to Zambia with Volunteer Zambia this summer.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's the university's official charity partner. So I was there selling some raffle tickets, and I was able to see the rowing club members. I think it was the men's 8.
The tall ones.
The very tall. You couldn't miss them. They sat them at the back so they didn't block everybody's view. But they were in their Palatinate blazers, very distinctive. Other tables I had to ask which club they were. I didn't have to do that for the rowing club. I could tell a mile off. Mm-hmm. But they had a very successful evening, winning Club of the Year.
What sort of raffle prizes were there on offer?
There were some pretty good ones, actually. The event was hosted at the Ramside Hotel.
Lovely.
Which is a lovely golf club for anybody that doesn't know. It was my first time visiting.
I've never been, still.
It was still lovely. It was lovely. But so there was a night at the Ramside Hotel for 2 guests. There was a year's gym membership at MC. There was a £30 food voucher at MC. And a £50 Castor kit voucher.
Oh, brilliant.
It was some pretty good
very,
prizes.
Very sporty sort of stuff.
Well, you have to tailor to the audience, don't you, Will?
Oh, yeah.
Which is what we're meant.
Membership at Maiden Castle Gym. That's expensive.
It is expensive, as is a night at the Ramside Hotel.
Oh, I can't imagine.
So a £2 ticket.
Really?
Not that bad. £2 for a strip of 5, I might add. I was generous.
Got to raise the money.
That was quite the tangent, but I think we did really well.
Yeah, while we wait for this racing.
Yeah.
Seems like we've got some crews getting attached on the stake boats. Let's get back towards the start line. So, believe it's going to be race number 97 next.
We have some lovely spectators in front of us doing a beautiful dance. That was quite the entertainment, sir. If you're passing us on the racecourse today, be sure to give us a dance. We'll rate them out of 10.
There's the bellowing laugh in the background there of my principal of Hillbead, Simon Forrest.
Oh, that makes more
brilliant
sense.
Man. Of course, Rook and Shona there as well.
But yes, if you are on the racecourse or perhaps watching at home, thinking of visiting the racecourse later, come along down to our PalTV station and give us a dance. I think it would brighten our day, wouldn't it, Will?
Brighten it even more so.
Most definitely.
Bright skies, bright atmosphere, bright vibes. Let's get some dance competitions going.
Perhaps we'll get our presenters dancing.
Segment.
That's
a segment there. Okay, we were looking at these crews getting attached. Race number 97 between Collingwood and Leeds University. I believe that's Collingwood on the right-hand side. Just need to make sure their boat's pointing in the right direction. We don't want these crews overlapping and crashing straight off at the start line.
No, most certainly not. Although we have certainly seen fewer crashes and fewer, mistakes that have resulted in perhaps not ideal performances than yesterday, where unfortunately there were quite a few, I think, as crews got used to the river. But these 2 crews are now off.
Brilliant. So
we can see the crew on the Pilau Wood side there already bursting into a little bit of a strong lead, about half a length. Our drone shot there showing both boats side by side as they make their way down the race course. Still maintaining that lead. We'll look forward to coming to a camera angle where we'll be able to confirm which crews these are for you. But the gap between the two crews has certainly shortened, as you can see, as the racecourse side pick up their rate and attempt to catch up their opponents.
So Leeds University with the advantage over Collingwood at the moment in this non-championship A Cox 4 category. Of course, Collingwood's women's top four has already emerged victorious in the Women's College Fours event, so this won't be Collingwood's top four. They're still giving this Leeds crew a strong run for their money.
Most definitely. So impressive for a college to have so many rowers that they can commit so many crews to a single category. But perhaps it's more impressive when smaller colleges such as Charades and Johns are able to have such a strong contingent out here this regatta.
Oh, definitely. Just as we saw in that earlier race, the Butler and Cuth's crew, brilliant diplomacy between those two to make sure they can race as one boat representing two colleges. Big cheer coming from the landing stage and the bank. It seems like Collingwood have closed that gap on Leeds. Not long left on this course. Can they challenge them to progress through to the next round of this category?
They're coming past our commentary point right now, and it is certainly, the gap is getting closer. Collingwood have certainly worked hard to reduce the early lead that Leeds have been able to establish. You see the crews making their way up towards the bridge and the final finish line. Very little left in the race now.
And it's Collingwood who have managed to overtake Leeds. Wow. Oh my goodness, sorry to interrupt you there, Sydney. But what an impressive move from Collingwood coming past Cuth's Boathouse. This is one of the first races we've seen so far today where the crew that's been down off the start has managed to row through their opponents.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
certainly impressive from Collingwood. Again, just demonstrating the grit and determination these rowers have to have in order to succeed.
So a little gap in our racing as we wait a change in the volunteers on the stake boats, of course. So much effort goes into running that stake boat from the junior volunteers that hang off and spend shifts on end clinging on to the racing crews all day long. Can bring you a little update earlier on from race number 28 in the Open Non-Championship B Coxed Fours between Queen Elizabeth High School and Leeds University. Queen Elizabeth High School won that race, but we're hearing that Leeds University suspect they lost a fin during the race, so really, really unfortunate here. But such a common thing to happen on the weir in a really, really shallow river.
Yes, I was lucky enough to be on top of the scaffolding at the start line yesterday doing one of the jobs that we need fulfilled here at PalTV, and you can see just how shallow it is up at that top bend where the start line is. I can only imagine how difficult it is for crews to navigate their way around it. We're just watching some crews make their way back up the racecourse, back into the waiting area. I'm not sure I'd like to be one of the juniors who are hanging off the stake boats. That's quite brave of them.
If they hold on to the crew while they're still racing, they could get pulled in.
Crikey!
When I race with these sorts of regattas where there is a stake boat holder and I'm sat at that end of the boat where I can have a quick chat with them before the start, I always ask them if they can give me a push. I don't think it's worked, but just smile and ask nicely, you never know.
What seat in a boat would you normally be sat in, Will? Would you be that close to a stakeholder?
So the majority of this year I've been sat in the stroke seat of the boats until about February, setting the rhythm, and then sort of dissertation got in the way. But it has been the case throughout my career that I've sat in all parts of the boats. When I was younger, I sat back in the bows at 2. And it's only been since coming to university that I've made my way up to the stern of the boat where I've been responsible for the rhythm. Never really been one to sit in the middle where the engine room and the power can come from. If you're just looking at me, I'm quite scrawny. It's the height that I'm good at, not the size.
Should you have the option to sit anywhere in a, let's go with a 4, the Coxless 4 that you said you liked so much, where would you be seated?
Oh, probably, I actually wouldn't mind. It's a boat I like so much, I would sit anywhere if I just had a chance to go out in that sort of boat.
Okay, and what about an 8?
In an 8, I would take... I quite liked being sat at stroke this year. It is a lot of responsibility and you can have such a big impact on the session. I really enjoyed it when I was doing my Henley campaign. I sat at 2 and I have sort of 6 people in front of me that I get to critique and watch and follow. It depends on the lineup, I think. If there's 7 people around me who I trust wholeheartedly, I'd sit in the bows, but if it's somewhere where I'm in a less experienced crew and I want to improve people's rowing, then I prefer to sit at stroke where I can have this sort of line of communication with the cock sat in front of me and we can make the most out of the session.
Of course, and you said they're setting the rhythm. Is it your decision or the Cox's to decide what rate the crew is going to row at?
It's at the captain's decision. You have paddle rowing when you want to just make your way up and down the river doing drills, and then of course you've got race pace. So the difference between that can be 18 strokes a minute, stretching all the way up to the high 30 strokes a minute. You'll see there that 8 race between Durham University Boat Club and Durham Amateur Club. Those rates would have been about 36 to 38 strokes per minute.
And of course we just had another race set off there from the start line.
So this looks like some quad sculls. Race 109, Women's Non-Championship Coxless Quads between Sunderland City and York St John. So neither crew train here on the weir. Of course Sunderland City still train on the weir in another stretch. And it's the crew on the Peel Wood side of the course with that slight advantage.
And that advantage appears to be growing as they now go clear by about a length. Continuing to make their way down the race course. You can see the supporters growing on that Peel Wood side. And still, the Hilby boat landing stage is looking pretty populated there, although a few sofas free. Someone might want to snap those places up.
Just seen a few Hilby rowers make their way towards the boat tents for their upcoming races. So they sat there, watched their teammates race earlier on in the college fours, and now it's their turn to race later on this afternoon in some other categories. But it's that crew on the far side taking a strong lead here in this women's Coxless Quads event. Oh, slight issue there from the 2-seat. A little bit out of rhythm there, but they've managed to get straight back into it.
That must be so impressive to stay in the mindset of the correct rhythm and correct performance even when a mistake like that is made.
I know, it's so difficult to get straight back into rhythm once that happens. A little surge of adrenaline, so you need to make sure, stay relaxed and stay on the plan and don't overexert your energy to try and make up for that mistake. Back up to the top of the course, race 105, Open J15 Coxed Quads. Sheffield City in the red on the racecourse and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club in the white and black. Looking really dicey and close between these two crews at year 10 of their education at the moment. So GCSEs next year.
Still so young to be competing in such a big event.
I know, really high standard considering they'll be 14, 15 years old. Such variety of categories and ages racing at the Durham Regatta. Such a brilliant event here.
Speaking about such young rowers, Will, talk to me about your rowing journey. When did you start?
So started as a J12. I was quite lucky enough to do a couple of years of rowing at a club in Walton on the non-tidal Thames before I joined secondary school, and then I spent 5 years representing my school up and down the country. alongside my brother, actually, who's a year older than me. We were racing together in the school first aid, sat next to each other, which was quite nice for our parents.
And of course, anyone who's been watching our coverage throughout the day may have seen me attempt to learn how to row in our PalTV segment, where fortunately about 2 weeks ago I had two lovely people from UCBC, University College Boat Club, Rob and Georgie, teach me to row. Georgie actually won her women's 4 competition yesterday.
Oh, brilliant.
And so congratulations to that crew. But yes, I doubt I had quite the grace on the rowing boat as you would have, Will.
So it's that Tyne amateur crew with the slight lead over Sunderland City. Apologies, Sheffield City coming underneath the footbridge. Up at the start line now. Race 106 on your programmes. Durham University Boat Club and St Leonard's School. So it's the Durham Development Squad. This is their first year of rowing. St Leonard's School, of course, train on the weir here in Durham as well. Their boathouse is located on the opposite end towards the finish line of the long course. And Durham University Boat Club trying to see if they can vanquish this school crew with only 1 year's experience of rowing under their belt. It's very, very close. Leonard's just a slight advantage over these university students.
They're certainly attempting to claw back that lead, though, the Durham University Boat Club. And they do appear to be shortening the gap. They'll shortly be passing our commentary position.
I think that Leonard's crew are slightly lighter, so they'll be able to get off the start line quicker. But no doubt on the rowing machine, this Durham University Boat Club crew are much more powerful. So once we settle into the race, they may have the advantage to claw back some distance. And panning round, I think Leonard still just have a slight lead, but coming under real pressure now from the devs of DU.
Certainly going to be a tight race as they are fast approaching the finish line.
Coming towards the finish line, it seems it's going to be too close to call. We'll bring you that result as soon as we know it.
Oh no, this is basically.
You can see there the racecourse side of the river is also growing. Certainly more spectators making their way down as the sun comes out. So please come and say hello to us. We're in the purple gazebo. You can see our signs. We'd love to have a chat with you. If you make your way down, as we look back at the start line and see another race set off.
So, race number 110, Women's Non-Championship ACOX 4s, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club versus Hatfield College. Hatfield missed the entry on the College 4s events. They've gone into this event and they've already made it through one round. You can see them there on the near side with the chevron on the back of their spoon and the lion on the other side once the camera pans around. But tight racing between them and Tyne Amateur Club. No doubt this crew will have had a look at past results from throughout the season to see where they placed in relation to the Tyne women. It's the Tyne crew with the slight lead at the moment, coming towards the Hillby landing stage, I believe. Or is that the Hatfield crew now ahead?
Certainly tight. Hopefully we'll get a better camera angle where we'll be able to analyse it, and they'll be approaching our commentary point soon. It feels like Hatfield may have a very slight edge, but it is certainly incredibly tight to call. Those of you who caught the VT catching crabs earlier, Sophie, our head producer, appears to be extending the VT and is managing to chat to some of those participants now on the race course. We can only hope that love will still flourish.
It's a very strong word to use.
Why not?
Okay, Hatfield still with that advantage over Tyne Amateur Club, but really, really close racing here as we approach our finish line beyond the footbridge.
This is possibly one of the closest races I feel we've seen, but I can't help but feel that Hatfield is starting to edge it.
Really, really close still. And I think it's going to be Tyne with the slight advantage towards the finish line, but back up at the start. Queen Elizabeth High School against Yarm School. I believe this is going to be race number 108. Open J15 Coxed Quads. Queen Elizabeth High in that distinctive yellow boat. And Yarm School, really, really big rivalry between these two northeastern schools. And it's really close, but Yarm with the advantage by about half a length coming past Hillby landing stage.
Passing about what I would say is roughly the halfway mark of the course, and it is still very tight as they make their way down. They come past our commentary position now and past the Cuths boat landing stage. Queen Elizabeth School does appear to have fallen quite a distance behind as they approach the latter stages of the race.
So Yarm will be progressing through to the next round in this J15 Coxed Quad event. Up on the start line we can hear that it's race number 114. Women's non-championship quads, so no Coxes this time. Tees Rowing Club on the right hand side of your picture, and Collingwood College on the near side, going past their own landing stage on the home stretch now. So really, really close racing. Collingwood need to be a bit careful. The bank can creep up on you there. I believe they have a slight advantage over Tees. Of course, incredible standard of rowing here at Collingwood College, with both sweep and sculling success, which is brilliant to see from a college crew.
Yeah, they're certainly extending their lead now over on that Pelorwood side as they pass the Hillby landing stage.
That's a perfect illustration of one length distance between the two crews there, toe to toe.
That gap does appear to be getting shortened though.
A little bit, we'll see as they come past our commentary position. It's always difficult because the bank's so steep here. Can't see the Tees crew, but fine form from these Collingwood students making their way towards the finish line.
We're able to see their number up on their bow side now as they continue to make their way towards the bridge and the finish line. I think they have managed to secure the victory now. The gap seems to be too large to catch up on.
Yeah, just hearing there that Tees were warned for their steering at the start of this race, so not that what they were hoping for out of those stake boats probably helped Collingwood on their way down this short course.
Yeah, again, another impressive performance from a strong college, from Collingwood College.
Yeah.
Very strong
very
performances.
Strong.
They are a strong college.
Also getting word from our producers that we've got someone viewing from Bermuda.
Whoa.
So, hello, thank you for joining us here on our PalTV coverage.
Yeah, most definitely. Bermuda's, I said exotic locations. Bermuda is most certainly one of those.
You can't beat that, surely.
No, and speaking of, we spoke about the wildlife on the river earlier there. You can see two swans.
One sort of
Upside
going for a hunt
down.
for some food. They've reappeared there.
Wow.
There you go. So, I'd like our viewer in Bermuda, if they could let us know if they have swans over there, do you think? What sort of wildlife do you think you have in Bermuda?
I doubt it's a swan.
Similar looking bird, I imagine.
Probably far more exotic birds than the English swan.
Certainly.
They don't seem to be scared of the boats at all, though, do they? They've made their way rather high up the racecourse and appear to be sat right in the middle of it.
It's a big running contingent in Bermuda. I remember in September when I ran the Berlin Marathon, I was part of this sport tour group, and a lot of people that were there with the company competing all knew each other because they all lived in Bermuda together. And there was this whole group of people in the hotel in Germany saying they're getting to know each other with the other athletes, but they're all good friends from running clubs in Bermuda. So
You very casually just dropped in there that you ran a marathon, Will.
And that wasn't the key part of the story. That was just the setup of how I met them.
Classic tangible Bermuda link. Can you tell there's a gap in the racing as we bring you Will's marathon stories?
Perhaps, might be. Do you want another one?
Go on.
So,
as we watch the crews make their way back up the race course, we're going to have another Will story.
So I actually ran a marathon around Durham 2.5 years ago during one of the lockdowns. I can't remember, you lose track of how many there were. To raise money for Movember within college, Hillby did a 24-hour move-a-thon. So one member from college was always out exercising, and that included through into the night. So I thought, I've got some rowing fitness about me enough. Let's switch to the running while I can't row and see if I can run a marathon. So I did about a month of training and thought, okay, I'll sign up for a 4-hour slot of running in the middle of the day, and ran 8 laps of this riverbank course from about here at the footbridge all the way to the road bridge at the other side of the Maiden Castle site. And that's about a 5-kilometre loop. So what we're going to do now is enough of the stories and let's go back to the table with our presenter.
Welcome back to PalTV's coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta, brought to you by Osborne's. I'm Sophie and I'm here with Alfie. If you haven't seen it already, we have a little dating show that's been playing throughout the regatta. It's called Catching Crabs. I wanted to get to know some of the rowers, find a little third-term boyfriend, and Alfie had the pleasure of joining me on that. So Alfie, you rowed today. How did it go?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We got the win, second one of the regatta. We won yesterday as well, which is quite nice.
Wow, congratulations. Alfie rows for DU, so it's a big deal. You'll be at the ceremony tonight then?
Mm-hmm. Dress up in our ones. It'll be quite nice.
In your all-in-ones?
No, oh God, no. Like ones as in like chinos and a shirt.
Oh, yeah.
No, we got told we couldn't do that.
We got told off for it. Right, Alfie, so why didn't you ask me on a second date?
No, well, I think the egg, when you kind of stuff that in my mouth, that was a bit of an it.
That was a bit of a put-off, was it?
That was a bit of a put-off.
Oh, well, that's a little teaser. I don't think the audience has quite seen that, so stay tuned if you want to watch me feed Alfie an egg. It's great content, I assure you. So how are you enjoying the regatta? What's been the best part besides your win? Straight the train. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gorgeous today.
No, it's a beautiful day for some rowing. You did say that you were supporting the devs earlier for DU. How did they do?
I don't know, actually. We only saw them go off, and they would have finished by now. I don't know how they did.
Well, we'll have to stay tuned and find out. But thanks so much for that, Alfie. It was great to see you and chat with you. Thanks for stopping by again. We'll stay tuned, and we'll go back to more coverage for you later. Welcome back to PalTV's coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta. I'm Sophie, and I'm here with Jen, who came on our show, Catching Crabs. If you didn't see it, it was a little dating show that I did to get to know some of the rowers in the regatta. And Jen is one of those rowers. So, Jen, you raced yesterday. How did it go?
I did, yeah, no, it went well. So I was in a 4 boat, and we lost in the semis, but then in my 8 boat we won the intermediate women's category. So yeah, it went well.
Wow, congratulations. So are you getting a pot today then?
Yes, at the ceremony tonight we'll be getting a pot. So.
Oh wow, that is amazing, congratulations. So Jen, on a more serious note, why didn't you ask me on another date?
I'm really sorry. I was going to and I just forgot. I'll ask you now. Do you want to go on a date with me?
I mean, only if it's to Jimmy's.
Yeah, of course.
Of course,
yeah.
That's the place to be.
It is.
So what are you doing back here today? Are you just supporting Collingwood and their other crews?
There are a lot of Collingwood crews today, so supporting them really, and it's a nice day, so.
Yeah, we had the Collingwood 4s out earlier. That was amazing. We saw some heavy wins from Collingwood. They kind of dominated the category, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did really well, so.
Did you get the chance to see that?
I did. I saw Hannah's crew just went, and they did amazing, so.
I missed that. But what's been your favorite part of the regatta?
Probably just like rowing with your crew. It's like the last time we're gonna ever row together, so it's nice just being with them. And all the support as well is pretty amazing. So.
It is. I've never seen the race course like this in my entire time at Durham. No, it's lovely. Well, thanks so much, Jen. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and I'll see you in Jimmy's tonight.
Yeah, see you in Jimmy's. Bye. Thank you.
Welcome back to the commentary booth. Don't worry, you haven't missed any racing. Sydney's taking a little break. I'm now joined by Richard.
Hello.
And on the course, race 112, Grey College and Butler College in the Women's Non-Championship B Cox Fours.
Fantastic. I feel like some of the college matchups are the most fun in a way. They really bring out the college rivalry in Durham. That's
Well, certainly.
part of the system.
Especially between these two hill colleges.
Yes.
And
in
both
particular.
race in red kit as well.
Yeah, and they're looking fairly even at the moment, early into the race.
So that's Butler with the darker shade of red closest to our camera.
Yep.
And Grey with the bright red on the far racecourse side. But I need to watch out for those swans.
Yes, I was going to say, there's some swans on the river right in the way, but they seem to have passed them without any issue.
And as our camera pans down, I think we'll be able to say it is Butler with a very, very small
Very
margin.
narrowly. What would you call that? One
It's
length?
about half a length.
Half
there.
a length. Is that the smallest possible lead, or is that the lowest unit?
The smallest unit of lead is a bow ball. So if you see, as the camera pans around, on the back of these boats, there's a little rubber stopper on the end. So then if there's a collision, the boats are protected.
Oh, and it's that
and it's
distance
that
of
little,
that little thing.
2-inch bow ball
Wow.
that can be the smallest margin. Usually at that point, if there's no finish line camera with a very advanced frame rate, then they'll just call it a dead heat. We did actually have a dead heat yesterday evening.
Have you ever seen that happen? It's been decided by that length.
Oh, certainly. You see
Really?
a lot of events at the Henry Royal Regatta where they have really precise finish cameras.
Wow.
Decided by absolute tiny margins.
It gets that competitive, incredible.
So
it's a slightly more convincing lead, looks like it's developing now.
Butler have grown their advantage now over Grey.
Yeah.
Still more racing to be done in this category.
They're both rowing very hard. They're really putting everything into it. But the lead is growing now. It's looking pretty convincing. And they're just coming underneath the first bridge.
So Butler towards the finish line.
Towards the finish line, yep, and that's a victory.
So Grey, their race is over. They've got to take their boat apart, move it back to the students, the Union Boathouse later on this evening.
Interesting that Grey haven't opted for grey as their
good
colour.
point, actually. How did Grey get its name?
Well, I suppose it's named after a man, I think, whose surname was Grey rather than the colour grey.
Oh, okay. Do we think they named the colour after the person? kind of like orange was named after the fruit, wasn't it?
Yes, I think that is true. Yeah. Oh well, maybe, I don't know. It's a bit of an insult to the person if that is the case, don't you think? To be grey. I mean, kind of been a very interesting person, but oh well, I'm sure they took it in their stride, whoever they were.
Very, very interesting people at Grey College.
Oh yeah.
Can confirm. Lots
and
of
a very,
society
very new
friends.
student bar, I believe.
I still haven't been.
You haven't been?
No, gosh, I went to it before it was even a marquee 3.5 years ago.
I don't want to make any controversial comments live on broadcast, so I'll keep my opinions to myself.
No, I've still got my full college bar call to check off of the to-do list before I graduate this summer. It's going to be a pretty dicey evening.
Is that not going to interrupt the rowing training program?
No, not happening anymore.
Not happening?
Well, for the majority of these colleges as well, Durham Regatta will be their last event. So, with a couple of weeks left in the term, you don't really need to train.
That's interesting.
More.
So of the people who are competing in the regatta this weekend, are they mostly third years? Are they mostly older students, graduating students, or is it totally diverse?
All the way from first year, all the way to I've seen a friend of mine race this weekend who's studying for a PhD, who actually runs seminars for first year students.
Yeah.
So that at the beginning of this year, they were a bit reluctant to join the boat club immediately, just to check that no first-year students that they run seminars for were members of the club. That would have been
a bit awkward, apart from anything else. Interesting. And of course, there were some schools competing this weekend as well, aren't there?
Yes. So lots and lots of schools competing.
Diverse age range. And does that affect the match-up at all, or will they only put schools against other schools? No, because they put Durham University against...
We've had some brilliant racing between the schools and the universities. In this two-lane racing, it's just school versus uni, and that doesn't necessarily mean the uni crew can win.
In fact, I remember it was a very close race, that one, I believe.
So many instances so far today of school crews beating university crews, which is always fun from the school side of things. Back when I was a junior and I managed to beat uni crews, you feel quite pleased with yourself.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I bet you felt great. But today we've had some of the real big hitters in the regatta enter the fray, like the Durham University Boat Club, I believe.
Yes.
And how have they been doing so far?
So far, it's been their development squad that's had the closest racing. We actually had a matchup between 2 Durham Uni crews.
Yes.
It's a bit unfortunate
because they
it was a
each
straight
beat
final.
York and who did the other one beat?
Not
Time
sure.
Amateur
Okay,
Rowing Club.
that
Yeah,
was
it was that.
So all Durham final earlier on today on the long course.
I'm looking forward to that. That'll be very exciting.
And we'll look forward to the 8s as well.
So when you were rowing the short course or the long course generally?
I've competed on both. I've only done the long course twice. It was in just one category. I had a semi-final and then the final.
Yeah.
Kind of prefer the short course. The long course,
It's a question of stamina, I suppose, the long course.
And especially with the long course, if you're up against a crew that are so much quicker or slower than you, what you want is a close race, a nice good old boxing match all the way down the course, side by side.
This is looking pretty close, this one that's on the screen now.
So, this is race number 115 on your programme. St Cuthbert Society on the far side in that black Resolute shell, and York University on this near Peel Woodside, who have the initial advantage. Such fast
York
racing
pulling ahead
in these 8s. So York.
This is a women's 8s, is it?
Yeah, so this category is women's championship 8s. This is the top 8 category here at the regatta. So the winner of this race will progress through onto race 145, where Newcastle University Boat Club are waiting for them. Of course, Newcastle received a bye straight into that next round, such as their form throughout this year. The umpires have elected to give them an automatic progression. So York dominating this race versus Cuths.
Just coming past the commentators' box
That
now.
Cuths crew now coming past their home stretch, home landing stage. Of course, famed this crew for their pressure bowside Instagram content.
I don't know if viewers at home can see, but the weather has just exploded. They're rowing in the absolute baking heat right now.
I know, just since we've passed back from that segment, the
Yes.
sun has appeared and it doesn't show any signs of going away.
No, it's quite something. And will that make it easier or harder for the rowers, do you think, or will they not really notice?
It'll make things a bit warmer. So, well, I mean, obviously. But I think that's going to have a little negative impact, if anything, on their performance. I prefer it a bit cooler when you're still able to race in just that one piece of kit. Looks like now there's some single sculls on the course.
Now, here's an interesting rowing nugget, for you will. Is this the case that rowing, maybe slightly wheelie when you think about it, the competitors are facing backwards, right? Is that because psychologically it means that the people behind can't see how far ahead the people in front of them are to make it more intense, or is that totally irrelevant?
I'm just so used to it being in that direction.
It just seems normal.
Yeah, it just seems normal.
It's kind of weird when
I
you
think
think about it, isn't it?
I couldn't possibly imagine the motion of rowing if it was facing the other way.
Oh, but is it easier to engage your back muscles moving backwards as opposed to...
Probably.
Yeah.
I think the pull's easier than the push side of things.
Yeah.
And here we've got the Queen Elizabeth High School sculler of Ryan leading Leeds Rowing Club's Wilkinson in race 116. Open Championship A single scull, so top single sculling event here. And back up to the start line for another race in the quads. This is 118 between Sheffield University in the red and black, have the advantage over Durham School in the women's non-championship quads.
The crowds have also picked up a little bit, I think. There's more people out on the riverside.
I think it's sort of, especially on a Sunday, everyone prefers a lie-in, so now once it gets to the afternoon,
I think that makes
down to the bank
a huge difference to the rowers to have support on the riverside, people cheering them on.
Especially in the summer months, it's
particularly,
so much busier compared to the head racing time trials that we have here throughout the winter. Couldn't possibly begin to tell you the multiple of people that we have compared to those events in October and February. But Sheffield, impeccable rowing coming past our commentary position. Of course, Durham School still putting in the effort. I think it's just this Sheffield crew have got a lot more strength about them, being that older age, university versus school. But it's not uncommon, of course, for those school crews to be victorious in races like this. So Sheffield are now turning the odds in the university favour. Be interesting if we had a counter of school v uni, how many times the schools
Yes.
won, how many times the unis won.
Well, could be quite embarrassing, in fact. But what will be going through these rowers' heads once you're behind? What are you thinking to try and get you out in front again?
It's such a tough mental challenge because the Sheffield crew can see that Durham school crew. So even if the Durham school crew have this massive turn of speed and start to gain ground, the Sheffield crew can react to it, and the opponents still can't even see where they are.
So do you think Sheffield school will be relaxing, or they'll just keep going as hard as they can?
At that point, I think they were relaxing a bit. They know that they've still got more races to come later on in the day, so they'll conserve their energy because they know they've got a big enough margin to take down the pace a little bit.
Yeah. So they're thinking about the races coming up as well as the one that they're in.
Oh, definitely. There's a whole thought process that goes into this.
Mhm.
So, yes. Back up to the start line, we're hearing that this is going to be race number 120, the next race in the Women's Championship 8, after York beat St Cuthbert's earlier on just now. Yarm School against Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Yarm School already won an 8 category yesterday on the open side of things, beating a lot of college crews on their way to victory.
Yes. No, Yarm School have really put in a good performance today.
Off the start line, looking pretty dicey. Of course, such high, intense noise on the start line of an 8s race. There's this lovely, serene quietness before the umpire says go, and then all 16 oars and 2 coxes explode into this great cacophony of rowing motion.
Wow.
And on the near side, on that Pelaw Wood station, believe that's going to be the crew from Tyne Amateur Rowing Club with 3/4 of a length advantage over Yarm School in this early stage.
Again, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club are a very strong club. And, well, we can see that now. They're really pushing very hard and getting some really good speed up. But Yarm School are keeping up. They are behind, but not by a huge amount.
So difficult in a fast 8 race to change the verdict of which crew is ahead, not only at this sort of margin, but just in a general sense as well. In a fast-moving boat, one person has such small impact on the crew. You need all 8 people to really have that change in energy if you're going to make up ground on your opponents. And coming past our commentary position, it's this well-drilled Tyne crew made up of some Newcastle University students as well, who have opted to race for the club rather than their university, which is not uncommon on the Tyne. A lot of Newcastle students in the Tyne Amateur Club system.
And this race is Cox, but not all of the races we've seen today have been. And what kind of difference mentally do you think having a Cox makes to the rowers?
It takes away some extra stress in the Coxless boats. There's one person will have the job of steering and making the calls, whereas in the 8s racing, 8s have to have a Cox anyway. So yeah, the 8, that Cox takes or just brings a little responsibility to their role. When once you're sat in the boat, your job is to row and listen to them. You don't have to make the decision, and that's all on the Cox.
So you can really focus on your technique.
116 now on the course. Another round of the championship singles between Queen Elizabeth High School and Leeds Rowing Club. This is Ryan versus Wilkinson. So we've had the fast-paced 8s charge down this short course here in Durham, and now it's the turn of these singles. Such a difference in time down the course, but the energy exerted will be just the same for these athletes.
Huge amount of energy exerted.
So yeah, this illustrates it quite well. I was saying then with the 8th race, it's really difficult to change the verdict, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see this sculler on the racecourse side close the gap on the Pelaw Wood station. But it's a huge burst in that we've just had there from the sculler. There, I believe that's Leeds Rowing Club with the advantage coming past the Hildbead landing stage.
So the River Wear is a fairly meandering river. Is there not a level of advantage or disadvantage on being on the outside or the inside of the bend?
On the short course, it doesn't make too much
Short
of an
course is
impact,
pretty much straight, yeah.
But on the long course, there are two bends, one at Elvet in favour of the crew on the racecourse station, and then at Kingsgate Bridge by the Student Union, the bend favours the Peel Wood side of the course. So I think they even each other out down the course, so it's not too bad. But no, Elvet's just difficult enough as it is. So this Queen Elizabeth High School sculler, Ryan, managing to close the gap slightly over the Wilkinson of Leeds Rowing Club. Imagine Wilkinson will
Just
be
heading under the bridge.
Will know the race is his and just managing to save a little bit of energy for the later rounds.
But still ensuring he's maintaining his lead and getting over the finish line. Some amazing drone footage of our beautiful city. I've been trying to look for the drone all day pretty much. I've literally never once been able to spot it.
No.
Unless I'd mistaken it for something else, but I have been looking. It's
especially at that height.
Yes.
Wonderful shots there for all our supporters. Well, not our supporters, the supporters. On the bank, you see Durham School have got their gazebo set up.
Well,
so
we're all supporters of rowing. At the end of the day, the real winner is rowing. The sport we love.
So we'll just wait for the next round of singles to get attached to the stake boats. Got a lot of singles to come in this Open Championship A and B categories as we whittle down the competition ready for the finals later on this evening.
Did you dabble in the singles category?
I did 2 years ago, but I was eliminated in the first round. So difficult for college rowers to compete to the standard of people who train almost twice more than them a week. So this is going to be race number 121 on the course. Speaking of colleges racing in singles, it's Cosmo Van Steenis of Hildbeed Boat Club versus Turnbull of Sheffield City. Cosmo's been training this single for many months now. Needs to watch his steering there
race.
Off the start line. The advantage going to Sheffield. No doubt there's going to be a big cheer from the Hildbeed landing stage as he makes his way down the course. Of course, Cosmo racing in that Wintex shell named after former student of Hildbeed, George Somerset. So he needs to do that boat proud, and it's really tricky in the single to get yourself straight. Of course, Cosmo spending the majority of his time sweeping, so one side will be stronger than the other, and that's going to have an effect on the single. So Sheffield with the advantage there by about a length, but there's going to be a great roar coming from the Hildbeed landing stage as he approaches the home stretch. Red versus blue, club versus student. It is still Turnbull from Sheffield City with the advantage.
Proving to be a very dramatic race. Of course, the problem with getting too close to the bank is that the boat's coming back from the other side there. We had an incident yesterday where one of the races had to be interrupted because one of the boats coming back actually collided.
And what that does as well, it just adds more distance. You don't want to zigzag your way down the course, adding extra meters to your race.
There we have it, the cheer from the crowd.
So there's the Hildbeed landing stage as Cosmo Van Steenis makes his way past his teammates, cheering him on.
Seems to have had an effect as Van Steenis is in the lead.
It's still that Sheffield City sculler with the advantage. And still really tricky steering there from the single, overlapping the blades with the 8s that are parked there up on the bank.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the side.
So well done to those 8s that have already raced, pulling their blades in to make sure they don't interrupt his rhythm too much. So brilliant performance from Turnbull. I know we focus a lot on the college rower here, but that's not going to detract away from a resounding victory here for Sheffield City that have rowed.
Bit of rowing.
A very straightforward race for them, leading out from the start, keeping a straight line all the way down the course. They'll be very pleased with that result as they progress on, where we'll next see them in race 151.
And these rowers will have been training really hard for a long time in preparation for this race. And it must be extremely satisfying for all that hard work to pay off. Just about to see the bouncy castle now on the side of the riverbank. I've yet to indulge in the bouncy castle, I have to say. But
I think we need a trip to the bouncy castle in the break.
Oh, I agree. Gosh, I actually can't remember the last time I was on a bouncy castle. It seems like a very old thing. Not against it though. I have nothing against a good bouncy castle. I think
We had one at our college day.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Grown adults on a bouncy castle. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, not at all. On the contrary, I think there's everything right with that. But in fact, it's my college day tomorrow, so.
Oh, were you at Collingwood?
A castle.
Oh, Castle and Collingwood tomorrow. Wow.
Yeah, it's Castle Day tomorrow.
Quite the week of events here in the college party scene.
I will be hoping for a bouncy castle. And extremely disappointed now. The expectation has been built.
So is it June Ball or is it just the college day?
Do you know June Ball is also this week? It's an intense week
on
the castle social scene. It's June Ball on Thursday, I believe. And
okay,
Castle
so
Day tomorrow.
Castle Day tomorrow, Collingwood Day tomorrow.
But
Castle Rowing Ball on Tuesday.
Is that right?
June Ball on Thursday. Hildbead Summer Ball on Friday.
I think my invite got lost in the post to the Castle Rowing Ball, but I'll let it go for now.
Tickets available on Fixer.
There you
I'm
go.
not attending. I've got my birthday barkle.
It's your birthday?
It's my birthday on Tuesday.
On Tuesday?
I'm an ancient fossil here by university standards.
A huge preemptive birthday shout out. So
I wasn't fishing for one, but I'll take it. There's a little gap in the racing as some of the crews on the far side of the bank that have already raced make their way to the other side of the start line. As we noticed there in that singles race, it can be the case that those crews parked tight up against the bank can get in the way of the races that are going on.
Yeah, so what else is happening sort of behind the scenes in order to make these races happen? Obviously, you've got to get the boats back to the start so they can race again. You've got to prepare the stake boats.
There's all of these marshalling stations lined up and down the course directing these crews safely back towards the boat area. So there'll be a few on the finish line. There's one on the footbridge, making sure, because of course at the footbridge the river juts out a teeny bit. It's a bit narrower. So there's a marshal station there to make sure the crew tucks in closely to the Cuthbert's landing stage once they get past so they don't interrupt the racing. And then once they get beyond the start line, back towards the landing stage at the amateur club, they'll have to take their oars out, carry the boat back over to the trailer. And for the losing crews, they'll either wait until the evening when they can take their boats back down the river once racing is concluded, or they'll have to take them apart and load the trailer for the drive back to wherever they've come from.
God, there's physical intensity at all stages, even when you're not rowing.
And for some of the crews that win, they won't even have the time before their next race to get off the water. Some will go up beyond the start line at the amateur club and sit there and hope that a supporter or a coach can throw them a bit of recovery food so they can get some food in them before their next race.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our coverage of the Durham Regatta this weekend. Now, I don't know about you, but when I thought about this event, I imagined people in cream chinos and silly trilby hats. I did not expect some real Vikings and Anglo-Saxons to turn up, but here we are. Could you introduce yourselves, please?
I am Liot Kettlebjornsen.
Brilliant.
I am Chairwin of Dunholm.
I am Con Ingvarsson, Defender of the Galloway Horde of Dunholm.
This is absolutely fantastic. Guys, why have you come along to the Durham Regatta today?
Well, I came to report to my lord that ships had been spotted on the river. We thought perhaps the Vikings were back. And not just us this time.
I've also heard that.
Yes, we have seen many ships. We've also noticed there are many young recruits that we can possibly lure into our army, or possibly take as slaves if their parents...
Oh, it's a recruiting and slaving mission. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, to drive the local economy, you know, go over here, kidnap a few people. You know, standard Viking stuff, you know. Yeah, it's free money.
And you guys, are you from the local area? Yeah. And whenabouts were you born, roughly speaking?
I was born in the year 975.
Yeah.
I was born slightly ahead of that. It's never that polite to ask a lady her age.
I think you're probably about my mum's age.
I'd say 981.
981. Yeah. And what was happening around about this time?
Well, Renewed Viking raids were arriving on England's shores. Northumbria, which had been safe for many years, was once again threatened by Scandinavian raiders.
In fact, I believe I'm right in saying that the body of St. Cuthbert was under threat, hence they moved it to the cathedral just over there. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, and to the stronghold of Dunholm, which we are the lords of.
What does Dunholm mean?
Durham.
And it's just become the word Durham now.
Well, it has since then. It's evolved over time. So, but although of course I don't know what the time is and who you're all from.
Have you enjoyed the rowing you've seen today?
The rowers appear to be quite strong. They can be put to work rowing our longboats to face out against the Vikings, and good prosperous trade can come from them.
And are you disappointed not to have seen any Viking longboats along the River Wear today, or, you know?
I did think there would be more fighting. As of yet, none of the rowing crews have fought each other.
They seem very peaceful.
Very peaceful. Disappointingly peaceful.
Disappointingly so, yes.
Is a regatta in the Viking world without a good beheading a rather dull affair?
Well, more of a raiding and a stealing and a sinking and a plundering and a burning.
Oh, burning. Who would one traditionally burn?
Their boats.
Oh, the boats.
Yes.
With
I
or
think they do take a bit of an affront.
with or without people in them?
Well, depends if the people want to stay around.
Students, perhaps. Hatfielders, maybe. Have you enjoyed seeing Durham today?
It's a wonderful city. I will take great pleasure raiding it and burning it to the ground.
Would you defend it if you captured it?
I don't think there'll be
Take it or leave it. No, fair enough, fair enough. Take it or leave it. What about yourself?
Well, I live here, so I don't know what he's doing standing next to me, to be honest, if those are his ambitions. But you can never trust a Viking.
Oh, I
never
see.
trust a Viking.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so as a local of Dunholm, I quite like the place. Don't like me like Vikings. Yeah, they're coming over here, stealing all our women, stealing all our money, you know.
The Viking scourge these days, I think, has got way out of hand. If you guys could just rein it in a little bit, I think we'd all be a lot happier.
Well, I'm not sure about his motivation now.
I can't promise anything.
Oh dear. Now I have a historical myth I'd like to debunk. Is it true that Vikings really had horns on their helmets?
Well, you've struck a nerve now.
I notice you have no horns on your helmet.
There's no horns on these helmets.
Oh dear.
No, much later idea that comes around
interesting.
with Wagner and the opera, which of course we know nothing about.
How do you know that? I was going to say, well, anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming down. I hope you've enjoyed your day here and see you around. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to PalTV's live coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta. As you can hear, I'm Sydney Davis and I'm back, and alongside me is not Will Terrell, but actually Richard. Will has left us to go for a waffles, so we're going to waffle on.
Yeah, I believe you've just seen an interview that we secured from some local Viking and Anglo-Saxons. I'd just like to clarify that PalTV does not endorse their particular opinions about slavery, barbarism, pillaging, and all manner of sins. But
they were very entertaining.
They were very entertaining. It's always nice to see a bit of a change to the usual pinstripe blazers and cream-coloured hats, I think, and
yes, of course,
loafers.
Of course. And whilst that interview was going on, we did see race 1, 2, 3. That was between Leeds University and Durham ARC, and we look forward to getting those results for you shortly. And currently on the racecourse now that you can see is race 122, which is against Burrows and Tees. Sorry, that's Queen Elizabeth School and Tees. But we'd also like to give a shout out to Charlotte, to Mary's Men's 8, who have made it into their final later today.
Well done.
I'm sure Will's looking forward to that one. I'm sure he'll be back in time and you won't have to listen to us for that long. Richard, do you know anything about rowing?
Well, I was hoping it would come across my immense degree of expertise and knowledge in the field of rowing. I have never rowed. Have you row? You are a rower.
I'm not a rower.
No?
I did the PalTV Learns to row, so I have done 20 minutes in a rowing boat, and therefore I am qualified for this position.
That is 20 minutes more than me. But you've been on this all day. You've been working all day, all of yesterday as well.
I was working all of yesterday, though not commentating. I was doing a few different production roles. There are plenty of roles to be filled.
There's a lot going on behind the
PalTV
scenes to bring a broadcast like this.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can see now our cameras are looking back at the start race, and we can see race 1, 2, 4 setting off, which are boats 6 and 7. So that's Durham, ARC, and Tyne. So plenty of action
heading off into those. And we've had a few results through as well. Race 120 between Yarm School and Tyne ARC saw Tyne take the victory. And Hildbeed versus Sheffield City saw Sheffield victorious in that one. Now, Richard, I'm very excited to hear you commentate on this race that's just started.
Well, this looks like an open 8.
It looks like an 8, and
Looks like an 8.
that sounds like a win from us.
Yes, because this is going to blow your mind, everyone. There are 8 rowers. But I can also tell you that it's a coxed race, which makes a big difference, not only to the mentality of the rowers, but actually the physical motion of rowing, because the rowers don't have to worry about steering.
Yeah, the steering, as I was chatting to Will earlier, is clearly really important.
Yeah.
But we were also chatting about the fact that you have a seat. You could have a seated cox at the front of the boat, or one lying down at the back. And
Yeah,
so
I've seen a few people. They sort of tuck themselves in to the front. Looks quite comfy, really.
I was thinking that,
Ever
especially.
thought of giving that a try?
No.
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 It never really appealed to me. Although I feel like I could be, I could shout at some strong men.
Yeah, the rowers are just coming past us here. They're going very fast.
That is elite analysis
They are
from Richard Griffiths.
screaming down the River Weir.
It's almost like they know what they're doing.
It's very satisfying, isn't it? The motions. All perfectly in sync.
Yeah, it's very impressive when the synchronicity is so in time. It's obviously it can go terribly wrong if they're not, but when they are in time, it is so impressive to watch, even as a complete novice who doesn't know that much about rowing.
It looks like I don't know what you're talking about. It looks like a victory there.
For someone, yeah.
For someone. I've just reached for my Lucozade Sport, not sponsored, obviously, but I was wondering, Sydney, what is your drink of choice on a glorious summer's day at the Durham Regatta?
At the Durham Regatta.
Older, in fact, than the Royal Regatta.
Very
Let's point out. What is your drink of choice?
Well, I've been drinking lots of water because it has been incredibly hot here today. You can see from our footage, the sun's out and it's been lovely.
Absolutely.
But we've had some Diet Pepsis in the back room, which wouldn't normally be my drink of choice, but I've quite enjoyed them, found them quite refreshing.
I don't know. I recall being shown these Diet Pepsis.
We've been putting you to work.
Yeah.
So race 124 we can just see leaving the stake boats, which is between York University and Collingwood. Collingwood apparently being left in York's dust there, as we can witness. York streaming ahead on the racecourse
Collingwood,
side.
famously extremely sporty college, but this is York University. This is the titan of the regatta.
Collingwood have done incredibly well all day today with their men and women winning the Coxless Fours. So this is a little bit of a shock for Collingwood, but again, as you mentioned, York are so impressive. It'll be interesting to see when the camera pans out whether or not we can see the distance between the two boats. Collingwood seeming to struggle there.
Collingwood with the red and black oars. Floundering a little bit, it looks like.
Their strokes just appear to be a little bit laboured, whereas York are moving so swiftly.
Quite a convincing lead now from York as they pass the Hildbeed steps.
In the words of presenter Richard Griffiths, they're going quick.
I think I used the word fast, actually.
Sorry, they're going fast.
No.
It's a very distinctive rowing stripe from York there, a nice yellow and turquoise. Easy to spot on the river for those of us.
Yes, now this is an interesting additional feature of the rowing. I'm quite enjoying the aesthetic variety of the oars.
Yeah, they're called spoons.
Spoons.
Yeah, Will taught me earlier, and that Hatfield and Trevs are the only ones with animals on them. They have a unicorn and a lion, which I think was quite an interesting fact. But yeah, I find it's quite a nice identifiable measure from the rowing
That's
community.
interesting, of course, the lion and the unicorn being the national animals of England and Scotland, respectively. Not
So
that
strange that you know that.
that's all related, but we could infer some additional national rivalry in this, I think.
I would love that for us. But yeah, they're making their way towards the finish line now, and York have taken a comfortable win there as they
should
pass
be
under
very
the
pleased with
bunting.
that performance. Very strong.
Most definitely a shock loss there for Collingwood, but still they've done so well this morning. No one can berate them. A few poor
I think
performances.
Collingwood's reputation for sporting excellence will live on.
Most definitely. And we're heading back up to the start line now. You can see some boats attached to those stake boats.
And they are making their way off. This should hopefully be Durham ARC versus time. We will update you with those details when we get them.
Now, the start of the race is particularly important. If you can secure an early lead, more often than not, you'll be able to maintain it.
Yeah, there has just been the one shock overtake today from one of our races earlier. But yes, as you mentioned, if you get an original good start, it tends to lead you as far as you need to go.
And probably provides you with a sort of mental strength as well. If you know that you're ahead at the first, then you just got to keep going all the way to the finish line. And hopefully you'll have it in the bag.
Yeah, these crews of 8 making their way down the river.
And they're just coming past us now. I believe I can hear the shouts of the crowd as they draw nearer. This is clearly a highly competitive race, which is really riling the supporters.
Yeah, this is clearly an enthusiastic race for those on the side. We're going to be completely honest with you and tell you that our system has shut down, so we're not currently aware who is rowing. Let us know in the comments.
Is honesty always the best policy, do you think, Sydney?
Yes, because otherwise we sound like lunatics.
Well, I fear that ship has sailed, to use a boating metaphor.
I love that from you.
Yeah, it's very good.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
So yes, the crew on the P. Lawwood side taking a nice smooth victory there as they pass under the bunting. Were you able to witness any of the long course races earlier, Richard?
Absolutely, I was. Yep, I've been up in the broadcasting gallery, watching all the screens at once. Absolutely, and I found those were particularly interesting. I don't believe we had any of those yesterday.
No, today was the first day of the long races, and now we're back on to the short ones.
We're doing the short ones now, but the long ones.
1,700 metres road, all the way to Prebbins Bridge.
I can only dream of having that level of stamina.
It's so true. My 20 minutes, I went up and down a 20-metre stretch 3 times, and I was absolutely exhausted.
No, I can imagine. And also the bridges must be difficult to navigate. Well, they are. They're very narrow.
Oh yes, Elvet Bridge is famously one of the narrowest turns.
I think I heard that from an extremely wise and intelligent presenter earlier today.
Stop it, you. Yeah. Some coxless fours making their way
Looks like it, yeah.
down the racecourse. Moving towards Hillbead landing stage. What I would count as roughly the halfway mark of this short course.
Oh, absolutely. And also a particularly interesting point in the race because you have a lot of supporters on those steps. So maybe it's perfectly placed, in fact, to give the halfway morale boost that some of the teams need.
Most definitely. I think it's a perfect place for a landing stage to have it right there. Be able to always enjoy all of the atmosphere no matter what the regatta's event is. Because we do have a few here throughout the year. It's my first year in Durham. Is it yours, Richard?
It is.
So this is the first year we've been able to experience, first year I've been able to experience such a strong rowing culture as we see Collingwood pass us there. And that's Queen Elizabeth High School, actually, I believe, in their distinctive yellow boat and green strip.
With a very comfortable looking cox. They're really nice, tucked into that.
Yeah, it does look cosy.
Front of that boat.
But they are trailing Collingwood by about
Seems
a length,
like
I
it.
believe, as they approach the finish line. They've just passed our commentary point.
Not a foregone conclusion, but they are heading pretty rapidly towards that finish line. I would say they've probably got this in the bag.
We've just received word that race 129 will be leaving shortly, so look forward to seeing St Hilden, St Bede and Van Mildert. There you can see them leaving now, just up the top of the racecourse. This will be a clash of the colleges. You're a member of my college, aren't you, Richard? University College?
Absolutely, we are both proud Castle
Oh,
Freshers.
definitely. But what would you make of the college rivalries? Obviously, we have ours with Hatfield, but in a race like this between Hill, Bede and Van Mildert.
I think that's actually a particularly interesting part of the Durham Regatta. It's an opportunity for those collegiate relationships to really come to life in a competitive scenario. That's something I've enjoyed most about this weekend, I think, seeing Collingwood against Hill, Bede, or whoever against whoever.
Yeah,
It's
there's been
particularly
plenty.
exciting when you have that additional meaning and you know that there are extremely enthusiastic groups of supporters behind each college, and they're certainly making their voices known today.
Oh, absolutely, and I believe that's Van Mildert there we can see on the Pelor Wood side, apparently making some headway against Hildenbeed, who appear to be trailing in their blue boat.
Looks like it.
And make their way down. It's always nice to have fellow members of your college come down and support you when, you know, it's nice and close.
Yeah, especially on a very warm day.
Definitely.
And it's 3:05. The rowing has been going strong since about 8 o'clock this morning.
About 8 o'clock this morning. It's been a long 2 days, but certainly an enjoyable one, as we now see Van Mildert pass our commentary point. Hilbead still trailing up by the Hilbead landing stage, but I'm sure they'll get lots of support as they pass there.
Oh, absolutely. Those famous Hilbead steps stuffed with supportive voices.
There is now a significant difference between the two races.
I can never really fail to impress on you, I think, the physical intensity of these races.
Most definitely. As
I
they
wonder,
approach.
after the race, one must have a lot of hot chocolate and avocado toast, I reckon.
Avocado toast is so niche. But now, as we head back up to the top of the racecourse, we can see race 127 between Edinburgh and St Leonard's, with St Leonard's in their distinctive red stripe taking a strong lead there. That appears to me, in all of my knowledge, to be some beautiful rowing.
They're looking very synchronised, very elegant.
He appears to be putting lots
But
of
I'm not sure I'm willing to let that one go. I don't think avocado toast is a niche choice at all, particularly in the brunch capital of the north.
I was going to say, it's a very Durham choice.
Yes.
But back to the rowing, Richard.
Yes, the rowing.
As we must. But yes, Leonard's there, distinctive red strip making their way. I can only imagine that they've been waiting in the waiting area for quite a while, so those caps seem to be a good idea.
Yes.
Yes, if you're enjoying our absolutely expert, I would say, Richard, commentary.
I'd say that was pretty accurate. Yeah, do write in, do leave a comment.
Comment. We'd also love you to like and subscribe if you are enjoying it.
Let us know where you are. We've had some pretty interesting...
yeah, we had Bermuda. Not that long ago. We've had Australia.
Yeah.
I've had Dubai. We absolutely love that you're listening and watching wherever you are. And we would love to hear from you. If you're down on the racecourse, come and give us a little dance. Come and say hello.
Yeah, there are lots of interesting people on the racecourse today. Do you see the very tall people in stilts?
I've seen them both
Spray
days,
painted
actually.
gold.
Yeah, there's so much activity happening here on the racecourse. I had my face painted yesterday.
We met some Vikings, as I think you saw just a little bit earlier.
Yep, and there is a classic car section. You can see there in our footage all the food stands, the marquees, and the fun fair events. There's a nice slide. But as some of the boats make their way back up the racecourse, I can bring you some results from earlier.
Please do.
In race 122, Tees were the victors over Queen Elizabeth High School. In 123, Durham ARC took the victory over Leeds. York University, as we witnessed, beat Collingwood quite distinctively in the women's fours. Tyne ARC beat Durham ARC in race 125, and in race 126, Newcastle UBC beat Trevs. That was quite swift.
No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love into peace and now you got a deal right now. Hogan, Goldman, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Now we're going to take a quick break from the rowing chat to bring you a little historical nugget which you'll find right here along the riverbank of the River Wear. And that is, of course, the story of the heaven-sent cow, which supposedly is the only reason that any of us are here today. Basically, in the year 687, a very saintly man called Cuthbert died. Now, the thing about Cuthbert was that his body wouldn't decompose, and it was said to perform miracles, so it was essential that the monks preserved the body. To that end, they decided to bury him on the island just off the coast of Northumbria called Lindisfarne. Now, this was all well and good, until the Vikings struck. Now, because Lindisfarne is an island, it was right on the coast, and the Vikings were attacking it relentlessly. So in 885, it was decided that Cuthbert couldn't stay. They had to get him out. The only question was, where did they put him? They moved around a little bit around the north in places like Ripon and Chester-le-Street, but still the threat of the Vikings was omnipresent. They didn't know what to do. But it wasn't until 995 that a certain cow-shaped conspiracy led them to discover the final resting place of St. Cuthbert just over there. As the monks were moving further northwards, one of them had an extraordinary vision. It was St. Cuthbert himself, and he said, "Bury me in a place called Dun Home." Only problem was, no one had ever heard of that place. As far as they were concerned, that wasn't a place. Until an extraordinary divine intervention. A milkmaid came past, and she said she was looking for her lost cow, a dun cow, in fact, and she'd last seen it in a place called Dun Home. Realising their luck, or perhaps, depending on your outlook, their miracle, the monks decided to follow this young lady, and eventually they came to a place called Dun Home, where they found not only a cow, but also a hill above a bended river, the perfect place to defend the body of St. Cuthbert. And that's why there's a cow on this riverbank, but it's also why there's a huge cathedral just over there.
Hello and welcome back to PalTV's coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta, brought to you by Osborne's. It's Sophie and Richard here. You've just been listening to Richard commentate. How have you found that?
Oh, it's great fun. And actually, do you know what? I think there's lots of stuff to do here at the Regatta. I think that it partially reflects the nature of the event itself. There's a lot going on here, beyond just the rowing even. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of events, there's a big bouncy castle. There's a lot to have fun with. It's a really splendour-filled weekend of fun and games.
Have you had anything exciting happen during your commentating shift? Any highlights, favorite races?
Well, it's been fun to really engage with the races, I think, and display that incredible, wide-ranging, really penetratively deep insights about the rowing. I think it's been great fun. No, it's great to watch the rowing properly, see all the action as it happens in front of you, and it's great fun to see it as it comes past as well. Which I'm sure many people today are realising as they are here in person. There's lots of people here, lots of supporters, lots of very vocal supporters. A few relics of the past, one might say, a few Vikings milling about, a few very tall people. There's just a lot going on generally, but we're all having a great time. The sun's really come out. Anything you're looking forward to in particular?
I think I'm looking forward to like a little PalTV wrap party. The whole team has put in so much time and effort over the past 2 days to make this happen. It's so impressive. We're so proud of everyone.
I think I'll be more like a PalTV nap party, but
Good one, Richard. But yeah, I think it'll be really nice to kind of really celebrate everyone's hard work and, you know, wrap up the weekend. It'll be really great. Are you looking forward to anything, Richard?
I am looking forward to the showdown in the elite men's coxed fours of Durham versus Durham. We're looking for that very much this afternoon. There's a lot of great rowing, a lot of strong performances, a lot of people getting involved from all sectors of university and national life.
It must have been really nice to get really in the commentating because, like you said, there's so much going on here, so much to do, that getting the chance to commentate and really focusing on the rowing must have been a surreal experience.
Speaking of, I think we're about to hand over to our brilliant commentators, Lucy and Will.
Straight back into some racing for you.
Yeah.
Up on the start line, race number 132, Collingwood College versus St Hild and St Bede.
Yeah, hello. If you are not familiar with my voice, my name is Lucy. I was presenting yesterday, and on PalTV's edition of Roll Roulette, I am here commentating now.
A little bit of switch around going. You've been producing me mostly throughout the weekend, but now you're speaking to everyone.
Yeah, I thought I'd give it a go. Why not? You know, we're all here to learn new things. And yeah, I feel like this is a really interesting role to have, to be dissecting all of these races. I know there's been a lot of very close finals today, so it's going to be really interesting to be watching those go past in real time with PalTV's live coverage. and kind of ripping them apart with somebody who knows a lot more about rowing than I do.
Yes, so on the course now, Collingwood and Hildbead. This is Hildbead's sort of 1.5 8. It's not their top boats. Their top 4 athletes competed earlier today. And we can tell you, so let's go down. There's the Collingwood crew of Schofield, Murray, Bird, Bates, Radford, Mayhew, Cooper, Hercock, coxed by Heather Knight. And they do have about a 1 length advantage over the bright yellow Vesperly crew of Hildbead as we come past the Hildbead landing stage. You'll have a big cheer from those supporters of the boys in blue.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been out all day cheering Hildbead on. Fantastic support from Hildbead College members. It's so great to see.
Saw their principal walking past on the bank earlier. He'll be there on the landing stage cheering them on as well.
Yeah, but Collingwood really tearing up the water here, leaving Hildbead a little bit in their shadow, I think.
So Collingwood coming past our commentary position with a commanding lead over the Hildbead crew there, coxed by Tiger Lily.
Oh, beautiful name.
Double-barreled first name.
Yeah, unusual, but very pretty.
So Collingwood looks like they're going to progress to the next round in this non-championship A8 category.
Easily, I'd say.
We'll next see them in race 167. But with that race there for the Hildbead 8, that concludes their regatta. All of their boats have now been knocked out on this Sunday.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Hildbead.
But for Collingwood, the show goes on.
It does indeed. Can't all be winners.
So bit of presenter roulette going on. And while we're doing it, I've got a question for you, Lucy, which we've been sent in by an audience member in the YouTube chat.
Oh, indeed.
Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses or 1 horse-sized duck? The age-old question.
I'm gonna say 1 horse-sized duck because I feel like if you have one target, it's easier to focus on what you're doing.
Okay.
And also, I'm quite a fast runner.
Are you?
Yeah, and I feel like I could sort of get away. I feel like those big animals like that, you know, like think of an elephant, for example, it can't run very fast, right? Really, comparatively.
Like a giant duck chasing after
Well,
you.
yeah, I just feel like it would be a bit heavy on its feet, whereas I would be, you know, I'd be off.
Yeah.
I'd be taken off. How about you, Will?
I kind of agree with you, I think.
Mm.
I'm not really one for fighting, though, I must say.
Oh, no. A lover, not a fighter.
I don't know if I could just, like, end up drop kicking all of the mini 100 ones, though. I don't really fancy my chances as a rugby player.
Yeah, no, I just feel like that would be too much at once for me.
So, looking back up at the start line, we've got some coxed quads in action. Believe this is race number 131. Yarm School and Queen Elizabeth High School. Yarm with the really early advantage. Queen Elizabeth High only just making their way past Collingwood landing stage, and Yarm well in the distance here in this J14 Cox Quad event.
Yeah, Yarm School have been so impressive over both days, actually. Really dominating in this race as well. So funny having Will next to me because there's people walking past and he knows like half the crowd members.
Wouldn't say half, maybe about 49%. That's not even a rower that walked past even.
Wow.
One of the few non-rowing people I know.
Just a fan.
I have many. So Yarm with the commanding lead over Queen Elizabeth High now coming past Hildbead landing stage towards the latter half of this short course.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable there, I'd say. Must be pretty horrible in this heat, though, I've got to say, with the sun beating down on you like this.
It was a bit cooler earlier, but now the sun's really come out this afternoon. And not only are those athletes going to get warm from the racing, but they're going to be sat on the start line trying to make sure they don't get sunburnt as well. A lot of cream required because, of course, the sun reflects back up off the water, so it's even worse for the rowers compared to the spectators here.
Yeah.
Just something we always forget at the beginning of the season, going out and training. You think, oh, it's lovely and sunny, and then you get off and you see you've got these horrible tan lines from your kit. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing sight.
God, yeah, I can imagine the tan lines from those little unitards that you all wear.
A unisuit.
Unisuit.
Unisuit, yeah.
Mm.
Unitards gymnastics, I finally come to learn.
Is it a material difference, do you think, that makes because the shape is the same?
Not sure, actually.
Mm.
Anyway, we've got another race on the course in the championship single sculls. This is Newton of Leeds Rowing Club versus Hillier, of Tees Rowing Club. And it's the sculler from Leeds, same as his race earlier on today, with a very, very strong advantage. And we're hearing now that Leonard's School versus Durham has just left the starting blocks as well. You can see it. Some quads. Oh, a bit of issues there for the Leonards. They're out of time on that Pelor Wood station, allowing the Durham School crew or the amateur crew, I'm not sure which club it is yet, to capitalise on that issue. About half a length advantage there.
I always think it must be so much pressure to be out there on your own in those single boats that we see going past sometimes.
I know, it can be really demoralising being the one losing that race. There's no one in the boat to encourage you or give you a word of advice. It's all down to you.
Absolutely.
So the Durham School outfit here in race 130 extending their advantage over Leonard's by just over a length now. Need to be a little bit careful of those crews marshalling on the racecourse side. We've seen it a few times so far today where the crew on that station has managed to clash with them.
Yeah, it's a very tight river. And I believe, is it true that Durham is the smallest or thinnest river to have a major regatta
Quite
going
possibly.
on in the UK? I've certainly heard that.
There's been certainly a few thin segments to courses I've raced in the past, but overall I'd have to agree with you there. I know the regatta in Bedford ends up racing through a bridge as well, but it's nothing compared to the thin width and the bend of Elvet Bridge.
Yeah.
So these young Durham School pupils are leading their rivals from Leonard's, both racing on their home water. They'll know this course inside and out from the year. So race 135 has just left the start as well in the J15 Cox Quads, the J14, so year 9 of school, J15 year 10. Hexham and Tyne Amateur will bring you those shots very shortly, but let's stay with this Durham School crew. Such tidy rowing for these young athletes.
Gosh, yeah, so young. When I think about what I was doing when I was 14, sitting around watching TV, wasting time. Really impressive. How old on average do you think most of the rowers in that crew would have started rowing at?
Chances are this will be their first year of rowing. Depends if I'm not an expert on like what year group people can join the school. If they joined in year 9, this will be their first year of rowing. Sometimes they could be, if they've joined in year 7, they already may have had a few years of rowing experience under their belt, but the majority of categories at regattas like this begin at the J14 level. Okay, now we can see Hexham Rowing Club in the blue with the yellow spoons. They're leading Tyne Amateur in the J15. So these are pupils aged 14 and 15 here. A really, really high rating, brilliant symmetry we can see from our drone shot of that Hexham crew that train on the non-tidal Tyne, just west of Newcastle, up against Tyne Amateur Rowing Club juniors who race on the tidal Tyne on those freezing winter months on that big open stretch of water. Such a difficult place to learn to row.
Yeah, and a comfortable lead there. Once again, a lot of these recent races having a really clear winner. So it's going to be interesting to see as we go into some of those finals whether things get a little bit tighter.
Okay, race 136 now on the course. Coxless quads, this time non-championship B Coxless quads. Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, again, this is back-to-back racing for them against Leonard's. Leonard's in the red, Tyne in the white and black, but Leonard's with a small advantage here coming down this racecourse section. I'd say that's about half a length there. These crews are very close together.
Yeah. Slightly concerned about a potential ore clash, but it looks like they're going to be okay.
Seems like both crews are almost getting further apart. The
Yeah.
umpires must have intervened and given a little shout to adjust their courses.
Yeah, they must have realised.
So you can see Leonard's out from our commentary position there, leading this Tyne amateur crew. Brilliant stuff from them.
So what is the thinking behind having races with coxless crews?
It's just another category. There's no difference really in the thinking behind allowing the event to happen. I think it allows for a lot more crews to enter the regatta, especially if a club is short of coxes. One of the most difficult things for a club to get right with their numbers is finding coxes. So for these crews, it may be the case that they haven't actually got a cox available, so they're still able to enter the regatta.
Interesting. Is it hard to train to be a cox?
It can be. It's quite a steep learning curve, as is with lots of things in rowing, and it's a very daunting experience as well, which I think is what can discourage a few coxes when they start out, is that you're handed a boat of... All cox boats are 4-8 people nowadays. You don't have cox pairs or doubles. So you're handed a boat of 4 rowers and you're in charge, and it's your job in the next hour and a half to make sure that the session runs smoothly, and it's all down to you and the coach, either on the bank or in the launch. So for those coxes that start out, it's a very daunting experience being given those experienced rowers who are used to coxes that they've spent a lot of time with. So it could be quite discouraging for those coxes starting out.
Definitely. So I imagine close communication and close ties with the crew are really important. It's funny because I'm quite small and I'm quite shouty. I've got quite a loud voice. My dad, when I went to Durham, suggested that I would make a great cox.
Did you ever consider signing up?
I have considered it, potentially. Maybe next year. Maybe next year will be my year.
So you can see there, Durham Amateur Rowing Club leading Queen Elizabeth High by a margin of some length here in race 134. This is the other race in the J14 coxed quads. Back to some coxed crews. Still to come, lots of coxed fours, strong 8s racing between York University and Butler, and then Sheffield versus Grey, and then some more championship singles. And as we get further through the program, the 8s events only come more and more. If you couldn't tell, I'm a big fan of the 8s racing.
Why are you such a big fan of 8s racing then?
It's just such a fast moving boat, a lot of intensity, a lot of people involved. And I'm a big fan of the serenity that goes on at the top of the course. There's 18 people taking part in these matched 8s races, and it's dead quiet on the start line while the umpire's giving the crews instructions. And as soon as that flag drops and he says go, then it's just a great cacophony of noise of all 16 oars clunking and 2 coxes screaming at their crews. It's a brilliant contrast off the start line.
Yeah, so you love the drama.
Oh, lots of drama. So, Durham Amateur Rowing Club still leading Queen Elizabeth High. Maybe taking the rates down slightly to save their energy for later on. We'll next see them in race 164.
Yeah, excellent work there.
I believe this is a quarter-final, so still could be 2 more races to come.
So worth conserving that energy, definitely.
Yes, and we're at 3:30 on the programme, so not long left in the day, so lots of races to get through. They won't have much time to recover either.
Yeah, a long, hard day for a lot of these rowers.
So while we've got this little gap between some races, just want to give a quick shout out to Michael. He's watching from Norway, sunny Norway, he says, being a supporter of Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. So I hope you enjoyed the past few races watching your club there, Michael.
Gosh, I'm surprised to hear sunny Norway.
With
Lovely.
even later sunsets than we've got here at the moment, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously famed for lovely snowy weather, but fascinating place to visit, I'm sure.
Right, we've got some 8s on the start line. We'll just wait for some of these crews to get marshalled to the other side of the stake boats. So this is race number 137, York University versus Butler College in the Open Non-Championship A8s.
It does say a lot that so many Durham College crews are taking on university crews.
Definitely. So this is one of the quarterfinals in this race. We've got one more crew just to make their way past, and then we'll be under starters orders for this brilliant 8th race.
Incredible. Very excited for this one. What college are you, Will?
I'm at Hillbead.
Ah, okay.
So day's done and dusted.
Yeah, unfortunate day for you then.
Yes. But kind of to be expected as well.
Okay.
After racing throughout the year, I think a lot of people in the squad know sort of a vague ranking of who's better than who and where you've got a difficult race. I think all of it's made sense so far today for the college crews.
So no surprises?
No huge surprises, no.
Unlike Mary's, my college, which I imagine has had a bit of an up and down couple of days. What with the boat capsizing yesterday. Fortunately, I do hear that all of the crew are doing well and they're okay, and they took it really well. But yeah, wishing them all the best. And in general, Mary seems to be doing pretty well. Almost ready.
So many crews making their way past.
Yeah.
Of course, especially in the 8th racing, they're very, very wide boats, so a lot more scope for them to get closer to those boats marshalling on this near bank.
Do the all lengths ever differ depending on what boat you're in?
Yes, so you can adjust the length of the oar using screwdrivers, and there's special science that goes into how long it should be, whether it's a Cox 4 or an 8 or a men's or a women's crew as well. So the York University coach will have paid a lot of close attention to that. And the college system is not really the biggest thing that people pay attention to, I must say. In my 4 years of rowing at college, I've adjusted all lengths a total of 0 times.
Wow. Goodness. And yet, despite that, Durham College is still doing pretty well today. So perhaps speaking to the quality of the athletes.
Oh, certainly.
If not the quality of the kit and the clubs.
And then again, the sweep oars, if we're in the sweep boats where the athletes only have one or each, are naturally longer than the sculling oars, which are a bit shorter. So in those quads races, they'll be, I'd say about 80 centimetres shorter overall. But we're underway in this race between York University and Butler. Race 137, Open Non-Championship A8s, and it's York on the racecourse side with 1/3 of a length advantage over Butler in the red on that Peel or Wood station.
Yeah, Butler almost veering over to the side. Yeah, that was very, a little bit dicey there for a second, but they seem to have got themselves back and recentered.
Yes, very tricky up there at the start line. Seems to be a straight course, but it's always a little curvature on the concrete wall there on the Peel or Wood side of the course, which a lot of people forget about. And I've been victim to that, go rowing in the opposite direction. You almost forget the bend curves around. You either overcompensate and get caught out in the shallow end, or before you know it, you're rowing down the wrong side of the river. But York here, commanding lead over Butler.
Yeah, definitely dominating this one. Perhaps to be expected.
Strong shouts we can hear in the distance from the York supporters coming past Hillbead. York have almost broken more than a length. Butler just hanging on to contact with them. They need an answer quickly before they run out of water if they're going to progress through to the semi-final in this event.
Yeah, looks like York did a little surge there. They seem to be getting faster, if anything.
Of course, York will no doubt be racing next weekend at York Regatta on their home stretch. So this will be the final race of the season for Butler. York will be using this as a stepping stone for their main race themselves next weekend, and it seems to be paying off. They're making the journey here. We'll see them in the next round of this 8th category.
Yeah, lovely stuff from York there.
So we'll see them in race 167, where the Collingwood crew that beat Hillbead earlier on are waiting for them.
Commiserations to Butler there. Okay. Just waiting to see if there's any more racing upcoming or whether there's going to be a little gap. There have been quite a few gaps in the racing today. Seem to be a few scheduling issues for the umpires.
Very, very busy day of racing yesterday, and I think as we progress to the championship events here, the standard grows, which means the fields get a little bit smaller and we have fewer races left.
It is, however, nice for the crowds out here to be able to enjoy the sunshine, appreciate the weather, appreciate the lovely food stands that we've all been appreciating, I know.
I know, and the dogs. I can see a dog just where I'm sitting on the shoulders of their owner.
Yes, big up the dogs of Regatta.
Yes.
Yeah, we can just see the crews heading back to the start line. I really want to try that slide out.
This is what everyone's been saying this, yeah. Cannot wait.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to get too eager for the shift to be over, but I will be on that slide very quickly afterwards.
Absolutely. In there quick.
So it's a shot of Tyne Amateur Rowing Club using blades they've borrowed from Northumbria University with that big red N on the spoon there.
Interesting. Any particular reason for that, do you imagine, or just lack of kit?
Could be the case that Tyne have so many entries they don't actually have enough blades to go around for all of their boats today. So they will have given their friends at Northumbria a ring and asked if they've got 8 blades going spare for them to use this weekend. Of course, we've seen Northumbria crews racing throughout the weekend too. Lovely shots here we can see of the course and some crews getting themselves lined up for some upcoming races.
Absolutely. Durham's such a beautiful city.
What's your favourite place in the city?
Do you know, that's really tough. I
can let you choose just 3 then.
Okay, give me 3.
Oh yeah, go for 3.
Oh, top 3. Oh, I thought you were going to give me 3 to choose from.
Oh, no. You can just pick 3.
Okay,
Let's
my
go
top
with
3 places. Okay. I really love the cathedral. Because the history, the beauty. Obviously, it is a World Heritage Site. Absolutely stunning up on Palace Green. So that's got to be 1. I'm going to say probably Vennel's Cafe.
What a good shout.
Love Vennel's. I mean, all of the cafes in Durham. Shout out to Leonard's. Shout out to Riverview. Shout out to Chapters.
Paddy and Scott.
Oh, yeah, just all the independent.
Okay, well, that's not as independent, but
no,
still
okay.
a fan.
Less independent, but no, really all the independent coffee shops in Durham.
Can't remember the name, but there's the one just outside where I live by the theatre as well on the corner.
Ooh.
Really, really good smoothies there.
Okay. I'm not sure where you mean, but I'll have to check it out.
You know, just at the bottom of Claypath by the library.
Oh.
By the taxi rank, there's just that one on the end of the building.
Yes. Yeah, no, cannot for the life of me think of the name.
No, neither.
No, never put me on the spot like that.
Don't really need to look at the name when I know I want to go there anyway.
Yeah, very, very true. How about you, Will? What do you reckon? What are your favourite places?
I have to agree with you. I'm a big fan of Vennel's. But also, have you ever been to the old gardens where there's the farm with the alpacas?
Oh my gosh, I really, really want to go. One of my friends, her boyfriend took her for a little date up there, and it was a very, Very good choice from him.
Anyway, back to some racing on the course. 139. This is Open Non-Championship A8. Sheffield University in the yellow and black, and Grey College in their famed yellow Vespoli. And they've led out over this Sheffield crew. I know Grey are really, really proud of their entry in this event. The Grey 8 lost out yesterday to Hillbead, so no doubt today they want to come fighting to make sure they can come away from this weekend with something to show for their efforts throughout the season.
Absolutely, yeah. Must be really demoralising when you lose out after all of that training, so definitely putting that all into this one.
Of course, Grey have been really pushing at the top end of the college rowing scene on both the women's and the men's side, but it's just always been the case in the college system that Collingwood have dominated, and we saw that earlier in the college fours finals. So now Grey are setting the record straight of their speed by leading this Sheffield crew and actually extending their advantage to almost a length now, as no doubt these 8s come charging past our commentary position. Lots of shouts for the college favourites from the Hillbead landing stage. I can see Lachlan at stroke there. He'll be joining Collingwood for their Henley campaign over the next few weeks, leading his college against Sheffield Uni here.
Yeah, really impressive from Grey there, and a lot of support from the banks, as you can imagine, for the home team.
So, brilliant sight there for all of our Durham students tuning in. That's Grey College beating Sheffield University in the quarter-final of the Open Non-Championship A8. They'll progress through to race 169, where we will next see them racing against Yarm's School. And boy, if it's the Yarm 8 that raced yesterday, that Yarm 8 beat Hillbead and Collingwood 8s.
Wow.
So, Yarm famed for dispatching the colleges. What can Grey do against them later on today?
Gosh, yeah, tough competition there for Grey, but hopefully it will be their hour. Do you think that, in your experience, members of Grey College live up to their moniker, Grey by name, Grey by nature? I've always felt it's rather harsh. Any thoughts, Will?
Couldn't possibly tell you.
Okay, and it's looking like there's going to be a little break in the races now as they recuperate.
So is that more classic cars than we had yesterday as well, I think?
Certainly a lot there. I haven't actually been down today to have a look. Again, cars also not my forte. Very unqualified to commentate on either of these subjects, but...
No, me neither.
Durham looking beautiful in the sun.
Mm-hmm. So you can see all those boats in the marshalling area for their upcoming races. You can see they're also in the boating field. It's getting a bit less congested as some of the colleges that have raced throughout this weekend take their boats back to their boat houses.
Yeah, just tracking the river, seeing if anything's going on. Currently looking rather empty. Okay. So while we're on this little break, Will, as you've been commentating and keeping up with the races over both days so far, which has been the most impressive college by your estimation?
See, the obvious answer would be to go for Collingwood for winning so many categories. But I have to say there's been some really impressive things coming from Charades, because for such a small college they've had so many crews competing in the novice and the intermediate categories and making it through a number of rounds. And when you consider a college of their size, it's been brilliant for them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's very, very impressive to hear.
So thank you very much for joining me for this little stint on the commentary, Lucy.
Yeah, I think I'm going to unfortunately have to head off. It's been really, really nice joining you. I've enjoyed it a lot. And yeah, I look forward to maybe trying it out again next year.
Oh, definitely. So yeah, this is going to be a little changeover period now for us in the commentary booth, but we'll be back here with PalTV's coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta, sponsored by Osborne's, very shortly once racing gets back underway.
No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and now you got a deal right now. Whole gang, whole man, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Have you ever looked out on the river, saw that and thought, I could do that?
Well, we're going to give it a go. I'm Sydney.
And I'm Izzy.
And this is PalTV Learns to Row.
Regatta Edition.
I'm in a boat. I'm in a boat.
Right, lovely. See you later. Sorted.
So Georgie, let's start off. Tell me why you love rowing so much. What does it appeal to?
Okay, yeah, a lot of people ask this question because rowing doesn't seem that appealing with like the amount of blisters and messed up hands you get. But I started rowing about 6-7 years ago. I never liked it when I first started. My mum bullied me to do it because she used to row, and then I hated it, but I've just got into it over the years, and I'm really happy to be incoming women's captain now. And it's just something I love. I mean, like, the tan lines are horrendous, especially from these all-in-ones, but it's just really nice. It's nice being out on the river, and it's also the sense of like community because we all work as a team, and then just like getting the boat moving in a race, especially in like an 8 when you're all powering along, it's just so satisfying. And
when there's so many people in a boat like racing an 8 that you'll probably be doing at the Durham Regatta,
yeah.
How long does it take to trust all of those people in the boat so you know on race day that you're going to perform?
I don't think I have full trust at any time, but you try. It's just a matter of training. So like we've been trying to really up our training program the past few weeks to get us ready for Hexham, which is coming weekend, and then Durham Regatta the weekend after. And it's just maintaining consistency in the squad attendance, and then just trying to like, you do loads of different drills and balancing techniques, and like we did earlier when we were at the water together, it's just taking time to build it up so the first person's confident and then the next person can follow on. It's all about leading, so the person who stroke, always you just follow stroke. So yeah, if in doubt.
If in doubt, follow stroke. It's a motto. When you're out on the water, what is the most difficult thing when you're out on the water? Is it turning? Is it
the speed? Is it maintaining consistency? What would you say is the most difficult thing?
This time of year, the most difficult thing is definitely the Browns boats. As we nearly hit one earlier, they're just a nightmare because they're often tourists who have no idea about the rules of the river. They'll just drift in front of you, and for example, we were doing a sprint piece the other day in an 8, and they just decided to go straight across the path, and you're like, just don't. So they're probably the worst. And also swans. I've had quite a few angry swans back at home who have climbed on my boat and have hissed at me or flown really close over to me so I can feel their beat of their wings. So animals and Browns boats, not to be done. Everything else is piece of cake, you're fine.
You want a nice quiet river all to yourself.
Yeah, that's why rowers like the early mornings, because as soon as we get out, there's nobody else around and it's just peace to yourself, so definitely.
Talk to me about what they're doing so far. How does it look like Izzy's doing?
She's doing really well, yeah. She's obviously probably not doing as best as you because I took you earlier. But no, she's doing really well. Rob's just sitting the boat now, keeping the blades flat on the water so she can perfect her stroke. So it's basically just really focusing about going up the slide consistently, popping the blades in and then taking a clean stroke. They are heading for the weir now.
Yeah, I guess with the position of the University College Boat Club, that weir must be pretty tricky at the best of times.
I mean, considering we've been here for so long, you'd have thought we'd have probably had first dibs on the selection of boat clubs, but no, we're right by the river, right by the weir, which is an absolute nightmare when you're turning an 8 because you really don't have much of a turning circle. But Rob's handled that much better than I did earlier because we did get quite close. But yeah, rowing's just really about repetitive training, and it's just about getting used to how your blade responds to the water. So, and in different conditions, like the wind picks up and your blade can lift a little bit and make you unbalanced. So it's all about trial and error and then getting into it. And once you're into it, it's quite good.
And what will Rob be trying to get Izzy to do now? Would you think they'll be working on speed or focusing a little bit more on technique?
I'm hoping technique, but knowing Rob, it will be speed because any chance to outdo me, he will try. But yeah, I think it's just right now he's probably just explaining to her how to place her blades cleanly in the water. So she's just going up to the position of a catch right now, just so she knows whereabouts her blades will set. And then once she's at the catch, the blades will go squared and buried, and then she'll sink into the catch, pull with her arms and drive with her legs and take the stroke. Apart from her blade is backwards right now, but
she'll work that out in a minute.
Oh, was he teaching her backing down? Oh, didn't do that with you. I focused on the looks with us.
Thanks.
The looks.
No one has capsized yet.
Yeah, I did pack a towel. So just in case.
Did you have high hopes for us, or were you pretty convinced we were both going in?
I hadn't thought about it too much because it was kind of a bit scared me, but you did do a lot better than I expected.
So Georgie, speak to me now about what they're doing as they go back up the river.
So by the looks of things, Rob's trying to get them to do some form of piece, so increasing the rate, increasing the pressure. And again, as last, they're now just doing some practices on getting the blade cleanly into the water, taking a really clean stroke, and also focusing on puddles. That's one of the really important things. Once you take a stroke, you see like the puddles of water that form afterwards. And it's basically, as a rower, you're trying to get as clean as possible for each stroke. You don't really want to get any backsplash coming from that. So yeah, she's doing actually really, really well. I'm quite surprised. I'm surprised they're not in the water yet. I was expecting that. But no, it's looking really, really good.
So Georgie, we can see the Prince Bishop coming down the river now as Rob and Izzy head up down it. What challenge is this going to pose to them?
You just got to try and keep out of the way because Prince Bishop will just keep going. They won't really have much remorse in direction of their movement. I mean, back at home we had a similar kind of ship on our boat on our river, and they just keep going really. Hopefully the 8 will get in before Prince Bishop comes down because it will do its turning circle about here. But it's just making sure you're staying on the right side of the river. I think they've just avoided them quite nicely. But yeah, it's just difficult when you've got lots of different users on the river, trying to make sure that there's no collisions or anything. But yeah.
Izzy, you were phenomenal. How was it?
It was really cool, but
really hard. Like, you keep like putting it in, and I kept catching crabs, I think. Was that what I was doing?
Yep.
Yeah. I was catching a lot of crabs, but it was cool. It was really fun. I see why Ro's gone about the stuff. Like,
Well, you seem really confident. Did you feel like you picked it up really quickly?
no, I kept messing it up. I would just I'd hear nice, 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 slow down, slow down.
And you got very, very close to the weir. Was there any tension, any sense of fear?
Well, Rob was very nice and let me spin, which I think might have been why we were so close to the weir. But yeah, it was okay. Said hi to the pelican, which felt cool.
She was really, really good. Fantastic.
Amazing. Do you think you'll ever row again?
I actually kind of would. Is that bad? No.
Right. But now you've got to get out of the boat, which, you know, the entertaining part. Well, we did it. Rob, how did we do?
Fantastic. Far, far better than expected.
Georgie, are we regatta ready?
I actually think you could be, yeah, with a bit more training, a bit more time on the water, 100%. You're very good, yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
I'll take it.
Brilliant. I've been Izzy.
I've been Georgie.
And Rob.
I've been Sydney, and you've been watching
PalTV.
These boats are going to be cleaner than when they came out. I know. Yeah.
I'm Heather, and I'm here with PalTV to explain the regatta course for the 190th Durham Regatta. Behind me is the start of the racecourse. It's a stake boat start, which means that both boats are starting from a complete standstill and released at the same time. On a short course like the 700-metre one on Saturday, the start is incredibly important. At this point, we're about halfway down the short course, so 350 metres in. Crews are starting to likely feel pretty tired by now, which is where there's a real boost when supporters are cheering along. For the rowers participating in the race, the footbridge signifies the end. After this, there's about 40 metres left to go. For those participating in the longer course, they've got to go all the way through the traditional Elvet bridges, all the way round the corner, under Framwell Gate Bridge, right before Prebends Bridge.
Hello and welcome back to PalTV's live coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta, sponsored by Osborne's. I'm Sydney.
And I'm Elisa.
And we're very excited to be the presenters for your next segment and final segment of this year's Durham Regatta. It's been so amazing having it. What have you enjoyed the most?
Well, I think being here for the second time it's been great. Last year I also presented for the regatta, and being here back, it's great. The atmosphere is amazing, and I enjoy it more and more every time I do it. Every year I do it.
Yeah, it's been so amazing, especially to see so many rivalries out on the river. We've just seen Newcastle and Durham go past, and you can tell how much all the crews really want it. And there's been some brilliant college rivalries as well. And there's still so much more to come. We've got some behind the scenes for you, some more VTs, and our brilliant commentary.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you're with us. We're your commentary team for the afternoon. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Johnny Carton.
And I'm Ollie Irons.
Welcome back to our exclusive coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta. It's a wonderful sunny day here in Durham. We're enjoying ourselves. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. You may be in sunny places. I hear we had somebody in sunny Norway earlier.
I heard we had someone in Portugal this morning.
I heard we had someone in Bermuda somewhere between this afternoon and this morning.
Not going to lie, the way it's feeling this afternoon, feels like we are in Bermuda, Johnny.
I have been very hot. It's been... I mean, I can't emphasise I think the best way to do it would be to get one of the cameras to cut to the queues for the ice cream men, and then to cut directly to me with saliva dripping from my jaw. Incredibly eager to clamp myself around one of those. But here I am instead, locked in my cage. So I'm just going to watch them with great envy, and I'm going to watch some excellent racing. At the moment we have a women's coxless quads sculling their way down just past our little commentary booth. And it's the P-Law Woodside taking what looks to be quite the advantage into that last section under Bath's Bridge. We've enjoyed some good racing today, and I feel actually it's been a little less instant prone than it was yesterday, Ollie.
I'd agree with that. I think it's definitely been a lot more controlled. A lot of crews have probably taken on board what they saw yesterday, instant-wise. Obviously, we saw some large crabs, saw some capsizes, and I guess no one really wants to be on the broadcast doing so.
Yeah, I do feel bad. I should apologise at this point. If you are, or are a relative of, one of the junior categories that raced yesterday evening and suddenly caught a massive crab, I'm afraid I was the camera operator who immediately caught that and immediately defaulted to it as the most interesting thing on my screen at that time. So I do apologise. I want to credit your testament, your drive in doing exactly the right thing at that moment, actually, which was that they didn't keep rowing, they didn't panic, they were calm, they sort of just let themselves drift, didn't let it cause any more issues for themselves, and that, I think, betrayed a certain maturity that I hope will take them very well into other regattas. And I hope they've been maybe at other races this weekend, who knows? And I hope they've done themselves proud, certainly.
Couldn't agree more, Johnny. Couldn't agree more.
Fantastic. We're in excellent agreement. What can I get you to agree to, if given that we're in such good agreement? Do you agree that the colours of everything are completely subjective because we can never look through another person's eyes?
I'm not here for philosophy, Johnny. I'm not going to either confirm or deny that statement, but it's an interesting one, and I'll keep it in the back of my mind for the rest of the afternoon.
Fantastic. Keep it in the back of your head for the moment as we watch these lovely gentlemen. Our broadcast makes it look like the racecourse side was shirtless there for a second, and I was going to admire their fortitude and question their capability to not get themselves into a suntan. Were they just impeded by one of the boats coming back up the racecourse side?
It does look like that.
It did seem that way, but I haven't heard the peal of an umpire's bell at the moment. And in any case, it doesn't look to have disadvantaged them too much because they are absolutely neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah.
Great expression, neck and neck. Who doesn't love that?
It's a great one.
My eyes did deceive me. It's just a lovely light pink colour, I believe, of St Mary's College. And judging by the cheers from the embankment here, it definitely is a close relative of the Durham area, so I'm going to say it is Mary's. Other team, I'm going to guess, are from Newcastle because they have what looks like a star on their oars.
Indeed.
They are absolutely gassing themselves out. There's not an inch of compromise here. I'm really enjoying this one. I haven't had the time today to sit down and enjoy the races.
Well, I'm glad you're getting the opportunity now, Johnny. You know.
Yeah. It's still work, but it's a sit down kind of work.
Sit down, sit in the shade, and watch absolutely amazing displays of athleticism.
Yeah.
On this lovely sunny day.
And those Mary's rowers don't look too unhappy with themselves. I think win or lose, they know they've put in a hell of a lot of effort to get there. And an incredible shout out to the gentleman in the cowboy hat I couldn't love it more.
Indeed.
I absolutely couldn't love it more. So what have you been up to today,
Well,
Ollie? What have you been doing?
So as you may or may not know, Johnny, I've recently got back into the sport of rowing. I would not call myself necessarily an elite athlete, but I actually had the opportunity to race this morning, which was a very enjoyable experience for me. First time at the Durham Regatta, and yeah.
That I honestly did not know. How did you do?
It was an interesting one. Obviously hard fought, but sadly we didn't win our race. We were in a wooden boat without a Cox box, so what can you say? What can you do?
I had an interesting mishearing moment this morning. You're walking around. Put yourself in this situation, dear breathers. You're walking down the lovely, misty embankment of the River Wear, and you hear the marshals announcing for all of the races, could they please indicate which races have been, whether they have any disqualified races or whether they have any replacement races, if they could please prepare themselves if they're racing in 30 minutes and get on the water, and if they could weigh their coxes, because weighing your coxes is of course a thing you have to do, and I pondered on that and I ruminated on the meaning of that, but I also misheard it at first. Now I'm not going to repeat that mishearing.
I'd hope not. We do have to conform to, I remind viewers, we do have to conform to broadcasting standards while doing this. I'd hate for Johnny to misspeak and accidentally breach them.
No, worry not. If I get us into legal trouble, it'll be deliberate.
Good to hear.
I should say to all of our viewers, previous commentators, our lovely previous commentators, may have told you, or equally they may not have, the regatta team had some trouble with reporting race results, but they have managed reporting some of the earlier ones with more success now. So keep an eye on our little ticker at the bottom of the screen, and that will tell you the results of previous races. It won't tell you the results of previous relations, only your horoscopist can do that for you. Another coxed women's 8 here, but another coxed 8 certainly. Newcastle
taking
again
the lead.
Taking a commanding lead. Those lovely oars, I really like those oars.
They're very, I don't know, how would I describe it? I rate them. Words cannot put into perspective how, I don't know, simplistic and yet inspirational.
Showing their desire for stardom, I think. And I think it's Sheffield City on the Peel or Woodside in their lovely yellow with blue sash unitards, which I do really admire.
I think it's very important, we get colour back into the sport. And some clubs today, some competitors have really done that, both their boats and more obviously their all-in-ones.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see.
Some of you who may have been with us today and yesterday, earlier, may have seen the rainbow boat in one of the opening races this morning. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Made a reappearance because it was here yesterday as well, wasn't it?
I believe so. I think it is a local boat. I've seen it at Durham City, and yeah.
It's local, that I did not know.
I had no idea that they made boats in so many colours.
Yeah. I've got to say, I feel like the way I'm judging your boat is how it appears in relation to your competitor's boat. Much in the way that I'm judging your rowing. And much in the way that I'm judging your rowing, I'm doing it on an entirely subjective and non-expert basis. So...
Well, I'm very glad you weren't judging my rowing this morning then, Johnny.
No, I wasn't. I was too busy. What was I doing? I was trying to figure out how a camera works.
Well, wow. Truly inspirational.
Truly inspirational. Clearly I'm on a calibre with all of these incredible hard-working athletes you've seen all weekend, and you should give me, just as much praise in the comments. Speaking of in the comments, are any of you watching out for anyone in particular? Are you looking forward to seeing a young relative or an old relative? We had the 1877 race yesterday, which I really enjoyed, and that's the alumni for the Durham University Boat Club, and they only compete in one race every year.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and this year they lost it.
Oh.
Sarah says, thank you for finally getting the pronunciation of Camis. I really hope I'm doing that right, because you've just complimented on us. But I remember that I mispronounced it yesterday, so I'm really hoping I have got it right today. And she says, huge shout out to all the crews who raced yesterday. Some cracking results for a tiny club. Just as a rower, does big club mentality come into the way that a football fan might expect for rowing?
I mean, as we've obviously seen today, lining the banks, supporters of all the various clubs. Last time I checked, around 36 clubs were entered in the Durham Regatta, with over 1,700 individual competitors. And the fact that we've got such a lovely turnout, and obviously the weather is a factor, but such impassioned, noise in supporting those competing. I don't know if you've seen it, Johnny, but we've seen many people running down the side of the river, screaming their support for their chosen boat crews, and it's just truly, it's very, very inspirational.
I'm almost surprised that somebody hasn't fallen into the river.
Well, people have fallen into the river, as far as I'm aware, but anything for the club.
Anything for the club. I'd quite like to. If that's happened, I've missed that. I thought I would have looked out for that better. I'm disappointed in myself.
There's always next time. Well, hopefully not next time, viewers, but yeah.
We hope that if there's any falling in, nobody comes to harm because of it. We hope that you're able to enjoy it and laugh at it yourself, and you're able to then go on and do really well in the race, or, maybe an umpire resets the whole thing, and we get the fall in, and you get the race that you want to have.
I'm not going to lie, Johnny. I'd quite happily fall in the river right now. Quite warm.
I was running. We've got some cameras on the other side of the river, and for those of you who don't know the geography of Durham, you can see in our short course races, near the very end, our rowers pass under Bath's Bridge, and that signifies for them about 40 metres from the finish line, and that signals for us about the only bridge for 2 kilometres in the direction that the racecourse starts at. And we have cameras on both sides, and running batteries, for instance, down to those cameras, or supplies to them if they're standing in the sun, water, sun cream, hats, a light shoulder massage. It's quite a walk, and it's quite a run, because I started running and I didn't realise quite how hot the temperature had gotten, so...
Indeed.
I'm glad that wasn't captured on camera.
Well, hopefully next year we'll have the PalTV launch. Just like, other regattas, the official camera boat.
That would be great. We did have we do our little course explains and we do a lot of rowing, but we don't have a live camera boat. What I'd like to do next year is I'd like to go down in one of the rescue boats just when they're checking the safety of the course in the morning, and we can do a sort of F1 style David Crofty, look at the track, and we're describing the conditions, and we're like, and this is another bit of river, and here's another bit of river. Here it's a bit shallow, you've got to watch out. Here, this bank is where your opposing fans are going to shout at you the loudest and try and demoralise you and get you. And here's this, and here's... I think it would just be... I think it'd be good fun.
I agree. I mean, I think it's very easy to, to misrepresent how simplistic the course may be. But especially recently with the heat wave we've been having, there's been a loss of, height in the river.
It's true. I hadn't considered that,
I actually saw some gentlemen when I was practicing for my race the other day. They were digging out the river, trying to dredge it, just so it was deep enough down by Durham Amateur Rowing Club near the start line. Similarly, there was a college boat, which sadly the other week, that accidentally ran aground and ripped out part of its hull.
We did have a boat run aground yesterday. It was a racecourse-sized boat. As I recall, it was a women's quad scull. Correct me in the comments if you remember that one distinctly, because our commentary and coverage was excellent enough. Please do like and subscribe if you're enjoying it. But I did think to myself, it was at that particularly shallow point in river quite early on in the course. But I hadn't appreciated quite how much that would have had an effect, yeah. This is why we get what I'll generously term myself the colour commentary, and with you, Ollie, the expert commentary, who actually knows what they're talking about.
I feel honoured. I mean, it's very easy to forget, but, a lot of these boats, bar the wooden ones, they're not the hardiest of things. They're very thin, glass fibre, they're built for speed, they're built for lightweight, and if you take it at high speed into the side of a bank, it's not really a mystery which one's going to win.
Another F1 competition, these things are built to last just as long as they need to. If you put them in the wrong conditions because of your skill or some accident, or your opponent steers into you and clashes into you, they're not prepared for that. All they want to do is go really fast, God willing with you in them. We've finished sending boats past the stake boats, and we do have another race underway. Our lovely drone coverage coming right at you. Look at that, Ollie. It's marvellous, isn't it?
It's absolutely stunning.
It's sensational.
Of course, some of you who may have watched last year's regatta may remember that, in fact, we did not have the drone last year, and it's just absolutely breathtaking to see such a, precision sport at height, bird's eye view. It's lovely.
It gives you an appreciation sometimes that, much like, other sports and other graphics and things like VAR, it gives you an appreciation of the things you can't appreciate as well from the other perspectives. What I really like about the drone cameras, you can see just how synchronized a really good team is when they've got all of their oars dipping in and coming out as smoothly as butter and in complete compartment with each other, as it looks like, I'm going to say, the Pelaw Woodside is doing right now. That is some lovely oarsmanship.
To borrow a favourite phrase here, Johnny, neck and neck.
Neck and neck.
Neck and neck. The question is, will be decided after Bath Bridge. Did quite a lot today.
And sculling. Sweeping at the moment. I don't know why I said sweeping and sculling.
Well, they're the two disciplines of rowing. There you go.
Would a scull team naturally be the favourite in a sweep v scull race of equal competitors and equal numbers?
I mean, that's a great question, and not one I feel qualified to answer. But viewers, if you have a particularly strong opinion on this, please do let us know.
Yeah, are you part of a club that's ever run a sweep v sculls for fun? What's the difference between the two disciplines to the extent that it affects the way you train? Do you favour the arm that's further from the oar than the arm that's closer? Do let us know. And do let us know where you're watching from and if you want any shout-outs, because we're very happy to provide those to any of our lovely friends and competitors here today.
Indeed. Oh.
Here we are, we've got a single scull off as well, it looks like. Although...
There may be a row through. Again, I can't see.
It looks as though they're coming down towards us, which would suggest that it's competitive, but it also looks that they're taking it slightly easy, and I was going to say, it looks like the competitor isn't in frame. They've just dipped in temporarily. It does look like our racecourse side racer here, in possibly the lovely green of Yarm, has taken a commanding lead into this section of the race quite early on, and doesn't have to exert himself quite as much. Is doing all right, as it were.
I mean, I think it's very important to remember here, for those of you watching at home, they make it look so effortless in their sculls as they go along down. And yet, for anyone who has been in a scull, myself included, it's like if you ever see a duck, it looks all calm on the surface, or a swan, more aptly, but those legs underneath are kicking hard. Well, maybe
one of the entertaining things you see sometimes is you've got a bow-loaded cox boat.
Indeed.
You see the little cocks sort of laying quite far down in their seat, and you can see them being shaken a bit and presumably getting some back problems from the sheer effort that their front rower is putting into them sometimes quite physically.
Indeed. I mean, something I've heard quite commonly actually with bow loaders is the fact that obviously if your bow seat, if he's quite a big fella, they're quite big, quite tall, there's a very real chance that they will just smack their back into the back of the head of the poor cocks. I'm not going to lie, Johnny, I'd rather not be a bow loader cocks.
I feel like if I had to pick, I would pick similarly. I wouldn't be one of those who goes for that sort of, just seems a little bit like seems a little bit too much like punishment.
Does a little bit.
But you know what? To use a semi-rowing expression, different strokes for different folks.
I like that.
Sweeping,
I'll
sculling, getting your back bashed in by a big muscly rower. Oh, I've made that sound really weird. I do apologise for this. Bunnykins shares, shout out to my sister who is a juniors coach at Dark. She's also in charge of organising all the volunteers for the regatta. My goodness, that's very very intensive. Congratulations to your sister. I hope she's doing all right, not taking too much on. Have you ever experienced being a volunteer at a regatta, Ollie?
That's a great question. Obviously, at the moment, as the PalTV are the official broadcaster for the 190th Durham Regatta, we are, obviously volunteering, as we are a student-run organisation. But no, bar that, no. I know many of my fellow rowers from my college today have been volunteering, marshalling both yesterday and today, and it's just been great to see such a wide range of the kind of rowing community out and about, helping put this major event on.
Yeah. We did, as I said, we did have some issue earlier with some race reporting, but credit to them, they've solved it. We've had no issues with that since. And amazingly, because of the low number of incidents we've had today, we've had quite a smooth day's rowing and racing, and we're relatively on time, I believe. I don't actually know the exact race numbers. I'm looking to bring them to you as soon as I can. But, yeah.
I'd agree. As we said earlier, obviously, been a lot less in the way of incidents, which has been very nice. Obviously, not just for the rowers, but for the whole running to time and running to schedule of this major event.
Yeah.
So as I also mentioned, 1,700 competitors, many boats. All it takes is one little thing to slip out of the way, one cog, and before you know it, you're an hour down.
Yeah, we are at about race 148, which was supposed to be running at 4 o'clock. So, you know, give or take 15 minutes.
It's not bad.
That's not bad. You know, it's a big event. There's 10,000 people here over 2 days. You try herding 10,000 sheep into a room over 2 days, and you give each sheep a timescale, and you tell me if that sheep wants to listen to you. That sheep doesn't want to listen to you. It wants to eat grass and run into a fence and do other stupid things, because sheep are quite stupid. That's not a personal bias I have against sheep. That's just the opinion of the farmers that I know. And going to Durham University, you do sort of, you know, a few.
You do. Well, coming from the southwest, I know many farmers.
See, coming from the southeast, I know only London pigeons.
That's yeah.
It's unfortunate because they don't have the lifespans of humans, so you know, I have to repeat my life story to them quite a lot. Also, they're quite difficult to tell apart. I mean, one pigeon's a bit like the other.
Indeed.
But they're friendly.
They are.
Pigeons get a bad rep, I think. This is me taking a massive detour again. But pigeons are an entirely domesticated species. They were entirely bred by humans as homing pigeons and post pigeons and racing pigeons, and the population exploded in the 20th century, early in the 20th century, to the extent that humans just abandoned them. And that's why you will only ever find pigeons where you find humans. Pigeons are not a natural species to any untouched environment.
Yeah, I did not know that. You know, today's been very informative, obviously from a rowing perspective this morning, but even now, natural history.
You learn something new every day, Ollie.
Only on PalTV.
Only on PalTV. With thanks, of course, to our wonderful sponsors, Osborne's. Thank you, Osborne's. We love you, Osborne's. And thank you to companies that sell bottled water, because without it, I don't think you'd have a broadcast. You'd have two people wheezing into your ears with the sounds of heat exhaustion, which is not as fun.
No.
We've had some excellent outfits, I've got to say. The sun being in full force today has allowed for some excellent outfits. There's a man walking past who looks like a 1930s comedian. He's got a marvellous bowler hat on and a semi sort of slidey checkered shirt.
No, I respect it, and I don't know if you noticed this, obviously Durham University students, but the transformation overnight, as soon as it's been a sunny day here in the last few weeks, it's remarkable. From baggy sweatpants, etc., to suddenly like chinos, lovely shirts. It's lovely. Very fashionable hats as well.
And picnics. It's picnic wear and it's picnic weather.
I love a picnic.
There's definitely a lot of our viewers here watching along the banks in front of us and around us and on our cameras who are enjoying the weather and taking advantage of the weather in that respect.
Well, you may as well. It's quite cold up here for those of you who are not based in the northeast.
Most of the year, quite cold. Although I have always managed to miss in my time at Durham as a student. Always managed to miss when it's snowing, and I feel quite sad about that.
So that's very unfortunate. Luckily, again, PalTV, the opportunities that have been provided to me, I managed to film a documentary in the snow about 2 in the morning on the lovely Durham streets, and it was a very surreal experience because, again, southwest, don't get much snow.
Do you not?
We don't. I think the last time we had snow was probably the beast from the east.
Well, that is the case for London as well. But I'm going to make myself sound like an old man here, but I remember when it was, a very snowy Christmas every year, and then about 2010 or 2011 it stopped doing that, and I was just at the age where I was still sad about that, but I thought I was grown up enough that I had to treat it like a childish thing.
Wow.
The many menageric experiences of youth.
I think very formative, that sounds it.
Oh, there's always, there's a point in everyone's life when they abandon something they love for the sake of feeling that they shouldn't anymore, or feeling that they're too cool for it, they're too good for it, or whatever. And most of us, if we're wise, turn back on that and enjoy ourselves again, and learn to love whatever it is that we left behind.
At the end of the day, what is life without love?
Truer words on a racing regatta broadcast have never been spoken, Ollie.
I'm just trying to match your philosophical tone from earlier.
I don't know why I'm so philosophical. Yesterday I was much more wild, sort of out there. I don't know if anyone actually answered my query about the cow the other day, but I wouldn't expect you to. I'd expect you to call the health authorities and say that there's clearly a madman on this microphone. But we're doing all right. We do have another race underway now. Looks to be a coxless octuple sweep. And I've got to say, not as synchronised as I have seen on some occasions, but both teams battling it out with each other. One in the red, one in the white. White on the P. Lawwood side of your screen, and the red on the racecourse side.
I was going to say, I mean, at the end of the day, rowing is very heavily a technical sport, first and foremost. But if you're powerful and you can put that power down, it can oftentimes make up for it, a lack of technical expertise to an extent.
Yeah.
As we saw yesterday.
At the end of the day, athletics is about skill and about application of physical power. But it is also about physical power. You know, you get your physical muscle in, you get past that finish line as we're seeing now. Well, as we're not seeing now, we see them approaching the finish line, and as we hear the crowd going particularly wild for this event, all having a good time.
By apparently a boat length, from what it looked like a second ago.
Yeah, it looks like a length for the lime green. Lime green and the white. Lime green? It's a little more mellow.
I'd say yellow. I'd say, yeah, yellow.
It's a mellow yellow.
Mellow yellow, yeah.
And they are half-hatted and half-hattless. It's not coxless, it is coxed. Nice oars again, I've got to say. There's a little insignia on the P. Lawwood oars.
I'm going to say, you know, just to butt in there, again, my background is quite heavily water sports, various reasons, grew up near the sea. I do quite a bit of sailing, in fact I'm a qualified instructor. And, you know, I think water sports does often have a nice amount of colour to it. And I think today's really shown that with the boats we've seen out and about, oars, all-in-ones, the whole shebang.
You know, it's some sports, I think, football's use of colour is garish, I'm going to say. It's about commercialism, and it's about this excess.
I agree.
I don't think you really get excess in water sports. I think understanding that water, and I will say the sea especially, is an incredibly powerful mistress and has control over you that you would never grant her willingly.
Indeed.
Gives you a certain degree of respect. It gives you a certain degree of pride. It gives you a certain degree of tradition.
And talking of respect, you know, respect. You know, the current crew's going down. What looks like a four-person scull. Absolute respect to the sport. The coordination there, looking really good.
They're being pretty darn respectful. Okay, we're gonna go away from you for just a moment, but we'll be back in a moment when there is more racing to show you. Bye-bye.
Back to our studio segment. Thank you so much for tuning in. And today I'm joined here by Anne and Ken. A very warm welcome to you both.
Thank you. I'm not hearing anything.
So who are you supporting here today? Who have you come to see?
Elizabeth High School.
Emily has been rowing several times today, and she's just had one success. And I think she's getting primed, ready, and psyched up for the next one.
Wow, well that is amazing. Can you tell me, you said that it's a school that she is, Queen Elizabeth School that she's part of. How old is your granddaughter? How old is she?
She's 14, she's 15 in July, so she rose from Junior 15 or as today, Junior 16, for some reason, I'm not sure why.
That is very impressive, a very young age.
She's an amazing athlete. She's not only a rower, but she's also runs and she swims. And she was running at the gates of the stadium yesterday. And so she's what you might describe as a junior triathlete.
Wow, that is very, very impressive. You must be very proud of her.
Too. I mean, she looks like an athlete, and she's getting tall like a grandmother.
Wow, well that is great. I'm sure that she's done amazingly today, and that is a very, very big achievement. Thank you so much for coming to speak.
Welcome back. Bringing you some coxless quads sculling action here, just as they go past our little commentary booth. I think that is possibly Durham ARC on the outside of your image, over on the P. Lawwood side, and then I don't know who it is on the racecourse side, but I complimented their Hornet-like unitards yesterday, and I'm going to do it again today. Again, like we just discussing before we cut away, Ollie, excellent use of restrained but impactful colour.
Indeed. I think it is about finding that balance. You know, as you were talking about football earlier, it can often be difficult, especially with commercial interests, to find it. But luckily, water sports in many ways has retained it.
Maybe it's the lack of I say lack of commercialisation. I don't think any sport in the world could hope to be possibly as commercialised as football. But here we are, putting on a free live stream. We haven't really, we've not got any real financial incentive to do it. We're doing it because we love the sport, and we love the city, and we love doing it. We hope you're enjoying it. We hope you are loving it. No, not much more to say than that, I suppose.
No, I can agree more. And again, like the history of Durham Regatta, 190th year, it's played such a major role within the city and within the wider community in the northeast.
Yeah.
Obviously, as a quick backstory to it, the 1800s onwards saw a large kind of rise in amateur rowing clubs across the country and across Western Europe, especially in America. And Durham Regatta's been there throughout and grown and continued to grow. I mean, I don't know, some of you may know this, some of you may not, but in fact, Durham Regatta has actually had teams from Scandinavia compete in the past. Don't know if that's the case this year, but in the past it's definitely been the case with teams from Denmark, I believe, and maybe the Netherlands as well. Again, not Scandinavian, but...
I'm one of the people who didn't know that, Ollie, so thank you for that.
No worries.
Just coming past us at the moment, I think it's Mary's again. Mary's College. Oh, it's Durham. My mistake. Coming past us and just edging out around a length over their competitors on the racecourse side, maybe reducing to 3/4 of a length.
It's a close one.
It is a close one. It's not neck and neck, but it's a close one.
It is. It would definitely not be called in the race sheet easily.
No, but if we get in easy, I have a pun prepared. And if you
wait.
were here yesterday, lovely viewers, you may remember what that pun is, but I'm going to break it out anyway. They're really chucking races down at us at the moment now. They're taking advantage of the fine weather, the fact that our competitors seem to be in really good spirit. All of the teams lining up are sticking quite nicely to the banks. That wasn't always the case yesterday,
No.
got to say, which is very frustrating for the teams. I do think one of our colleagues earlier did report to us via message that there was a real incident at the start line during the shift of the last commentators in a Mary's boat. Really absolutely impeded stake boat setting up.
That's really
and was given
unfortunate.
a little bit of a telling off by the umpires.
I mean, at the end of the day, you've got to remember the ideal world for basically the race team is to have, I believe, a boat down every 2 minutes, race-wise, for the 700-metre course, which is a pretty tight schedule, and they're under a lot of pressure to make sure it sticks to it. Obviously, we saw yesterday that it ran over by, and correct me if I'm wrong, about an hour.
About an hour, I think.
And that was only via the stopping using stake boats and just having a free start line.
Yeah, and even then, for a good portion of the Saturday, we didn't have the stake boats.
Yeah.
Now I said at the time, I remember it was a bit of a question in my mind as to whether it would cause a few more incidents, or whether teams would sort of there would be less hassling about coxes being sure they'd got the absolutely preferable position before they even let the marshals and umpires think about letting them go. And I don't know whether that's held up, because we did have a couple of incidents yesterday afternoon. Most of them weren't right by the beginning, right by the stake boats, so it did prevent some of the interboat clashes we saw earlier in the day. But we have had less incidents today when we had the stake boats running the whole time. And they were gone by this time yesterday. I think it was about 2:30.
Yeah. Again, I can't quite remember. I was running around like a mad thing producing, but yeah, I do remember the call to scrap them came. And again, it's just in the interest of time. As I said, 2 minutes, every 2 minutes you need to have 2 boats going down. Very tight to do, and especially when you're setting up on a stake boat, backing down, trying to make sure that you are in fact in line on a clean line for the race. It takes time, especially with more novice crews.
The umpires have done a really sterling job of making sure everybody's sort of keeping to the rules. I was down at a section of the long course earlier today, and one of the things the umpires were doing was absolutely not letting any team off that was drifting into the middle of the course. As the river widens further down the course, especially further down the long course, you don't see it so much in the short course. Teams were drifting into the middle and just taking that slightly more advantageous route for them, especially, I've got to say, I'm sorry to slander teams by association, especially the racecourse teams.
Oh dear.
And the umpires, with their big old megaphones, were having absolutely none of it.
No.
Absolutely none of it. Those teams were being told what was coming to them if they kept doing that.
Well, funny you should mention that, actually. Where you were on was it Kingsgate Bridge earlier today? Yeah.
I was on Kingsgate Bridge.
So, as we finished our race, sadly returning to the Hatfield Boat Club, we were actually screamed at by a disembodied voice to move out of the way because we were going to block the first of the long course races. Totally scared us because we were like, where the hell did the voice come from? I later discovered they were in fact on Kingsgate, but it gives you quite an impetus to get the boat out of the water.
That it does.
And you definitely see why when the boats came through about 2 minutes later, screaming down. And yeah, there's actually not as much clearance as you'd think.
I do find it interesting that they run, on the Sunday morning, they run some short course races before they run long course races. Because for the short course racers and rowers, they turn their boats around pretty much immediately after the end of the short course race. For those of you who don't know Durham, if you popped on Google Maps, other maps are available, you'd look for the point between New Elvet and Old Elvet bridges. That's where those teams would be turning around and they'd be lining up to get back up past the stake boats. But the long course race shoots well beyond that. So I don't know whether the marshals, I assume the marshals just hold races from leaving for a few minutes before to allow the short course races in this morning that just about finish, and then they start the long course ones. But it must be a bit of, if you've just had a tense race, you've absolutely exerted yourself, this is your class, the sort of short race, you're at your limit, and you've got marshals saying there's a long course race coming, you've got to get out of the way, get out, you're impeding a competitive race. Can't imagine that's that pleasant, to be honest.
No, it definitely is not. Having responded yesterday to a capsize of a boat down by the turning point, I saw just how, obviously the pressure, aforementioned pressure on the marshals to get stuff moving and make sure there is no stoppage, with one of them very much making his position clear on the attempted tap turn of a college boat.
And the marshals are, we should say, volunteers, entirely voluntary, not paid. A real thank you to them, without which this event absolutely could not take place. We've just got a quads coxless coming past us. Oh, quad coxed, excuse me. They're lying very flat in the front of their boat, coming past us in our commentary booth. The Pelaw Woodside in the white, taking a commanding looking lead into Bath's Bridge.
Indeed.
We've asked our viewers, Ollie, where they're coming from.
Indeed.
We've asked them who they're coming for.
Mm-hmm.
What's left to ask them?
That's a great question. Have you got a rowing past? Well, we'd like to know. Do let us know in the comments. And
what's your most incredible, most competitive, most heartwarming, most remembered rowing moment? We do, I feel like it's a community that, certainly judging by the comments we've had, it's a community that people stay invested in for a long time in their lives. They keep going, they keep involving themselves, and they never sort of drift away so much.
No.
Although I suppose actually, if you drifted away from a thing, you wouldn't notice somebody had drifted away if you were just looking at the people who turned up to that thing.
No, but I do see the point you make. I mean, I think the great thing about rowing is, obviously it is an intense sport, but at the end of the day, you don't actually, you can keep going for quite a long time. We've seen, in my home club in Exeter, we've seen, there's guys wearing like old Oxford Brooks, for example, rowing merchant stash, if you want to call it, kit, in the 80s, still going much faster than me, which is just slightly terrifying, but, as the point is, you can do rowing for quite a long time, and it's just the dedication to the sport and the fact that they just keep going and they just don't give up. It's amazing.
Yeah. You mentioned also that you're a qualified, not just a qualified sailor, a qualified sailing instructor.
I am indeed.
Is there a lot of crossover?
The only thing I will say that crossover is that boats are very fiddly. That's my takeaway.
Yeah. They're quite an endeavour. But, thank you to all of the competitors who are trying to fiddle with them for us. Thank you to everyone who's trying to, give us this wonderful racing today.
Hi, I'm Sydney. And I'm Sophie. We're in the queue for the face painting at Durham Regatta's 190th anniversary. They've got loads of exciting entertainment opportunities. What are you seeing, Sydney?
I mean, there's a Viking exhibit, there's classic cars, but I am definitely most excited for the face painting. What are you thinking of getting?
I think it's gotta be the fairy garden. It's gotta be. Is there really another option?
I mean, I think I quite like the flowers, but I've seen some crazy little girls with some frozen ones. I've seen a Hulk. It's definitely very impressive down here. What would you like? Just like a festival eye design or something?
Yeah, something that'll bring out my eyes, please.
Nice.
So, having been at the regatta for so long, what keeps you coming back?
Oh, the atmosphere, the people are so friendly. You get different teams coming every year, so we're always doing something different.
Yeah, you've got an excellent selection here of all of your colours.
We've got loads of colours.
Yeah.
We have to for the regatta because there's so many different team colours, isn't there? So we have to be prepared. My children are coming down at 12 till 2, so they're going to be with the Vikings. They're going to do a dress-up thing with the Vikings, so they're so super excited about that. And they'll probably never come anywhere near me because they're sick of being face painted.
Really?
So
do you use them to practice on?
Yes, we do. Yes. And they run away a lot now.
What's your favourite thing to paint?
Oh, mermaids.
Mermaids.
Absolutely adore mermaids. And flowers, really.
Very fitting for the regatta. Do you think there are mermaids in the way?
Definitely. I wish there was.
Disrupting the races.
I'll show you.
Oh my god, it's beautiful! Thank you so much.
Tracy, what's your favourite thing about face painting? What keeps you doing it?
You know, I do get sick sometimes. It's hard work sometimes, but what keeps me coming back is the children's faces in the mirror. You know, you'll do a face paint and the faces light up, and it's socialising element as well. You get to meet lots of different people, and it's just fantastic, really.
And how many, on a day like a Durham Regatta, how many face paints will you end up doing?
I'll paint about 300-400 people.
Wow. That is quite impressive. You've told us about face painting. What's your favourite thing about the regatta?
The favourite thing about the regatta? Oh God, everything. I love everything about the regatta. It's the atmosphere, the whole atmosphere. You get people, it's not just rowing people that come. You get people coming to see classic cars. They come in just for kids' entertainment, just for a great day out. And it's great seeing people on the riverbank just chilling out, just watching the boats, really. It's really great.
Hi, I'm Sydney. And I'm Sophie. We're in the queue for the face painting at Durham Regatta's 190th anniversary. They've got loads of
See, but that's the YouTube output.
Have you got NDI installed?
I haven't. My laptop's upstairs. I mean, if anyone upstairs can just grab that. Oh,
They've cut back to the VT.
yeah.
That was an error. That's alright though, we can, you know.
Thanks very much, Charlotte. So semi-final time here. 17 skulls. Fair to say the crew of racecourse are willing to weave into their course again as the bicycle cycling competition. Then I think
Nancy, have you got the thing in your ears? Ask now, are we on? Do they need commentary? Because we need to know this.
couple of lengths here.
Yeah, mine's there, but I haven't got NDI.
I mean, we've got live racing on our screens at the moment.
I think we must be on. No, I don't know what's going on because obviously they don't tell you. Yeah.
I'm going to go back to having the thing half stuck in my ear. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just overhead with our excellent drone footage on some lovely double. And thank you to the audience member who told me yesterday that it was double and not duo.
Duo?
Not duo, no. I
Gyro.
thought that was what you called it.
It sounds like a gyros, gyro. You know, it sounds like a type of food. I've never. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's I feel like duos just slipped into the public use a bit as a phrase. So it's nice to know the actual technical proper of things.
No, indeed. At the end of the day, I mean, as with any sport, but especially a sport that has such long roots, there's a lot of anachronisms. Stuff that's held on.
But anachronisms are part of the joy of it all, I suppose.
It is. It's part of the culture. It's part of the tradition, and it's just lovely that they're still here.
It would be less interesting if it was called the Durham Boat Race. It would be more literal, but it would be less interesting.
Well, it would be interesting. Again, I'm going to go off into a little bit of a history segment here, Johnny, history student and all. Regattas have their roots in. They come from the Italian word regatta. They have their root in. The professional watermen of many major cities, London, for example, that's where the kind of London regattas have started from. And it's just interesting that only probably in the last 150 years that we've had this transformation between, obviously, professional bodies, and they still exist in that kind of capability, to, fully, either professional athletes or, just people who enjoy it as a sport.
Yeah, it's interesting to know. I don't know why I didn't see the Italian link in Regatta. You can almost imagine it in an Italian accent. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try. I know better.
Yes.
I hope it's as sunny wherever you are, dear viewers, as it is here, because it's simply lovely. Even sitting in the shade, it's just a wonderful, wonderful day to be out on the banks of the River Wear.
It's lovely. It's absolutely lovely. And it's just been, like, to be honest, being near the water, in the sun, well, it's very tempting to jump in. It's still very peaceful, very tranquil, and just, I don't know, I feel very at ease. And that could just be my bias as somebody who likes water sports, being near the sea, but near water. But here we are.
Do you know what I always found amusing, Ollie?
What?
That the River Wear has a weir.
Many weirs.
Many weirs. But thankfully, none close enough for our competitors to risk falling into. They are, as you see in that drone shot, the river curves quite nicely around the centre of the city of Durham, and the cathedral and the castle are nestled very nicely in the sort of outlay of it. If you, in your head, picture the sort of EastEnders theme cards, think of that really bendy bit that looks like a U.
Yep.
That's sort of what Durham looks like, and the closest weir to the city centre and to where we are now is all the way round the other side of that bend. So a long way even from the end of the long course. So no risk for our lovely competitors of collapsing down one of those or taking a Javert, as it were.
Not a position you want to be in. And luckily these competitors are not. Fortunately, one of them is about a boat length behind, but
yeah,
at least they're not down the weir.
They're giving us a good bit of effort, but again, I just think it is that synchronisation shows. Although I will say the back rower on that lead boat looks to be ever so slightly out to me. That is a Durham ARC boat, that much I know. It's got the nice gold and navy stripe on the otherwise white boat.
Simplistic, but very aesthetically pleasing, in my mind at least.
It's simplistic, but not so simplistic that you can't clearly and efficiently see the details of which team it is. And I also really like their unitards. There's something nice about them. Thank you, camera, for showing us their lovely unitards. I don't think the camera can hear me, but, you know.
If you can.
Clearly they can read my mind.
They can. No, I mean, it is lovely, as we keep going back to just, you know, the aesthetic of rowing. But what you're talking about, you know, obviously, coordination between different members of a boat, you know, it's a team effort. At least barring the sculls, and you know, all it takes is someone to crab or someone to be slightly out. It can be the difference in a close race between victory and failure. Yeah,
and it can be the difference between a dramatic victory or a dramatic failure. You know, you're half a step out on one of those oars, you're catching the teammate in front of you. As we say, these are, you know, these are sleek machines, and they're not designed with weight in mind. These are not hefty wooden oars. They are made as lightly as possible in order to go as fast as possible, and that comes at the compromise that if you use them wrong, they're going to be damaged and they are going to break. Some single sculling was just there in our image. It looked like the racecourse competitor had a slightly disadvantageous line, and it does look like that Durham ARC vote is going to take the victory in this race, but we will obviously bring you the result of that one once we have it.
Indeed.
Not as many people on Bath Bridge as there were earlier. I wonder if that's an effect of the sun beating down. You can't see it. On the right hand side, hidden by those trees, is a Mr. Whippy van. That might be where all of those people are, frankly.
I'd like to be there.
I'd quite like to be there. Doesn't look like we're going to have any racing for a moment, aside from this single scull I told you about just a moment ago, coming into your picture. And it is the racecourse side taking a 2 or 3 length advantage. Actually, you know what? I'm going to revise I'm going to say 3 or 4 length. Dare I say it? Even bordering ever so slightly on an easy.
No, I mean, for those of you who are obviously listening to this lovely commentary by myself and Johnny, you know, we see a skull, we see it come up on our monitors, and we think, oh, why is there only one? And then you see, you know, all it takes, muck up the line, and before you know it, you're either in the bank or you're about 2 boat lengths behind, if not more.
Less common with the bigger teams. That's not to put any criticism in mind on the single scullers, because mentally and physically, that's got to be one of the hardest categories. An immense shout out to them, no matter the results at all, actually. You know, just hope they feel proud of themselves, as they absolutely should do.
Having had a limited foray into sculling back home ages ago, I love it. It's so much fun. Like, the control you have, smaller boat, obviously all down to you, and you know, you're the one steering. Like, there's no cocks, all on you. I think yours feels slightly less bad. You take risks and they don't pan out. If they, you know, don't pan out, you know, you end up capsizing it. It's on you rather than, you know, the other 7, 8 people in the boat.
Yeah, you're not you don't feel that you've let the side down or whatever.
No.
You feel that you can take that and turn it into a learning experience.
And also, if you're a fan of early mornings, a nice single scull out on the river before it gets busy, before it gets too warm on a summer morning, lovely.
Actually, you say that, you have just prompted me into a memory of
Go for it.
one of my favourite moments, doing my gold DV, and it was a strange sort of boat that I was doing it on. There were 4 of us, and it was, if you think of like an 8-person kayak, there were 2 of them, and then in the middle was a large metal platform on which we put our things, and we were doing the, I forget the name of it, the river that passes through Reading and Leeds. Passes right by Reading and Leeds Festival, actually. Because I remember it was being set up as we went past. But anyway, there were only 4 of us in it, so it was quite a compact affair. And on the day that I was thinking of, I was in the front, and we'd camped on an island. We got up early because you've got a lot of distance to make up when you're on one of these expeditions, and the scenery was just something out of a fantasy.
It's stunning.
It was a cool, quiet morning, and the sun was just rising, but it hadn't brought off the sort of slight layer of fog that we were literally breaking as we went through, and we were the first ripples on that water.
That's like I've film, really.
It was so still and peaceful. It's stuck with me ever since. Not as still and peaceful on the River Weir at the moment, as we have a double scull coming past. Again, the racecourse side, and again a white boat taking about a 2-length lead into this middle section.
I think the thing a lot of people forget is obviously, balance and stability when you're in a boat. When you're sculling, boat's very skinny, there's only 2 of you, and obviously you have 2 blades, so you have a bit more control over that element. But unless you're moving fast, they are notoriously unstable. And so, for those of you who live near a river where there is rowing going on, those who are learning to row, you may notice that some people have what look like stabilisers for a boat. So you see this little trimaran paddling along. I've seen it. I'd really like to try it because I really don't want to roll a single scull if I had to go.
Yeah. It's not, a single scull isn't like a canoe or a kayak, because I think more people will have experienced one of them when they're on holiday or when they're doing a recreation activity. You're not strapped in, so your advice is not keep rolling and come back up the other side. You fall out, you fall out. That's why we have these lovely rescue boats who do a sterling job and keep all of our competitors safe. And indeed spectators, should one of them fall in. And we have also seen the amount of effort that is put into these boats sometimes. They absolutely rock up and down and side to side if you're putting a lot of power into them.
Seeing a boat is one of the easiest ways, to get that power maximised. If you haven't got that boat balanced, you're going all over the place. It's just not optimal. You guys are all trying to adjust. Everyone needs to be on the same page.
It's not just power, it's the application of power.
It is indeed.
Or as Peter Parker's Uncle Ben would have said, with great power comes great responsibility.
Lovely. I think that could be applied to a Cox, to be honest.
It could be. You have the power to shout at people. We're going to stop shouting at you for just a moment, but we will be back with more racing and more commentary in just a few moments.
Back to the studio segment of our PalTV live broadcast of the Durham Regatta, brought to you by Osborne's. And Sydney and I here in the studio, and we're going to try something new. We're going to do regatta-themed charades.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Do you want to act it out first, Anissa?
Sure.
Okay. See if you can guess along at home as well, but we're going to give it a go in the studio. Okay, you're up.
So you're
yeah. Okay, here's my one. Okay, ready?
Crab. Hug, crab. Grab, crab. Oh, you gotta help me out. I think
it's
that's
rowing themed.
That's catch crab. Crab catch.
No, you
catch crab.
Maybe we need to brush up on our rowing terminologies, but it's catching a crab when your oar gets stuck in the water. Okay, your turn.
Okay.
You're looking. You're cheering. Are you winning? No, you're rowing. You're watching the rowing. You're a spectator.
Yes.
Ah, she's a spectator. Have we got time for another one? We've got a whole minute. Okay, right, my turn. Oh, so we've got 30 seconds. Okay, so if I'm doing this last one, what can I be?
You're a rower?
I'm a rower. How easy was that one? We hope you guys got some of those at home, but we couldn't be anywhere near as good as the guys on the river are. But hey, maybe we'll give it a try. So now we're going to pass you back over to our commentators for all of the rest of the action over on the river. There is so much more to come, and you're in the best hands possible.
They were throwing some impressive shapes over there, I thought, Ollie.
Impressive is one word for it.
Impressive is one word for it. If you're standing in your kitchen watching this, maybe making yourself a spot of late lunch or a spot of early dinner,
Lovely.
throw some shapes yourself, and then don't think about the fact that you're throwing shapes by yourself in your kitchen. Think about the inherent joy of life. We are just waiting on these boats to line up. Looks a little bit like a spider, that one. I'm quite liking it. And they're off.
Indeed.
2 white boats powering their way sleekly through the water. Powering their way. Wow.
Yeah.
Really going for it here.
Skull. As I said, the amount of power you can get down is momentous.
There's something nice about the way that they're out of sync with each other, but perfectly in sync with themselves.
It's kind of like a mechanism.
Yeah. It's like the hands of a clock. Not the same, but working to the same purpose.
Indeed. It's quite
Here they
satisfying.
go then. On the racecourse side, just with 3/4 of the length advantage over their Peel or Wood competitors. I've heard multiple pronunciations of Peel or Wood, and I never know really if I'm using the right one. So if you are a local, and if you are watching the live stream, please do correct me.
Please.
I need correcting quite a lot of the time. Our Peel or Wood competitors actually veering off a little bit and losing a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And it's just about the full length now that their racecourse opponents have got the advantage over them.
Interesting you were talking about how we pronounce the wood. I'm going to try pronouncing it because I don't trust myself. But, you know, I was filming a VT a little while ago, myself and Matt, both the joint VT producers in the lead up to the regatta. And, yeah, I had no idea. I kind of got to the word and I was like, okay, should be interesting. I hope I don't get massively corrected. And so far, so good. So
I think because it's a hangover from Old English and a hangover from previous languages to that even.
Yeah.
You know, we've already heard about how Durham comes from Dunolm, which comes from, you know, potentially Dun Cow.
Yeah.
Or certainly that's part of it. I think we've got at least one college team here because there is quite a lot of cheering coming from the banks of the river.
I think that is one of the lovely things about Durham Regatta. Obviously, Durham University has grown incredibly since when it was founded a year before the founding of the regatta. And how many colleges are we at now? I believe there are plans for more, but
I think we're at 15 with plans for 17. So you know, more people can experience the joys and miseries of being a Durham student.
Indeed. But the lovely bit about it, obviously, is if you're racing, you're a member of the college, rowing, the fact that, you know, all your friends, it's, 5-10 minutes away from where most people live, pop down, lovely weather like today, and just watch and support. And it's a lovely social atmosphere. You can see a lot of happiness, a lot of smiles, and, you know, a lot of camaraderie.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of these teams have boat houses very close to each other. They turn up at the same events all year long, such as the Durham Regatta. You know, when the Van Mildert boathouse burned down just before last year's regatta, there was a lot of outpouring of support from the community at large. There wasn't, at that moment, you know, college rivalries don't come into it.
It's very sad. Again, Hatfield College Boat Club, we're literally just down the path from them. And if it happened to them, who could happen to next? I heard many things about it, actually. I heard from a member of the Van Mildert Boat Club who'd prefer not to be renamed, about why there's such a delay regarding its reconstruction. But obviously, conversation for another time and perhaps a standalone video.
Yeah. And one of the things that that Durham rowing societies have in common is a Facebook page called Rowham.
Lovely.
And they post lots of memes there. They enjoyed themselves.
They do.
PalTV got a shout out on it.
PalTV's had a few mentions on it, actually, including last year's coverage.
Yeah, I thought we were quite liked last year. There was a quite mean-spirited shout-out, but maybe in good humour that did make me laugh. It was a post saying the award for fastest Mary's crew of the day goes to.
Yes.
And it was a photo of the Mary's crew yesterday that unfortunately had an issue with their boat and had to be taken back on the rescue boat. Now I think that's a little unfair because the rescue boats have engines. The rest of the boats just have people. But
well, funny you should say that. As we were rowing back in our lovely little wooden tub earlier, we actually outpaced the rescue boat when they were going full stick, which is quite amusing. We almost collided with them. So
That's got to be satisfying.
Yeah, it very much was.
Power. Durham ARC coming up on the Pelor Wood side of your image.
Oh, lovely.
And possibly Collingwood College on the inside, racecourse side.
It can be surprisingly difficult to identify which boats are which. I did make the mistake earlier when I just brought our boat in down at the boat club by screaming, "Yeah, grey," to be shortly corrected by "We're Stevo." So, yeah, easy mistake to make.
I can tell my own college Butler because they have wonderful, wonderful oars.
Indeed.
They've got a little sort of Templar cross with a completely red background to the oar, and that's exceptional. You know, I mean, I happily and freely admit to being biased, but I think that's really, really pretty.
Well, I'm glad you're willing to admit it.
Yeah. Well, nobody would trust my commentary if I didn't, honestly.
Indeed. Fun fact, actually, my first race was in a second 8 against a Butler at first 8, and unsurprisingly, we lost. So, yeah.
Butler pride. Shout out to Terence Chipcase in the chat from Sheffield City. Was at Durham yesterday watching your amazing coverage from home today.
Honoured.
Well, thank you very much, Terence. We're very happy to be able to bring it to you, and we're very happy, of course, that you have been able to come to the regatta as well. It's a wonderful event. You don't see half the stuff that's happening on our cameras because we're so razor focused on the rowing as much as possible, such as this coxless 8 coming down at you right now. Some of the things that you miss, you can see, for instance, in this image in the background, there's fun things for all the family. One of the things you absolutely miss, except it's a really wide camera shot, is the Classic Car Show, which, if you're a fan, if you're an aficionado, is well worth checking out.
I believe this is coming down the river now, neck and neck. Again, love the phrase. I feel like I should have a tally for it. I've been told York and Collingwood.
York and Collingwood. I would have guessed Grey, but York and Collingwood. Some of these, I feel that one of the sets of races that can have a little extra spice to it is a Durham College versus a university. I feel like that's a fun one.
It is good fun to watch.
So York on the racecourse side of your image, Collingwood on the outside, on the Pelor Wood side, and teams really, really battling it. Really not that much to decide between them.
Wow.
I mean, you can see there's barely anything to decide it in this
There
image.
is nothing in this. It's just gone past commentary 10, and wow. One of the closest races I've seen this afternoon so far.
Those coxes are going to have sore throats at the end of this.
But look at how interlinked the team is. They're in time, putting that power down, and this is good rowing.
This is excellent rowing. I'm glad we're getting such perfect camera coverage of this.
I am indeed.
Thank you to our camera operators who are giving us what is the race of the last 15 minutes at least, I'm saying.
Wow.
And they edge ever so slightly close to each other. There's a very small gap between their inside oars.
Oh, here we go.
And that's too close to call. I'm saying it there. I'm leaving that one unenviably to the marshals.
I'm waiting to hear.
Very well done to both teams. What a race. What a race.
Indeed. I just love that. This is what we're here for.
Yeah.
It's a nice, close result. And it's lovely to see a Durham College putting a university team in their wake.
Putting a university team to the test. Of course, one Durham University team put a lot of other university teams to the wake recently on University Challenge.
Oh, indeed. It's true.
Durham University, Bristol City was both the first and the last game of the series, and we beat them both times.
Lovely.
So shout out to them. Some wonderful people. Some wonderful rowing today. If any of you University Challenge fans, make yourself known in the chat. Good fun, that. I always like to see how many I get along at home, but then again, I cheat because I say, oh, I knew that, I just couldn't get it off the tip of my tongue. And if I said that to Jeremy Paxman, I think he'd look at me with quite the look of disgust and disdain, which is why I wasn't representing the college, the university, and it's why they won. We'll be back with you in just a second. We're going to step away just for a moment. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Heather, and today with PalTV, we're finding out how much do the people of Durham know about rowing.
Here's all Chris.
I get nervous when Kit's staring at me in these aviators.
I've got an 18-second split time.
I know I handed back.
Rowing chat is very boring.
Hello, who am I here with today?
Jacob.
Izzy.
Do you know what a cox is?
I do. It's the person who shouts things at the back of at the back of the boat or the front of the boat.
They command the strokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
Rowing.
You will be fine.
What does it mean when I say spoon?
Not gonna lie, the only thing I can think of is like the utensil. So
the only thing you can think of. Perfect.
That was not what I was thinking. I was thinking about another spoon. Is it when you turn to the right-hand side?
I wish. I wish.
That's my best serious rowers.
Can you tell me what a drunken octopus is?
A rogue night out in Jimmy's. All of the blades don't line up. It's what looks choppy.
Incredible.
It's not a fun way to say what a drunken octopus is. Rowing chat is very boring.
Is this as good as rowing chat gets, do you think?
The only way is down.
Hello, who am I here with today?
Louisa Phillips.
Sophie. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for agreeing to be interviewed. And I feel like I fully know where to find you on Facebook. Do you guys know much about rowing?
Our housemate does, so we kind of know.
Yeah, no, a little bit.
Dribs and drabs from her. It's mainly gossip, but like, yeah.
Is there much gossip in the Collingwood Boat Club?
So
a lot.
much. So much.
Do you know what it means to catch a crab?
Yeah. When your oar
it hits
can
hit you
bad
in the
and it can hit you in the face, and it's really embarrassing apparently.
How long have you been rowing for, Hannah?
Since October. So, how many months is that? 8.
What has been the low point?
The early mornings. Early mornings.
What's your earliest wake up?
5:30? 5:30, 5:15 maybe. Oh, I had a horrible experience the other day. I was literally swept off my feet, honestly. Lying down, vertical on the boat.
You haven't explained what it means.
I'm used to catching crabs, but you've got me catching feelings.
Zoe, have you ever rowed before?
I have been on the machine.
What is your best split time on the machine?
Oh, I actually don't remember. It could be 18 seconds, it could be 39.
That's not how splits are measured, but I love the optimism there. If it was 18 seconds...
It'd be fast, right?
Yeah, it would be very fast. Yeah. What does it mean to feather?
Ooh, like you kind of... You make a little design.
She knows, she knows. Yeah, it's when you flip the blade.
Yeah. You fixed the steering on that thing, it took us hours.
Well, I think so, that you should get in the boat with your 18-second split time.
I think that if you are in need of an extra rower, I've got an 18-second split time.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, I've been given the signal. I need to cut this.
Sorry.
Cut the, yeah. We're having too much fun.
No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, turn to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, turn to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, turn to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. Old gang, old man, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Welcome back. A couple of semi-final races coming up for you now. Getting towards the end of our day's programme and getting towards it at pace. So
Indeed.
much pace, Ollie, in fact, that we've had a result on the results webpage that the marshals and stewards are putting into for a race that was supposed to happen at 7:15. Sorry, at 7:15, 5:15, 17:15, and it means I get to make my pun.
I heard you mention a web pint there, and I can tell what kind of wavelength you're on right now, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
It's lovely weather for it.
It is lovely weather for it. In race 173, an open junior 16s double between Tees RC, the ultimate winners, and Queen Elizabeth High School. Tees RC won by an easy. And it's the PM, but I'm going to say it. Our Tees RC, like the 90s and noughties band, the Commodores, because they found that easy like Sunday morning. I don't think I got that close enough to the song for that to be a copyright issue. Nobody's waving the legal issue flag at me from behind our commentator's booth. But I would like to apologise to my family and to all the viewers for making you sit through that. It was entirely self-gratuitous, and I'm going to focus on the rowing now.
Good.
We've got a set of quad-coxed races coming down. We have some lovely checkered oars there on the racecourse side. Again, classy.
Very much so.
And they do have a slight tender lead, it seems, over, I'm going to say, Grey College on the Pewlaw Wood side. Although that could be Collingwood, I'm not entirely sure. Just coming past our commentator's booth right now. If you see that little building in the image, that's us. Hello. And coming past the pontoon on this side of the river. Very, very close still, but it does look like that racecourse side have got the slight advantage. So those checkers just cutting themselves through the water that little bit better. Thanks to that video earlier, I've learned a few new terms that I didn't know. I did know crabs. I didn't know drunken octopus.
No, well, funny you should mention drunken octopus. No, I was in fact rowing in a four-man boat. A lovely mix of individuals, many of whom I'd like to call friends. But if only it had been an 8, 'cause it would have definitely been a drunken octopus.
Not a great reflection on,
Me.
What, did you have a late night last night?
No. Wow.
Celebrate
No.
any results slightly too early?
There's no need for celebration, I don't think. We'll find out.
My condolences.
Thank you.
A single scull coming up again. Enjoying the single sculls, and they do seem to put them a little later in the afternoon programme. A very confident rower there on the racecourse side, just taking that fair bit of a lead against their competitor, who looks to actually be diverting slightly offline, maybe just struggling a little bit more, but still doing very well nonetheless. Congratulations to both of them for
lovely
even turning up.
image.
Cres Moore says, shout out to Jon Snow and our Charlie Brown. Shout out Charlie Brown. Don't know if you're a spectator or a competitor or what, but hope you're enjoying yourself.
I may be wrong. I believe they're a member of the Jon Snow exec, actually.
A member of the Jon Snow exec. Shout out to you especially.
I could be very wrong though. I do remember again Southwest story time. Flying back home back in December with a friend of mine who rows, and a woman who rowed at Jon Snow Boat Club called Charlie. And I'm pretty certain I'm also Charlie Brown, and I think she used to be maybe wrong women's captain or even Prez.
Well, there you are then. A very experienced rower and racer.
Indeed.
Do you prefer to be? Would you go by rower or racer? Because I feel like I'm using them interchangeably and also too much.
I think in the way that the rowing sport is structured, I think obviously it's a very race-based sport. Again, viewers, if you have an opinion on that, do correct me. But I'd say rower, that is what you're doing.
They are rowing.
You wouldn't call a footballer a competitor.
Well, you wouldn't call them
a kicker.
A kicker, no.
No. I don't know.
I suppose goalkeeper's quite a literal description.
Yeah.
But a striker doesn't just hit them really hard. They also hit them quite accurately.
Indeed.
Well, we've got some excellent rowing here. What looks to be a women's uncoxed quad. Racecourse side. I think fortune favours the racecourse side slightly, not to detract from any of our competitors at all. You were right. Charlie is a rower and is the women's captain.
Wow, I impress even myself sometimes.
Your knowledge astounds us.
Indeed it does. I've been told by my friend from home, who also happens to be at Durham, Hillbead rower, former DU rower as well actually, before he decided to retire. That's a very competent rower, and in fact I think I saw her early today in a Jon Snow 8, and they won their first race, so really well done to Jon Snow.
Well done, Charlie. It's nice to be able to put a face or an event even to a name.
It really is. But I think that's a lovely bit about rowing, it's a very tight-knit community, as I keep banging on about, and yeah, it's lovely.
The disadvantage for me as a non-expert, non-involved competitor is I can't give everyone the shout-outs we want to, but...
No.
Back to PalTV's live coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta. I am joined by two very special guests here on our studio sofa, Anne and Rosie, a former Durham rower versus a current Durham rower. How exciting is this? Anne, we'll start with you. Talk to me a little bit about your rowing experiences here in Durham.
Oh, well, I came very much as a novice, as a postgraduate. Having avoided it at Oxford, I was determined not to let the chance go in Durham. And I do remember the cold mornings along the towpath coming down to John's boathouse at 7 a.m. and icicles on the blades and things like that.
Gosh, that sounds quite treacherous. And Rosie, you're a current cox,
Yes.
you just mentioned. Have you been racing today?
Yes, we raced twice today and then twice yesterday.
And how did they go for you?
They were really good actually. We very closely lost to Collingwood, probably the closest final that we've had in quite a long time. So that was really exciting. So yeah, hoping to come back next year stronger.
Most definitely. Right, let's do a little bit of a comparison. And what was your favourite thing about rowing when you were here?
Oh, the camaraderie, really, because I was in a novice crew for fun, but we had a great time, actually.
I love that. And Rosie, what about you? What's your favourite thing now?
I think possibly the many regattas and head races that you get to go in, just the chance to compete at any level that you want to, however competitive you want to. It's just really fun, and yeah, the camaraderie is great. Just coxing for other colleges when I want is really nice.
Right, and now for the opposite. What was the worst thing, or what is the worst thing about rowing?
Probably the cold, dark mornings, actually. It's probably true to say that my daughter has excelled beyond my level, which has been wonderful to see, actually.
Amazing. What about you, Rosie?
I think coming to Tyne in the morning for Rutherford Head at -8 degrees, freezing cold, ice on the boat was probably the worst bit.
And Anne, coming back to the regatta after all these years, what's been so special about today?
Oh, it's just got a wonderful atmosphere, and it's so wonderful to see all these young people enjoying being on the water and working together as teams, forming friendships.
And did you get to race in the Durham Regatta in your day?
I didn't actually, and I'm trying to work out why, but I certainly did a winter race. I do remember that, some sort of winter racing that we did, but it's quite a long time ago for me.
And Rosie, you're still in your rowing career. What are your aspirations going forward?
I think just to get better and better. We've got now a set boat for next year, so the river again. So that'll be really fun.
Amazing. Well, how incredible to hear from two generations of prowess for both of you. I'm sure it's true. And it's so great to hear that you've both enjoyed your experiences at this year's Durham Regatta. And yes, still plenty of action. Come a few more finals.
Yeah.
And yes, all excited for what's coming on. So we're going to head back to our commentators.
We're back.
We are back. We've got race 172 coming down the river at the moment. That's the race between two previous winners, QEHS Dent and my very own beloved Butler College.
Butler College.
Coxed, I believe, by Green. I think that's what the information I've got in front of me needs. So, good luck, Green. Obviously, we love all of our competitors. Just coming down the river now towards us in the commentary booth. I believe it is Butler College on the racecourse side and QHS on the Pulor Wood side, although I could be mistaken, so please don't hold me to it.
Talking of holding you to it, obviously as a Bailey dweller myself, first year, Jobo or Butler, what was your preferred term of identification?
I denigrate anyone who says Jobo. I can't even look them in the eye. It has to be either Butler or Josephine Butler.
Okay, interesting. And why is that such a strict position?
The rumour that I heard, the rumour that I was always told, is that Jobo was coined by the Bailey colleges because it rhymed with sort of like a nasty thing you might say to a homeless person, because it was a time when they were more elitist about their colleges. And also I think there's just Josephine Butler, an early suffragette, an early modern feminist, a champion of children's work rights, a woman all around who deserves great respect and deserves her name in full, I think.
No, I agree. No. It's interesting to have that perspective.
Yeah. Although I will admit, I think the Bailey colleges overall have better names than the Hill colleges.
Hatfield.
Hatfield's a good name, even if the college itself is, lamentable.
Again, it was a Hatfielder myself. Roll your eyes if you must. I think Charades is a very nice name. I think it's very simple, very cool, and yeah.
And also, it matches Chads and Cuths. They're next to each other, rolls off the tongue.
They're very chill. They're very chill people. I have friends in both, and yeah, lovely people.
And as a student, dear viewers, the main thing we care about a lot of the time is the quality of the college bars.
Chads.
And again, the Bailey has it there, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Although I will say Butler has the biggest bar, and Butler has some excellent food deals. Real big fan of that.
And that's enough product placement there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Other student bars are available.
Indeed they are.
Indeed they are.
Look at them go.
But yeah, more on the subject of names. There are a couple of sort of holding names, I'll say, for Hill colleges, which you certainly don't get with Bailey colleges.
No.
I believe the university, if you're listening to this stream and you are a multi-millionaire and you fancy giving multi-millions to Durham University, you could probably get South College renamed after you with relative ease, if you indicated that's what you were after.
Indeed. I mean, it is just a bit of a, and I don't like using this word, I don't, treat it lightly, but a bit of a rogue one, to quote many of the people I meet on the Bailey.
Like a Star Wars film from 2018. It
Very
is
good,
a bit of a rogue
film.
one.
Very good film.
Very good film.
One of my favourites. But anyway, again off the topic, but yeah, interesting considering the naming conventions of many other colleges: Trevelyan, Josephine Butler, John Snow, obviously the guy who discovered cholera in London, and then South.
There's a great combining our two recent topics. There is a great pub next to that pump, and you wouldn't think it was an attraction.
I've seen it,
but it sort of is.
Yeah, it's very busy around there. Anyway, we digress.
Anyway, we digress. We have a race.
We love to.
Just lining up at the start of our course.
It's quite nice. It's a nice rate now. I feel it's much more manageable. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, every 2 minutes, it becomes even difficult for us to track.
Yeah, and we do hope we're catching all of the races, and we do apologise if we can't get quite every one of them. I know that we had some technical gremlins in the system earlier in the day, but we're very glad that those seem to have... I'm not... Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to forewarn it. I'm not going to cuss it out.
No.
I'm going to draw it to the surface like a leech brings up blood. I'm just going to say that we've set off in this most recent race. And I'm going to say that the people on that twister probably don't get as good a view as we do on the cameras.
We should find out. Put the...
This, I believe, Ollie, is race 174, which is an open Junior 16s coxless, excuse me very much, ladies and gentlemen, I did not mean to say that, coxless doubles, and that is Durham School versus Hexham RC. Hexham on the outside of your image, Peel or Woodside. That I can tell by their nice little blue unitards. Hexham have had a great showing this weekend, Ollie. They've had a lot of competitors. They've been one of the names that seem to regularly pop up on our race sheet. And they've won a good number as well.
Indeed. I mean, Hexham in many ways, from what again, sadly I didn't get the opportunity to compete due to other conflicting time uses, to put it lightly. But from what I have been told by friends who have competed there, it's a very similar kind of layout and very similar kind of vibe to Durham, actually, when it comes to racing. I'm just glad we've confirmed these are in fact coxless skulls.
I'm glad we've confirmed that. I feel like I look like I'm quite sunburnt on my cheeks at the moment. I feel like that's a physical expression of the mistake I just made. We've got a gentleman with a shirt that looks quite like one of the oars we've been seeing in front of us. Just one pale star in the middle of a colour, although that colour is green, and that's not the case on the oars. And speaking of our coxless race, we do have Hexham there, gliding under Bath's Bridge, just taking that nice lead into the very final stretch.
Lovely
and
stuff.
Looking like they're going to secure the win.
It's very interesting here, and again, as the individual who had the unenviable task of making one of the trailers for our coverage of 190th Regatta, going through a lot of old archive footage and documents, I found it quite fascinating that, so much has changed in Durham as a place, and yet so little has. Like, if you look at the river and you look at the kind of landmarks, a lot of it has stayed the same since 1950. The fact that there has been some sort of Bath's Bridge in place since I think at least the mid-1800s. It's been replaced, it's been rebuilt over time, and to be honest, I feel like the current one may be rebuilt soon. For those of you who aren't in Durham, it has a lot of reinforcement to keep it standing.
Yeah, and it has been that way for a little while.
It has been.
The oldest bridge, which if you'd seen our long race coverage early in the day would be quite evident, is Elvet Bridge, which has been there in some form or the other since, I believe, the 11th century.
Yeah.
And one of the fun facts about Elvet Bridge is that because it's a route right to the market centre of Durham, people used to set up, in the style of the old London Bridge before it burned down, people used to set up stools that hung off the edge.
Did they?
And one of the legends and myths that has been passed down to us from generation to generation, from those who come and those who go in Durham, is that one day one of these traders set up his wooden stool on the side of the bridge with all his wares and all his trinkets, and on that day the bottom of his stool fell out, and he and all his wares and all his trinkets fell straight into the River Wear. And so mudlarkers and archaeologists alike find lots of these wonderful little pieces just coming to light every single year in Durham.
Did not know that. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's interesting that the role, obviously you mentioned Elvet Bridge, is played in the foundation of Durham Regatta. Some of you may have seen the VT about the history of the Durham Regatta, and we touched on it briefly. but its roots are in the Napoleonic Wars and the celebration of the veterans and the victory at Waterloo in 1815, with large banners being displayed on Elbert Bridge and a procession of veterans and boats going between Prebends Bridge and Elbert Bridge to celebrate this occasion, slowly being formalised until 1834, when it became officially Durham Regatta.
Yeah, and it's I think I mentioned this yesterday, but it's such a good fact, I'm going to mention it again.
Go for it.
In the formal constitution of the regatta, that hasn't, been handed down since time immemorial, and is still in there to this day because it's a wonderful detail. Any man who can prove his service at Waterloo is entitled to free beer for the length of the entire regatta.
Was that the exact wording?
I don't know that it's the exact wording, but it's certainly the exact outcome.
Because it is. I may have to go to Waterloo soon.
Yeah. Well, if you do want to know more about the regatta and you are in Durham, do check out the Durham Museum. It's just around the end of the cathedral where the rose window is. It's open most days of the week for a little bit in the middle of the day, and they do have a small segment on the regatta, including one of the old logos of the regatta before the current one that you see on our very lovely transitions. Coming down to us now, we have an Open Championship race. I'm going to guess that this is race 177.
Interesting.
Because it is coxed, it is a octuple boat, and they are pushing each other down this racecourse.
Indeed.
They are flying, which you wouldn't think was possible in a boat, but it's the most apt wording I have for it. They're really, really going for it.
Good choice.
And we love to see it. And they're going through it in the light of the sun and with the cathedral to their backs. I did hear from one of my rowing co-commentators the other day, apparently when you are on this stretch of the regatta, your cox will tell you to aim for the cathedral, which seemed sort of antithetical to me, because I was like, well, the cathedral seems to be in the other direction.
Yeah.
But that was her word, that was her advice, that was her understanding.
Interesting.
If any of these teams are aiming for the cathedral at the moment, it's certainly working for them, and especially for the team on the racecourse side, I'm going to say St Mary's. Not St Mary's, Durham? Yes, Durham. Thank you to my commentator for giving me a nice little nod and a wave there. And as they head under Bath's Bridge, which has been there in some format for quite a while, they look to be close at hand. But for our racecourse team, just that extra vim, that extra pip, that extra pop, that extra snap crackle.
I like how you're trying your best. Think of as many as possible. No, it's interesting what you said about Mary's and DU. Obviously, it doesn't help they're both purple.
Well, Palatinate, I suppose, is the phrase.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Palatinate, the word Palatinate is quite... Well, we have these boats going past the stake boat. The word Palatinate in the use of Durham and several media organisations, including this very media organisation and its sister organisation, Palatinate, the newspaper. Wonderful, wonderful people.
Indeed.
There is Palatinate, which is the colour, and there is the County Palatine, which is the region.
I did not know that.
The region which the Prince Bishop of Durham used to have essentially the control of a king in. One of the things that makes Durham and Northumbria, unique to England in England's history is that the Prince Bishop of Durham, which was a role that was officially held still until about 30 years after the start of the regatta, essentially had the powers of a king. They could raise armies, they could levy taxes. As long as they declared their loyalty to the king, they had essentially the authority of one in what was, of course, quite a hotly contested border area for a lot of English and Scottish history.
It's funny you should say that. So again, history student, just full clarification. I'm not going to say I'm an expert in local history, but something I didn't know, and I don't know if you knew this. So you aware of, for those of you who don't know, there's an area of Durham called Neville's Cross. So called because there is a cross dedicated to a former local lord of the time period who was called Neville, Lord Neville, and his family. And there was a large battle there, as you mentioned, quite a turbulent history along this border between Scotland and England before unification in, I believe, 1707. I could be wrong.
I think something like that. And the original Neville's Cross is still visible. It's quite a degraded artifact, but it's a living artifact nonetheless.
A very large battle there.
And I quite like the fact that it's still sitting in its community. It's not been chucked into some museum. It's been loved. It's been looked after by its community.
Indeed.
We do hope there aren't more turbulent times between England and Scotland, because it would interrupt our lovely regatta.
It would.
Which we're enjoying so very much. I believe the race has just set off. These teams are going to be yelled at by the umpires, telling them to stop moving.
I can't wait.
Here we have them coming towards us down this lovely shimmering stretch of the river, the sun battering down on it. Of course, one of the advantages for the rowers of sitting backwards is that the sun doesn't blind you as you're going, or at least you aren't relying so much on your sight to keep you going in the right direction. Because if you were, you'd probably be suffering quite a bit at the moment.
Indeed. Talking of suffering, my left-hand side is suffering, as some of you who may have been at the event earlier, or currently are at the event, may have noticed our commentator tent only has one side to it.
Yeah.
And I'm on the sunny side, so...
The sun is illuminating us in the way that we hope we're illuminating you, but it's also making us hot in a way that we hope we aren't making you hot, because that would be a strange and unexplained... I suppose if you were watching on a laptop, and you had that laptop sitting on your lap, we might be making you hot, because we're making you stay on the stream, because our invigorating commentary was simply too good to turn off.
Indeed, Johnny.
If you're making yourself hurt by a hot laptop, you know, we're not that good. You can live without us. Peel or Woodside taking a considerable lead of, I'm going to say, about a length and a half into this middle section of the course. Just in the shadow of the mighty cathedral there, rebuilt a lot of times. On the topic of turbulent Scottish and English history, Ollie, used infamously locally as a site where Oliver Cromwell locked up 3,000 Scottish prisoners of war, mostly civilian families,
right.
And killed almost all of them. And recent archaeological dedications based in the cathedral have unearthed some of those skeletons and unearthed their varied diets and told us a little bit more about the shared history we have.
And talking of shared history, I believe this may be I really want to say a Newcastle boat.
May well be.
And for those of you who don't know, Newcastle University actually originally started as a Durham college, as King's College Durham. Until about 1960, where they gained independence and grew into one of the larger universities in the northeast.
And that university is a lovely place to visit. And we hope they're finding Durham a lovely place to visit too. Which side would you say was Newcastle, Ollie? Peel or Wood?
Potentially.
Well, if so, it looks like they are going to be quite happy. And that's all I'll say.
Indeed.
We have some results that we've just got coming along our little ticker at the bottom there for you. If you want to have a look at those, if you are looking out for anything in particular. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. We hope you're liking the beauty of the sun on the river.
I sure am.
I sure am. I'm enjoying it on my skin, but I appreciate that you are more in the sun than me. It might be a bit more intense for you.
Don't worry, it will be shared soon.
It will be shared soon. It's coming towards me.
Yeah.
It's making its way. I think that was race 175 we had just going past us.
Right.
So that would suggest we are actually a little bit behind schedule. Although I should say the order in which the races are advertised as being conducted is not necessarily the order they are conducted in. We've got boats 127 and 130 lining up, and apparently this is a final. This is the race for a final, so we will try and bring you those teams in just a moment, and we will check if that information is correct. But in the meantime, we'll lighten you with hopefully some less depressing facts than that a number of Scottish prisoners of war were executed in Durham Cathedral. Here's a fun fact. The Durham Cathedral has a very identifiable door knocker.
It does.
And that door knocker was a sanctuary knocker, in that any criminal or any person who was running from the law or from their enemies could put a hand on that door knocker and claim 43 days of sanctuary within the cathedral. And any person who broke that sanctuary by taking them or killing them or whatever it would have been it was such a heinous crime in the eyes of both the church and society that it just simply wasn't done. And so those escapees had 43 days to to make their peace with God, to reconcile with their enemies, to come to an amenable conclusion, or to try and make their escape some night of the 43 days.
And let's be honest, it's not. So, for those viewers who are, again, not familiar with Durham, the cathedral, until probably about the 1800s, was still a major fortress with large walls and surrounded by the river, which, as many students and locals have found alike, can be quite difficult to navigate without a boat.
That it can. You know, Lindisfarne on the coast does have a castle, but I believe it was a folly constructed long after the sort of era of the Vikings.
It's a very small castle.
It is a very small castle, and Bamber near it is a much larger and more significant castle.
Very.
Which makes me believe that I think I went there once, and I can't remember if it was certainly owned in the early 20th century by a sort of rich, artistic aristocrat. And I can't remember if he was the one who constructed it specifically for the purpose of having it as this sort of live-in folly room to host these fantastic parties. Or if he took an old ruin and turned it off of a folly.
And here we go. Race is away.
The race is away. You can see them just in the corner of our image there, coming towards us at as much pace as they can muster. And we will tell you who we think they are as soon as we can make them out in loving detail. Those boats on the racecourse side sticking dutifully to the shore. Something that's underrated, actually, is the fact that once you've finished your race, win or lose, you have to spend maybe 30 to 40 minutes waiting to get back out of your boat and get past the stake boat. And if you've got multiple boats, that's obviously, you know, if you've got multiple races, you might not be out of that boat for very long. It's a long day, this.
And it is.
That it is. You know, so congratulations to all of our racers, no matter how they've done, no matter what state they are in at the end of the day, because they've done a flipping good job. And it is the racecourse team. It's a coxless quad taking quite a nice lead into this middle stage of the race. The sun coming down and illuminating the cathedral there in the back of our image. I'm going to say that's about 2.5 lengths, Ollie.
I'd agree. Not one to question your judgment, Johnny.
Oh, that's a mistake. It's possibly. Really a mistake.
Sure, I'll find out soon enough.
I think, no, that's not I was about to say I think that's a Durham ARC boat, but their unitard is quite distinctly not that of Durham ARC. Varying oars there. Second oarsman has got a double red striped oar.
Indeed.
And the rest have a double black striped oar. That may not seem interesting to you, dear viewer. I hope it is, but, you know, very interesting to me. Sort of thing I love. Steve in the chat says, well done to the Hexham double and quad, and a big cheer for the trainers, the Slipmans. Shout out to all of the trainers, because I think they've done, you know, a spectacular job. You know, we've seen some excellent racing today. A really complimentary effort by all of the people they've worked with and tried to encourage and build up through all this time. And again, Hexham just having a day of it, just having a great day of it. I don't actually know where Hexham is, Ollie.
It's in Northumbria.
It's in Northumbria. It is another local team.
I believe it's about a 40-minute drive from here. And obviously there is a train running into Hexham, but with recent train strikes, I have heard stories of unfortunate college rowers making their way to the recent regatta in Hexham via Uber, which I can't imagine is cheap.
Wow, that is quite some dedication.
Indeed, love of the sport.
I'm just hearing on the regatta comms, not something that you usually hear on the regatta comms, Ollie. I'm hearing them telling somebody they need to move their parked car.
Very standard large event behaviour, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, very true. I don't think they've parked the car in the river.
I hope not.
I hope not. It might prove a little bit of an obstacle for the teams. It might delay the racing somewhat. One of my colleagues looking at me with a look of mild bemusement at my inane statements. You know, I hope my colleagues are proud of me. I've only messed up several times today.
I'm proud of you.
That means a lot.
No worries, bud.
Where do we go from here? Back to the race is where we go. A octuple coxed squad, looks like two men's squads, and they are breathing down each other's necks. You if they were neck and neck, those nets are getting hot from the breath. And I think this is a final. Championship 8's final we're seeing now ahead of us. Really, really good work from both teams. They're keeping this. I mean, you can see why they're so competitive, and they have been, because this is a race that's absolutely going to go to the wire. It's women's, not men's. My apologies.
Women's 8 with Tyne Arc going against Newcastle, with Newcastle on the Pilar Wood side.
Well, it's Newcastle upon Tyne and Tyne upon Newcastle here, not letting each other get an inch of breathing room. Although the Pilar Woodside team, which is Ollie?
Which is Newcastle.
Which is Newcastle with just about 3/4 of a length lead, potentially extending to a full length by the time I've managed to get this sentence out of my mouth. Their cocks staring them down and showing they know just what's at stake. They have taken a slightly closer line to the bank, it looks like, as they come into the last 40 metres of the race under Bath's Bridge and towards the bunting that indicates the finish line. It does look like they are going to get across that first.
Indeed. Good for them.
Good for them. Local derby there.
Love to see it.
I commented yesterday that obviously the team that has the shortest distance to the regatta is St Hild and Bede College team, because again, for those viewers who don't know the geography of Durham, it's literally just on the Pilar Wood side. About 2/3 of the way down, you might notice some 70s looking buildings hidden behind some lovely foliage. That's St Hild and Bede College. Even on the drone shot, you might notice some tennis courts, some basketball courts. Again, part of the erudite University of Durham, and specifically part of one of its saintly colleges.
And I've just been informed that we are going to a final, which will start shortly once this 8 has cleared the starting line between, stay with me, viewer, Durham School and Sheffield City. Respectively. Now, obviously, for those of you who are local or have been following the history of Durham Regatta, Durham School have always put up a good side, and actually, traditionally, have been mainly competitors with Durham University. If I remember,
sorry?
Mainly being competitors due to the kind of shared heritage and
Yeah.
In 1954, with Durham School actually winning one of the main cups over the Durham University, which is slightly amusing. But then I remember Yarm exists, and they have beasted most boats my club has sent out today. So,
condolences.
Indeed, sad times.
Sad times. Both boats pointing slightly rightwards,
Interesting.
Giving each other a lot of space. Pilar Woodside looking, to my eye, just that smack more coordinated, and it's being rewarded at the moment with maybe 1/5 of a length of an advantage. Not much at all, really, you would say, and neither team out of it just yet. It's good, this, isn't it? When we don't have clashes at the start line.
Yeah.
The teams were a little bit undisciplined on the Saturday morning, and we did get quite a few of those. Some angry recriminations towards each other, which you never really want to see.
There's excitement.
It's exciting, but we're here for the rowing.
Indeed.
And we're getting some good rowing at the moment. That
Pilar
5th
Wood.
length lead turning into about a 1/4 length lead. Pilar Wood side, and that is the Sheffield City team. Durham School on the right of your image on the racecourse side. Making it stick. Just coming into the glorious shadow of that cathedral now.
Lovely.
If any of our teams came by train, they would have seen one of my favourite views of all time, which is the train coming into Durham Station. It bends around the city, and it gives you a beautiful, unobstructed view of the cathedral, and lets you know just what a wonderful place you're in for. And it is that Pilar Wood team just keeping their advantage, keeping their lead, despite firm encouragement for the racecourse team from their cocks, which I can hear even through my commentary headphones. Just taking that advantage into Bath's Bridge and looking like they are going to take that advantage all the way.
Well, obviously, with Pilar Wood being a Durham School boat, that's home advantage, and the fact that, if you ever walk along the river on a nice Wednesday afternoon, you will see them out in numbers, large numbers. Now, I find I sometimes get them confused between them and Charades. It's of a similar kind of a design of a blade.
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, I remember your little comment earlier about bow loaders, about how uncomfortable they looked. They are looking very high up in the bow.
They are
The
quite
dogs.
high up. A lot of them, some of them are a bit like an F1 race seat, where they're quite low down, quite sort of sedentary, and then other ones where they're very rigid. And in this race also, I noticed we've got a difference in coxes.
Yeah.
One is at the front, one is at the back.
Lovely.
One is staring their rowers in the eye, and one is staring the finish line down. I believe our next race is going to be number 101, which has been delayed from its start time of 1:39 by about 4 hours and 4 minutes. A real 404 error there. Shout outs to my software coders. And that will be between Durham School and Northumbria University. So Durham School with 2 in a row.
2 in a row.
This definitely isn't that race, because that's a quad boat and this is a single scull. So we have number 238.
Which I believe is Sheffield City RC Rowing Club.
Sheffield City RC. That's a nice name for a rowing club.
It is. Versus QEHS.
Sheffield City seem to be sort of cramming some of their races into the end of the day, really.
It's interesting, and again, we'd like to apologise to any viewers for any inaccuracies we may have had in reporting which boats are racing. For us, obviously, it's a constantly changing event with many last-minute decisions being made by the race staff, and so sometimes we don't always get the most accurate information in.
Yeah, they're doing a wonderful job of sending the races down and making sure everybody gets their moment in the sun.
Indeed.
But to do that, they do have to fiddle about sometimes, rejig the order, and, well, you know, I suppose we just aren't as competent as them.
It's true.
We're doing our very, very best, and we hope that you are enjoying our very, very best and having a good time. I'm told by Sarah Cambin that an octuple is specifically a term for 8 scullers, and that an 8 is the term for a sweep boat with 8 individuals in. So there you are. I've learned something today. Thank you very much, Sarah.
I'm glad.
I am glad. I was glad. And I will be glad.
Good.
That's Sheffield City on the racecourse side, which means by process of elimination, Ollie, on the Pewlaw Wood side it is...
That's a great point.
The other rower. I've already been told to use rower instead of racer.
Indeed.
And I keep forgetting it, so, you know, for us, it's the end of we're into our final segment, the way that we've split organising this lovely regatta and commenting on it. And I should say, commentating is a lovely job. I enjoy it very much. It's also a very forward-facing job, so...
It is.
A big thank you to every member of PalTV who has had one of the less forward-facing jobs, been running around and slaving away, and generally working very diligently to bring you all this lovely regatta coverage. And here I am undermining it all by getting the teams wrong. So, shout out to the many people in this organisation who are more competent than me, and may I emulate them someday. This is it's a women's non-championship quad between Durham ARC and York St John RC. Another quad peeking into image there, but that's one of the ones that's heading back up towards the stake boats. Looked like it was going to get in the way there for a moment, but thankfully did not. And whoever's on the racecourse side has taken just that little bit of a lead, just that thing where they can say, let's build on what we've got, you know.
Look at them yam it. They're absolutely flying down dark.
Look at them yam it.
I'm going to use the word yam it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm a fan.
I've not heard that expression before. I might need you to teach me that one.
Nicely in time, putting the power down, and obviously inching further away from their competitors. I think it's very easy to forget just how physical a sport rowing is. You know, when you see it done well, you see how smooth and fluid the motions are, and the speed at which they're moving, it looks effortless. And to borrow the phrase and the analogy I used earlier to describe it, so when you see a swan, you know, smooth on the surface, but underneath that, they are yamming it.
They are yamming it.
Indeed.
They're also, unlike our rowers, full of rage.
Yes.
Swans are.
I've been attacked by one on the boat before.
I did see yesterday afternoon, while I was standing behind one of the cameras that's providing you these lovely angles, there were a couple of swans in the early stage of the course, and the boats were sort of passing right through them, and they seemed, for a swan, surprisingly unconcerned about this. I definitely thought they would have been more aggressive about that fact. I thought they would have absolutely been at the boats, caused, complete carnage, brought in the air ambulance, because swans are terrifying creatures. They say they're the king's creatures.
I don't like them.
I don't know if I want a king that's associated with swans.
No.
I think they are.
Leave your thoughts. Yeah, it's interesting though you mentioned that. Obviously, swans that are used to rowing boats, on the river. So what we found at home back in Exeter, when you're on the river, swans will leave us alone. There's a lot of water users, whether that be the sea cadets, kayakers, paddleboarders, many rowers, obviously. But when you go on the canal, it's a different story. And the problem is they see us as like a large bird, so they kind of go for you.
I was going to say, a large white thing gliding through the water.
Yeah.
Will a swan think, oh my goodness, that's a very big swan, I better not anger him? Or will they think,
no,
oh, that's a big swan, I want to anger him?
They want to challenge, yeah. I mean,
I want
it varies.
to stake my claim.
I don't like the fact that it varies, because you can never quite predict it until suddenly you see a swan going full pelt at you, trying to test your response. So, yeah.
You can never tell for certain until it's too late.
If you have any funny stories involving wildlife or rowing, please do leave them in the comments, and we'd love to hear them.
Maybe rowing wildlife. Has any of these teams started a non-human team yet? Have they trained dogs to put their little paws with no opposable thumbs on the oars and absolutely pelt it down a river?
Indeed. Talking of going back to a slightly more on-topic conversation, earlier talking about obviously yesterday the stake boats being scrapped due to the time it takes set up, and that you will be seeing on your screens from our drone. Again, lovely shout out to our drone operator James, who's been doing a great job all day of keeping it up in the air and giving us this amazing view. The time it takes them to adjust their position in relation to the stake boat, backing it down, usually with the stern pair or stern forward depending on the boat type, and trying to make sure they have a good line, because as we've mentioned many times, the line makes or breaks a lot of performance.
Yeah, if you were watching our coverage of the Durham Regatta last year for the 189th Regatta, you might have seen it was much windier than it has been this weekend, and one of the areas that was causing significant consternation in was the process of getting aligned with the stake boats, because what the boats do is they paddle just enough to glide past the stake boats, and then they rely on the currents of the river to gently guide them backwards. But with the wind that we had then, it was almost impossible for the crews to get the right level of propulsion in order to align themselves nicely with the stake boats. And if the stake boats, because of the wind, found them more difficult to control and more difficult to take, that then slowed down the whole process, and the teams were a little bit more exhausted before the races, and there were more delays and there were more sort of fatigue related issues. Certainly no fatigue for either of these teams, Ollie, who are absolutely, as you say, yamming it down the course.
I'm glad you've adopted my language here.
I love it. I don't know how I didn't use it before.
Neither do I.
It is the racecourse side with an incredibly slim margin of advantage over the Pure Wood side. Don't let that camera angle deceive you, but it is so slim that it could dissipate basically at any moment. One mistake for a leading team here, and that would be enough for their opponents to surge in. And indeed looks as though their opponents are trying to give it that surge. Sounds like we've got a college team coming down, because there is or a Durham team actually. I've just heard the words come on Durham.
I believe it is, sorry to interrupt you, on the racecourse side, Tyne versus Durham University Boat Club on the Pure Wood side. Absolutely yamming it down.
Yeah.
We need a counter.
That lovely pastel pink on the Durham unitards.
And yeah, it looks like Tyne is inching forward, taking the lead. Lovely coordination there from the lads on board.
Yeah, sweeping their way. So this is an 8. This is not an octuple, this is an 8, as I've been taught. Thank you once again, Sarah.
Let's just hope they don't catch a drunken octopus.
Let's hope.
And here we go.
I'd be
That's
slightly
close.
surprised to find a drunken octopus in the weir. But then again, maybe I wouldn't quite so much. Because octopuses are, after all, a very intelligent species of fish. Are they a fish or are they a mammal?
That's a great question.
They don't lay eggs, they lay live young.
If you are a biologist, do let us know.
Yeah.
As neither of us study biology. What do you study, Johnny?
I study history and politics.
Lovely. And I study history and geography. So a great combination, really.
A great combination. I remember my school wanted me to choose between doing one of them for my GCSEs, and I just did both. Great combination.
Never give up on your dreams.
Never give up on your dreams, unless your dreams are to destroy the Durham Regatta, because we quite like the Durham Regatta.
Obviously, Tyne did not give up on their dreams there and kept yamming it, and I believe won that race.
Yeah, keep an eye on our lovely little ticker, and you can see all the results that have come in. Another easy, for instance, for Sheffield City against that Jon Snow team. I think I said at the time it looked like about 4 lengths. Clearly enough for an easy.
Indeed. You know, that's my greatest fear as a rower, and I don't really want to check the score from earlier, because I'd rather not find out our loss was quote-unquote easy.
It's quite interesting because my co-commentator from yesterday, Megan,
yes,
also the rower, from Durham ARC, she's an alum of, said that she would always prefer to have length over an easy, not exclusively because having an easy is quite a harsh thing to see as a rower, where you've put your heart and soul into that race, but also because if you know the length by which you've lost, you can then know exactly what it is that you need to get
exactly
back, that you need to improve. An easy sort of suggests
don't
even
try. Yeah,
don't even you tried, but not all efforts succeed. Next year, consider entering a less competitive category.
This is harsh. I mean,
this is harsh, and
I
mean that for absolutely none of our teams today or yesterday that have received an easy, because they are wonderful.
Indeed.
We have a final here, and I believe we have Mary's College competing in one side of this final. Boats numbers 22 and 19. They are sending them down at a slightly more leisurely pace, Ollie. They're letting these races finish before they send the next one down, because we have the advantage of the schedule. We can afford to give them all the coverage and all the attention they do duly deserve.
Indeed.
And do truly deserve. As they pass that first third, does just look like an advantage for the outside team on the P. Lawwood side. Again, no splitting coxes this time, both at the back of the boat.
I like how this has become a fascination of yours.
It has become a fascination of mine, because there must be, there are reasons they do it one way or do it the other. And those reasons just
elude you.
They elude me. Well, they don't elude me, but I can't quantify them.
Yeah.
And I'd like to be able to quantify them, I would like to be able to know whether one is better, whether it's, you would assume one isn't implicitly better, because we have this, there's such a split. Teams are using, but, teams, even sometimes teams competing from the same wider organisation are using both. So it can't be this thing of if you've got one at the front, you're better, or if you've got one at the back, you're better. It has to be this deftly tuned thing. And it's one of those many little calculations that go into any organised sport to gain even the most pecuniary of advantages that delight me so.
Good.
Good.
Good, good, good.
Good, good, good. Good.
Just like today. It's been a good day.
We have had a good day. Much like Ice Cube. I gotta say it was a good day. And it's still going, that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. We are still bringing you exclusive coverage of the Durham Regatta, the 190th of this esteemed event, brought to you by Osborne's, our lovely sponsors, and brought to you exclusively by PalTV, of whom we are a small but not insignificant part of, because nobody's insignificant in an organisation like PalTV, or in an organisation like these lovely rowing teams. Every person, whether a parent or volunteer or a coach, somebody who's driven the boats down, which is quite entertaining to see in the days leading up to the event, actually. Just all these boat carts sort of dragging around.
Don't get me started on trailering. It's an interesting occasion.
Do they make you put your own back?
So, obviously there's a lot of college boat clubs based around the river, including Durham. In fact, Durham School also have a boat club down by the first weir of the River Weir. And a lot of these boats have actually been stored up in a boat park near Durham Amateur Rowing Club, just to prevent the kind of congestion we've been seeing on this as boats try to return to the start line. Just try to imagine that, you know. What? I have no idea how many boats are here. 1,700 competitors, you know, all trying to like get there, trying to get started. We'd be here like 24 hours, 48 hours. I have no idea. Like it would drag. And so by having this, it's really sped up the process. What it does mean though is when you find a problem with your boat, like we found this morning, we found that we didn't have a Cox box. It's quite hard to get the resources to fix it.
Yeah, because you're in a field. Well, you're in a field filled with resources, but they're other people's.
Indeed, and we believe in the rule of law here at PalTV.
We do indeed. Don't ask me my personal opinion on that because I can't proffer it on this live stream. But you may see on the drone cam, if we cut to it in a minute or in a few minutes or whatever, you might see a glimpse of that Elysian field that Ollie's just described, up near the start of the course and just off to the right of the image. And it is quite the sight. I mean...
just to interrupt you quickly, Van Milder on the Pilar Wood side, going along versus... Sorry, I've just lost my place. York University Boat Club. Again, a slight lead from what we can see on our feed currently. Oh, no, we've regained to about neck and neck between the two teams.
Yeah.
It's interesting, Van Milder, because I always assumed their colours would be red.
No, they are the black and yellow. That's what they've got on their college cups from their bar. That's what I've got on the one of them I have in my room. I didn't steal it from Van Milder instantly. What happened was I went on a college bar crawl, and I decided my aim for the night was to leave, not necessarily pilfer or steal or unlawfully take, leave with one item that I had gained from each college bar, let's say, in my coat pocket, and my coat had very deep pockets, and so I was at Trevelyan College Bar, and I said to them, because it was a certain stage of the evening, I'd been to a few college bars, and in every college bar we were drinking, and I'm sure our audience members are intelligent enough to attribute the rest. Together. Yeah, to put two and two together and not make five. I asked them, is there anything I can not unlawfully gain from your wonderful college bar? And they gave me a Van Milder cup that they had in Trevelyan Bar, and they actually had quite a few of them. So
lovely.
That was 2 years ago now, so if anyone's still working in that Trevelyan Bar,
it wasn't stolen.
Did you have a game? Were you playing pranks on your fellow college? Sometimes colleges, especially on the Bailey, steal flags from each other. On the hill, is it cups from your bars? Do you have a collection, a trophy room of all the other ones? And do you designate one special one that you have to protect against all attempts at thievery?
And talking of thievery, the racecourse side boat, which I believe, if you give me 1 second to correct myself, which I believe is the QEHS Tyne United boat, is feeding away the victory of Durham School Boat Club.
Durham School in quite similar colours to Collingwood there. I was misattributing my teams, so I'm glad that you've corrected me there.
Good.
Before I managed to make that mistake out loud. But to any viewers at home that I am telepathically sending my misapprehensions to, I do apologise. And could you check if I left my oven on? Because that's all I'm thinking about at the moment, really.
Scary times.
It's a nice green river, isn't it? Coming from London, there are some very nice sections of the River Thames, and there are some very nice little canals.
Yeah.
There's the Camden Canal, which is eventually ensconced by Regent's Park and is nice and green, and nice and pretty, but nothing really like the extent to which it's nice and pretty along the weir. There are some wonderful walks you can do, both up and down the weir, and both up and down geographically and up and down vertically. One of the things, again, you may see in our drone coverage, near the beginning of the race on the Pilar Wood side is a very nice hill which is just next to the area I used to live, called Gilesgate in Durham, and there's a really nice view you can get spanning into the cathedral and into the city and into the green and pleasant lands that stretch beyond it. And sometimes, it's enough to make you wonder if Jerusalem was builded here, among those dark satanic mills.
How fitting. But
not many dark satanic mills left in Durham. The building you've just seen leave your image as the remains of a bathhouse of Durham.
Yep.
A very municipal structure of many English cities. We have another race coming towards us, just released. It's a quad skull, from what I can tell.
Oh, yes.
And I cannot tell you if it's coxed or not, but once we've got one of the Riverside cams, I will let you know. But it does look like the racecourse side has put hard graft in this very first section of the race, and they've taken nearly a length's lead already. That's very impressive.
But a lot could change.
A lot can change. I do find that I think if a team has gained the lead by, say, a length and a half at the very start of the race, they're very hard to unseat from that point.
Yep.
I think for the other team, they know that, it's the point at which you're at your freshest right at the beginning. You might be able to bring out more from yourself just by adrenaline, by the nature of sporting competition.
Indeed.
But equally, so will your opponents. And if you're already that far behind, it can be the moment at which despair sets in. It's, to use a football analogy, you don't want to concede in the first few minutes of the second half, because then that's the moment your mentality is at its potentially most fragile. It is a coxed boat. Both teams, I think, rear loading, not bow loading. And the Cox on the racecourse side doing an excellent job of encouraging their rowers.
It is interesting what you said there about conserving energy and how much can change in a short period of time. Obviously, especially with more novice crews, less drill, less trained, it's very easy to kind of think, oh, we've got to hit this really hard from the start line, put as much power down as possible, and then they can't maintain it, or they catch crab, or something happens that basically means that initial start has immediately been squandered.
Yeah. You've got to balance sort of a number of attributes, I suppose, is the thing.
Yeah. Strategy.
Strategy is a big one of them. Mentality, a big one as well. And in the coxed races, we've previously discussed on commentary about how important that sort of element of the cox encouraging the team's mentality is. You see the coxes looking just as rapt at attention as their rowers, even if they aren't, certainly not exerting as much physical effort as their rowers will be.
I'd like to just, again, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Not at all. I talk far too much.
Well, I'm sure our viewers have differing views on it. But it's Yarm School versus Durham School, which is interesting because Yarm School has, for those of you who are aware of the rowing in the North East, very capable side. But most of them are under 18. Well, in fact, as far as I'm aware, all of them are under 18. And it's interesting to see them against a schoolboy, in this case, boat, rather than going against university students, as I found myself this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I did think this looked like a junior race as it was coming past us. We have a curious sight.
Do we now?
Opposite
indeed.
us in the commentary box. Just as you see that boat in your image, above them on the bank, a boat is being carried down the bank.
Yes.
And it's being carried down on the side opposite where the boats are stored.
So, and again, I may just be reading into this using some sort of intuition, but I believe a lot of this is about, again, access to the river. If that is a Hillbead boat, I can't really tell. And I believe there's another boat club that shares one of Hillbead's former boathouses further up the river. It would be quite difficult to cross the start line to get it out at their landing and not get screamed at by the marshals. So I guess it's a strategic move there to avoid angering the marshals.
Yeah, I suppose one of the few teams for who that manoeuvre makes sense. If you're an eagle-eyed viewer, you will have spotted the second pontoon. If you are a more lazy-eyed viewer, I have absolutely no doubt you spotted the first pontoon, the current Hillbead one, because it has a number of sofas on it. Students sort of having a very chill time, enjoying watching the races, enjoying it quite sedentary. I wouldn't mind being a sofa. I look over at the presenters area of our little PalTV area. They've got a sofa. I'm in a metal chair, the sort you might find in a cafe, and those are delightful when you're eating a wonderful full English breakfast or whatever. But when you've been sitting in them for a number of hours, sometimes it can drag a little. A cushion wouldn't go amiss. A nice little back massage wouldn't go amiss. I gave them to one of the commentators earlier, a good friend of mine. Where's he? Why is he not returning the favour? Forgive me for taking out my frustrations on you, dear viewer. But yeah, the weather, I'm happy to report, is still absolutely sublime and divine and evangelical, some might say. I wouldn't be surprised if people here have converted to faiths that they feel closely aligned with simply because of the weather here. Although for these rowers it will not be pleasant at the moment, as they just take the time to align themselves with the stake boats, and the sun beating down on their backs in those adrenaline-fueled moments before you know you're just about to start your race, before all of your hard work is going to go into seeing a result from it, and of course potentially not seeing a result of it, which is a big part of the adrenaline and the fear. The very best competitors can turn fear into motivation, but it can also be a source of despair, and we hope that it isn't for any of our competitors today. We hope they're all at the top of their game, because it gives us better rowing, it gives us good times. They look to have attached themselves to the stake boats, thanks once again to our extraordinary drone cam, and I no doubt they will be setting off in just a few moments. I'm guessing these are coxed boats, because one of the things the coxes do, if you are not a rower like me and they're off, one of the things the coxes will do is raise their hand if they're unhappy with the position of their boat, and that indicates to the stake boat and to the umpires they don't want to set off just yet. But they have set off. Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the racecourse side. I'm afraid I missed the announcement about who it was on the Pure Wood side, but they are, Durham ARC are the team in the lead, and therefore they're the team with the glory and the plaudits. Some say nobody remembers who the second man on the reel was. I say that Neil Armstrong was the first man, and if you take the last letter of his last name and the letters in his first name and reverse them, you get alien. And I think that's a coincidence, but some people don't. Passing the cavalcade of already raced boats. They know their results. These teams don't yet. They're fighting for it, and they are driving hard. No bow-loaded coxes here. Two teams going absolutely at it, unquestionably hard. I think that might be Tyne ARC on the Pure Wood side. Now just conceding, unfortunately, a half-length advantage to Durham ARC on the racecourse side, going past those lovely meadow flowers, and now actually a full length ahead.
Indeed. My favourite word of today.
Indeed. It's a nice word, isn't it?
It's a very effective word, I believe.
We did that bit earlier where we said good. You can do that with indeed, but that's got 2 syllables, so that makes it better. Durham ARC 1.5, 1 3/4, edging towards 2 lengths ahead of their unfortunate competitors here. Both teams slowing slightly as they exert themselves, getting towards the end of the course. Both teams doing themselves proud, of course. Of course.
Indeed.
There's that word again. We do love it, dear viewers. We really do.
I will try my best to avoid using it as much. Bit of variety for our dear viewers.
And one boat under Bath Bridge, the other one just coming up to it, into the last 40 metres of the race. And under the bunting that signifies the end of the short race. It's some very nice bunting, I can tell you. I don't know that we've had a camera that's been able to capture its niceness. Oh, I tell you what, that one does it quite nicely, actually. It's flittering quite attractively in the breeze, and it's, for what it represents for the first team to get there in any given race, it must look even better. It must look decorated in gold. Well, they've finished up. We have another race just getting ready at the moment, not unleashing yet. Again, Ollie, the advantage of having gotten so well into our programme that we can take just this little bit of time to relax and reflect on the races, and teams can have that little bit of time more to set themselves without feeling sort of the time pressure that the marshals are feeling breathing down their neck.
Yes.
It's well attended, even though we're reaching the end of the day. 6 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Where does the time go? I couldn't have told you that we've been commentating for 2 hours, Ollie.
No.
And yet we have. And I've enjoyed every second of it, because I'm with you and I'm with our lovely viewers.
Yes.
Olivia Lewis said in the chat, I was rowing yesterday. It was so warm. It was incredible. We talked yesterday a little bit about how the heat wave hadn't hit the north yet, because the south of England and the Midland of England is certainly experiencing a lot of heat at the moment. And then it came along and it proved us utterly wrong. utterly and completely devastated us. And that will have been absolutely far worse for our rowers that we've been seeing today.
But it's also worth mentioning the obviously the impacts it's had on our broadcast. For those of you who are more technically minded, you may be aware that when computers and when cameras get very warm, they don't like it. They do not like it at all, and so we've had to find ways around getting around this so we can bring you guys the best possible coverage of this 190th Durham Regatta, brought to you by Osborne's.
Brought to you by our lovely Osborne's, who we love and adore. Great club, especially on a Monday.
Breath of fresh air.
Well, not in the recesses of the club.
No.
But on the balcony, you can have a chat with somebody you've never met before. You can make a friend for life. And we adore that. We truly do.
Just like PalTV.
Just like PalTV. If you're a student watching this and you're at Durham next year, and you see this event and you think, wow, what a great event. I'd love to be a part of that. We're free. We have made it actually a commitment that we will never charge membership fees. And we're very proud of that fact. And we are, I'd say, quite a friendly organisation. Would you say quite a friendly organisation?
I'd agree.
I'd say that I have, when I leave PalTV at the end of my degree, I will leave with friends for life. But let's not be too sappy and sentimental and romantical. Let's go back to the coverage of this race, which has not yet started.
Yes.
So let's not do that. Let's talk about the colour of the River Wear. It's a nice colour, isn't it? It's not like the River Thames, which is not a nice colour. But that's not because of sewage, as some people think. That's just because it's such a muddy, chalky sediment at the bottom of the River Thames. And it's a really wide river as well. So it doesn't move along quite as fast. It's quite wide, and relative to its width, it's quite shallow. Probably about the same as the River Wear, comparatively, actually. But that's not a scientific statement. Nobody quote me on that. Don't put me in your research paper. You will fail. How would you cite it, anyway? How would you cite a moment in a live stream? Anecdotal.
Durham student folktale.
Durham student folktale. I'm glad I'm making my own mythology. Yes. We are off in this race. Looks to me like an octuple, because there look to be 8 oars in it. No! I'm getting this wrong. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry for letting you down. It's an 8, because I think it's a sweep, and there are only 4 oars on each side. They are sweeping their way towards us with great gusto, I've got to say.
And judging by reactions on the bank here, I believe it may be a Collingwood boat on the racecourse side.
And it does have the Collingwood colours.
A lot of people covered in Collingwood kit, looking very excited / worried. I can't really tell.
Some people running along to keep up with their team.
I respect
They're going to
that.
have a job of it, because these teams are flying. Lovely Collingwood oars, I've got to say. One of the ones I do enjoy quite a lot.
I can hear them scream, go Collingwood. The question is, will Collingwood be able to go quite just fast enough to actually win?
Collingwood are going, but are they going enough?
Let's hope so.
It is, to use a phrase that we love, neck and neck. I think it's a grey team on the outside as well, actually, so it's an inter-college event. And just coming into our picture there, look at them go.
I think you may be right.
Making no bones about the mess that they're making of this river. If there's any small fish in that section, they're going to be deeply disturbed. But these teams are utterly one-minded. That grey boat rocking under the pressure that they are putting into it with their oars. That is exceptional. Are they going to take back the slim lead that Collingwood had going into this section? I can't tell you. They're going 40 metres. We're very excited. The regatta commentators are very excited.
They are very excited.
I can't possibly call that one for you. We will have to wait for the results. That was an exceptional race.
We have just been informed we'll have to wait for the Finnish umpire to give a final decision on which boat won it.
Yeah, and no surprise there, I've got to say.
No, that was something. It's interesting though. It's always interesting to see some college teams really hashing it out of each other, getting it all out on the water.
We have a lot of college rivalries, and in a lot of directions. We have Hill Bailey, we have Mildert Snow, we have Snow Butler. Snow Butler varsity was earlier in this week. Unfortunately, Snow won.
That is very unfortunate.
So if you're from Snow College, just know that your victory is short-lived, and may it taste like ashes in your mouth.
Very choice words there.
Well, when you're cursing your enemies, you need to let them know just how deep the sentiment of your feeling is.
And talking of sentiment, I've just seen a man run along the side of the bank. I assume either to go get an ice cream or to cheer on the boat that he supports. I'm
Either
uncertain.
Way, good for him.
Yes, I am the ice cream bit.
Some coxless quads coming up to us now, sweeping away. Keeping good, as with the previous race, keeping very good pace with each other as they head into this middle section.
Bow loader.
Bow loader, not coxless.
I think that's the problem, especially with the reflection we see on our screens and from what we can see today.
Yeah.
It's actually quite hard to judge it, especially when all you can see is a little head poking out, like an F1 car.
It's like these coxes are,
They're just trying to make our lives difficult.
They don't like the camera.
Maybe.
That's fair enough. We don't judge them. I think it's Sheffield City on our inside in their very recognisable yellow with blue sash unitards.
Versus Van Mildert.
Versus Van Mildert. Also in sort of yellow to an extent.
Yeah.
So who will be the yellow and who will be the mellow? That only works if you think that gold is basically a shade of yellow for a winner's wheel. Which I don't know. You wouldn't say gold snow, would you?
No.
No.
Depends on how you're inclined.
Gold's very luminous.
It's very close at the moment, this race. Very close.
Very close.
Here we go.
Here we go. And there they go.
Indeed. Oh, there's more.
Ah, they are sending them down at a slightly higher pace than we've been seeing recently. Perhaps because these are single sculls, and so obviously with the force of a maximum of 10 oars in the water compared to 2 oars in the water, the 10 oars is going to have more return comparatively, more bang for your buck, some might say. Although that's not to say these competitors are not giving every little inch that they can. Keeping a look at each other there, trying to judge their position, trying to gauge how well they're doing, how much they need to put in, how much they need to push themselves to the brink of utter exhaustion if they want a chance of winning. And it is our racecourse side race leader who is about 2 lengths ahead of their competitor on the Pure Lawwood side. Looking quite good there, toned, pushing, good rhythm, keeping well, just checking their position there, but not with anything particularly to worry about, knowing that what they've given it is looking likely to secure them what they really want from this. I do wish I knew the names of more of our racers to give them the praise they absolutely deserve.
I couldn't agree more. But obviously, as previously stated, there's been a lot of, last minute changes, and sadly, we can't accurately do them all.
Yeah.
But we try our best.
I mean, they don't even give us the most you'll get is the name of the cox.
And even
or
then,
the
that's
name
not
of the
always
boat
accurate.
captain. And as we say, there can be changes last minute due to illness.
Well, you're talking of that. In fact, this morning I was a very different name was on our cox compared to who actually coxed in the end this morning. Very surprised when the cox in question just appeared. I was just like, oh yeah, no.
Just
I'm coxing you today. I'm like, oh.
Appeared out of thin air, or
just appeared. No one had told me, and no one had told her until about 11 o'clock last night. So always keeps you on your toes.
Good time to find out.
Indeed.
But yes, if you are in the chat at the moment, if you're watching along, if you're enjoying yourself, and if you have any or know of any rowers today, such as Charlie Brown, one more shout out to Charlie Brown, because we know a lot about you now, Charlie Brown, and we're very happy we do. We're glad we can give you the praise you deserve. But yes, if you know any rowers today from any end of the country and from any division and with any success, do let us know, and we will tell them how wonderful they are and how grateful we are that they have given us such spectacular entertainment yesterday and today.
Yes. I think if there's one name that's come out of our segment of commentating today, Johnny, it's probably Charlie Brown.
It is Charlie Brown, Let's say it a few more times for good measure. Charlie Brown, Charlie Brown, Charlie Brown, Charlie Brown. Not the one from Snoopy.
No.
But the rower.
Yes. That would be quite entertaining.
President of John's, was it you said?
I believe so.
Vice
I
President?
think we were actually informed on the chat.
We were informed
Was
on the
it-
chat. I'm going to double check that one quickly. Charlie is a rower, and she was the women's captain.
Women's captain.
Of Jon Snow. So
Obviously-
not John's, Jon Snow.
Jon
But that was
Snow.
pretty close.
Obviously, it's changed recently with recent AGMs across many clubs and societies, most notably in the rowing. I myself was elected to an exec position within the Hatfield Boat Club, which was lovely. It's lovely to be involved.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's a wonderful thing to hear. Can some of our audience members please now praise Ollie? Give him the deserved praise.
Much appreciated.
But yeah, Charlie Brown, you are our stand-in for every rower and racer here today. You represent the best elements of competition, namely the dedication, the selflessness, all the positive attributes we associate with magnificent worldwide known athletes such as Jesse Owens, Usain Bolt, Lewis Hamilton,
Heather Stanning,
Tyson Fury. Who else? Who's a good athlete from a sport that I haven't mentioned? Sabrina Spritz.
Emily
Raducanu.
There's so many.
Andy Murray. You represent all the positive things about them for
sport.
all of the rowers here today. And we salute you. I think that's quite the lead that Double Sculls has going into that final section. And we do have another race coming down now, so they are coming slightly more than one at a time on the course. But that's alright. That gives us enough time to give you as much detail as we possibly can about these lovely, lovely rowers. Again, we have been singing their praises. There are other people that we should be singing the praises of. We should be singing the praises
of the president of the Durham Regatta, who we met the other day.
We did.
Michael.
We did indeed. Michael.
Very nice man.
Lovely man.
Very helpful.
Very helpful. Lovely man.
We also met the Lord Lieutenant yesterday.
Did we? That I didn't know.
Surprised with Michael, actually.
Yeah. So thank you to them. Thank you to the stewards, the marshals, those in the rescue boats, those volunteers with the megaphones shouting at the boats, because that's both very helpful and very entertaining. Thank you to everyone who's turned up. Thank you to all of the events providers here, even if not specifically associated with the regatta. I know that some of our colleagues have been enjoying the incredible range of foods on display.
I'd love to.
Yeah. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to all of the people who've turned up just for no reason other than to see some good racing. And thank you to you at home for deciding to tune into Durham's coverage of the 190th Durham's
Regatta.
PalTV's coverage of the 190th Durham Regatta.
Yes. Oh, a Hexham boat coming down. Wow, what a lead they have. At least a boat length.
That's
maybe
pretty good.
Boat length and a half?
Boat length and a half.
If you were a
I'd say
betting
more
man,
than a
Johnny.
boat length and a half.
It's difficult to gauge.
I'd say maybe 2 lengths, if I were a betting man. I'm not really a betting man. And I don't think you can get any bets on the regatta, which makes sense because there are junior competitors. Would be a little bit of poor taste.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I believe, yeah, I
Just
think
a
you're
little
right.
bit.
2 lengths.
2 lengths, but yeah. Under the Bath Bridge. Drifted into the middle there a little, to be honest, but there's no consternation. Because their opponents are simply not there to glide into. Happened a lot yesterday, actually, and in races where they were very close to each other, just under Bath's Bridge, they started sort of drifting to that middle point, not keeping to their lanes. And I think the marshals sort of saw it as a point of mostly it was happening in a place where it wasn't competitive, and therefore it wasn't egregious enough to tell them off for it or threaten them with their disqualification. But in a couple of occasions, I thought it was quite close. And we have seen more sort of like disqualifications than we have been able to show you on our broadcast, certainly. And more sort of technical non-finishers.
Yeah.
Or recognised finishers. And that is the nature of the sport, but it's also deeply entertaining.
Yes. It's interesting what you were saying earlier, about because obviously we see what you guys see at home, maybe slightly earlier, but it's very interesting because you'll see a boat and you'll be like, well, where's the other boat? What's happened? But, and I think it's a real testament to the spirit of the athletes competing, the rowers competing, both yesterday and today, the fact that even when it all seems lost, they just keep going.
Yeah.
They don't stop. They know they've got to finish. They're not just stopping in the middle thinking, oh, I've lost. They keep going. And it's really inspirational. It's nice to see. It's really good to see.
For me personally, I quite enjoy the fact that when we see what the viewer sees, we also get that. We get the same sense of excitement. We're sort of like, ooh, what's happened? Or, ooh, I want to know. And what I want to know right now is, are these oars in the middle going to clash? Because they're astonishingly close. They are drifting apart. I would say that the Pelaw Wood team there has started far further towards the middle. They have taken their oars out of the river. They have immediately, the umpires have told them to stop because they were far too close there in the middle. And I think there was a clash of oars.
And at the end of the day, the marshals here for the safety of not only, the rowers, but the wider kind of people around,
Yeah.
You have a boat going into the side of the bank at great speed. Not only does it endanger, the rowers, the boat, but even potentially race staff and even maybe members of the public. And at the end of the day, they're here to make sure that doesn't happen.
But every sort of thing that you might think is minimal that an umpire picks up on or a marshal picks up on, especially if it's relating to you, I suppose. But everything they pick up to goes to the wider purpose of reinforcing a set of good practice rules that have been put in place over generations and are built with experience beyond anyone here's years.
And speaking of a good experience, if you enjoyed the experience of watching PalTV's coverage today and yesterday, please don't forget to drop us a subscription and follow us on our other social media platforms.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So these boats are being told to row back to the stake boats to the start. I assume that means we are going to have a restart on this. There isn't going to be a team disqualified. I do think they were sort of both at fault. I will say I think maybe the Pelaw Wood side was a little bit more offline than the racecourse side. But, well, we'll have no recriminations, The marshals have decided that this will be a restart. That's their discretion. I'm certainly not going to question their judgment. They're far more expert than I.
That'd be very silly.
That
You may
would
get yelled at with
very silly.
a loudspeaker.
Might I even say Billy?
Oh.
Yeah, it's that serious. But here we are. They are lining up again. They are pointing, thankfully, in slightly more different directions this time. We'll wait to see them be released. I think it is coxed. And they are away. And they don't look, thankfully, like coming together again. But it does look like the racecourse side has taken a slightly less advantageous line. Slightly closer to the bank, slightly riskier. I hope there aren't any boats queuing to be let past the stake boats. Otherwise, they might be coming into contract with that racecourse boat. It doesn't look like there are, thankfully. But yeah, the racecourse boat just ever so slightly behind the Pelaw Wood boat at the moment.
Very interesting, about these lines. And also, I believe, unless I've been misinformed, that this is the last women's race of the day.
My goodness, we really have flown through our schedule today.
Much for the better.
Much for the better. The competitors can celebrate their weekend.
I'm sure they will.
There is a boat there on the side. I hope they're tucking their oars in.
Yes,
I really hope they're tucking their oars in.
I do hope so.
And there's an even closer one there. And I think the racecourse boat has, you can see it reflected in the length now between them and the leading Pelaw Wood boat, has had to adjust away slightly. I don't know how much they should have, potentially come to expect that there would be boats on their side. A slight competitive disadvantage, you might say. Or you might say it's the sort of thing they can eminently prepare for. And as they go past, it is still the Pelaw Wood boat just in the lead. They have now taken the slightly closer line to the edge of the weir. Slightly dangerous, you might say. Past that hill bead pontoon, all the sofas now mysteriously have disappeared, and it is now just about under a length's lead for the leading ladies.
Indeed.
It's close.
It is. I always find it, and again, very niche interest here, but as someone who's into their water sports, I always find it interesting the variety in personal flotation devices that coxers wear, with some opting for much more slimlined yachting style life jackets and others wearing very, I might say, retro, one might even say 70s styled buoyancy aids, and it's just quite funny to see for me.
Yeah, I've never thought about that so much. I think you've got the the sea sporters perspective on it there.
Yeah.
Because I always, if I picture a life jacket in my head or similar flotation device, I just always think of, as we see there, big, puffy and orange, And it does look like the Pelaw Wood team has taken that slight advantage they had over the racecourse team all the way to the finish, but we will, of course, bring you the results of that once we can.
Lovely.
Still a lovely day. The sun is dipping slightly.
It's kind of nice, actually.
The air is getting cooler. It is quite nice. It's now the sort of temperature where if you had a nice summer breeze run over you, you'd sort of shiver with delight.
Interesting. But yes,
one of my colleagues giving me another strange look. If you don't like it, why don't you come down here and sit and talk, if you think you're good enough, son. Apologies once again, dear viewer, for taking out my comedic irritation on you via the means of your lovely, lovely earlobes. Although I hope you're not listening to things via your earlobes, because that might affect the audio quality. Steve in chat says, well done to all the rowers this weekend, been very hot and very busy. For those who won, enjoy the prize giving tonight. That's another advantage, I suppose, Ollie, is that the prize giving will be sooner, so those teams that have won something and potentially won big can, you know, celebrate with the sun still sort of like shining on them, as it were.
Yes. So I have just been informed that I think we have one more race left.
One? You're kidding me. That's all we've got left.
I've been told this is definitely the last one, to quote an anonymous source who's been feeding PalTV information.
I'm looking at our drone shot, and it does look like there are no more boats aside from these leading two.
Interesting.
Queued up behind the stake boats. Those are all heading back, I would say.
To the boat park.
Back to the boat park, which you can see just in the right-hand side of your image.
Lovely.
What you can't see is the dark clubhouse, which is just around the bend.
It's a lovely place. Very good
a lovely
food.
place. Arguably, they actually... I know I've been saying Hildon Bead have the least distance,
yes,
but that is comparative to the course itself. To the start line and to the stake boats. I'd say definitely dark.
Dark's a nice place to be, but it is mindful of being wary that in the summer months, the water level can get very low, especially around there, and I believe that's where a college boat managed to rip out their both steering and their fin, clean out of the hull.
An expensive
Very
error.
much so. That was a wooden boat.
Confirmation from the Durham Regatta broadcast, this is the final race of the day. I'm almost bereft.
I'm a bit sad, really.
I am a little bit sad.
Our commentating time has flown by, Johnny.
It has flown by, as only pleasant things and high propulsion missiles do.
And as the boats get ready, a familiar sight walking past the PalTV commentator tent, an icon within the Rowham and wider Durham rowing community, former head cox for Durham Boat Club, Ishan.
Shout out Ishan. Hope you've enjoyed your day here at the Durham Regatta. These boats just taking a little time to attach to the stake boats and get in the directions they want to. Yes. Taking that time to linger, give us those last wonderful moments of a wonderful regatta weekend, and letting one last boat past them.
Indeed, indeed. You wouldn't want to go into the boat.
That would be quite an inglorious end.
It would be a sad finish. Oh, and they're off.
They're off. This is our final race of the day, viewers. We have Durham School. Presentation prizes awarded for this one. You wouldn't guess it from the way they're going. Absolutely pacing it.
Banzai.
Some might say yamming.
Yamming, indeed. Not to be confused with yarming.
Yarming would be
which is what
specific
yarm
to
do.
one attendee, I think, potentially.
But a sizable attendee.
You wouldn't say dark with yarming it. Neck and neck as they go into this middle section. There's absolutely...
Wow. Oh, the line. The line on the Pilar Wood side. Interesting. Very close.
Cheers from the supporters here as they know...
Durham School versus... Wow, what a weekend.
What a weekend. It is some interesting lines, but it's quite some
they've
quite
recovered
aggressive and sort of wild lines been taking this final race. They're certainly not letting the fact that this is the day winding down hit them.
No, not at all.
We're pacing away. It is the P. Lawwood boat with the quarter length, half length advantage over their competitors. But they are both occupying that sort of middle section of their segments. They are going for it, racing away. They're coming past us right now. My co-commentator is standing up, catching the last of the rowing action, getting it all in, soaking it in.
Yes, wow.
We're loving it. We've been loving it all weekend, haven't we?
Yes.
Here we go.
Beautiful.
Just into this final third now.
Durham School looking like potential victory, but very close.
Close out
very
the day,
close.
Close out the weekend well. And they go under Bath's Bridge, 40 metres of the weekend left on the river.
Oh.
That's all we have. 10 metres now. 5, 3, 2.
And I've just
1.
heard the horn go. Durham School winning that one, winning the final race of the 190th Durham Regatta.
And there you are, our lovely drone showing you the city, bask in the glow of a wonderful regatta weekend. Thank you all for joining us.
Joining myself and Johnny, and off we go.
No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and glove. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love, send to peace and. Now you got a deal right now. Old gang, old man, old school, young jam.
Unmissable. This is Osborne's.
Hello, and we're almost at the end of our coverage of the Durham Regatta, the 190th edition. It's been such a phenomenal weekend, but we're not quite done yet. We've got some exclusive behind-the-scenes footage from you from our very own broadcast. What are you excited for, Anissa?
I mean, such a phenomenal weekend, and yeah. Stay tuned for our exclusive behind the scenes.
So much hard work has gone into this broadcast, and we want you to see every aspect of it, especially those who have worked so hard behind the scenes. So stay tuned and have a look now.
Hey, oh, welcome back. Welcome, thank you.
Just before you go, how do you think it's going? What are thoughts on where we're at?
I think we're at the stage where everything feels too big to handle and like everything is going to go wrong. But ultimately, it's going to come together.
I'm just so impressed with everyone. Like, we all put so much effort in it. If Regatta paid a company to broadcast that looked the same as the one we did, what we'd be talking £50,000 roughly, maybe more if you start factoring in actual salaries. So it's insane that we did it.